Just as she was about to pay and leave, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Sister-in-law." Luo Hansu turned slowly, her gaze landing on Sun Lin, who wore a natural smile. Her expression was indifferent. "Comrade Sun, long time no see. What brings you here?" "I was sent by my unit to Yen City to collect 2 interview files. I arrived yesterday afternoon." Sun Lin's face lit up with joy upon seeing her. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing here?" Before Luo Hansu could respond, Sun Lin guessed. "Oh, I see. Brother Zhou works at the military base in Yen City, so you came along." She seemed well prepared and likely had already checked this out. Luo Hansu simply replied with a M. Sun Lin hadn't noticed Zhao Jie until now. Seeing him peek out with a cookie in hand, she smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law, who is this child?" "He's a friend's child," Luo Hansu replied briefly. Sun Lin noticed the jeep parked at the entrance and asked, "Sister-in-law, is that jeep yours?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Luo Hansu countered, her tone somewhat cool. No problem." Sun Lin felt a bit intimidated by her strong presence, and her smile became slightly stiff. "Sister-in-law, it's impressive that you can drive." "Just a life skill," Luo Hansu said, aware that Sun Lin had come with a purpose and didn't want to engage further. She saw the cashier finishing the bill and quickly took out her money to pay. After getting her change, she picked up her purchases and said casually, "Comrade Sun, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You can continue with your work." "Sister-in-law, it's rare to run into you here. I'd like to catch up. Is it convenient to visit Brother Zhou at his unit?" Sun Lin, unaware that Luo Hansu saw through her intentions, tried to get closer. Luo Hansu declined coolly. "It's a military area. Outsiders can't enter." "Oh, I see. I was being presumptuous." Sun Lin's face showed just the right amount of apology as she asked, "Sister-in-law, you just got married last month. Are you going back to Beijing for the New Year?" "Yes." "When are you going back?" "I'm also heading to Beijing for the New Year. We could take the same train." Sun Lin didn't want to miss this rare opportunity and wanted to get closer to her. Luo Hansu understood her thoughts perfectly and replied calmly, "It's still uncertain. His job is special, and everything is unpredictable. Although he plans to return to Beijing for the New Year, it may not happen." She rarely showed her emotions, so Sun Lin didn't notice anything unusual in her expression or tone. She smiled and said, "The soldiers take protecting the country as their duty, prioritizing work." "I understand." Luo Hansu nodded slightly. "Maybe we'll meet again." "Okay." At this point, Sun Lin felt it was best not to keep her talking, as it might raise suspicions. Luo Hansu picked up her recently bought items and instructed the child, "Zhao Jie, say goodbye to Aunt Sun." "Goodbye, Aunt Sunday." Zhao Jie obediently followed, carrying his little backpack, and happily asked, "Auntie, where are we going now?" "To pick up Uncle?" "Uncle is still busy. Auntie will take you to the city to have some fun, and then to the market to buy some vegetables. It's windy outside, so make sure your hat and scarf are on tight, so you don't get cold." Luo Hansu's tone was noticeably gentler, and her voice was warmer. "Auntie, I can help. I can carry the basket for you." After returning to the countryside, Zhao Jie was often sent by his elders to gather firewood and feed the pigs. In the cold winter, his hands would turn red from the cold while pulling weeds, as he learned that if he didn't work, he wouldn't eat, and he often faced scolding. Gradually, he understood that work was necessary for food. Seeing how considerate he was, Luo Hansu encouraged him. "Zhao Jie is very capable. Later, when we buy more vegetables, you can help me carry some lighter ones, and I'll make hot pot for you tonight." Watching them leave, Sun Lin's smile slowly faded. She noticed the sales clerks at the counter gathered in a circle, chatting excitedly, clearly discussing Luo Hansu, but they were speaking in the local dialect, which she couldn't understand. "Excuse me, what would you like to buy?" The sales clerk who attended to Luo Hansu paused her chatter and greeted her with a big smile. She had heard their previous conversation. This woman and the beautiful lady who just left were both from Beijing, a city far beyond their reach, so they were especially warm to these guests from the big city. "I'll take a towel and a pair of women's cotton socks." As Sun Lin spoke, She took out some money and subtly inquired, "Excuse me, I noticed you seem familiar with the lady who just left. Does she come here often?" "Not often. Today is the second time I've seen her." The salesperson answered her in awkward Mandarin and asked curiously, "Comrade, didn't you call her sister-in-law? Aren't you relatives? Don't you know her situation?" She's not my sister-in-law. She's my classmate's cousin-in-law, so I just called her sister-in-law." "Oh, I see. Your classmate's sister-in-law is really beautiful. I don't think we can find anyone more beautiful than her in Yen City. The environment in Kyoto really nurtures people." The salesperson had been staring at Luo Hansu. Her face was flawless, and she had a unique, icy elegance. Just moments ago, she had been joking with her colleague, knowing that no matter how hard she tried, she could never achieve that kind of presence. Sun Lin had never seen a woman more beautiful than Luo Hansu. Thinking of her face, she smiled slightly. She's not from Kyoto. She's from Haicheng, but her in-laws are from Kyoto. She wanted to inquire about Luo Hansu, but the salespeople had only seen her face and didn't know much about her. After asking a few questions, she didn't learn anything useful. Luo Hansu had now driven to the largest farmers' market in Yen City. First, she helped other military wives buy the things they needed, and then she took Zhao Jie by the hand, carrying a basket to buy her own vegetables. There were still some meat dishes at home, and there was enough space for vegetables. Today, she bought a lot of tofu that Zhao Jie liked. The variety of tofu in Yen City was especially abundant. She bought both soft and fried tofu, selected several different flavored dried tofu and bean skins, and got half a pound of fermented black bean sauce. Then she went to the fish stall to pick out fish. Zhao Jie looked at the basket and saw Luo Hansu choosing 2 large fish, reminding her, "Annie, the basket can't hold any more. I'll just carry the fish. It's fine." After buying the fish, she got 2 pieces of pork belly, filled the basket, and said, "Zhao Jie, I'll carry the vegetables. You follow me closely and don't get lost. I'm taking you to visit an aunt." Luo Hansu brought him to Tang Yuan's house, took a fish, a piece of meat, and some tofu from the trunk, quickly picked 2 large cabbages and some white radishes and carrots from her space, and filled a bag to take upstairs. Tang Yuan had been resting at home lately, rarely coming out except to use the restroom, spending most of her time lying in bed, doing embroidery and crafts. Hearing a knock at the door, she quickly got out of bed and cautiously asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Tang Yuan." Seeing that it was Luo Hansu, Tang Yuan immediately opened the door with a smile. "Comrade Luo, what brings you here?" "I came to see you. Are you feeling better?" Luo Hansu said as she entered with her things. "Thank you for your concern. I'm feeling much better now." Tang Yuan saw her with a child who looked about 5 or 6 years old and asked with a smile, "Is this your relative?" "He's the child of my husband's friend." Luo Hansu didn't say much else and instructed Zhao Jie to greet her. "Zhao Jie, this is Aunt Tang." "Hello, Aunt Tang," Zhao Jie called out cheerfully.
Hello, Jie.
Tang Yuan quickly took some money from her pocket and handed him 2 coins, saying, "Zhao Jie, this is a little gift from Annie for you to buy some candy." Zhao Jie didn't take it and looked up at Luo Hansu for silent approval. "Take it and thank Auntie," Luo Hansu encouraged him. "Thank you, Aunt Tang." Zhao Jie followed her advice, accepted the money, and immediately tried to give it back to her. Luo Hansu smiled and put the money into his pocket, saying, "This is a welcome gift from Aunt Tang. You keep it for buying school supplies later." "Comrade Luo, Zhao Jie, it's cold outside. Come in and sit down." Tang Yuan quickly moved some stools for them, brought out the coal stove from the kitchen to warm them up, and hurried to make them hot tea. Luo Hansu took the vegetables to the kitchen and said to her, "Tang Yuan, I brought you some vegetables. You can cook them. There are fish and pork tofu." "Comrade Luo, thank you. The vegetables you brought last time are all gone, and I was just planning to go buy some tomorrow." Tang Yuan handed her the hot tea and, seeing the full bag of vegetables, quickly said, "Comrade Luo, how much are these vegetables?" "I'll pay you." "You don't need to pay for the vegetables. They were given to me and I can't eat them all, so I'm sharing some with you. You also don't need to pay for the meat since you just gave Zhao Jie a welcome gift." Having interacted with her a few times, Luo Hansu understood her personality. If she didn't accept money, she wouldn't take the vegetables, which is why she had Zhao Jie accept the gift. The cost of the vegetables and the welcome gift are two different things. I will pay you. Tang Yuan insisted on giving her money, putting 2 coins into her pocket, and then quickly brought hot tea to Zhao Jie and went inside to get some red dates and peanuts for him to eat. She lived alone, so it felt a bit quiet, but the house was very clean. Luo Hansu sat down by the stove and asked her, "Are you getting used to living here?" "It's quite good. The police station gave me a heads up, and I also told my neighbors that I was unwell and needed to rest at home for a while. They have been nice and haven't disturbed my rest." Tang Yuan had been taking medicine at home and eating 3 meals a day on time. She also took the nutritional supplements that Luo Hansu had given her regularly and felt that her health was improving well. Now, she went to her room to get something and, with a big smile, presented it to Luo Hansu. "Comrade Luo, you came at the right time. I embroidered a pair of mandarin duck pillowcases and wanted to give them to you and Comrade Zhou as a wedding gift. I hope you like this small gesture." The pillowcases were red, and the mandarin ducks were embroidered in golden thread, looking very lifelike. Luo Hansu glanced at them and looked up at her. "Your skills are impressive. I'm glad you like them," Tang Yuan said. She had chosen the best fabric and thread, putting a lot of care into every detail of the embroidery. "I really like them, they look great." "Thank you." Luo Hansu appreciated the gift and didn't refuse her kindness. She continued, "Sun Lin has come to Yen City. I just ran into her at the state-run store. I'm not sure why she's here, but she might stay for a while. If you don't want to see her, try to go out less and dress warmly when you do." Tang Yuan had heard some things about Sun Lin while in Rome City and didn't have a good impression of her. She nodded, "Okay. You brought me vegetables and I still have rice, flour, oil, and salt, so I won't go out for a while." While they were talking, Zhao Jie quietly shelled some peanuts nearby. He shelled 7 or 8 peanuts and handed them to Luo Hansu. "Annie, I shelled these for you. Zhao Jie, you eat them." "I can shell my own," Luo Hansu replied, taking 2 peanuts and letting him keep the rest. "This child is so well-behaved." Tang Yuan smiled at him and asked Zhao Jie, "How old are you?" "Are you in school?" "I'm 6 years old. I went to school before, but I haven't been back since," he replied. Luo Hansu added, "He was in kindergarten at a military school but returned home for some reasons and hasn't continued his studies. He'll go back to school in a few days." Zhao Jie proudly carried his backpack, which he treasured. He happily told Tang Yuan, "Annie bought me a new backpack and a pencil case with watercolor pens. I'm going to school soon." "Zhao Jie is so good. You should study hard and be as great as Uncle Zhou and Auntie Luo when you grow up," Tang Yuan encouraged him. She noticed that his parents hadn't come to buy him a backpack and supplies, which suggested there might be a special story behind it, but she wisely chose not to ask further. Luo Hansu took a few sips of hot tea and casually asked, "Have you been at home stitching pillowcases lately?" "Yes, lying around all day isn't comfortable. Keeping my hands busy helps me avoid thinking about unnecessary things. I don't have any income right now, so I need to find ways to earn some money to help with household expenses. If I just sit around, I'll run out of resources. I'm stitching pillowcases to sell at state-run stores and supply cooperatives for some cash." Luo Hansu gently patted the pillowcase on her lap and said, "Your skills are great. The pillowcases look really nice. You won't have trouble selling them." "Comrade Luo, I'm good at stitching designs like mandarin ducks, magpies, and peonies. Do you think focusing on these as wedding gifts would sell better?" Tang Yuan had already thought of this and wanted to ask someone. "With your skills, they will definitely sell well. People in the city and countryside are usually busy with work and farming. Many plan their weddings for the end of the year, so items related to celebrations like bedding sell especially well this season." Luo Hansu got married last month. Before the wedding, she and Zhou Moya went shopping for wedding supplies. The red, festive items were already sold out, and they eventually found what they needed at a store for overseas Chinese. Tang Yuan had thought of this too and smiled, saying, "Once I finish this set, I'll buy more fabric and stitch extra to sell before the new year. Seeing her thinking of ways to make money, Luo Hanse pondered for a moment and asked, Tang Yuan, you're from the north, so you must know how to make various pastries, pancakes, and dumplings, right? Yes, I can make all of those. Tang Yuan was quick-witted and smiled wider. Comrade Luo, I understand now. Once I'm feeling better after the new year, I'll look for work in a cafeteria. I'll mention it to my husband and ask him to keep an eye out for any suitable opportunities. He'll let you know if something comes up. Luo Hanse had a good impression of her. Despite her past hardships, she didn't dwell on her pain but looked forward with strength and courage. Such a woman was rare, and Luo Hanse wanted to help her as much as she could. Thank you, Comrade Luo. I really appreciate it. Tang Yuan was filled with gratitude. No need to be so formal. Luo Hanse didn't expect anything in return and then invited her. I drove here. Let's go out for lunch. You've been home alone for so long. It'll be nice to get some fresh air and move around a bit. After lunch, I'll take you back. Comrade Luo, going out to eat will cost you. Tang Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. It won't cost much. Luo Hanse never worried about small expenses. She looked at her watch and said, Tang Yuan, is there anything else to clean up? Let's finish and go. I need to pick up my husband. Okay, I'll just grab one more piece of clothing and then we can leave. As the three of them came downstairs, they saw a few neighbors chatting by the jeep. A woman smiled and greeted Tang Yuan. Little Tang, is this your relative? Hello, Auntie. I'm Tang Yuan's cousin. I'm on vacation today to visit her. Luo Hanse smoothly lied. Tang Yuan knew she was trying to make her look good, so she smiled back and added, My cousin came to the city for some business. She remembered I wasn't feeling well and stopped by to see me. Those who could afford a jeep clearly had some status. Plus, Luo Hanse was stylishly dressed, beautiful, and elegant, which made her seem impressive. The neighbors were friendly but a bit flattering, saying, Sister, why not stay a bit longer? Have lunch at your cousin's before you leave? My husband is here today. He's in the city for work. My cousin has been resting at home and hasn't gone out, so we plan to take her out for a meal. Luo Hanse took a few oranges from the car and shared them with them, thanking them for looking after Tang Yuan. Once Zhao Jie and the others were settled in the car, they drove away. Zhou Moyos was delayed with work today, and when he came out, Luo Hanse and the others had already waited for half an hour. He greeted Tang Yuan as he got in, and they all headed to the state-run restaurant. Braised pig trotters, gluten meat, fish balls with tofu, shredded asparagus, and lotus root with peanut pork bone soup. Zhou Moyos often ate at this restaurant and immediately ordered the best dishes, adding a snack and a large order of spring rolls. Luo Hanse stood beside Zhao Jie and added, Ayao, please order 2 bottles of hot soy milk for Zhao Jie and Tang Yuan. Hanse, you don't want any? Zhou Moyos turned back. I don't want any. I had soy milk in the cafeteria this morning and felt a bit nauseous, so I didn't finish it. Why didn't you say anything then? Are you still feeling unwell? Zhou Moyos asked quickly. I'm fine now. I usually don't drink soy milk much, so my stomach probably wasn't used to it, Luo Hanse replied without thinking too much. After Zhou Moyos ordered the dishes and paid, he led them to their seats, showing concern for her. If you don't like it, you don't have to drink it. You can have milk powder or malted milk drink instead. Didn't you just buy some milk powder? I bought a bag. In the morning, he reminded me about this before leaving, and Luo Hanse bought it as soon as she got to the store. Zhao Jie climbed onto a stool and took out the peanuts that Tang Yuan had put in his pocket, offering them to Zhou Mo Yao. Uncle, these peanuts are from Aunt Tang. You can have some. Zhou Mo Yao accepted them and said, Zhao Jie, I'm going to Rong City tomorrow. Auntie and Uncle Yang are going with me. Do you want to join us for some fun? Yes, I want to go, Zhao Jie replied quickly, feeling a bit happy. Uncle, I've been to Rong City before. Uncle Yang took me on a train, and we ate at a big restaurant. The sweet tofu was really delicious. Was it the sweet osmanthus honey tofu? Luo Hanse asked with a smile. Yes, the tofu. I love it. Uncle Yang bought me 2 servings. Auntie loves it too. Tomorrow I'll take you to Rong City, and we can eat more. Uncle Yang and I will be busy, so Auntie will take care of you. After we come back from Rong City, you will go back to school, Zhou Mo Yao said, ruffling his hair. Zhao Jie grinned and replied, Okay. Soldier, the spring rolls and soy milk are ready, the waiter called out. Zhou Mo Yao immediately stood up and said, Zhao Jie, come get the soy milk. You are a little man now, so you need to take care of Annie when I'm not around. Okay. Zhao Jie quickly slid off the stool and ran to follow. Tang Yuan had been quietly listening to their conversation. Upon hearing Zhou Mo Yao's words, her expression changed noticeably, but she still didn't voice her concerns. Luo Hansu, sitting next to her, noticed her expression and quietly explained his father was an officer who sacrificed his life on a mission earlier this year. His mother remarried and left him. His family situation is complicated. My husband and I are planning to adopt him and are trying to build a bond with him. So he is the child of a hero, Tang Yuan said, feeling a pang in her heart. How could his mother bear to leave him and remarry? His mother is still in her 20s, and she has a long life ahead of her. It's normal for her to think about her own future, Luo Hansu replied. Everyone has their own thoughts. While Luo Hansu didn't think Wang Fong was wrong for remarrying, she felt it was unfair that she neglected her son and didn't ensure he was well taken care of, disregarding her past relationship with Zhao Yanshan. This made her quite unhappy. Zhao Jie came back with a bottle of soy milk in each hand, giving one to Tang Yuan and offering his own to Luo Hansu first. Auntie, let's share. You drink some first. Zhao Jie, Auntie doesn't really like soy milk. It makes her a bit uncomfortable. You can have it. Luo Hansu opened the lid for him, letting him hold the bottle himself. Uncle just ordered soup. Auntie will drink more soup later. Zhao Jie, go ahead and drink. Zhou Mo Yao placed the spring rolls on the table and called out to the guests, Comrade Tang, have some spring rolls while we wait for the food. Thank you. I won't be polite. Tang Yuan took the chopsticks and served Zhao Jie first. Zhao Jie, eat some spring rolls. Zhao Jie grabbed some with his hands, not needing any guidance from the elders, and politely said, Thank you, Aunt Tang. The dishes Zhou Mo Yao ordered were all very tasty, and the four of them had a big appetite. Zhao Jie happily ate the pig trotters, getting his hands all greasy, and he talked a lot more, actively engaging with the adults. Luo Hansu and Tang Yuan chatted while eating, discussing the customs and food of Haiqing compared to her hometown, and they were quite happy in their conversation. Even though they were talking, they didn't eat slowly. Each had 2 big bowls of rice and enjoyed a lot of other dishes. They shared the nutritious lotus root and peanut bone soup at the end. After finishing their meal, they got up to leave. Zhou Mo Yao drove Tang Yuan downstairs and didn't go up to disturb anyone, quickly heading back to the army. On the way back, Luo Hansu asked about business matters. Yao, is tomorrow's trip to Rongqing for work? The last incident in Rongqing was reported up the chain, and this time an old leader is coming to clean up the atmosphere. I've been instructed to take people there for safety and to assist with official duties. Luo Hansu understood and asked, Did you ask me to accompany you for work or for leisure? Officially, it's to take Zhao Jie for a trip, but privately, there's a task for you. Zhou Mo Yao had already planned it out and would explain the details when they got home. Okay. This was the couple's first time working together outside, and Luo Hansu took the task seriously. Once they got home, she immediately started packing her clothes, while Zhao Jie obediently helped her. Comrade Luo Hansu, you have a package. Please come to the checkpoint to collect it. When the announcement came on, Luo Hansu had just finished packing and immediately took Zhao Jie to get the package. Come on, Zhao Jie, let's go get the package. Auntie, what is a package? Zhao Jie asked, confused. It's something someone sent to me from another place, packed and mailed here by the postman. That's what we call a package, Luo Hansu patiently explained to him. Auntie, I understand. My mom used to send things often, and the mailman would take them away. Zhao Jie remembered this. Yes, that's how mailing packages works. We need to pack things at home and then give them to the mailman, asking for their help to take them to the post office. From there, they are transported by train or car to reach our family and friends. Auntie, who sent you the package? Zhao Jie asked as they walked hand in hand. I don't know yet. I need to see the package to find out. The sender's name is written on it, and that will tell us who it is. When they arrived, there was a sizable package at the guard station. Luo Hansu registered the information and checked the sender's name, telling him, It's from my grandmother, Uncle Zhou's mother, sent from Kyoto. Let's go home and open it. Zhou and Mo Yao returned home after dark. The meal was already prepared, and as he sat down, he asked, Hansu, who sent the package today? It was from Mom. She sent clothes, shoes, and a lot of food for Zhao Jie. The elders at home were concerned about the child's adoption. Zhou and Mo Yao had only made a phone call earlier and hadn't written a letter to explain further. He said to her, Hansu, after we return from Rongqing, let's take a family photo and send one to Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Grandpa. I have a camera. It's too dark to take pictures tonight, but we can do it in the morning. We can take the film to Rongqing to develop the photos, and then we can mail them right away. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Zhou and Mo Yao said as he started to eat. Tonight, they had a bowl of braised pork, a large bowl of tofu that Zhao Jie never got tired of, and a big bowl of stir-fried bok choy. The three of them finished their meal completely. After dinner, Luo Hansa got up to clear the dishes, and Zhou and Mo Yao prepared to talk to Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, come to the study with me. I need to discuss something with you. After spending the last couple of days together, Zhao Jie had settled in and was no longer timid. He happily followed him. On Zhou and Mo Yao's desk were 2 photos, one of him and his wife, and another of his friends from last year. Zhao Jie, can you find your dad in this photo? This is my dad. Zhao Jie found him immediately. His family used to have this photo, but the back of it was lost. Seeing his father's serious expression in the photo, Zhao Jie felt a sudden sadness. He lowered his head and quietly said, Uncle, they said my dad has passed away. Zhou and Mo Yao held him on his lap and asked, Zhao Jie, is your dad a hero in your heart? Dad is a hero. He fights bad people, Zhao Jie replied with teary eyes. Yes, your dad is a hero who protects our country. He sacrificed himself for our nation's sovereignty and safety. He is a great hero whom everyone admires. Even though your dad is gone, he will always live in your heart, right? Zhao Jie understood his words, tears welling up in his eyes as he nodded, biting his lip. Don't cry. Even though your dad is gone, he is always watching over you. He hopes for you to grow up healthy and happy, to become someone who protects and builds our country. Though your dad is not here, there are uncles and aunts. We were brothers in arms with your dad, and we will take good care of you. Annie told you yesterday that you will live here from now on. This is your home. Seeing his tears fall, Zhou and Mo Yao wiped his face and continued, Zhao Jie, do you like Auntie? Yes, Zhao Jie said, his voice choked as he wiped his tears with his sleeve. Then Auntie can be your mom, and Uncle can be your dad, okay? Zhou and Mo Yao spoke gently, trying to discuss the matter. Zhao Jie pouted, more tears rolling down. I have a mom and dad. Yes, Zhao Jie has his own parents, but Uncle is asking if you would like to have more parents. Zhou and Mo Yao explained slowly and gave an example. Do you remember Brother Qinglin from the Yao family? He has his own mom and dad, but he also calls Uncle Wang and Auntie Wang his godparents. He has 2 dads and 2 moms. Every year during the new year, he gets extra money because of it. He used to brag about it to you, do you remember? I remember. Brother Qinglin fell into the water while playing by the river, and Auntie Wang saved him. He told us later that he had more parents. That's right, Zhao Jie has a good memory. Auntie Wang saved his life, and he recognized Uncle Wang and Auntie Wang as his godparents. After giving a real-life example, Zhou and Mo Yao continued to guide him. Zhao Jie, would you like to be our godson? Do you want to have more parents? Uncle and Auntie don't have children. Would you like to live with us and be our son? I accepted Uncle and Aunt as my dad and mom, so does that mean I have 2 dads and 2 moms? Zhao Jie asked for confirmation. Yes, just like Brother Qinglin, you will have 1 more dad and 1 more mom than others. Zhao Jie understood. He had felt a bit envious when Brother Qinglin bragged about it before. Now he smiled and nodded shyly without hesitation. Little Jie is really good. Zhou Mo Yao patted his head. Little Jie is a strong boy. You must keep your promises and be honest. From today on, uncle and aunt are also your dad and mom, so you should call us dad and mom. When the two boys came downstairs, Luo Hansu had just finished washing the dishes and was tidying up the living room. Zhou Mo Yao took Zhao Jie to her and gave him a look. Zhao Jie hesitated for a moment, then called out, Mom. Luo Hansu was taken aback, but quickly smiled. Little Jie. Zhou Mo Yao squatted down, holding his son with one arm and wrapping the other around her. Hansu, little Jie agreed to be our son and will live with us from now on. When she heard him call her mom, Luo Hansu felt a special and wonderful feeling inside. This painless experience of being a mom seemed quite nice. She gently pulled Zhao Jie's hand and smiled. Little Jie, welcome to our family as our new member. Zhao Jie smiled shyly and quietly asked, Dad, Mom, can I have another dad? Another dad? Zhou Mo Yao raised an eyebrow. I want Uncle Yang to be my dad too. Zhao Jie clearly remembered how Yang Pu helped him deal with his uncle's family, and Yang Pu held a special place in his heart. Zhou Mo Yao and the others understood what he meant. They sat him on a nearby chair and spoke gently. Little Jie, we agree you can recognize Uncle Yang as your dad, but there's something we need to tell you first. Zhao Jie looked at him with wide eyes, waiting for him to continue. Uncle Yang is getting married soon. He is going to marry your mom's cousin, which makes her your aunt. Uncle Yang will be your aunt's husband. Our families will be related, so even if you don't call Uncle Yang dad, you'll still have to call him uncle. Zhao Jie was smart, but at only 6 years old, he didn't fully understand many family relationships. He felt a bit confused but caught the main point. Uncle Yang is my aunt's husband? Yes, after Uncle Yang gets married, you'll have to call him Auntie Father. Oh, okay, I will call him Auntie Father from now on. Zhao Jie didn't dwell on that and asked another question. Dad, can I go to Uncle Yang's house to play? Sure, but Uncle Yang is not home right now. He will be back later. He is going to Rongqing with us tomorrow morning, and we will drive together. Just as he finished speaking, Li Qin called from outside, Zhao Jie, come out to fly kites. I'm coming. Zhao Jie jumped off his lap and ran a step before stopping to ask, Dad, Mom, can I go out to play? Yes, go play, but come back on time. Zhou Mo Yao allowed him to have fun. After watching him run out, the couple exchanged smiles. Luo Hansu continued cleaning and said to him, Yao, please ask Commissioner Prung to complete the paperwork quickly. We need to send Zhao Jie to school next week. Okay, I'll go over now. As Zhou Mo Yao went out, he heard Zhao Jie sharing with his friends about having two parents. He smiled slightly and walked over to Commissioner Peng's house. Today, Luo Hansu bought each child a kite. That evening, they all ran joyfully on the playground with their kites, not afraid of the cold. They played outside for 2 hours until the elders called them in, and then they put away their kites. Auntie. When Zhao Jie came back, he instinctively called out, but quickly realized he was wrong and corrected himself. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Jie, change your shoes at the door. Zhou Mo Yao had previously asked Li Huai and others to help move Zhao Jie's bedroom upstairs, and the furniture was all moved. The room downstairs became a study for Luo Hansu, where she could meditate and practice. When she came out, Zhao Jie had just changed his shoes, and she immediately took him to wash his face and soak his feet. Zhao Jie, after you wash up, go upstairs to sleep. We have to get up early to go to Rongqing, so no sleeping in. Mom, I can't hear the rooster crowing. When he was at his old home, the rooster would crow, and he had to get up, otherwise he would get scolded. But here, he didn't hear any rooster sounds. Here, we don't listen for roosters, we listen for the wake-up call on the radio. When the wake-up call sounds tomorrow, I will wake you up. Okay. After helping him wash up, she made him a cup of warm milk to drink before bed. Zhou Mo Yao was still busy in the study, and Luo Hansu brought him a cup of milk. Yao, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want a shower tonight? Hansu, please boil a pot of water for me. I'll take a bath later. Okay. The temperature in the space was more comfortable and warm. Luo Hansu brought hot water into the space for a bath and enjoyed soaking for half an hour before coming out. The area inside had expanded, but Luo Hansu hadn't planted many vegetables or fruits, just a small plot for daily use. The rest of the land was planted with rice, wheat, and corn. She planned to store more food in the space, so in case of a major natural disaster, she could easily access it to help others. While Zhou Imoyao was taking a bath, she took some time to sort out potatoes, sweet potatoes, and vegetables, packing nearly 20 bags of food to take to the welfare center in Rong City for supplies. When they went to bed, Zhao Jie was already asleep. Zhou Imoyao nudged him a couple of times, but he didn't respond, sleeping very soundly. With Zhao Jie sleeping so deeply, it was easy for him to take care of business. He turned over and gently pressed him down. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside, the warmth rose and fell. They had to wake up early for Rome City tomorrow, so tonight they didn't get too carried away, just shared a tender moment before falling asleep in each other's arms. Jie, are you awake? When Zhao Jie opened his eyes, he felt a bit dazed. Uncle Yang's familiar voice rang above him, and he quickly sat up, fully awake. Uncle. Jie, you're awake. Luo Hansu, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around.
Ah, Mom.
Zhao Jie almost called her the wrong name again, but he reacted faster than yesterday. When the wake-up call rang this morning, he got up on time, washed his face and brushed his teeth in a daze, and fell asleep again in the car, not even noticing when Yang Pu got in. Jie, we've all finished breakfast and you haven't eaten yet. Hurry up and eat, Zhou Imoyao, who was driving, said. His breakfast was in Luo Hansu's backpack. She took it out for him, which included warm milk in a thermos, a boiled egg, a steamed bun, and an apple. He didn't need his elders to help him eat. With an egg in his left hand and a bun in his right, he happily ate while sticking close to Yang Pu, chattering about the events of the past couple of days. Yang Pu was somewhat fond of him, holding him steady with one arm and saying, "You need to listen to your parents, study hard, and be a good child who excels in both character and academics. Uncle Yang is getting married early next year. After the wedding, your aunt, who is also your cousin, will come to the army with him. When your parents are busy and can't take care of you, you can come to my house. Your aunt will help you with reading and writing, and she will cook for you." Uncle, doesn't Aunt have to work? Zhao Jie asked him. Aunt has to work too. She is currently at the police station. I have submitted a request to Commissioner Prung to transfer her to the Army's archives. When Zhao Jie heard that his aunt worked at the police station, his eyes lit up. Does Aunt catch bad guys too? Yes, she is quite capable. Yesterday afternoon, Luo Hansu spoke with Cheng Sui on the phone about adopting Zhao Jie. Cheng offered to help take care of him, and they would raise him together. Dad, how much longer until we reach Rongqing? Zhao Jie asked after finishing his breakfast. About an hour more. Seeing him leaning against the car window, getting a bit bored, Luo Hansu took out a notebook from her bag and handed it to Yang Pu, assigning him a task. Zhao Jie, Uncle will teach you some poetry. Review what you learned before. Mom, I don't remember. Zhao Jie hadn't studied for a year and had returned everything he learned to the teacher, so he couldn't recall anything. You have a good memory. Aunt Fu said you used to recite poetry very well. If Uncle teaches you a few times, you'll definitely remember, Luo Hansu encouraged him. Zhao Jie is quite smart, with good learning ability and comprehension. He has a serious attitude towards learning. Sitting by Yang Pu's feet, he earnestly followed along, and in just 1 hour, he was able to recite 2 poems. All right, today's task is complete. Tonight, I'll test you again. They had now entered the city. Yang Pu handed the notebook to Luo Hansu and said to Zhao Jie, Uncle and your dad have to work now. We will be quite busy these days, and won't have time to accompany you. You can go play in the city with your mom, but listen to her and don't wander off. Zhao Jie nodded. Uncle, Mom told me, and I will hold her hand. Good boy. Zhou Imoyao drove to the guest house and dropped off the mother and son, helping them with their luggage. He quietly told his wife, Hansu, you two have fun today. The other party will come to find you tomorrow evening. If everything goes smoothly, you can return to Yen City early. I'll finish my work here and come back. Okay, you can count on me. Luo Hansu accepted the special task, which posed no difficulty for her. After watching the jeep leave, Luo Hansu took her son to the guest house to check in. After dropping off their luggage, the mother and son immediately went out to explore the city. They both enjoyed the tofu at the Rongqing restaurant, so they each ordered a serving for lunch along with some snacks and a bowl of delicious rice noodles. They ate until they were full and continued their fun in the afternoon. Hey, sister-in-law, when did you come to Rongqing? What a small world. Luo Hansu ran into Sun Lin on the street after arriving in Rongqing. She stopped and said, I came this morning. When did you return from Yanqing? I also came back this morning. Sun Lin noticed she was holding the little boy from yesterday and smiled at him. Hello, little friend, we meet again. Hello, Auntie. Zhao Jie remembered her from when they bought a backpack and school supplies yesterday. Sister-in-law, did you take the train here this morning? No. Ayao came to work and drove to Rongqing. We were bored at home, so we decided to come out and have some fun. Luo Hansu noticed that Sun Lin was working here. A reporter from a newspaper across the street was interviewing someone. Sun Lin was assisting nearby, so she didn't want to disturb her. Sun, you can get back to work. I'm taking the kid around. Okay, Sun Lin replied, unable to leave her post for long. She smiled and added, Sister-in-law, let's have a meal together next time you have time. Sure, Luo Hansu replied, patting her son's head. Zhao Jie, let's go. Mom, I want to go see the boats by the river. They were standing by the river, where they could see boats coming and going from far away. Zhao Jie pulled her hand to move forward. Sun Lin hadn't left yet. Hearing him call her mom, she looked surprised and asked sister-in-law, this child calls you mom, he is? He is our newly adopted child, Luo Hansu replied briefly, nodding at her before taking Zhao Jie to the river. Sun Lin had heard from her family about Zhou Moyao's health issues and lack of children. Many neighbors felt sorry for him, and some close to the Zhou family had suggested adopting a child in the future. She didn't expect them to adopt so soon after getting married. After watching them walk away, Sun Lin returned to her work. A female colleague nearby leaned in and asked, Sun Lin, is that beautiful woman your sister-in-law? Not a real sister-in-law, just my classmate's cousin. Oh, she looks young. She should be around our age. How's she have such a big child? The other person had been watching Luo Hansu because she was so beautiful that they couldn't help but look a few more times. Sun Lin was taking notes and replied, he's not her biological son. He's adopted.
Oh, adopted.
The other person noticed Luo Hansu's clothing and could tell she came from a wealthy family, so it was common for such families to adopt children out of kindness. Just as she was about to turn and get back to work, something popped into her mind, and she asked Sun Lin, Sun Lin, is the child your classmate's sister-in-law adopted, the one rescued from the trafficking gang last time? Sun Lin paused her actions, her eyes flickering with urgency as she asked, Xiao Jing, have you seen this child? When I went to the police station last time, I heard there were 3 or 4 children too young to remember their home situation. The police have been searching for a long time but couldn't find anything, so they suggested families with means adopt. I caught a glimpse of a boy around 4 or 5 years old, about the same height as the child your classmate's sister-in-law has, but I didn't see his face clearly. I just thought of this when you mentioned the child was adopted, so I asked you. Sun Lin's eyes shifted as she formed a guess. She looked at another colleague who was interviewing passers-by and whispered to Xiao Jing, my classmate's sister-in-law is a military wife. I heard she knows martial arts. On the day the trafficking gang was caught, she was in Rongqing, and they took the same train from Kyoto as I did. Xiao Jing was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. The person who caught the criminals in Yang County was a woman. Now she has adopted a child. Could this be too coincidental? Seeing her make the connection, Sun Lin's expression became subtle, and she added, I wanted to interview that woman before and ask the police, but they said it involved the military and wouldn't share any information, so I couldn't ask more. Since she's a military wife, the police probably won't disclose anything. Xiao Jing looked in the direction Luo Hansu had left, but she was already far away, her expression a bit excited. Sun Lin, should we chase after her for an interview? My punishment isn't over yet, so I can't conduct interviews. The last interview with Yuan Dan caused her to receive a reprimand. Her workplace asked her to study industry regulations carefully during this time, suspended her interview privileges, and assigned her to assist with other tasks. Zhao Jie smiled awkwardly and said, "I'll talk to Wang Mengping and suggest she visit for a meeting." Wang Mengping was the colleague responsible for interviews, and as fellow reporters, there was natural competition. After Sun Lin arrived at the Rongqing newspaper, Wang had used her resources to create obstacles for her. Following Sun Lin's reprimand from the leadership after interviewing Yuan Dan, Wang had also mocked her privately, and Sun Lin remembered all of this. "Zhao Jie, what we discussed has a lot of speculation and no evidence, so it's better not to mention it to Wang Mengping," Sun Lin advised. She had learned from her previous experience, and her aunt had given her plenty of advice. This time, she was smarter and knew how to use others to achieve her goals. Zhao Jie was unaware of the conflict between them and didn't understand Sun Lin's intentions. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. I'll just tell her about the speculation and leave the rest out." Although Sun Lin had not known Wang Mengping for long, she was aware that during critical promotion times, even if the matter was just a rumor, Wang would mobilize resources to investigate, seizing the opportunity to gain credit. Sun Lin only needed to keep an eye on things from behind and wait for the right moment to complete her task. At this time, Luo Hansu had taken her son to the riverbank. She guessed that Sun Lin would be up to something again but didn't mind, as she wanted to uncover the identity of the person behind her. After watching boats for over half an hour and feeling quite cold, the mother and son slowly walked back. That evening, they had dinner at a state-run restaurant. Luo Hansu ordered a small hot pot, which came in a large ceramic bowl with a charcoal stove underneath, slowly cooking the ingredients. They gathered around the small stove, enjoying their meal and warming up. She ordered a rib hot pot and chose some side dishes, including the ever-popular fried tofu and bean curd, as well as sweet potato noodles and cabbage with radish. They cooked and savored their meal slowly. When they finished and stepped outside, snowflakes began to fall. Luo Hansu quickly said, "Zhao Jie, it's snowing, and we didn't bring an umbrella. Let's hurry back." "Mom, I ate too much and my stomach feels a bit bloated," Zhao Jie said, patting his round belly as he walked along. "We have a bit of a distance to walk back and it will help with digestion. By the time we reach the guest house, you won't feel so full." Luo Hansu ate a bit too much tonight. Recently, her appetite has been good, and she eats a lot at every meal. Every morning when she wakes up, she feels hungry and needs to eat something to settle her stomach before going for her running practice. Zhao Jie rubbed his belly and took her hand, looking around and whispering, "Mom, a lot of people are watching us." Noticing his sharpness, Luo Hansu raised her eyebrows and said, "Little Jie is very smart." "Dad taught me," Zhao Jie replied, walking closely beside her, his voice even softer. "Dad told me not to talk to strangers, not to eat anything from strangers, no matter how good it looks. He also said to be clever when I go out, to look around more, and to pay attention to those who are secretly watching me." Luo Hansu smiled and whispered back, "What your dad taught you is right. Many of those hiding in corners and watching us are bad people with bad intentions. We need to be extra careful." "Mom, let's go back and hide in our room," Zhao Jie said, feeling that the outside wasn't safe. "Okay, let's go back to the guest house right away, wash up quickly, and then go to bed." It was still light outside, and there were many people on the street. Even if some were watching secretly, she wasn't afraid. She pretended not to see those hidden gazes and walked slowly with her son. As soon as they returned to their room, Zhao Jie locked the door. Luo Hansu smiled and said, "Little Jie, don't be afraid. Mom will protect you. For now, let's not close the door. We need to go to the water room to get hot water. We haven't washed our faces or feet yet." "Mom, I will practice hard and protect you when I grow up." Children's thoughts are simple and pure. Whoever is good to them, they want to be good to in return. Since his new parents and Uncle Yang are nice to him, Zhao Jie wants to be good to them when he grows up. He is really understanding and well-behaved. Luo Hansu likes him more and more, gently patting his head. "Little Jie is such a good boy. You are still small now, and your dad, and I will protect you." study hard, and when your dad and I are old and can't catch bad guys anymore, we will rely on you to take care of us. Okay, when you and dad are old, I will buy you good food and take you to nice restaurants. After spending a few days eating out with them and enjoying lots of delicious food, Zhao Jie felt very happy and wanted to honor his elders when he grew up. Such a good boy. There's a saying, you can see a child's future character by the age of 3 and their lifelong behavior by the age of 7. This child, only 5 or 6 years old, is so understanding and filial. If they are nurtured and taught with care, this couple will likely enjoy endless blessings in their later years. The mother and son finished washing up early and lay down in bed. Normally, they go to bed at 9 o'clock, but since they slept so early today, Zhao Jie couldn't fall asleep. He pulled her to talk. Mom, will Dad come back tonight? Will he sleep with us? Dad won't sleep with us. He is working overtime with Uncle Yang and they have a place to sleep at work, Luo Hansa told him. Mom, when Dad used to work, he would be gone for a long time. He said sometimes he sleeps in a bed, sometimes in a cave, and he has stayed at other grandparents' houses. He told me many stories. Zhao Jie admired his dad and missed him. As he spoke, his mood dropped. But Dad is gone, and I can't see him anymore. Zhao Jie, when you miss Dad, you can look at his photos. Luo Hansu understood his feelings. When she was young, her parents divorced, and soon after, they both went abroad. She missed them a lot and cried alone under the covers many times. But as she grew up, she learned to let go of those who weren't worth her tears. Mom, why did my amazing dad have to go? Can I really never see him again? Zhao Jie asked sadly. This heavy question left Luo Hansu unsure of how to respond. After thinking for a moment, she snuggled under the covers and said softly, Zhao Jie, I want to tell you something, but you can't tell anyone else. It's our secret. Okay, Mom. Go ahead, Zhao Jie said, curling up in her arms. Luo Hansa hugged him and whispered in his ear, Actually, your dad didn't die.
Really?
Zhao Jie exclaimed, sitting up excitedly. Zhao Jie, lie down and let me continue. Luo Hansa pulled him back down and spun a kind-hearted tale. Zhao Jie, your dad didn't pass away. He just went to the sky to serve the Jade Emperor as a general. What is the Jade Emperor? Zhao Jie asked, not having heard of such a story. The Jade Emperor is a deity in the sky who oversees all living beings and commands powerful heavenly soldiers. Your dad protects the country, captures many bad people, and saves many citizens. Last time he went on a mission, he performed bravely and became a great hero, catching the attention of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor has called your dad to heaven to become an immortal. He will learn powerful magic there, and once he finishes, he will stay in heaven to catch bad people and monsters. But we can't tell anyone, so we say your dad has passed away. When Zhao Jie heard this, he was so excited that he couldn't stay still and sat up again, thrilled. Mom, my dad has gone to be an immortal. Shh, be quiet. Luo Hansu wrapped him in a blanket, placing her finger on her lips as if sharing a secret. We can't let anyone know. It's a secret. Mom, I understand. Zhao Jie immediately covered his mouth, his eyes shining with excitement as he repeated, Mom, my dad is not dead. He has gone to be an immortal. We can't tell anyone. That's right. We can't tell anyone. Only you, me, and Uncle Yang know. Your dad is learning magic in front of the immortals, and he can't come back. Last time, he saw you being bullied at home by your uncle's family and quickly sent a message to Uncle Yang, who rushed over to save you. Your dad can't return, but he can see us from heaven. He watches over you every day. He knows you had good food today and went out to play with me. He sees that you are very happy. But he can't meet you or come back because the Jade Emperor is very strict. He has given your dad a task, and you can only meet once he has learned everything. Zhao Jie listened carefully, leaning on her and asking, Mom, since Dad can't come see me, can I go see him? Not yet. The magic of the immortals is very hard to learn. He has just been chosen by the Jade Emperor and has just started studying with the immortals. We can't disturb him. He needs to focus on his studies. In the future, when the time is right, your dad, mom, and Uncle Yang will go to heaven to meet him. Once we settle there, we will bring you to reunite. We will learn magic from your dad and help him catch bad people and monsters." Zhao Jie nodded eagerly, responding quickly, "Mom, I understand. I won't disturb Dad while he studies magic. I will wait to see him later."
Good.
Let your dad focus on his studies now, and you should study well too. Later, you can tell him about your achievements and show him how excellent and smart you have become, growing into a strong young man who lives up to his expectations. We are also learning skills here that even the heavenly beings do not know. We will learn as much as we can, so that when we meet your father again, we can help him achieve great things. Once Zhao Jie confirmed that his father was not dead, but was learning magic from the heavenly beings, he felt no sadness, only joy. He eagerly responded to everything. "Mom, I will study hard in the future, listen to you and Dad, and learn skills to help him." After calming him down, Luo Hansa helped him lie down and reminded him again, "Little Jie, this is a secret. You must not tell anyone, not even Brother Zhen." "Mom, I remember. It's a secret. If I tell, the Jade Emperor might not let Dad learn magic anymore. I won't tell anyone."
Exactly.
"Keep it in your heart. Dad, Mom, and Uncle Yang won't tell anyone either. We can't let outsiders know this secret. It might affect Dad's learning."
I won't say anything.
"I won't tell anyone, not Brother Zhen, not Brother Qin, and I won't even let Mom know. You are a little man, so you must keep your word. Let's make a pinky promise. Pinky promise 100 years without changing." The mother and son talked for nearly half an hour while lying in bed. After Zhao Jie happily fell asleep, Luo Hansu slowly got up, put on her coat, and sat on the bed to meditate until late at night before lying down. The next morning, Zhao Jie woke up earlier than her. He got up, dressed himself, and walked around the room reciting poetry. When he pulled back the covers to get up, Luo Hansu was actually awake, but kept her eyes closed. Seeing him up early reciting poetry, she sighed with warmth. "Deputy Captain Zhao, you enjoy being a heavenly being. Your precious son will stay with us, and we will do our best to raise him to be a pillar of strength." It snowed all night, and the entire city was covered in a blanket of white. The snow on the streets was about 2 centimeters thick, and many citizens got up early to shovel the snow and clear the roads. When Luo Hansu and her child came out of the guest house, the roads were already cleared. They went to a restaurant for breakfast. 2 bowls of pork soup noodles and 2 eggs, please. After ordering breakfast and paying, Luo Hansu took Zhao Jie to find a seat. Breakfast was just served when the mother and son hadn't had a chance to start eating. A group of people entered the restaurant, and a woman with braided hair approached excitedly. "Hello, Comrade Luo. I'm Wang Mengping, a reporter from Rongqing newspaper. Can I take a few minutes to interview you?" Luo Hansu had seen her interviewing on the street yesterday. She glanced at the people behind her and noticed that Sun Lin was not among them. With a polite but distant tone, she replied, "Hello, Reporter Wang. My child and I are still having breakfast. Can we talk after we finish?" "Of course. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please enjoy your meal," Wang Mengping responded courteously. Zhao Jie felt a bit shy and nervous seeing the unfamiliar adults, so he moved closer to Luo Hansu and quietly asked, "Mom, what do they do?" "These adults are reporters from the newspaper. The articles we read in the paper are written by them after interviews. Don't be afraid, they probably have some questions for me. We'll arrange a simple interview later. All right, let's eat. Start with your egg." Zhao Jie stole a glance at Wang Mengping and the others before lowering his head to eat. He really enjoyed the pork noodle soup, which was spicier than Luo Hansu liked. He had even added extra chili to his bowl. Luo Hansu ate gracefully, not making loud slurping noises like others. When Zhao Jie made some noise, she patiently taught him about table manners. Wang Mengping and her colleagues sat at a nearby table, speaking softly so as not to disturb the mother and son. After they finished eating, Luo Hansu took her son's hand and spoke first. "Reporter Wang, it's not convenient to talk here. I remember the Rongqing newspaper isn't far. Shall we go to your office to discuss?" "Sure," Wang Mengping replied, pleased that Luo Hansu suggested it first. She smiled. Comrade Luo, shall we go now? Yes, please lead the way. Once outside the state-run restaurant, Luo Hansu asked, why didn't Sun Lin come today? Wang Mengping hesitated for a moment before quickly regaining her composure. Comrade Sun Lin didn't come with me today. She was assigned to another interview. Oh, Luo Hansu said casually, but she noticed the slight change in Wang Mengping's expression. Being skilled at reading people, she sensed that there might be some tension between Wang Mengping and Sun Lin. Thinking about what Zhao Jie had mentioned earlier, Wang Mengping subtly inquired, Comrade Luo, are you very close with Sun Lin? I'm not very familiar with her. I've only met her a few times. She is a classmate of my husband's cousin. Luo Hansu spoke honestly and continued the conversation. Reporter Wang, I remember that Sun Lin is a reporter sent to Rongqing by the Kyoto newspaper. I know her as well. We greeted each other yesterday on Dongwen Street. Why wasn't she the one assigned to interview me? Well, when Sun Lin first started working in Rongqing, she made a mistake during her first field interview, which caused some negative impact. She received a disciplinary note, and her interview privileges have been temporarily suspended, Wang Mengping said without hiding anything, with a hint of hidden satisfaction in her eyes. I see. Luo Hansu had already heard about this from Tang Yuan and pretended not to know. She then asked a key question. So, the newspaper arranged for you to interview me today because of Sun Lin's influence? Her question was direct, and Wang Mengping's smile faltered slightly, feeling a bit awkward as she replied, well, yes. Luo Hansu understood the situation and smiled with an ambiguous expression. All right, this isn't the place for a detailed discussion. Let's talk more at the newspaper office. Okay, please. Wang Mengping noticed her expression and felt an uneasy premonition, her mind racing to think through the situation. Once they arrived at the newspaper office, Wang Mengping immediately requested a meeting room, politely bringing them hot tea and offering candies and snacks for Zhao Jie. After they prepared for the interview, Luo Hansu took out her identification. Reporter Wang, before we start the interview, please take a look at this. The special military identification she showed made Wang Mengping's expression change instantly, her demeanor becoming much more serious. Comrade Luo, you are a military personnel, not just an ordinary military spouse? Luo Hansu put the identification back in her pocket, taking the lead in the conversation. Earlier, I asked you if Sun Lin was behind today's interview, and you confirmed it. I think it's best to clarify some things in advance. Given my military status, some interviews cannot be arranged privately, and I believe you all understand this. Wang Mengping quickly explained, Comrade Luo, we sincerely apologize. We didn't know you were military personnel. We thought you were just an ordinary military spouse, which is why. Luo Hansu gestured for them to take a seat and asked in a calm tone, what is the focus of your work today? What do you want to interview me about? Wang Mengping exchanged glances with others, hesitated for 2 seconds, and chose to tell the truth. We mainly want to confirm 3 things. The first is whether the recent crackdown on the trafficking gang in Yang County was your doing. The second is whether the arrest of the criminal forces in Rong City and their protector, Chu Jinfeng, was pushed by your husband. The third is whether the child you adopted is one that was trafficked and lost their family. Luo Hansu listened carefully. The first 2 questions were basically probing her abilities, but the third was interesting. Who told you that the child I adopted is one that was trafficked and lost their family? I'm not. Zhao Jie understood and replied, I'm not the one who was trafficked. My dad is a great hero. He went to heaven. As he was about to reveal a secret, Luo Hansu reached out to pull his arm to remind him, but Zhao Jie realized it himself. My dad is a military hero. I have a dad and a mom. My mom is my new mom. I have 2 dads and moms. Wang Mengping was confused and didn't understand his meaning. Luo Hansu explained, he is the child of a fallen hero. I'm so sorry. We really made a mistake. Wang Mengping quickly apologized and also addressed Zhao Jie, little friend, I'm sorry. The information I received was wrong. I made a mistake, and I apologize to you. All right, Zhao Jie, please eat your candy quietly while mommy talks with the uncles and aunts. Luo Hansu had him sit on a nearby bench, took a sip of hot tea, and spoke slowly. Reporter Wang, comrades, I want to say a few words to verify something with you. Please go ahead, Comrade Luo, Wang Mengping said with a serious expression. Regarding my child, my husband and I only reached an adoption agreement with him the night before last, and the paperwork is still being processed. We arrived in Rong City from Yen City yesterday morning and only spoke to one acquaintance, Sun Lin, throughout the day. I only discussed the adoption with her. Now that you all know my child is adopted, it means that Sun Lin informed you. You wanted to interview me to confirm whether my adopted child is a trafficked child. Is this something you guessed on your own, or did someone provide you with information that led you to seek confirmation from me? Wang Mengping, as a reporter, was sharp-minded and had sensed that something was off. Not wanting to hide anything, she quickly informed it was my colleague Su Jing who told me. I didn't know you before, and hadn't heard your name. Su Jing mentioned it to me. She relayed Su Jing's words almost verbatim and added, Su Jing doesn't know you either. She only saw you on the street yesterday. She heard about this from Sun Lin. So, Sun Lin is classmates with my cousin and knows my husband and me. Why didn't she come to me directly about the child? Why did she send Su Jing to pass on the message to you and bring up the trafficking case, the criminal organization, and Chu Jinfeng? Luo Hansu spoke slowly, posing two questions. These people, working at the newspaper, were clever and should quickly grasp the key points. When Wang Mengping heard Su Jing mention it yesterday afternoon, she was focused on doing a good job for the interview and didn't think much else. But now, as she calmed down, she realized that something was indeed wrong. Sun Lin knew Comrade Luo and could have directly asked him about the child. She could have inquired about the trafficking case too, yet she chose not to. Instead, she had Su Jing relay the message while she stayed in the background. Sun Lin had just transferred to the Rongqing newspaper and was in a position to showcase her abilities. Moreover, she had recently received criticism and a warning. If today's interview was a good opportunity, she would surely find a way to seize it, not let it slip away. Noticing her deep in thought, Luo Hansu continued slowly. The trafficking case has been closed and archived. The rescued women and children have been returned home, and the police have made proper arrangements for those whose family backgrounds couldn't be traced. The case involving Chu Jinfeng and the criminal organization has been thoroughly investigated. Those who needed to be arrested have been, those who needed to be sentenced have been, and those who needed to be executed have been executed. The police and military have issued a unified statement, and the Rongqing newspaper has published the outcomes of these two cases. The matters have been resolved, yet you are here to confirm whether the trafficking case is related to me or if the Chu Jinfeng case is related to my husband. Do you know what you are doing? Seeing Wang Mengping's expression suddenly worsen, the others frowned as well. She continued, assuming the trafficking gang was taken down by me, and that Chu Jinfeng and the dark forces behind him were pushed out by my husband, the military newspaper should be the one to publish a commendation. Your local newspaper cannot interview or publish without authorization. But it has been a long time, and the military newspaper has not published any articles praising us. It only published directives against the trafficking gang and dark forces. What does that mean? Think carefully. Also, consider this. If you interview me today and publish a commendatory article exposing my name in the newspaper and revealing my identity, what consequences will that bring me? She paused, her gaze sharp. Will it only bring honor? There is also danger. Wang Mengping suddenly thought of 4 words and stood up in a panic. Comrade Luo, Luo Hansu interrupted her. When the military calls the newspaper to question you, what will you face next? Facing disciplinary action, at best a serious reprimand, at worst dismissal. Wang Mengping and the others realized the potential outcome, their faces turning pale, feeling cold and visibly anxious. Comrade Luo, it was our mistake. We didn't consider the situation deeply enough. We are truly sorry. Wang Mengping apologized in a flustered manner, her words stumbling. All right, you were also used by others. Luo Hansu pointed out the key issue directly. She didn't ask about the conflict between Wang Mengping and Sun Lin, but instead instructed, relay what I just said to your newspaper secretary and ask him to come here. Tell him I need to speak with him. Okay, Please wait a moment.
I will go get him now.
Wang Mengying immediately stood up and hurriedly left the room. Secretary Tian from the newspaper arrived in a rush 5 minutes later. After greeting Luo Hansi with a handshake, he asked everyone except Wang Mengying to leave so they could discuss other matters privately. After nearly 20 minutes of conversation, Luo Hansi learned about Sun Lin's specific situation, her family's background in Rongqing, and her recent work arrangements. Secretary Tian, we have been keeping an eye on Sun Lin for a while. We just can't figure out her intentions or who she is taking orders from. Based on what we currently know, she applied to transfer to the Rongqing newspaper, falsely claiming that her aunt was here, just to avoid alarming her target. After arriving, she quickly got involved in the Chu Jinfeng case and deliberately made simple mistakes, clearly indicating she was planning something. Previously, Secretary Tian thought Sun Lin was sent from Kyoto for further training and lacked personal skills, which led to her mistakes. He didn't think much of it at the time, but now he had to reconsider. He reviewed Sun Lin's resume. Her work experience was short, similar to Wang Mingping's, but she had more diverse experiences and handled many more interviews. Under normal circumstances, she shouldn't have made such basic errors. Seeing that Secretary Tian was silent, Luo Hansu gently prompted, based on her unusual behavior, her intentions seem significant. Having someone with such motives working here might cause trouble for your newspaper. Secretary Tian had already considered this. He just wanted to send this person from Kyoto away quickly and smiled awkwardly. She can't stay here. We need to find a chance to transfer her. Luo Hansu was waiting for this response. Secretary Tian, I have an idea that could serve two purposes. Secretary Tian didn't underestimate this young and attractive colleague and listened attentively. Comrade Luo, please share your thoughts. Around 10 o'clock, Sun Lin returned after finishing her work outside. Seeing Wang Mengbing and others in the office, she handed over her tasks and immediately went to the small office next door to find Su Jing. Zhao Jing, didn't Wang Mengbing go out for an interview today? She did, but left a bit later than you. Su Jing was at her desk writing and looked up to say, she brought your classmate's sister-in-law to the newspaper and talked for half an hour in the meeting room, but there was no interview arranged. Why wasn't there an interview? Sun Lin squinted slightly. Wang Mengbing first asked about the situation. The trafficking gang in the county wasn't taken down by her. It was the military that sent a female undercover agent to handle it all. She had no knowledge of the Rongqing criminal activities or the Chu Jinfeng case. Also, the child she adopted wasn't a trafficking victim. I was mistaken. That child is a martyr's orphan, the son of her husband's comrade. The child's father died, and his mother remarried, so they took the child in for adoption. What Su Jing said were all things Wang Mengbing had intentionally mentioned in the office earlier, aiming for her to pass the information to Sun Lin. I see. Sun Lin felt a bit disappointed. She had intentionally set up this situation but didn't gain any useful clues. Su Jing noticed her strange expression but didn't think much of it. She pulled Sun Lin closer and whispered, Sun Lin, doesn't your classmate's sister-in-law come from a powerful and wealthy family? Sun Lin's eyes sparkled slightly as she pretended to be cautious and glanced around. In a voice only they could hear, she replied, her family has a capitalist background. They're red capitalists. They used to be one of the richest families in Haicheng. 10 years ago, her grandfather donated all the family wealth, which is said to be around 30 to 50 million.
Wow.
Su Jing gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. How do you know her family is powerful and wealthy? Sun Lin asked, following up on the conversation. Before, when she was talking business with Wang Mengbing, the child was playing outside with Li Xiaofei. The child said his mom could ride horses, that they had a large horse racing field, and lived in a fancy mansion. He also mentioned that his mom buys him a lot of things, filling a whole truck with stuff, and they have endless meat and fruit at home. Hearing this, Sun Lin's eyes lit up, and she spoke quickly. Did he really say that? Yes, Li Xiaofei mentioned it in the office, and everyone heard. Sister Tao even went to ask that child, and he said they have a huge horse racing field, and his mom often takes him riding. As Sun Lin left, she walked lightly, and when she returned to her desk, she looked noticeably happy. She even smiled at Wang Mengbing when their eyes met. Wang Mengting glanced at her but quickly looked away, maintaining a serious expression as she pretended to finish her work and took her folder to find the leaders on the second floor. Luo Hansa stayed behind, teaching Zhao Jie math in the second-floor office. Wang Mengting knocked on the door before entering and immediately told her, "Comrade Luo, it worked. She will definitely call for confirmation next. Help me find the phone number." "Okay." Wang Mengting quickly left. "Let's continue." Luo Hansi used the math method she learned as a child to teach Zhao Jie, who was paying close attention and had mastered basic addition and subtraction within 10. As she guessed, Sun Lin finished her work and immediately went to use the office phone. After talking for 2 or 3 minutes, she happily returned to her office, completely unaware that Wang Mengping was following her to use the phone. After getting the phone number, Luo Hansu didn't rush to leave. She was sure that the person behind Sun Lin would contact the Rongqing newspaper soon to arrange her work again. Knock, knock. In just 10 minutes, Secretary Tian knocked and entered. "Comrade Luo," Sun Lin's former workplace called. "They want us to transfer her to the Yanqing newspaper for a special task." Luo Hansu had everything under control. Sun Lin was coming for her, and naturally, they would send her to Yanqing. However, she wouldn't let them have their way and said softly, "Isn't the Yanqing newspaper closed?" Yes, the Yanqing newspaper was closed 5 years ago. Now it belongs to Rongqing, and they only have a small office there with 3 people on duty. Luo Hansu picked up a pen from the desk and wrote 2 words on a piece of paper, showing it to him. "Since there is no newspaper in southern Yanqing, I guess the leaders in the capital are sending Sun Lin to the northern Yanqing, making it easier for her to return to her original workplace and go home for the new year." Secretary Tian's face twitched, and he forced a smile. "Yes, that must be what the leaders in the capital mean. Secretary Tian, let's not delay Sun Lin's important matter. Let's help her with the transfer procedures today," Luo Hansu said as she stood up. Secretary Tian smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll take care of it right now." "Thank you, Secretary Tian." Luo Hansu politely expressed her gratitude and then left through the side door with Zhao Jie. After exiting the newspaper office, the mother and son headed straight to the nearby telecommunications bureau. Luo Hansu took out her military ID, used a phone, and called her father-in-law in the capital. Zhou Zhongming answered the call with a smile in his voice. "Hansu, why are you calling today?" "Dad, I have something I'd like your help with." "Go ahead." Zhou Zhongming immediately grabbed a pen and paper, ready to take notes. "Dad, it's not urgent. First, let me have Zhao Jie talk to you. We have completed the adoption procedures, and today we brought him to Rongqing for a visit." Luo Hansu pulled her son close, held the phone to his ear, and instructed him, "Zhao Jie, call him Grandpa. It's Grandpa Zhou."
"Grandpa."
Zhao Jie obediently called out.
"Hey, Zhao Jie."
Zhou Zhongming had spoken to his son before and knew about the child. His voice was gentle. "Zhao Jie, are you playing in Rongqing with your mom? Did your dad come?" "Grandpa, Dad came to work in Rongqing. He and Uncle Yang are at work, and Mom is taking me around the city." "Did Grandpa hear your dad say you had a cold and fever? Are you feeling better now?" Seeing that Grandpa knew this, Zhao Jie smiled widely and said, "Grandpa, I'm fine now. Uncle Yang took me for a shot." "That's good. After a while, when your parents come to Kyoto for the new year, you can come with them. I'll drive to the train station to pick you up." "Okay." After their conversation, Luo Hansu picked up the phone to discuss important matters with her father-in-law, briefly explaining Sun Lin's situation and asking him to help verify the identity of the phone account holder. This was a small matter. Zhou Zhongming noted the phone number, chatted a bit more with his daughter-in-law, and after hanging up, he went to investigate. Meanwhile, Secretary Tian called Sun Lin to the office to inform her about her job transfer, instructing her to hand over her work immediately and to come back to his office for the transfer certificate once the paperwork was completed. Today's events went very smoothly, and Sun Lin felt particularly good, quickly finishing her work handover. She politely said goodbye to her colleagues in the office, completely unaware of the subtle glances from Wang Mengping and others. Soon, her loud voice echoed in Secretary Tian's office. "Secretary Tian, you made a mistake. It's Yen City, the Yen from Wild Goose. not this Yen City. I did not make a mistake. The notification from Kyoto states that your new position is at the Yen City newspaper, which is in D Province, not here in H Province. H Province Yen City doesn't have a newspaper. The Yen City newspaper was shut down 5 years ago and has been managed by Rome City since then, with only a small office set up. You went to retrieve files there a few days ago, so you should know that they don't need more staff. You had a mistake in your previous work and were noted for it, but you have performed well these past few days without any errors. The leaders at the Kyoto newspaper wouldn't punish you without reason by transferring you here to sit idle. With Secretary Tian saying this, Sun Lin had to swallow her words and, feeling helpless, left with the transfer certificate in hand. After she walked away, Secretary Tian smiled and remarked, "A woman as beautiful as a fairy, cunning as a fox, she can cause trouble without facing consequences." When Sun Lin left, her face was dark with anger as she stormed off with her belongings. Wang Mengping and the others secretly followed her, only breathing a sigh of relief once they confirmed she had left the newspaper office. Less than 5 minutes after Luo Hansu left the telecommunications bureau, Sun Lin rushed in. After connecting the call, she couldn't contain her anger and questioned loudly, "Deputy Director, why didn't you clarify the location when you transferred me? What's going on?" The other party replied, confused. "Did you call Secretary Tian at the Rongqing newspaper to discuss my job transfer?" Sun Lin asked him. "Yes, I arranged for you to move to Yanqing to make it easier for your next steps." But Secretary Tian wrote down Yanqing in D Province, not Yanqing in H Province. Sun Lin was quite upset, her delicate face turning red. The person on the other end paused for 2 seconds, raising their voice slightly. "He made a mistake. You need to have him correct it quickly. It can't be changed now, he has already called the Yanqing newspaper. Besides, he said there is no newspaper in Yanqing, as it was closed 5 years ago and is now managed by Rongqing. There is only a small office there, and they don't need extra staff." The caller was silent for a moment, then spoke in a serious tone after about 10 seconds. "I will call Yanqing. Your reporting time will be delayed, and I will arrange your position later. The matters you reported before do not require much investigation. You should go to Yanqing now and follow my instructions." Okay. At this point, Sun Lin had no choice but to follow the arrangement. When you arrive in Yanqing, verify the situation immediately. If it is true, call me right away. I need to report to the higher-ups. We will handle everything according to our orders, the person on the phone instructed.
Yes,
Sun Lin said before hanging up. After finishing an important task in the morning, Luo Hansu was in a good mood as she walked with her child on the street. It was almost lunchtime, and she planned to try a different restaurant for some new dishes. The food in Rongqing was truly delicious. Having lived here for a while, she had gradually gotten used to spicy food and could now enjoy dishes that were mildly spicy. "Zhao Jie, let's try this pork with mushrooms. Mommy hasn't had this type of mushroom before. Can we try it?" Luo Hansi used to often pick wild mushrooms in the mountains and like them. She hadn't had the chance to try them since arriving here. Zhao Jie was not picky and ate both meat and vegetables. He nodded in agreement and said, "Mommy, I know mushrooms. I've picked them in the mountains and collected a big basket." The waiter was writing the menu and greeted them warmly. "Comrade, these mushrooms are picked from the mountains and then dried. This dish is delicious and many customers come back for it." "Great, we'll have 1 order of that, along with a steamed egg and a bowl of taro soup." After ordering, Luo Hansu found a small table to sit down and took out a thermos from her backpack. "Zhao Jie, drink some water." Zhao Jie held a pot of water, excitedly told her, "Mom, I can pick mushrooms.
there are so many on the mountain."
I went with aunties before. Is it the mountain behind the family compound?" Luo Hansu asked. "Yes, it's where that uncle climbs the ladder. There are many mushrooms and there are also bamboo. I've picked bamboo shoots before and gathered wild vegetables with Brother Jin. The wild vegetables are long and slippery, but I can't remember the name." "Long and slippery?" Luo Hansa thought. The waitress nearby heard their conversation and smiled, saying, "It must be fern." "Yes, it's fern. The auntie said it was fern." Zhao Jie remembered and tugged at Luo Hance's arm. Mom, I know fern. I can take you to pick a lot. You can only eat fern in spring. It's winter now and snowing, so there are no ferns on the mountain. We can go next spring, Luo Hance replied, familiar with fern from her past life. Little sister, your son is very understanding and well-behaved, the waitress said with a smile. Luo Hance smiled back. Yes, he's smart, clever, and thoughtful. Praising from elders made Zhao Jie happy, and he shyly hid in her arms. A familiar voice came from the door. The mother and son turned around, and Zhao Jie joyfully ran over. Dad, Uncle Yang. What brings you here? Luo Hansu stood up. Zhou Mo Yao picked up his son and walked toward her. We finished our work today and came to find you for dinner. We checked 2 restaurants and didn't see you, so we came here. Please sit down. I'll add 2 more dishes. What do you want to eat? Luo Hansu asked. Sour fish slices and cured meat, Yang Pu replied. He was a regular at the Rongqing restaurant and knew the signature dish as well. Waitress, please add these 2 dishes, Luo Hansu said as she went to settle the bill. The waitress quickly prepared the order and smiled at Zhou and Mo Yao and Yang Pu, quietly asking her, Sister, is your husband a soldier? You're very observant, she replied. People working in state-run restaurants are experienced and perceptive. Even though Zhou and Mo Yao and Yang Pu weren't in uniform, they had a unique military presence that made the waitress immediately recognize them as soldiers. When Luo Hansu arrived, Zhao Jie was talking to 2 elders about recent events. Upon learning that she and her son had gone to the Rongqing newspaper this morning, Zhou and Mo Yao asked her, Hansu, what did you go to the newspaper for today? There were a few tables of guests in the restaurant, so some things couldn't be overheard. Luo Hansu lowered her voice and explained the situation with Sun Lin. I called Dad and asked him to help me find out the phone owner and their details. He said he would get back to me soon. Zhou and Mo Yao hadn't heard her mention Sun Lin before, nor had he discussed the Sun family with her. He informed her, Sun Lin's grandfather is about to retire, and there's no chance for her to go up now. Choosing sides now is to pave the way for his 2 sons before he steps down. Yang Pu, sitting nearby and eating sunflower seeds, smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you really did it. Changing Yen City to Yen City will probably make Sun Lin furious. She can just stay in Yen City from now on. Zhou and Mo Yao planned out the rest of Sun Lin's life for her. Yen City is a small, remote town in the north, with poor transportation, no industrial support, and no special economic industries, making the overall environment impoverished and backward. Sun Lin had tried many small tricks here, but they hadn't caused any real harm. Sending her to a remote town was a way to punish her, and also a warning to the Sun family. Hansu, with this piece moved, they will definitely send more people. Zhou and Mo Yao reminded her. That's fine, let them send. Luo Hansu was not worried at all, slowly peeling sunflower seeds as she said, if they send gifts, I need to return the favor. I'll ask Dad to help me check, and when we go back for the new year, I'll send them gifts to make it a memorable holiday for them. All right, we'll arrange it when we return to Beijing. Zhou and Mo Yao liked her determination. Soon, the kitchen notified that the food was ready. The 3 men got up to serve the dishes. Zhao Jie, without needing guidance from the elders, eagerly went to get the food and chopsticks, running back and forth. Once the food was set, he picked up his chopsticks and served meat to Luo Hansu. Mom, eat meat. Zhao Jie did well. Zhou and Mo Yao praised him, adding a piece of mixed fat and lean cured meat to his bowl. Eat up. Yang Pu picked out fish slices without bones for him and gave Luo Hansu a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you trained him well. I didn't train him. Zhao Jie is naturally smart and well-behaved. Having him as our son is a blessing for both of us. Luo Hansu also served her son a spoonful of egg custard. In Yang Pu's memory, before Zhao Yanshan passed away, he was a mischievous troublemaker. Now, he seems so well-behaved and mature, likely due to changes in his family circumstances. This cured meat tastes good. Luo Hansu thought this was her first time trying it. She had hesitated before because the cured meat looked dark, but after Zhou Moyao offered her a piece, She found it quite tasty. The cured meat here is delicious, especially the homemade cured meat from the farmers in the mountains. It tastes even better. Zhao Moyao chose a piece of fatty pork for her. The best is the one with fat. My grandfather loves cured meat, and I always bring him 2 or 3 pieces each year. He only takes it out to serve guests when they visit. Do they sell it in state-run stores? Luo Hansu hadn't noticed before. Yes, I buy it there every year. Yang Pu, who loved cured meat, had already finished a bowl of rice and asked her sister-in-law, "Is there no cured meat in Haicheng?" "No, I've never had it." "When you go to the state-run store to buy cured meat, please get me some too. Buy both cured meat and sausages. I'll send them to Sui so that the siblings can try it as well." Yang Pu thought that since she loved it, Sui would probably enjoy it too. Luo Hansen nodded, sure. The father and son made sure she had enough to eat first, and Zhao Jie, without needing his father's guidance, immediately served her more food as soon as she finished. At such a young age, he was already so thoughtful. The women at the next table looked on enviously, scolding their own sons who only focused on eating. Zhou Moyao and the others had some things to take care of in the afternoon but weren't in a hurry. Luo Hansu originally planned to go to the Xinhua bookstore, so he drove them there and accompanied them while they bought a stack of books. Afterward, he took them to the guest house before attending to his own matters. The guest house was a bit cold without a stove for warmth, so the mother and son decided to lie in bed. Zhao Jie fell asleep after chatting for a while Luo Hansu sat on the bed meditating. Knock, 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 knock. As night fell, a rhythmic knocking came from the door, and Luo Hansu quickly went to open it. Standing outside was a woman about her height, bundled up tightly. Upon seeing her, she whispered, "Comrade, hello, I am White Dove. Please come in." Once inside, they exchanged quiet words for a few minutes. White Dove handed her a key and a hand-drawn map. After carefully reading, Luo Hansu immediately told her son, who was sitting in bed, "Zhao Jie, this is Aunt Bai Go, whom I mentioned before. She needs my help right now. Can you stay in a room with her and let her teach you some poetry, okay?" "Mom, please come back quickly," Zhao Jie said, feeling a bit scared. "Okay, Mom will be back as soon as she finishes." Luo Hansu hugged him briefly, gave Bai Gu a few instructions, exchanged clothes with her, and then hurried off into the night. Bai Gu provided her with a detailed internal map of her in-laws' home. She had married into the Ho family in Rongqing to complete a task assigned by her organization. After 2 or 3 years of undercover work, she had gathered many important clues, but the key evidence was still missing, so she had to ask for help from above. Luo Hansu had been exploring the city for the past few days and was familiar with the streets of Rongqing. Now, she rode her bike straight to the Ho family's house. The Ho family was out at a relative's house for dinner that night. Bai Gu had been married for 3 years, but had deliberately avoided pregnancy, which made her mother-in-law unhappy. She was not allowed to participate in family gatherings, which suited her just fine. With the key in hand, Luo Hansu confidently opened the front door and headed straight to the room where Bai Gu suspected something was hidden. Bai Gu had already checked all the furniture, walls, and floors, as well as the basement and storage room. She had even inspected every tile in the bathroom, but still hadn't found anything. Luo Hansu quickly took action and effortlessly retrieved a metal box hidden in the beams of the ceiling. Inside the box were several items. She quickly glanced through them, confirmed they were the evidence requested, and then stored them away before preparing to leave. "What are you doing in the study?" As Luo Hansu opened the door, she ran into a member of the Ho family entering the house. The man in front was middle-aged and appeared to be the head of the Ho family, Bai Ji's father-in-law, who had just started to speak. She was wearing Bai Ji's clothes and a scarf covered half of her face, but her figure was still somewhat different, and her hair was shorter than Bai Ji's. Standing behind the middle-aged man was Bai Ji's husband, who was now looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, squinting his eyes, uncertain. "Bai Gu?" Seeing his suspicion, Luo Hansu pulled the scarf up to cover most of her face and took out a handgun from her waist.
Who are you?
As soon as the gun appeared, the Ho family changed their expressions and almost in unison said, "You are not the White Dove." If you don't want to die, step aside. Luo Hansi used her inner strength to change her voice, deliberately making it sound dark and neutral. The father and son at the front remained calm in the face of the gun. The man of the house pressed his lips together, his gaze sharp as a knife. What brings you to our home? What do you think? Luo Hansi retorted, moving closer to them. You are wearing my wife's clothes. Where is my wife? The husband of the white dove asked, but his eyes were communicating with his father, and one hand was signaling behind him. Luo Hansi noticed these small movements and coldly sneered. She swiftly moved like a shadow, grabbing him as a hostage.
You.
The husband of the white dove didn't even see how she moved. He was already captured. Brother. The Ho couple and their children were startled, losing their composure and failing to prepare for defense. Luo Hansu pressed the gun to his head and held his neck, forcing him to move outside. If you don't want him to die, everyone step aside. Quickly, step aside. The white dove's mother-in-law, fearing for her son, was the first to clear the way, pulling her younger son aside. With the path cleared, Luo Hansu easily exited the house. Once in a safe spot, she struck the back of the white dove's husband's neck and quickly dashed into the dark street. Behind her, the Ho family was screaming, and neighbors opened their doors, unaware of the situation. Encouraged by the Ho family, they helped look for the thief. Luo Hansu returned to the guest house without any obstacles, deliberately avoiding the staff and quietly going back to her room. White Dove, I got the items, but you can't go back. I just ran into the Ho family and they will probably call the police and search the whole city. Seeing that she had completed her task so quickly, the white dove smiled with ease. As long as I got the items, the mission is accomplished. I didn't plan to go back anyway. The documents left there are fake, and nothing else matters. Luo Hansu exchanged clothes with her, and after putting on her own coat, she said, You can't stay here. They will come looking for you soon. I will notify my husband to send someone to take you away. Okay. Thank you, Comrade Luo. Zhou Mo Yao received a call from his wife and chuckled. Wife, you are so capable. I really feel the pressure. Stop chatting and send someone to pick up the people and the items, Luo Hansa said in a low voice. What she received today was very important. Zhou Maorao came personally, didn't waste time here, said a few words, and took away the white dove along with the entire metal box. After they left, Luo Hansu lay down on the bed, and Zhao Jie looked at her with bright eyes, saying, Mom, you are amazing. The child understood more than he let on. They hadn't explained everything in detail, but he could guess that what Aunt White Dove couldn't accomplish, his mom managed to do easily. Luo Hansu rubbed his head, smiling. When you grow up and learn some basic knowledge, I will teach you some impressive skills. Mom, like magic tricks that are so fast, I can't even see them? Zhao Jie asked her. Yes, do you want to learn? I do. Then you need to study hard. Learning skills isn't easy. You need to read a lot. A strong foundation in knowledge will help you understand. Zhao Jie didn't grasp all the words, but he got the general idea and mentioned reading. Mom, Aunt White have just taught me a new poem, but I only learned one line. What poem is it? The cowherd rides a yellow cow, and the rest is about singing something. Zhao Jie couldn't remember the rest. The song echoes through the forest. The mother and son recited together in the room while outside. The streets were lively, and the whole Rongqing was mobilized for a search. A small investigation team arrived at the guest house. Luo Hansu opened the door and cooperated with the inspection, naturally sending them away. Her mission was complete, and the mother and son had enjoyed enough time in Rongqing. Zhou Maoyao and the others still had work to do and wouldn't return for 3 to 5 days, so Luo Hansu took Zhao Jie back to Yanqing by train the next morning. Once home, Luo Hansu sent her son to the military school kindergarten, enrolling him in a preschool class, and every evening, she taught him phonics and arithmetic at home. Meanwhile, Sun Lin also arrived in Yanqing. She called the Yanqing Revolutionary Committee from the capital, and they arranged for someone to assist her with her work. The person assisting her was a meticulous man. Upon learning she wanted to investigate a racetrack covering dozens of acres in Yanqing, he looked at her strangely, saying, Comrade Sun Lin, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not mistaken. I came specifically for this matter. How could I be wrong? Sun Lin emphasized seriously. We have detailed records of the situation in Yanqing's urban area, suburbs, and production teams. There is no racetrack in entire Yanqing, not a single one. Really not? Sun Lin frowned. Really, in Yan City, which is a mountainous area, very few people raise horses. The total number of horses in Yan City might not exceed 10. In the countryside, there are many donkeys and mules and more people raise cattle, but there are no farms clearing dozens of acres to raise them. At most, production teams build a few wooden sheds for livestock. Sun Lin did not believe him, so he called over a few more colleagues, and their answers were consistent, all confirming, there is no racetrack in Yan City. A child shouldn't lie. He is the child of a martyr and has ridden a horse himself. Sun Lin insisted that there was a racetrack, and the comrades from the committee had to let her explain the situation in detail before quickly heading to the station troops to confirm. When the comrade from the committee arrived, Luo Hansu was at the training ground. She had informed Commissioner Peng about the situation in advance, and now Commissioner Peng brought people to the training ground. Comrade Yu, this is our training ground, which covers dozens of acres. Equestrian skills are a required subject here. Comrade Luo is quite skilled in horsemanship and has been appointed as an instructor, teaching others how to ride. Several horses were running on the training ground, and a spirited female comrade was riding and teaching techniques to several male soldiers who were learning. What was unclear? The child regarded this place as home and thought of the training ground as his family's racetrack, yet Sun Lin, an adult, believed it. Comrade Yu awkwardly laughed. Commissioner Peng, I'm really sorry for taking up your time today. No problem, no problem. You are rare guests. It's not often you come here. Let's walk around and help review these kids' training. Comrade Yu and his group stayed for nearly an hour before returning. Once at the committee, they reported the situation. Sun Lin was called to the office by the committee leaders. After learning the truth, her expression twisted, and her voice became sharp and piercing. A training ground in the military? Soldiers practicing equestrian skills? Luo Hansu is an instructor? We saw it with our own eyes and even spoke to Instructor Luo. She usually teaches horsemanship and, in her free time, takes the children from the military family area for rides and play. Comrade Yu was not alone when he went to the military. He had 2 companions with him, and the 3 had no reason to lie about this matter. After receiving her call, the deputy director in Kyoto was furious and shouted, Sun Lin, are you out of your mind? With your foolishness, hurry up and go to Yan City. Don't mess things up there. With a loud bang, the phone call ended. Sun Lin felt her heart drop, and a chill ran down her spine, making her shiver. She understood the deputy director's message. Her job transfer would not happen. In a panic, she quickly called her family, asking her grandfather and parents for help. The Sun family did try to intervene, but Zhou Imoyao had already acted first. Despite his efforts to leverage connections, he couldn't resolve the issue and had to call Sun Lin, telling her to report to Yan City temporarily and that they would arrange something for her after the new year. Sun Lin wasn't foolish. She was just a bit too eager. Once she calmed down and reflected on recent events, she began to suspect she might have been tricked. But now that she had figured it out, it was too late. She had become a discarded piece in the game. The day after Sun Lin left Yan City, Luo Hansu received a letter from her father-in-law. The letter was detailed, outlining the deputy director who assigned tasks to Sun Lin, as well as information about her husband and all relatives from both her family and in-laws. It even included the deputy director's recent whereabouts and the people he had met. So, it turns out my brother from my family is a favorite in front of Zhang Jiabang. No wonder he was so eager, Luo Hansu thought, folding the letter and putting it away with a sarcastic smile. Interfering too much always comes with a price. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Jie ran home with his backpack after school. Hearing sounds from the kitchen, he rushed in with a big smile, saying, Mom, Teacher Chen gave me a little red flower today. Seeing the little red flower in his hand, Luo Hansu asked with a smile, was it for a game? No, I cleaned up with Meow Meow and Teacher Chen said we did a great job, so he gave us both a little red flower. The two kids were very happy today and had been showing off on their way home, holding the little red flowers like treasures. You and Meow Meow are amazing. Go stick your little red flower on the wall, just like Sister Ya. One day, you can cover the whole wall with red flowers and certificates. The original owner had received many awards during school, including little red flowers, flags, certificates, and various honors, all of which were once displayed in her room, but were now stored away. These were her most cherished achievements and a testament to her honors as a student, worth keeping and preserving. Zhao Jie came over after sticking the paper himself, climbed onto a small stool next to the stove, and swallowed hard. Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight? Stir-fried dried beans with cured meat. Luo Hansu bought 6 pieces of cured meat in Rongqing and shared 3 with other families. They returned the favor with some dried vegetables, chicken, duck, and eggs, and the dried beans were a gift from Li Huai's family. Zhou and Mo Yao was not home, so the mother and son had 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish every night. Tonight's vegetable dish was stir-fried shredded asparagus. Zhao Jie, what did you eat for lunch at school? They didn't cook at home for lunch. She ate at the military cafeteria, and Zhao Jie ate at the school cafeteria, only cooking dinner at home. Zhao Jie scratched his head and thought for a moment before answering. Potatoes and some green dish with tofu. I don't know what it was. I didn't like the taste. I only ate the tofu. It must have been celery. Just as the dishes were served, Li Qin came over with a bowl, climbed onto a stool, and sat down to eat with them. Aunt Luo, your dish is really delicious. His mother, Chen Yuan, was eating outside and rolled her eyes at him. We're having the same dishes tonight. The cured meat is from Aunt Luo, and the dried beans are from me. They are both cooked in water, so they taste the same. Mom, I meant the asparagus. Aunt Luo's asparagus is tastier and looks better than yours. Li Qin had a reason to tease her. Luo Hansa chuckled and called out his bluff. Since you came in, I haven't seen you eat a single piece of asparagus. You didn't even touch the bowl with your chopsticks. Li Qin, that I just ate some. To cover up his lie, he quickly grabbed 2 pieces and stuffed them in his mouth, chewing while saying, It really is better than what my mom makes. I know you too well. You think even Aunt Luo's farts smell better. Chen Yuan teased him from outside. Luo Hansu. The sisters in the compound were quite straightforward, sometimes speaking so frankly that she couldn't handle it, but they were all good-hearted and warm, and everyone got along well. She was usually busy with work and training, and they would help her carry firewood when they went into the mountains. On sunny days, they helped her dry blankets and clothes, and on rainy days, they helped her collect them. If the service center had good food, they would always save her a portion. She remembered their kindness and often gave back. Whenever she went to the city, she would bring back some seasonal fresh vegetables and fruits to share with everyone, and often bought snacks and toys for the children. This society is one where personal relationships matter. The family compound is like a small social circle where everyone interacts with mutual respect, love, and support, creating a harmonious living atmosphere and lasting bonds among people. Zhou Maorao thought his work in Rongqing would end in about a week, but due to the issues with the Ho family, he was busy for over half a month before returning to Yanqing. He called his wife in advance. Luo Hansu had asked someone from the logistics department to bring a hen, and by the time he returned home in the afternoon, she was making chicken soup. Mom, Dad, and Uncle Yang are back. Zhao Jie saw the jeep coming from a distance and quickly ran back to tell everyone, then dashed like a bullet to the entrance of the compound to greet them. Luo Hansu stood at the door in a thick cotton coat, wearing an apron, and helped open the door as soon as the car stopped. It snowed last night. Was the road okay? It snowed more heavily in Rongqing, and the roads are icy. The roads near there are not easy to drive, but this side is all right. After not seeing her for half a month, Zhou Maoyao's heart was full of thoughts about her. Seeing her rosy complexion and slightly rounder face made him smile deeper. Hansu, is there hot water at home? I haven't showered in 4 days and really need to wash. There's hot water. I've prepared it for you. Luo Hansu had everything ready and told Yang Pu, who was getting the luggage, Yang Pu, your kettle is full and the coal stove is on. There's a pot of hot water. come eat after your shower.
Thanks, sister-in-law.
Yongpu bought some candy in Rongqing and handed it to Pringzhen. Jinzi, you're in charge of sharing the candy with the younger siblings. Share it equally and no fighting. A group of kids quickly lined up to get their candy, and Zhao Jie happily stood in the middle, listening to his older brother's orders. Zhou Maorao smiled as he saw him fitting in with the group of children and took his wife home. When he came out after his shower, dinner was ready. Luo Hansa called out Zhao Jie, "Go call Uncle Yang for dinner." That evening, they had a nutritious pot of cuttlefish chicken soup, a big bowl of their favorite cured meat, a dish of pickled vegetables with eggs, and 2 large bowls of vegetables. Once everyone was gathered, they started eating. "You two can have the chicken legs. My son and I will have the wings." Luo Hansu divided the food. "You two should have the chicken legs." Zhou Maorao switched bowls, but Luo Hansu pushed it back. "Zhao Jie and I ate a whole chicken a few days ago." Zhao Jie didn't want the chicken leg anymore. He was happily eating chicken wings and told them, "Dad, Uncle Yang, Mom is really good at hunting. She caught 2 wild chickens and 5 wild rabbits. Is that true?"
Yang Peo asket, surpriset.
Zhou Mo Yao's eyes brightened a bit as he pointed to the mountain behind. "Hansu, did you catch them over there?" "Yes, there are plenty of wild animals on the back mountain." Luo Hansu had been training for rock climbing. After climbing up, she wandered around the mountain and came back with a big pile of wild game, which surprised everyone. They knew there were many wild animals on the back mountain. Last year, they even organized a trip to catch wild boars and had a great harvest. But for her, a woman, to easily catch so much wild game was truly impressive. Even though the mother and son had eaten a whole wild chicken, Zhou Mo Yao still gave her the chicken leg while he ate the wings. The 2 men had big appetites and finished all the dishes, leaving no rice behind. After the meal, they went to wash their clothes, while Luo Hansu cleaned the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. Once they finished, the couple sat by the stove to warm up. Luo Hansu asked Yao, "Is the situation in Rong City very difficult? Why have you been so busy?" "I'm dealing with the Ho family's matters this week. I submitted the evidence you collected to the old leader right away, and they arrested the entire Ho family overnight. These days have mainly been spent on interrogations." He didn't go into detail about the specifics, but shared what he could. The parents of the white dove were killed on the orders of the Ho family. She was taken in by her aunt, which is why she wasn't silenced. Her aunt and uncle helped her investigate for many years before they found clues. She was determined to take revenge and got help from military leaders to arrange a false identity and later married into the Ho family. The small Ho family in Rong City is not simple. It involves multiple forces and many unknown secrets. We've been investigating for half a month and still haven't uncovered everything. The old leader has taken the evidence and people back to the capital, and it will likely take a lot of time to follow up. When Luo Hansu first saw the evidence, she had a rough idea of the situation and said thoughtfully, "After the new year, things in the capital are likely to get lively." Zhou Mo Yao replied, "It's the darkness before dawn." Then he took a list out of his coat pocket and handed it to her. "Hansu, the old leader has assigned you a task. There are 6 names on the paper, each with their official titles. They are all mid-level officials from the capital." Luo Hansa glanced at them and asked, "Are we investigating these 6 people?"
Zhu Montakia nodded.
She had easily gathered evidence during her trip to Rongqing, and her former leader appreciated her skills, specifically asking her to look into these 6 individuals. "We obtained a lot of information from the Ho family. These 6 are key figures, and we have confirmed they have broken the law. However, the Ho family claims there is no proof, so we need to find evidence before we can take action." "Understood." Luo Hansu neatly folded the paper and asked, "When are we going back to the capital?" "Give me a few days to finish up some work with the troops, and then we will head back immediately." If it were just for the new year, they might delay a bit, but since they needed to return for work, they should go back as soon as possible. Additionally, there was another matter. I called home a couple of days ago and Grandma told me that Mo Chin is getting married. The wedding is set for 10 days from now, and we need to hurry back to celebrate. Since getting married, Luo Hansu hadn't asked about Zhou Mo Chin at all, and during her calls with the elders, She hadn't heard anything about his wedding. Was this a last-minute decision? Is it the girl he met through Aunt San? Zhou Imo Yao asked the elders over the phone and nodded. Yes, her name is Li Chumeng. The Li family is a good match for our family. I heard from Grandma that they have been dating for a while, and it seems to be going well. Mo Qin took her home to meet the family. The girl was raised with love from her parents and siblings, so she has a bit of a temper, but she's not unreasonable. Overall, she seems good. They originally planned to get engaged at the end of the year and marry in May or June next year, but Aunt San disagreed. She insisted they marry before the new year, fearing that the daughter-in-law she chose might change her mind. They hurriedly set a wedding date without consulting Mo Qin and sent out invitations, which led to a fight between mother and son at home, forcing them to move the wedding up. Luo Hansu didn't want to talk about Aunt San or get involved in their family matters. She simply nodded, okay, I'll take my time packing my things over the next couple of days. Once you're done, we'll head back right away. Since starting school, Zhao Jie has been sleeping in his own room. He plays with his friends outside until 8 o'clock, and Zhou Imo Yao takes him to wash his hair and bathe. After that, he goes back to his room to sleep. With him taking care of their son, Luo Hansu has been able to lie down early in bed and read for half an hour. Time for bed. Zhou Imo Yao entered the room, closed the door, took off his clothes, and removed the book from her hands, moving quickly. It had been half a month since he had been intimate with his wife, and tonight he was unusually excited, his movements quick and impulsive. He was too forceful, and halfway through, Luo Hansu called out, Yao, stop, stop. Hansu, what's wrong? At that critical moment, Zhou Imo Yao felt extremely tense, with veins standing out on his neck. Yao, my stomach hurts. Let's not continue. Luo Hansu pushed him away. Your stomach hurts? Seeing her discomfort, Zhou Imo Yao wouldn't insist. He held her face, looking worried. Wife, we haven't even finished once. How can your stomach hurt? Luo Hansu held her abdomen with both hands, her delicate brows furrowed in pain. My stomach has been feeling bloated lately. If I exercise too much, it hurts a little. You were too forceful just now, and it felt like a cramp. Zhou Imo Yao immediately sat up and helped her up. Hansu, I'll take you to the hospital. Oh no, I don't want to go. Luo Hansu had thought about seeing a doctor but hesitated. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she said, the military hospital has all male doctors and they specialize in surgery and orthopedics. It's not convenient for me to get checked. We can go to the city, to the hospital in Yen City, Zhou Imo Yao said as he started to help her get dressed. Yao, it's late. I don't think it's a big issue. I know my body, it might just be from training too hard. Luo Hansu didn't want to go to the hospital. She pulled the blanket over herself and held his arm, playfully saying, we're going back to Beijing soon. The hospitals there have better equipment and more skilled doctors. Let's wait until we get to Beijing to arrange a checkup. Does it still hurt now? A little bit, but it's not as painful as before. Luo Hansu slowly lay back down. Zhou Imo Yao's hand slipped under the blanket, resting gently on her stomach, stroking it softly. Wife, you've gained a little weight recently. Your stomach is rounder. Luo Hansu replied, I've been eating a lot lately. I wake up hungry every morning before the alarm goes off. This isn't right. We need to see a doctor, Zhou Imo Yao said, worried. With the cold weather lately, we haven't had outdoor training. I've been resting by the fire at home. If I'm still not feeling well, we can go to Yen City. If it doesn't hurt anymore, we can wait until we get back to Beijing. She was always decisive, so Zhou Imo Yao had to agree. If you feel unwell, you must tell me. Okay. Luo Hansu nodded, patted his arm, and looked a bit distracted. All right, hurry up and put on your pants, then go to bed. Zhou Maoyao smiled with a hint of sadness, held her head and kissed her firmly, saying, Luo Hansu, you need to make it up to me later. After not having meat for half a month, he wanted to enjoy a good meal tonight, but after just a taste, he felt unsatisfied. Although he was physically eager, he still considered his wife's well-being and forced himself to suppress his desires. After getting dressed, he didn't go to bed right away, but went downstairs to help her make milk and wash apples. Hansu, Eat something before sleeping. He peeled the apples into pieces, removed the cores, and sat by the bed feeding her, so she only needed to open her mouth to eat. Lo Hansu smiled deeply while eating the apple. Comrade Zhou Maoyao, I want to reward you with a big red flower. I don't want a big red flower, I only want you. As he fed her, the desire he had been trying to control began to flare up again. She usually appeared cold in front of others, but at home, she often showed a gentle and charming smile that always made his heart race. Especially now, with a hint of allure in her eyes, her lips red and teeth white, her face blushing like a ripe apple, and her long, fair neck exposed, she looked so beautiful that it stirred something deep inside him. Not today, Lo Hansa said, feeling the heat in her ears. Zhou Maorao sighed heavily, kissed her forehead and warned, finish your milk and then sleep. No more distractions. He was like a natural heater, and Lo Hansu loved to snuggle in his arms to sleep. She slept soundly, but it was quite a struggle for Zhou Maoyao to hold back. Mom, it's time to get up for breakfast. At 8 o'clock, Zhao Jie knocked on the door, prompting Lo Hansu to get up slowly. She usually woke up early, and when the alarm rang this morning, she was already awake, but Zhou Maorao told her to sleep a little longer, so she dozed off again. This morning, they didn't go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Zhou Maorao cooked egg and meat noodles at home, serving her a bowl in the largest soup bowl. Hansu, hurry up and eat. Your stomach was growling when you got up.
Yeah, I'm hungry, Kropka.
The noodles looked very appetizing with eggs, meat, and vegetables. He and their son added quite a bit of chili, while hers was milder and less spicy. Zhao Jie ate quickly, finishing a bowl of noodles with soup and ingredients. He put the bowl and chopsticks away in the kitchen, then grabbed his backpack and hurried to school with Pingzhen and the others. Hansu, you rest at home. I will go to the office to handle some work.
Call me if you need anything.
Zhou Maoyao was busy today, with an important meeting in the morning. After breakfast, he jogged to the office building. In the following days, he left early and returned late, while Zhao Jie went to study every day. Luo Hansu participated in some training courses indoors, spending the rest of her time meditating at home. Once Zhou Maoyao finished all his work, the three of them set off for Kyoto with 2 large bags of luggage. They took a train from Yen City to Rong City, then transferred to another train heading north. Heavy snow in various provinces along the way slowed their travel, causing a delay of over 10 hours to reach Kyoto. Anticipating the delay, Zhou Maoyao didn't ask his dad to pick them up on time. He called after they arrived in Kyoto. Although Zhou Zhongming didn't arrive on time, he was well prepared. As soon as he received his son's call, he set off and arrived in half an hour. The three of them waited in the station lounge to rest. Maoyao, Hansu. Seeing their elder, Zhou Maoyao and the others immediately stood up.
Dad.
Luo Hansu quickly introduced her son, Zhao Jie, who was a bit shy and nervous, closely standing next to her and softly calling out Grandpa. Hey, Zhao Jie. Zhou Zhongming had received photos from his daughter-in-law 2 weeks ago. He walked over and patted Zhao Jie's head. Zhao Jie, did you get tired from the long train ride? I'm not tired. Zhao Jie shook his head. They traveled in a sleeper car, sharing a bed for the long journey. Both father and son were fine, but Luo Hansu looked a bit weary, her face paler than usual, and her eyes slightly puffy. Zhou Zhongming parked the car at the entrance, and the father and son quickly took their luggage to get in. Luo Hansu held her son's hand and followed closely behind. Hansu, you and Zhao Jie get in first. There's hot tea, mung bean porridge, and a basket of warm buns in the back seat. You should eat something to warm up. Zhou Zhongming personally made the tea and mung bean porridge, while the buns were bought from a restaurant on the way, all kept warm in a thermos, still steaming. Luo Hansu was hungry and wanted something warm to drink, so she opened it and shared with Zhao Jie. Once they were in the car, Zhao Jie immediately passed a bun forward. Dad, eat quickly. Lo Hansa gave him syrup, and they shared some mung bean porridge. After eating a little and feeling warmer, she sighed heavily. I finally feel alive again. Hansu, go take a shower first. This afternoon, I'll take you to see a doctor. Zhou Mo Yao regretted not taking her to see a doctor in Yen City before they returned. Seeing her so exhausted that she didn't want to talk worried him greatly. Zhou Zhongming had already started the car. He turned to his daughter-in-law. Hansu, are you feeling unwell? Dad, I feel a little unwell. I think it's because I was stuck on the train for too long. Lo Hansu forced a tired smile. Your mom is not home today because of a meeting, and Winli has her final exams. Since both of them are away, I'll take you to your grandparents' house first. After lunch there, I'll take you to the hospital. Okay, thank you, Dad. Lo Hansu stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air, feeling a bit better. She ate a bun and spooned porridge into her mouth continuously. It was the coldest time of the year, and there weren't many people on the streets. The journey was smooth, and after more than half an hour, the jeep successfully entered the military compound. The men of the Zhou family were all out working, leaving only the old lady and the eldest daughter-in-law at home. As soon as the car arrived, they came out to greet them. Grandma, Aunt. Mo Yao, Hansu, we finally waited for you to come back, the old lady said, walking over with a warm smile. Hansu, where's my great-grandson, Zhao Jie? Zhao Jie is here. Lo Hansu pulled the shy child from behind her and encouraged him to greet them. Zhao Jie, say hello to great-grandma and aunt. Zhao Jie was nervous in front of them, tightly holding onto her pants. Great-grandma, aunt. Afdoye. The old lady approached him and gently pinched his little face. You've gained a bit of weight during this time. You look a little chubbier than in the photos. Grandma, aunt, let's go inside. Hansu isn't feeling well. Let her rest a bit, Zhou Mo Yao said, already carrying 2 large bags of luggage. Hansu, you don't feel well? Seeing her pale complexion, the aunt quickly pulled her inside. Come on, sit down. I'll get a thermometer to check your temperature and see if you have a cold or a fever. Aunt, I don't have a fever or a cold. I'm just a bit tired from being on the train for too long. There's heating inside. Take off your outer clothes and drink something warm. You should feel better soon. Auntie held her hand as they walked into the house and called out, Zhao Jie, come on. Join your mom and dad inside. Grandma Zhou followed closely, saying, in this cold weather, with the train delayed for so long, even healthy people can feel unwell in a closed train. Hurry inside, lie down and rest a bit, and drink some hot tea to warm up. The room was warm. After taking off her heavy coat, Luo Hansu felt refreshed. She drank the hot tea Annie brought her and sat down on the sofa to rest. Grandma Zhou insisted on checking her temperature with a thermometer. She wasn't running a fever, but Grandma still suggested she visit the hospital in the afternoon. After resting a bit, Luo Hansu took her clothes and went to the bathroom in the backyard to shower. Zhou Mo Yao took his son to the bathhouse, while Zhou Zhongming helped his mother and sister-in-law prepare lunch in the kitchen. Grandpa Zhou returned home for lunch at 12:30. He was healthy and spoke with a strong voice. As soon as he entered, he called out, my great-grandson is back. Come, let me see him. Grandpa, Zhou Mo Yao and the others immediately stood up to greet him. Zhao Jie returned from a shower and snuggled next to Luo Hansu, quietly eating candy. When he saw the elders return, he stood up and called out, Great-grandpa. Grandpa Zhou had prepared a welcoming gift in a red envelope yesterday, but they couldn't make it back in time due to the train delay. He handed the warm envelope to his great-grandson, saying, Zhao Jie, this is your welcoming gift from great-grandpa. Use it to buy school supplies and study hard. Bring back awards for great-grandpa. Just moments ago, Grandma Zhou and Zhou Zongming had also given gifts, and Zhao Jie politely accepted them. He then turned to great-grandpa and said, Great-grandpa, I didn't get any awards, just 2 little red flowers that I put on the wall at home. Little red flowers are good too. You'll get awards later, Grandpa Zhou said, patting his head affectionately. When Grandpa entered, Zhou Mo Yao and the others stood up. Luo Hansu smiled at her son and said, Zhao Jie, you're still in kindergarten, so you won't have awards yet. You'll get them when you start elementary school and receive your report card at the end of the term. The meals were all prepared and kept warm on the stove in the kitchen. Everyone had just been sitting on the sofa chatting. Grandma Zhou really liked her adopted great-grandson and smiled at her husband, saying, Zhao Jie is a good child. I just heard Han Su say he's very understanding and respectful, smart and eager to learn, a wonderful child. It seems he is a good seedling. The old man previously called his grandson to understand the child's family situation. He told his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, you need to pay more attention and educate him well, raising him to be a well-rounded person. Mo Yao and his wife are both calm and reliable. They will take good care of Zhao Jie's education, so we old folks don't need to worry too much. After the old lady finished speaking, she went to the kitchen to help her daughter-in-law serve the dishes. Mo Yao, Han Su, please take Zhao Jie to the dining room. We can talk while we eat. Aunt prepared a table full of delicious dishes, including chicken, meat, and a lot of seafood, including the steamed crab that Luo Han Su loves. Mom, the crab is so big. Zhao Jie, who grew up inland and had never seen the ocean, was staring wide-eyed at the large crab. This crab is from the sea, called a hair crab. It's really tasty. I will peel it for you later, the old lady said as she brought in the last bowl of vegetables. These seafood were brought back by your aunt. Your uncle went on a business trip to Qingyang last week and returned the day before yesterday with some fresh seafood. The shrimp and fish didn't make it, but they are still alive, so we can steam them for you. Mo Yao, Han Su, it's time to eat. The old man had just come back from the restroom and, after sitting down, kindly told his great-grandson, Zhao Jie, you are already in school and a little man now. Choose what you like and serve yourself. Great-grandpa, I can eat and serve myself. I don't need mom and dad to help, Zhao Jie replied. Good, you are very confident. That's great. The Zhou family doesn't follow strict rules. They start eating once everyone is seated. Zhou and Mo Yao first served shrimp to both mother and son, then began to open the crab. You all eat first. I'll peel the crab for you. Dad, I want to peel it myself. Zhao Jie had been wanting to grab the crab, but he felt shy with the elders around. Okay, you can peel it yourself. Zhou and Mo Yao smiled at him. Follow my lead. Next time you eat crab and dad isn't home, you can peel it for mom. Zhao Jie, learn from dad. Mom can peel it by herself. Luo Han Su had already started peeling her own crab. Seeing the family interact harmoniously, with love and respect, Aunt smiled and served soup to her niece-in-law. Han Su, I was worried that you hadn't taken care of a child before and might struggle at first. But it seems I was overthinking it. You all are doing very well together. With the help of other friends and their children in the family compound, it only took 2 or 3 days for him to get used to us. After that, we took him out to play a couple of times, and he completely accepted us. They adopted a child, which made the aunt very happy. When you called to say you adopted a child, your grandmother was so excited that she couldn't sleep at night. Grandma Zhou put down her bowl and smiled at them, saying, before you called back, your grandfather and I had a dream that week. We both dreamed of having more children at home, and the little one wouldn't stop crying no matter how we tried to comfort them. Just a few days later, you called to say you adopted a child, fulfilling our dream. We decided on a whim after hearing about Zhao Jie's situation, Luo Hansu said with a gentle smile. The couple's decision to adopt made Zhou Zhongming very happy. He brought a plate of seafood to his daughter-in-law. Hansu, you probably haven't had seafood since going to Yanqing. This fish tastes pretty good, you should try it.
Okay, thank you, Dad.
Luo Hansu had just picked out some crab meat but hadn't eaten it yet when she picked up her chopsticks to start. However, after just one bite, the fishy taste overwhelmed her and she felt a wave of nausea. She quickly covered her mouth and took a few sips of the rib soup beside her. Hansu, I've peeled some for you. Eat this, Zhou Moya said, placing a bowl of crab meat in front of her. Just put it here for now. I'll eat something else. After drinking the soup, the nausea faded. Seeing the golden, crispy fish in front of her, she chose a small yellow fish and slowly picked at the meat. After taking a bite of the fish, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Luo Hansu suddenly stood up, covering her mouth, and rushed to the side to be sick. Hansu. Zhou Moya immediately dropped his chopsticks, turned to support her. his face filled with concern. What's wrong? I feel a bit sick. I think I'm going to throw up. Luo Hansu quickly pushed him away and ran to the kitchen at the back. The aunt followed her, glancing at the fish and the bowl of crab meat in her bowl. A thought suddenly crossed her mind, and her face lit up with joy. Mom, did Hansu just throw up because she ate the fish and crab? She just started eating. It seems she only had those. Grandma Zhou hadn't paid much attention before, but now she realized something and quickly dropped her chopsticks, rushing to the kitchen. Hansu, can you not handle the fishy smell? Lo Hansu just threw up everything she ate. Zhou Mo Yao was beside her, patting her back and saying, Grandma, she only took one bite. We usually eat fish and don't mind the smell. She hasn't been feeling well lately and often has a stomach ache. I plan to take her to the doctor this afternoon. Stomach ache often? Grandma Zhou heard the key point and slapped him on the back. She has a stomach ache often. Why didn't you take her to the hospital sooner? What kind of husband are you?
Grandma, I'm fine.
I just didn't want to go. Lo Hansu felt much better after throwing up and wiped her mouth with a cloth. Maybe I'm just a bit uncomfortable. I can't stand the smell of this fish. Anne had already come over and stood at the kitchen door, asking, Hansu, when was your last period? Huh. Lo Hansu was taken aback, and after realizing it, her expression became quite awkward. I think it was before the wedding. Anne quickly stepped in front of her and patted her hand. You silly girl, it's been over 2 months since you got married. Why haven't you seen a doctor? You're probably pregnant.
What?
Both Zhou Mo Yao and Lo Hansu looked at her in shock. Aunt then slapped her nephew on the arm. Mo Yao, really? Your wife hasn't had her period in over 2 months, and you didn't take her to see a doctor? I didn't know about these things. Zhou Mo Yao stuttered for the first time. He had learned about biology, but he had never encountered it in real life. After they got married, he hadn't seen his wife have her period and hadn't heard her mention it. If Aunt hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have remembered that women have periods. Pregnant? Those 3 words echoed in Lo Hansu's mind. She instinctively placed her hands on her abdomen and asked with a serious face, Aunt, if I haven't had my period, does that mean I'm pregnant? She didn't know this. No one had taught her. In her past life, her mother hadn't told her because she had never considered starting a family and hadn't asked about anything related to having children. The original owner had learned some biology, but didn't understand pregnancy. She was only in her teens when her grandmother passed away, and her grandmother hadn't taught her these things, nor had her grandfather. There were no other female elders in the family, so this knowledge was lacking. Not having a period doesn't necessarily mean you're pregnant. But you just can't stand the fishy smell, feeling nauseous and vomiting. This is morning sickness, which many women experience in the early stages of pregnancy. Seeing that she seemed confused, Annie thought that since she had no mother to care for her growing up, no one probably told her about these things before marriage. Given the situation with her nephew, they likely never took precautions after getting married, and neither of them considered the possibility of pregnancy. She quickly asked her, Hansu, do you have any other symptoms? Zhou Mo Yao quickly answered for her, Auntie, Hansu always has stomach pain. She trains a lot, and her stomach hurts. She also has a good appetite and eats a lot. Upon hearing about her stomach pain, Grandma Zhou slapped Zhou Mo Yao on the back, saying firmly, Hansu is probably pregnant. If she is pregnant and still training, how can she not have stomach pain? She has a baby in her belly, and with 2 mouths to feed, of course, she needs to eat more. Grandma was quite strong, and Zhou Mo Yao took it all in. He looked at his wife with intense eyes. Hansu, really? I don't know, Luo Hansu replied, feeling confused. They were talking in the kitchen, and their voices weren't quiet. The Zhou family in the living room could hear them. Zhou Zhongming was filled with joy and came over, saying, Mo Yao, come, eat first, and after that, take Hansu for a checkup right away. They gathered around Luo Hansu to help her sit down. Grandpa Zhou smiled widely and took away the fish in front of her, cheerfully saying, Hansu, don't eat the fish and eat meat instead. Have more pork rib soup. At that moment, Luo Hansu's mind was in a whirl. She placed her hands on her belly and turned to Zhou and Mo Yao, seeing him unable to hide his smile. She rolled her eyes at him. Zhou and Mo Yao, what kind of quack doctor did you see? Did he not say she couldn't have children? This was only 2 months after their wedding. She was most likely pregnant.
Ansu, eat first.
After eating, we'll go for a checkup right away. If it's confirmed that you're pregnant, I'll go and confront that quack doctor tonight. Zhou and Mo Yao was very happy at that moment, every cell in his body filled with joy, and he could hardly wait to take her to the hospital to confirm the good news. Hansu, hurry and eat, hurry and eat. Grandma Zhou quickly served her food and also helped her great-grandson eat, saying, Little Jie, Mommy might be having a baby. Let's eat quickly so we can go to the hospital with Mommy.
Oh.
Before, Little Jie didn't understand what the elders were saying, but now he understood his great-grandmother's words. Mommy is having a baby? Little Jie, it's not certain yet. We need to go to the hospital to find out. After finishing the meal, they hurriedly drove to the hospital without even clearing the dishes. The military compound housed respected former leaders and their families, equipped with a hospital that had the best doctors and medical equipment. With Mr. Zhou's introduction, Luo Hansu quickly lay down on the examination bed. However, after just 2 minutes, the head of gynecology brought good news. You are pregnant, 2 months along with twins. Doctor, really? Zhou and Mo Yao was so excited he wanted to rush in but was held back by Mrs. Zhou. The hospital had imported ultrasound equipment, and the gynecology head was using it for the examination, responding from outside, absolutely true, 2 babies, both developing well. Luo Hansu was actually quite nervous, her body tense. After receiving the confirmation, she turned her head stiffly, her usually calm voice trembling slightly. Doctor, I'm really pregnant? Yes, really pregnant, 2 months along. The gynecology had heard about Zhou and Mo Yao's previous health issues and had attended their wedding, smiling as she said, You got pregnant just a few days after the wedding. Luo Hansu's face turned bright red, like a ripe peach. Congratulations on the twins. As the doctor accompanied Luo Hansu out, the Zhou family was all smiles. Zhou and Mo Yao rushed over, grabbing his wife's hand, overwhelmed with joy. Wife, we have a baby. Yes, twins. Luo Hansu showed him the examination results. Director Wu said both babies are developing well. If we count the time, it should be from when we got married. Director Wu was nearby sharing the good news with the Zhou family, reminding them of some precautions. Once Zhou and Mo Yao calmed down, he added, Mo Yao, I've heard about your previous injury. Now that your wife is easily pregnant, I suggest you get a checkup. Right, Mo Yao, go for a checkup. Zhou Zhongming also wanted to mention this. Let's go find Director Li now and have him take a look at you. Mrs. Zhou took this matter seriously, supporting her granddaughter-in-law and assigning tasks to her son. Heir, you accompany Mo Yao and get a thorough checkup quickly. Grandma, Aunt, please help me take care of Hansu and Zhao Jie.
I'll go see the doctor now.
Zhou and Mo Yao hurried off. Mr. Zhou had work to attend to in the afternoon. After confirming his granddaughter-in-law's pregnancy, he asked his wife to take good care of her and then had his guard drive him to work. Zhou and Mo Yao went for a checkup and Luo Hansu and the others did not rush to leave. They sat in the hallway outside the examination room, happily sharing their joy.
Mom.
Zhao Jie, unable to join the conversation, cautiously leaned into her embrace. Luo Hansu was focused on talking to the elders and didn't notice him at first. When she turned her head and saw his anxious expression, she quickly pulled him into her arms. Little Jie, Mommy is having a baby. You will have 2 younger siblings, okay?
Mom, you.
Zhao Jie, sensitive due to family changes, pouted and spoke softly. If Mommy has younger siblings, will you not want me anymore? No, Mommy will never stop wanting little Jie. Luo Hansu lifted him onto her lap, holding him tightly to give him a sense of security. Little Jie is Mommy and Daddy's big son, and he will be the big brother in the family. Little Jie, be good. Mommy and Daddy will still take care of you even after the new babies come. Our little Jie is very caring and will be a good big brother, right? Grandma Zhou noticed his sensitivity and quickly came over to comfort him. Zhao Jie, still leaning against his mother, felt a bit uneasy but said, "Mom, I will be good." "Little Jie, don't be afraid.
Daddy talked to you last time.
A real man keeps his promises. You are always our son, the big brother to the babies in Mommy's tummy. When Mommy has the babies, I will need your help, little Jie. You are so capable. I will need you to help feed them, play with them, and protect them as they grow up. Little Jie, will you help Mommy take care of your younger siblings?" Seeing that his mother needed him and would not abandon him, Zhao Jie smiled again. "Yes, I will help Mommy. Our little Jie is really good. He is a lucky child. As soon as he came home, Mommy is having babies. What a blessing." Grandma Zhou continued to soothe him, easing his fears. Zhou Mo Yao's checkup was quick, taking only about 10 minutes. Grandma Zhou was the first to stand up and ask Mo Yao, "How is it?" "Grandma, Director Li said it has improved a bit, from 5% to 20%. Director Li followed him out, holding the freshly printed diagnosis report, and told the elder, "Madam, the situation has improved compared to the beginning of the year. Both sides have opened up a little, so it seems the medication has had some effect." "Indeed, things have improved," the old lady Zhou happily told him. "Director Li, my daughter-in-law is pregnant. She just found out she is having twins, and she is already 2 months along. She got pregnant shortly after the wedding." "Really?" Director Li, who hadn't heard about this from the Zhou family, smiled and said, "The matter of having children involves both partners. Although there has been some improvement on Mo Yao's side, the success rate is still low. The fact that she got pregnant so smoothly suggests that his wife is in good health and may have a body that is more likely to conceive." Luo Hansu had first called her mother-in-law, but since there was no answer, she called Cheng Sui instead. The two sisters chatted for 5 or 6 minutes, and only after that did she manage to reach her mother-in-law. Yuan learned about the pregnancy while she was at the hospital, and after confirming it was twins, she was so excited that she cried and laughed, struggling to speak clearly for a long time, which made the call quite lengthy. When Zhou Mo Yao and the others arrived, she had just hung up the phone and asked him, "Yao, how is it going?" "There has been some improvement. The chances are now at 20%. Luo Hansu felt a bit disappointed by this result. She had thought he was fully recovered, especially since she had been using the well water to make tea and milk for him while he was recovering in Haicheng. She believed this was why she was able to conceive. The old lady Zhou, beaming with joy, approached and relayed Director Li's words to her. "Hansu, Director Li said that having children is a matter for both partners. Although things are still not great for Mo Yao, your health is good, and you might have a body that is more likely to conceive." Luo Hansu's face twitched slightly, showing a hint of embarrassment. "Is there really such a thing? Getting married and then having twins on the first try is quite something," her aunt chuckled. She had never heard of such a body type before, and had just asked Director Li about it, learning that some women have special conditions that make it easier for them to conceive. Zhou Zhongming had just gone to the pharmacy to pick up medicine for his son, and quickly walked over. "Hansu, did you finish your call with your mom?" "Yes, I did." Luo Hansu thought about how excited her mother-in-law had been, and smiled as she told them. Mom was so happy that she cried and laughed, repeatedly checking to make sure I wasn't joking. "Not just Yuan, our whole family is happy." When they received the news about their grandson's health issues, they were deeply saddened. Now, they were equally joyful, and the old lady Zhou could hardly wait to share this wonderful news with all their relatives and friends. Auntie took Zhao Jie by the hand and said, "Let's go home. Hansu is pregnant and has been on the train for 2 days. She needs to rest and sleep well." "Let's go back," they said. They didn't rest at Grandma and Grandpa's house. Zhou Zhongming took them back to their own courtyard. Luo Hansu had the key and opened the door to enter. Yuan had already prepared the bedroom for them. The bed was made, the heating was on, and the snow in the yard was piled up neatly. The courtyard was clean inside and out. "Mom, where is this?" Zhao Jie asked as he followed. "This is our home in Kyoto. Grandpa and Grandma set up this house for Mom and Dad when they got married. Now Grandma and Aunt live here." Zhou Zhongming had to go to work in the afternoon. He helped them bring in their luggage and reminded his son, "Mo Yao, I'm going to work. Take care of Han Su and Zhao Jie.
Call me if you need anything.
Dad, come over for dinner tonight. Zhou and Mo Yao invited him. Okay, I have a meeting at 4, so I might be a little late. Zhou Zhongming handed him some money and told him to buy some health supplements for his daughter-in-law before he left. Luo Hansu had just gone to the bathroom. Zhou and Mo Yao was organizing the luggage in the room, while Zhao Jie ran around happily in the yard. Mom, this house is so beautiful. This is a courtyard house, different from the ones in the military family area. Luo Hansu pulled him inside. It's very cold outside. Come in and play so you don't catch a cold. Zhou and Mo Yao quickly finished organizing the luggage. When he saw them come in, he immediately went to support her. Han Su, take it slow. Luo Hansu replied, You don't need to be so careful. You're pregnant with 2 children. Earlier, with the elders around, Zhou and Mo Yao had held back his excitement, but now a joyful smile appeared on his face. Han Su, we're having a baby. I'm really happy. We are having another baby, Luo Hansu reminded him, giving him a subtle wink. Zhou and Mo Yao understood immediately, wrapping one arm around her and gently patting Zhao Jie's head with the other. Right, I misspoke. We are having another baby. Zhao Jie will have a younger brother or sister. Then he squatted down and asked his son, Zhao Jie, do you like having a younger brother or sister? Dad, I like having a younger brother or sister. Mom told me that I can help take care of them and play with them and learn martial arts to protect them.
Good boy.
Zhou and Mo Yao gently patted his head and said, Zhao Jie, there's a TV in the living room. I will turn it on, and you can watch it. Mommy is a bit tired, so Daddy will take care of her while she sleeps. Zhao Jie had never watched TV before and was very excited. Okay. Zhou and Mo Yao settled him in and immediately went to the bedroom. Once inside, he closed the door and held his wife tightly in his arms, saying, Wife, I am really happy. Thank you. He thought he would never have biological children and would regret it for life, but unexpectedly, a wonderful surprise came. He knew that his wife played the biggest role in carrying their child.
Ansu, Tang.
Zhou and Mo Yao kissed her, and after a moment, he pulled back with regret in his eyes. Also, I'm sorry. I was careless and didn't take good care of you. This wasn't entirely his fault. Luo Hansu had also been a bit careless. It was our first time, and we didn't have experience. Thankfully, the baby is healthy and wasn't affected. Thinking about the past 2 months made her a bit anxious. She had been waking up early to run 5 kilometers every day, doing push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and crawling exercises. For the past half-month, she had been teaching horseback riding, bouncing on the horse for 2 to 3 hours each day. What she thought, Zhou and Mo Yao also realized. Suddenly, he slapped himself on the face. What are you doing? Luo Hansu grabbed his arm. Hansu, I didn't take good care of you, so this slap is deserved. Zhou and Mo Yao hugged her, feeling grateful. We were not responsible, but thankfully, the 2 babies are fine. Both of them were in good health, and their children would surely inherit that. Luo Hansu smiled. With all the training I did, the babies are developing well, which means they are healthy. Yes. Zhou and Mo Yao touched her belly, thinking about the 2 children growing inside her, and his fingers trembled slightly. Hansu, you won't participate in training until the babies are born. You should take good care of yourself at home. You mentioned wanting to learn communication technology, so I'll arrange for you to take theory classes. After the babies are born and you recover, you can join the regular training. With the pregnancy, everything should focus on the children, and she shouldn't engage in high-intensity physical training. Luo Hansu agreed with his plan. Okay. Training can be skipped, but I must complete the task assigned by the old leader. Yao, please help me look into the connections of the 6 people the old leader mentioned. I want to finish this task while I'm in Kyoto. Zhou and Mo Yao didn't want her to handle this, so he took over. Hansu, you rest at home. I'll take care of it. Yao, I can do it. I know you have things to do in Beijing too. You focus on your work, and I'll gather the information. I can handle it quickly. No, you're pregnant. I can't let you take any risks. Zhou and Mo Yao disagreed. He had his reasons, but Luo Hansu was determined. Yao, I'm still in the early stages of pregnancy. I'm not heavily pregnant, and I can move around easily. I can complete the task. Trust me, I can manage it. Plus, I'm not alone. I have 2 babies to think about. I won't put myself in danger. She had always been very opinionated, and once she made a decision, no one could change her mind. Understanding her nature, Zhou and Mo Yao took a step back. I'll accompany you. We'll handle this together, and after we finish the task, you can relax at home.
Okay, Luan Shuagre.
Han-Su, you didn't sleep well on the train and must be tired. Why don't you take a nap at home this afternoon? Zhou and Mo Yao said, leading her to the bed. Luo Han-Su wanted to rest too. As she changed, she said, Yao, please call Grandpa Wu for me. We'll visit him tomorrow evening. Okay, you sleep at home. I'll take Zhao Jie out later to buy some suitable gifts. After she fell asleep, Zhou and Mo Yao closed the door and went to the kitchen to note what groceries were needed. Then he walked to the living room. Zhao Jie, Dad is going out to buy some things. Do you want to come with me or stay home and watch TV? Dad, is Mom sleeping? Zhao Jie immediately jumped off the sofa. Mom is a bit tired and has gone to sleep. Dad, I'll watch TV when we get back. I want to go with you to buy things. I can help carry them. It was Zhao Jie's first time watching TV, and he really wanted to continue, but he made a responsible choice. All right, you can come with me to buy things, and we'll watch TV when we return. Zhou and Mo Yao turned off the TV, put a hat, scarf, and gloves on him, grabbed a bag and basket, and rode his bike to the farmer's market and stores to shop for supplies. Although they now have their own child, they did not neglect Zhao Jie. Along the way, they bought him various delicious snacks and toys that kids in Kyoto love. They also carefully got him a warm pair of thick cotton shoes. The father and son spent nearly an hour shopping, and by the time they returned, their bike was loaded with goods. Zhou and Mo Yao bought chicken and duck, as well as beef and pork, and as soon as they got home, he started cooking. In just an hour, he had everything ready. Yao Ge, sister-in-law, I'm back. Around 4 in the afternoon, Meng Wenli returned from her exam and rushed straight into the yard. Zhou and Mo Yao was in the kitchen chopping vegetables and immediately came out. Wenli, keep your voice down. Your sister-in-law is sleeping.
Oh.
Meng Wenli lowered her voice and walked quietly. When she saw Zhao Jie peeking out, she waved at him. Hello, little Zhao Jie, I'm your aunt. Little Jie, this is your dad's cousin. You should call her aunt, Zhou and Mo Yao instructed him.
Aunt.
Zhao Jie had watched TV for 2 hours before turning it off and following his dad to the kitchen to warm up. Meng Wenli had just bought some tasty snacks on the way and took them out of her backpack, smiling as she handed them to the father and son. Yao Ge, little Jie, I just bought some hot guacamole for you. Hurry and eat. Your sister-in-law can eat when she wakes up. Wenli, you're back. Luo Han-Su came out of the room. Sister-in-law, did I wake you up with my loud voice? Meng Wenli ran over immediately. Luo Han-Su smiled gently, her expression as pure as fresh snow. I slept for over 2 hours, so I'm well rested. Sister-in-law, it seems like you've gained a little weight, Meng Wenli said with a smile. She had just taken her final exam, and since Luo Han-Su hadn't called her earlier, she touched her still flat belly and happily shared the news. I'm pregnant, 2 months along with twins.
Ah?
Meng Wenli was momentarily stunned, then her face lit up with excitement. Sister-in-law, really? Didn't Aunt say that Yao Ge can't have children? I'm a man, so of course I can't have children, Zhou and Mo Yao said as he walked over, placing the warm guacamole in his wife's hands and pulling her into the kitchen. Han-Su, I started a fire. Come warm up in the kitchen. Meng Wenli, still a 16-year-old high school student, didn't understand these things and stood awkwardly for a few seconds before catching up. Yao Ge, your sister-in-law is pregnant. This is such big news. Why didn't you tell us when you called a few days ago? We only found out today after the checkup. We didn't know she was pregnant before. Zhou and Mo Yao told her. Oh, I see. Meng Wenli leaned closer and asked, did you call Aunt to share this good news? I did. I called her as soon as the hospital confirmed it. Mom said to try to come back early. Zhou and Mo Yao was preparing dinner and assigned her a task. Put down your backpack and help cook the rice. I need to prepare the vegetables while we talk. Okay. Meng Wenli immediately went back to her room with her backpack. Tonight's dinner was prepared by the two siblings, and Luo Hansu didn't have to lift a finger. Even peeling garlic was done by Zhao Jie. She just sat by the stove, slowly sipping hot, nutritious chicken soup. At 5:30, Yuan came home from work. She parked her bike and rushed into the yard, happily calling out, "Emo Yao, Hansu." Luo Hansu and her son were watching TV in the living room. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's voice, they immediately got up to greet her. "Mom."
Hey.
Yuan initially thought they were in the kitchen and rushed to the kitchen door. When she realized they were in the living room, she turned back with a smile that squinted her eyes. She looked over her daughter-in-law, her gaze landing on her still flat stomach, excitedly saying, "Hansu, you're not joking with me, right?" Seeing that her mother-in-law still thought she was teasing after an entire afternoon, Luo Hansu smiled helplessly and showed her the test results she had in her pocket, saying, "Mom, you can see for yourself."
Mom.
Zhou Emo Yao walked over and noticed his mother was too focused on the test results to even look at him. He smiled and asked, "Director Yu, is it confirmed?" "Haha, it's confirmed." Yuan neatly folded the test results and handed them back to her daughter-in-law, saying, "I felt like that phone call at noon was a dream. I was afraid that if I woke up, the good dream would shatter. Now it's confirmed. It's not a dream. My daughter-in-law is really pregnant and bringing me a pair of twins. Mom, it's not just 2, it's 3. We're having 3 at once." Zhou Emo Yao pulled Zhao Jie, who was hiding behind him, forward and introduced her. "Look, this is your eldest grandson, Zhao Jie."
Oh, I'm sorry.
"Grandma was just so happy and focused on talking to your mom that I didn't see you." Yuan immediately squatted down, hugged him, and kissed his cheek, saying, "Welcome home, my eldest grandson Zhao Jie. You're so handsome. You'll definitely be a charming young man when you grow up." Zhao Jie sensed his grandmother's kindness and shyly called out, "Grandma." "Ah, so good." Yuan hugged him and kissed him again, taking out a thick red envelope from her bag. "Zhao Jie, this is a gift from Grandma for you. Keep it for yourself to buy school supplies and toys in the future."
Thank you, Grandma.
Zhao Jie accepted it and handed it to his mom. He received many red envelopes today. Luo Hansu let him keep it in his backpack, but he wanted to give it to the elders for safekeeping, so he placed everything with her. Yuan patted his head and noticed many snacks on the coffee table, smiling gently. "Zhao Jie, this is your home, so don't be shy. Take whatever you want to eat, and after you're done, Grandma will take you shopping. Dad bought a lot, so we don't need to buy more." Zhao Jie had been eating since he got back, his mouth hardly stopping. "Finish what Dad bought first. In a couple of days, when Grandma is on break, I'll take you to buy some tasty treats." Yuan was usually very busy with work and hadn't had a sip of water all afternoon. She hurried back after finishing her tasks and couldn't find time to go to the state store. "Emo Yao, is dinner ready? Do you need my help?" "No, dinner is all set. I called Dad to come eat, but he said he would be a little late. Let's wait for him before we start." Zhou Emo Yao had just been making dumplings in the kitchen, planning to prepare extra for a late-night snack for Luo Hansu. He and his cousin had already made 2 big baskets. "Okay, Hansu, you two continue watching TV. Mom will go take a shower and come back to talk to you later." Yuan was busy, so she quickly went back to her room with her bag. Zhou Zhongming arrived when it was dark, bringing a rack of lamb. He handed it to his son to cook for his daughter-in-law and grandson, also helping to serve the food in the living room. During dinner, Zhou Zhongming mentioned something. "Hansu, Sun Lin's parents are trying to transfer her job back to Kyoto. Emo Yao made a call, and they can't move her. They will probably find out about you soon, and might come to visit. That's fine. If they come, let them." Luo Hansu wasn't worried about any trouble. Sun Lin, the granddaughter of Sun Jinfeng? Yuan hadn't heard her son and daughter-in-law mention Sun Lin, but she knew the younger generation from various families. She asked, "Hansu, what happened with the Sun family?" Luo Hansa highlighted some key points and explained. "The Sun family has chosen their side." Yuan remained calm and said, "If the Sun couple comes, There's no need to be afraid. Stand your ground. If they choose to be someone else's pawns, they must bear the consequences. The grandmother's personality is very similar to hers. She is not afraid of anything. Luo Hansa smiled and replied, Recently, the Zhang family has faced many difficulties. About a month ago, his father went to work and was attacked on the way, suffering broken ribs. The attackers left a note saying it is only right for a son to repay his father's debts. The Zhang family reported it to the police, but they couldn't find the culprits. His father is in the hospital, and his mother is responsible for bringing him meals. On the day his father was discharged, his mother slipped and broke her nose and lost 2 front teeth. With both elderly parents injured at home, his wife is also having health issues. It's said she has a tumor in her intestines that needs surgery, but it can't be done right now, probably not until after the new year. Things at home are not peaceful, and work is also not going well. I heard he has been called in for several reprimands recently. He pretends to be good-natured, but he is actually very narrow-minded and holds grudges. If anyone touches his interests, he will find a way to retaliate. Although he has been facing difficulties lately, his foundation is still strong. Even if someone wants to undermine him, it will be hard to uproot him in the next few months. So, you should not rush your actions. Take your time to cut off the branches slowly, starting with those that support him. The main trunk can be uprooted eventually. Luo Hansu listened carefully to her grandmother. The message was clear. Now is not the time to act hastily. She nodded and said, Mom, I understand. The Sun family is not going to rise. Their children are quite ordinary and not exceptional. They have no choice but to take risks at this moment. If they succeed, they might enjoy wealth for decades. If they fail, they will exit this circle. They are using Sun Lin to test the waters, but the tasks assigned to her have not been completed well. Not only Zhang Jiabong, but even those who directed Sun Lin will be dissatisfied with the Sun family. They won't waste effort on useless pawns. Only Sun Jinfeng has a decent head on his shoulders. He won't be foolish enough to offend both sides. Most likely, before stepping back, he will find the safest way out for the Sun family. Sun Lin definitely cannot be transferred back to the capital. As for what happens next, it no longer matters. Yuan made it clear that Sun Lin cannot be moved right now. The Sun family must exit the capital circle and find a way to transfer her job. In any case, she cannot return to her original position. Both of the in-laws are busy with their careers. After finishing dinner, Zhou Zhongming sat for a moment before heading back to work, and Yuan returned to her study to handle work matters. Now, there are very few programs on TV, mostly political news. Luo Hansu watched it once and lost interest in watching again. She didn't have to do any chores, so after washing up, she went back to her room early to lie in bed with Zhao Jie, practicing poetry and math. Hansu, I'm going out for a bit and might be gone for 2 hours. You two should sleep first, Zhou Mo Yao said as he prepared to leave, grabbing his military coat. Luo Hansa didn't move from the bed and told him, I took a nap this afternoon, so I can't sleep now. I'll wait for you to come back. Dad, it's really cold outside. Wear a hat, Zhao Jie reminded him. Yeah, it's going to be even colder tonight, and it might snow. You two stay in the room and try not to come out, Zhou Mo Yao said as he quickly put on his warm hat and stepped out. I have the keys. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Be safe and careful, Luo Hansa said, choosing not to ask any questions. After studying for over half an hour, Zhao Jie became sleepy, took off his clothes, and lay down on the inside of the bed to sleep. Once Luo Hansu saw he was asleep, she quickly entered the space. She reported the good news of her pregnancy in front of her mother's portrait and also informed the original ancestors in the sky. Then, she collected the chicken and duck eggs she hadn't picked up for days, harvested some ripe fruits, and gathered some grains, completely unaware that Zhou Mo Yao would return early. Hansu. When Zhou Mo Yao came back, he headed straight for the bedroom, unlocked the door, and noticed his wife wasn't in the room. He turned around to check the bathroom. Not finding her there, he called out but got no response. He quickly ran to his mother's study. Mom, did Hansa go out? She went out. Yuan quickly set down her pen and got up to open the door for him. She didn't tell me she was going out. Yao Ge, your wife didn't go out, right? After you left, she didn't come out, Meng Wenli said, sitting alone in the living room watching TV and knitting. She's still in the room. You should check again. Zhou Emo Yao had no choice but to return to the room. Just as he reached the door, Luo Hansu opened it from the inside. Yao, you're back. Hansu, were you just in the room? Zhou Emo Yao hadn't seen her on the bed before and looked around the room to confirm she wasn't anywhere else. When he pushed the door open and called for her, Luo Hansu heard him in the room. She quickly set down what she was doing and slipped out just as he turned around. While he searched in the backyard, she hurriedly left some traces in the room. She calmly explained, I was in the room, and my pen accidentally fell under the bed. I just crawled under to pick it up when you came back, and I didn't have time to respond before you went outside. Standing at the study door, Yuan saw her daughter-in-law hadn't come out and joked with her son. You're so anxious. I thought Hansu sneaked out at night. Zhou Emo Yao didn't think much of it. He waved to his mom and cousin, pulling his wife back inside. It fell under the bed. I can get it later. It's fine, I can pick it up myself, Luo Hansu said, relieved he didn't notice her lie. She quickly changed the subject. Aren't you supposed to be gone for 2 hours? Why are you back so soon? Everything went smoothly, Zhou Emo Yao replied. Like her, he valued efficiency and didn't waste time. Of course, this was also due to his excellent overall abilities. They both understood not to discuss work further. Zhou Emo Yao changed his clothes and asked her, Hansu, are you hungry? Do you want me to make you a bowl of dumplings? I'm not hungry. I ate a lot tonight, she replied, pouring him some hot water. You should wash your face first. It's really windy tonight, and it must be cold outside. I'm fine, he said. He had endured much colder and harsher conditions before, and his strong physique could handle it. Yuan had just gone to the bathroom and reminded them from outside, Emo Yao, Hansu, you should go to bed early. Sleep in tomorrow, and we'll visit your grandpa's house in the morning. I'll join you for lunch. Mom, you should also go to bed early and not tire yourself out, Luo Hansu replied, then turned to her cousin in the living room. Wenli, go to bed early. You can knit tomorrow. Sister-in-law, you two go ahead and sleep. I'm not tired yet. I want to finish this vest tonight, so I can give it to Zhao Jie tomorrow. Meng Wenli was knitting a sweater for Zhao Jie. She had bought the yarn when he was just adopted, but her heavy schoolwork had kept her from finding much time to knit, so she was only finishing it now. After Zhou Emo Yao finished washing up, he didn't rush to bed. He bent down and pressed his face against her abdomen, gently nudging with his nose. Are the 2 little ones asleep yet? The doctor said they are still only the size of soybeans. Although both babies are still small, Luo Hansu's mindset today is completely different. She places her hands on her belly, her eyes filled with confusion she has never felt before. Yao, I'm not ready at all. I never thought about having children, and now I'm going to be a parent. When they got married, they seriously discussed having children. She clearly stated that due to her upbringing, she might not be able to be a good mother. Now that they have adopted Zhao Jie, they are both trying hard to learn how to be good parents. However, raising an adopted child is very different from having one biologically. Zhao Jie is already 6 years old, with basic self-care skills. He doesn't need to be fed or changed, doesn't require being held to sleep, and they don't need to patiently teach him to talk. Adopting him is much easier than having a baby. She has never interacted with a newborn in this life or her past life, and no one is there to teach her. She doesn't know how to care for a child and feels lost about the future. She is very afraid of not being a good mother and not taking care of the kids properly. Seeing her mood isn't great, Zhou Emo Yao quickly sits beside her and asks, Hansu, do you not want children? Luo Hansu shakes her head. It's not that I don't want children. I'm just not prepared. With your health issues before, I thought we wouldn't have kids. Now that I'm suddenly pregnant, many plans have been disrupted, and I feel a bit confused. I might need some time to adjust. The pregnancy is indeed sudden and has disrupted many of our plans, but children are a blessing from heaven, the best gift we could receive. Zhou Emo Yao kisses her cool hand, his eyes full of smiles. Wife, don't think too much. Just focus on the pregnancy and take care of yourself. Leave work and providing for the family to me. I've never taken care of a child, not even held a baby doll. I don't know how to change diapers or feed them. I have no experience, and I'm afraid I won't take care of them well. Luo Hansu expresses her worries, frowning slightly. Also, you have to work and I'll be at home with 3 kids. I might not be able to manage. Hansu, every young couple goes through this when having children. We can learn from experienced aunts and sisters-in-law. Later, I'll hire someone trustworthy to help take care of the kids. Zhou and Mo Yao had already thought about this during the day. His parents are very busy with work and can't take time off to help in Yen City, so they will need to find someone local to assist. It has been 2 months now, and in at most 8 months, the baby will be born. Luo Hansu has already calculated the due date, which falls in the hottest summer next year. She sighed while touching her belly. All right, I'll ask a sister-in-law for help later. If that doesn't work, I'll get 2. Seeing her worried about this, Zhou Maorao gently pinched her cheek and said with a smile, Luo Hansu, don't worry about these things. I'll take care of it.
Hey.
Luo Hansu swatted his hand away and glared at him. Thinking about having 3 kids at once makes my head spin. When they are being naughty and noisy, you can retreat to the study. I will handle them and make sure they don't bother you. Zhou Maoyao knew she liked peace and took on the important task himself. Luo Hansu laughed at this. I just need to give birth, and everything else is your responsibility, right? Hansu, you have 2 jobs. One is to give birth, and the other is to teach them. My academic skills aren't as good as yours. You are patient and have unique teaching methods, so it's better for you to handle their studies. I'll take care of everything else.
Okay.
Luo Hansu agreed. All right, stop overthinking and go to sleep. Zhou Maorao turned off the light, got into bed, and held her close, placing one hand on her belly, reminding her, Hansu, try to rest as much as possible these days. If your belly still feels uncomfortable or painful, you must tell me. The doctor said that persistent pain could be a sign of a potential miscarriage, so we need to be careful. I just overdid it with exercise. Luo Hansu knew this well and playfully nudged his arm. That night was your fault. You were too rough. Sorry, I didn't know you were pregnant then. It was a close call. Zhou Maoyao felt scared just thinking about it. Thankfully, he stopped in time and didn't hurt her or the babies. Otherwise, he would regret it for life. All right, enough talk. Let's sleep. Luo Hansu patted him. The next morning, when they got up, the thick snow in the yard was as deep as an adult's calf. The neighbors were already shouting and organizing to clear the snow early in the morning. Zhou Maoyao and Meng Winli joined in with tools, while Zhao Jie ran off to play. Luo Hansu stayed home with her mother-in-law to make breakfast. They had made a lot of dumplings yesterday, so this morning they boiled a big pot of sauerkraut and pork dumplings, along with 6 boiled eggs. Luo Hansu ate too, while everyone else had one. After breakfast, Yuan rode her bike to work. Zhou Maoyao worked hard to clear the thick snow inside and outside the yard, finishing just before 9. He also packed some gifts, and the 4 of them rode 2 bikes to the Yu family.
Mo Yao, Ansu, Zhao Jie, Wenli, come inside quickly.
The elderly Yu couple had been waiting at home. The snow at the door was cleared away, and an old carpet was laid down to prevent slipping, especially for their pregnant granddaughter-in-law. Yesterday, Zhou and Mo Yao called his grandparents to share the good news, and the Yu family was overjoyed. Grandma had already prepared their favorite sweet rice dumplings, and as soon as they sat down, she brought out the steaming soup. Hansu, I heard you weren't feeling well and went to the hospital. What's wrong? Grandma, I don't have any serious issues. I just felt nauseous after eating seafood at Grandpa and Grandma's house yesterday, which is why I rushed to the hospital. Oh, I see. As long as you're not feeling too bad, that's good. Grandma noticed that she had gained a little weight since the wedding. Her face looked fuller, and her skin was healthy and glowing. She smiled and said, most women experience morning sickness during pregnancy. When I was pregnant with your uncles and aunts, I was sick for months, and even when I finally got to eat something good, I would throw it up. But it only lasted for the first couple of months. Well, I'm not as bad as you were, Grandma. I only react to seafood. Usually I have a great appetite and can eat a lot. even more than the male soldiers in the army.
Haha, that's good.
These two little ones will surely be strong and healthy. Zhou and Mo Yao had just exchanged a few words with his grandfather when he continued. The doctor said we conceived right after getting married. We never expected to have a baby. For the past 2 months, Han Su has been training hard every day, even more than the male soldiers. For the last half month, she's been a horseback riding instructor, teaching the male soldiers for 2 to 3 hours daily. The elderly Yu couple hadn't known about this before. Grandma turned and lightly scolded her grandson, Mo Yao, you really need to take better care of your wife. Grandma, it's my fault for not taking care of her. Zhou and Mo Yao had already faced a few scoldings since returning home. Yesterday from Grandma and Aunt, and today from Grandma again, but he felt it was deserved. Grandpa smiled and said, Han Su, now that we know you're pregnant, let's not dwell on the past. Since it's confirmed and you're having twins, you need to take good care of yourself. No more training for now. We can arrange work after the babies are born. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. Now that she knew she was pregnant, Luo Hansu was determined to avoid intense training. The two elders of the Yu family have gentle and calm personalities. Now that they are retired, they spend most of their time at home taking care of their grandson. They take him to school and pick him up afterward. They enjoy reading, drinking tea, and listening to the news and music. Occasionally, they go out to play chess and meet with old friends, living a comfortable and relaxed life. Today, the younger family members have gone to work, leaving only the grandparents at home with their little grandson. Yu Long, who is 1 year younger than Zhao Jie, is also in kindergarten. The two quickly started playing together, sitting on the carpet with their favorite building blocks. Mo Yao, Han Su, we only heard a little about the situation at Zhao Jie's home from your mother. Can you share more details with us?
Mrs. Yu asked.
Zhao Jie's family situation was easy to discuss. Zhou and Mo Yao lowered his voice slightly and shared what he knew with them. After the elders understood the situation, they didn't say much else. Mr. Yu only asked, have the adoption procedures been completed? Is the child's household registration under your names? Everything is done. Mrs. Yu looked at Zhao Jie and lowered her voice a bit. His father sacrificed himself for the country. You both should take good care of him as he grows up. I see that this child is quite sensible and filial, speaks well, and seems smart. If you nurture him well, his father can rest in peace. Meng Wenli, sitting next to her grandfather, quietly asked, Yao Ge, sister-in-law, will his mother cause trouble in the future? We signed a severance agreement, so it would be pointless for her to cause a fuss. Zhou and Mo Yao had already anticipated this. Yao Ge, even with the agreement, if she tries to make a scene, you can have her removed. But some people are used to throwing tantrums. If she frequently causes trouble, it could greatly affect Zhao Jie. Meng Wenli expressed her concern and added, I've seen a case like this. A classmate of mine had poor biological parents who, for $20 and 10 pounds of rice, effectively sold him to a childless relative in the city. After the relative adopted him, their family prospered and he moved up to a mid-level position. His biological parents heard about it and came looking for him. They caused a commotion every day, either at home or at school, even disrupting our classroom. Two couples were making a scene and drinking too much, saying all sorts of unpleasant and disgusting things. They were completely shameless, and they brought all the other kids along, making them cry and scream. It was like a whole family of leeches, wanting to cling to him and drain him dry. My classmate, who used to have great grades, was driven to the point of losing his sanity by them. He couldn't focus on anything the teacher said in class. His foster parents were also pushed to the edge, often being called in by their bosses for reprimands, almost losing their jobs. Last winter, my classmate was forced to drink pesticide and nearly lost his life. Only then did the police step in and lock up that group of vampires, allowing their lives to slowly return to normal. Old lady, you rarely encountered such unreasonable people and felt a bit worried. Mo Yao, those two families are not easy to deal with. They might come to your military base and cause trouble. Don't worry, our place is a military zone. They can't get in. If they cause a disturbance outside that affects the military, we can take measures to handle it. They won't be able to disrupt our home or Zhao Jie, Zhou Mo Yao reassured her. Luo Hansu was also unconcerned and spoke more boldly. Let them come. We'll deal with them. If we don't take them down completely, they'll think twice after covering their medical expenses a few times. Pfft. Meng Wenli couldn't help but laugh. The two elders from the Yu family and Zhou Mo Yao also laughed. Dealing with unreasonable people with force was indeed a more effective approach. After spending some time with the elders, when Grandma got up to prepare the meal, Zhou Mo Yao asked his wife to stay with Grandpa while he went to help in the kitchen. Uncle and Aunt Yu knew they were coming for lunch and rushed home after work. They even stopped by a restaurant to pick up the braised pork knuckle that their nephew loved since childhood and bought a big bag of canned candies for their first time visiting grandnephew. Yu Yulan arrived 5 minutes later. When she walked in, she saw her daughter-in-law playing chess with Grandpa, while her brother watched nearby, and she laughed, asking who's winning. 3-2. Hansu won 3 and lost 2. Grandpa is trying hard to catch up. Uncle Yu asked about the game as soon as he came in. Wow. Dad finally found a worthy opponent. Grandpa Yu loved playing chess, but none of the younger generation were his match. Only Zhou Mo Yao could play a few rounds with him, but since he wasn't home often, Grandpa usually had to go out to find old friends to play with. As Grandpa was making a move, he distractedly spoke to them. Hansu is an excellent chess player. She was taught by her grandfather himself. Dad, can you finish in 10 minutes? Asked Yu's daughter-in-law. Sure, we'll wrap up after this game and eat before coming back. With Zhou Moyao and Meng Wenli helping with lunch, Yu's old lady had a much easier time. Once the game was over, the whole family gathered around the table to eat. Luo Hansu and Zhao Jie received the best treatment at the Yu family, with the elders constantly serving them dishes and soup. Their bowls were piled high with meat, and they only put down their chopsticks when they could eat no more. Yu Yulan and the others had to rush back to work in the afternoon. Before they left, Zhou Moyao called his uncle to the study to discuss something important and also asked him for some information. In the afternoon, Luo Hansu continued to play chess with her grandfather, while Meng Wenli and Zhao Jie played nearby. Zhou Moyao went out alone to handle some business. He returned to pick them up at 5 o'clock, and the three of them went to Grandpa Wu's house, while Meng Wenli rode her bike home to prepare dinner. Since drinking the space well water that Luo Hansu gave him, Grandpa Wu's health had noticeably improved. He had been focusing all his energy on work for the past 2 months, often working late into the night. Last week, he even worked for 3 consecutive days without rest, which worried his wife. Thankfully, his routine checkups showed no decline in his health. Today, Luo Hansu brought him another 3 months' worth of medicine. Grandpa Wu immediately took it inside, gave her a stack of money, and also handed her a package of precious medicinal herbs to help her health. The couple came to visit tonight with a request. They needed his help to temporarily relocate Zhang Jiabong out of Kyoto, and Grandpa Wu agreed, without hesitation. The old leader had to work late that night for a meeting, so he quickly finished dinner at home and had his guard take him to the office. Zhou Moyao and the others spent an hour chatting with the old lady before returning home around 8. They asked Meng Wenli to help Zhao Jie sleep and hurried out again to take care of business. Hansu, this is the place. Zhou Moyao had checked many things in the afternoon and headed straight to one of the 6 names on the list tonight. Yao, you keep watch outside while I go in. Luo Hansu didn't give him a chance to refuse. She climbed the wall with one hand, jumped into the yard in a single motion. It took only a second for her to get over, and Zhou Moyao was momentarily stunned. He quickly climbed up to look inside, but she had already vanished like a ghost around the corner. Wife, how much skill do you really have? Her speed really surprised him. Zhou Mo Yao raised an eyebrow and said, the master that Grandpa Luo hired for her must be an extraordinary person. In less than 2 minutes, Luo Hansu returned, landing lightly on her feet and whispered in his ear, Yao, let's go. This family just came out the front door. We should follow them to the hospital. Hansu, what's going on? Zhou Mo Yao asked as he followed her. I just sneaked in and overheard the mother and daughter inside harshly scolding a 7 or 8-year-old boy, even pushing him hard. As a result, the boy hit his head on the corner of the table and fainted. They are now urgently taking him to the hospital. There is a small hospital nearby, just a few minutes away. The boy was taken into the emergency room, and the mother and daughter looked pale with worry, hiding in a corner and quietly blaming each other. The daughter, who is about the same age as Luo Hansu, spoke first, sounding anxious. "Mom, you can scold him, but why did you have to push him? If he dies today, it will be over for you. Dad will definitely divorce you. I just pushed him a little. How was I to know he would hit his head?" The woman looked frustrated, completely unaware that two people were hiding by the window nearby. She fumed, "That little brat, if he dies, so be it. We can just say he was being naughty," and bumped into the table. "Anyway, your dad isn't home, and we can say whatever we want. Mom, can you think for a moment? If he dies, no matter how it happens, Dad will blame us. Even if you insist we had nothing to do with it, what good will that do? Have you forgotten what happened last time? He burned his mouth with hot water, and Dad blamed us for not taking care of him. Even Grandma and Grandpa said it was our fault and encouraged Dad to cut off our allowance, forcing you to apologize even when you were right. If he dies today, no matter how, they will blame us. Do you think we can still live peacefully after that? I told you before to be patient. After all these years, you couldn't hold on a little longer? You just had to make things worse at this moment, but you wouldn't listen to me." Listening to her daughter's complaints, the woman was furious. "He is clearly your dad's child with that woman, yet your dad wants me to wear the green hat and support their child. I've endured this for 7 or 8 years for you. I just wanted to vent my frustration by scolding him a little, and now you're blaming me. Do you have any conscience? Mom, please lower your voice." As she spoke louder, her daughter quickly covered her mouth. "I didn't mean to criticize you, and I'm not telling you to hold back your anger. You've endured so much for years. Don't let it all go to waste at a crucial moment. You don't have a job, and my job isn't great either. All the savings in the house are controlled by Dad. We need to get his money to take our revenge. If that scoundrel dies today, all our patience will have been for nothing, and in the end, we'll have nothing." The mother and daughter spoke softly, but the two people behind the window had good hearing, and every word they said was clearly heard. They exchanged glances and smiled. They had initially planned to sneak into the house to find useful evidence, but now that they had such leverage, they could easily control the situation. As they approached from next door, the mother and daughter were still hiding in the corner, whispering. When Luo Hansu walked up to them, they fell silent, looking at her warily, almost in unison. "Who are you?" Zhou Moya stood about 4 to 5 meters away on guard. Luo Hansu stepped forward to talk to them, showing her identification. "I'm here for Lu Xiaocheng. I heard everything you just said, and I hope you will cooperate with me." The faces of the Lu mother and daughter changed, looking anxious as they focused on her identification. When they realized she was from the military, they both sighed in relief. Luo Hansu put away her ID, her expression neutral, and spoke loud enough for them to hear. "If you assist us by providing information or evidence about Lu Xiaocheng and his relatives' illegal activities, I will request protection for your safety. Once it's done, all of Lu's legal income will belong to you too, and your job prospects will remain unaffected." "Are you serious?" Lu Xiaocheng's wife was skeptical. Luo Hansu glanced at her but didn't answer the question, shifting her gaze to her daughter. Lu Xiaocheng's daughter was clearly more rational and smarter than her mother. She tugged at her mother's arm, shaking her head, and offered a forced smile to Luo Hansu. "Comrade, I believe you. I trust military personnel." Luo Hansu nodded slightly, cutting to the chase. "How long do you need?" "1 night, but I still need your help." She had clearly been preparing for revenge against her father. Luo Hansu looked at her with a deep gaze. "What do you need us to do?" "I need you to keep my dad occupied for a whole night." The request was easy to fulfill, and Luo Hansu agreed quickly, "Okay." After discussing the matter, Lu Xiaocheng's wife hesitated for a moment and asked, "If we provide evidence, how long will your investigation take to get results?" "It depends on the evidence you provide. If it's detailed enough, we can make an arrest tonight," Luo Hansu assured her. Hearing this, the Lu mother and daughter looked excited and asked, "Comrade, Lu Xiaocheng is having affairs outside, and the woman involved has connections in her family. Can you arrest her too? Do you have solid proof? Luo Hansu asked in return. I caught them in the act myself. The child in the emergency room is hers. She threatened me with my daughter's future to keep me quiet, the woman said angrily. So, besides this child, you don't have any other evidence? Luo Hansu confirmed. Her daughter answered for her. We don't have evidence. My dad and that woman are very clever. Any proof we had has likely been destroyed. Luo Hansu thought for a moment, glanced at the emergency room door, and came up with a plan. She leaned in and arranged. Here's what we'll do. Later, we'll have the hospital cooperate. You go inform Lu Xiaocheng, pretending that the child has a serious head injury and needs a blood transfusion urgently. Since you and your daughter have a different blood type, he and the child's mother need to come quickly. Use this opportunity to expose their affair, and we will send people to carry out the arrest tonight. Okay. Lu Xiaocheng's wife nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with determination. After giving her instructions, Luo Hansu turned to her daughter. You go handle your part and make sure to get the evidence to us tonight. I will. I promise to get the evidence, she replied. All right, you both wait here for a moment while we talk to the hospital leaders, Luo Hansu said before leaving. With Zhou and Mo Yao arranging and gathering people to assist in the operation, everything went very smoothly. Lu Xiaocheng and his mistress were secretly arrested at the hospital. Thanks to evidence provided by his daughter, all those closely associated with him who had broken the law were quietly captured overnight. Zhou and Mo Yao was in charge of the subsequent interrogations, while Luo Hansu took care of Lu's mother and daughter, ensuring they were safely delivered to their new location that very night. She also arranged for a month of personal safety protection, so they would stay in a military facility and remain out of sight until Lu Xiaocheng's case was resolved. When Luo Hansu returned home alone, she noticed the lights were still on in her mother-in-law's study. Yuan heard footsteps outside and quickly opened the door. Hansu, you're back. Is Mo Yao still working? He just captured a lot of people, and he's handling the interrogations tonight. Luo Hansu briefly explained the situation and shared a list of some important individuals who had been arrested, so she would be informed. After hearing this, Yuan didn't ask more questions. She said, let Mo Yao handle the rest. You're pregnant, so you should rest early. Wenli made a pot of 8 treasure porridge and is keeping it warm on the stove. I'll serve you a bowl to eat before you sleep. Okay. Luo Hansu first went to her bedroom to take off her heavy coat. She then brought a basin to the kitchen for water and asked, Mom, is Zhao Jie sleeping in our room? Or did Wenli take him? Yes, Wenli took him to sleep. The child is really well behaved. He said he could sleep alone to keep your bed warm. I didn't know when you would be back, so I let him sleep with Wenli, and he was fine with it. After finishing the porridge, he went to sleep in the room. Has he been asleep for long?
Luan Shuasket.
Not long, about half an hour. Since he had already fallen asleep for half an hour, Luo Hansu decided not to wake him. She drank a large bowl of hot porridge her mother-in-law had served, then washed her face and soaked her feet before going to bed. The room was warm, while outside it was icy cold with biting winds. Inside it felt like spring, and she slept soundly until morning. Mommy. Zhao Jie woke up at the same time as his aunt and came to knock on the door after getting dressed. I'm coming. Luo Hansu quickly finished putting on her clothes and opened the door with a gentle smile. Did you sleep well with your aunt last night? Mommy, it was so warm. I like this bed. Zhao Jie came in and hugged her leg. Noticing his dad wasn't in the room, he asked Mommy, is Daddy not home? Last night, Dad worked all night and still hasn't come back. Luo Hansu quickly got dressed and took him to wash up and brush his teeth. Dad will come back when he finishes his work. Let's wash our faces, brush our teeth, and have breakfast first. After breakfast, Mom and Aunt will take you to see the acrobatics show. Today, there is a big acrobatics performance at the Workers' Cultural Palace in Kyoto. Grandma got tickets for them to take Zhao Jie to the show. Mom, what is acrobatics? Zhao Jie asked, as he had never seen it before. It's hard to explain in just a few words, but acrobatics is really amazing. Kids like you love it, and there are many performances that are even better than movies. Yuan was already in the kitchen making breakfast, cooking fried sauce noodles, and the rich aroma filled the air. When they entered, she said, "Hansu, several neighbors are also going. I got some tickets for them too. You can go together and let Zhao Jie get to know them, so he can play with the older kids later." Okay. Just after they finished breakfast, the neighbors came knocking. Luo Hansu introduced herself to them, chatted briefly, and then set off with her son. The tickets Yuan gave them had great seats, right in the middle near the stage. Almost 20 kids sat together, and before the show started, they were already making noise, with parents unable to quiet them down. When the performance began, the place erupted with excitement. The children couldn't sit still, jumping up and shouting. Luo Hansu's ears buzzed from the noise. Zhao Jie was also having a great time, quickly making friends with a boy from the neighbor's house. After watching the acrobatics show, he went to play at their house. Zhou Moya returned home around noon, just in time for lunch. After eating, he went back to his room to take a nap. While he was sleeping, Luo Hansu asked her sister-in-law to help watch Zhao Jie. She pretended to be busy in the study, but actually went into her space to meditate and practice her inner strength. In the evening, Meng Wenli knocked on the study door. "Sister-in-law, someone is looking for you outside." Luo Hansu quickly stepped out and asked, "Who is it?" "I don't know them, just a middle-aged couple." Luo Hansu didn't know many people in Kyoto, aside from the Zhou family and Grandpa Wu, and had no dealings with others. She decided to meet them and open the door. Zhou Moya also woke up and came out of his room, telling his sister, "Wenli, please let them in." The middle-aged couple entered quickly, both looking a bit uneasy. Luo Hansu didn't recognize them, but she could tell their identity from their appearance. It turns out it's uncle's son and auntie. The visitors were Sun Lin's parents, whom Zhou Mo Yao recognized. Although they seemed unfriendly, he politely invited them to sit down. Luo Hansu also went to make tea for them, and her manners were impeccable. Once seated, she got straight to the point. "Uncle's son, and Annie, you must be here about Sun Lin." The Sun couple had guessed she might deny some things before coming, but her direct mention of their daughter caught them off guard. "Comrade Luo, we are here about our daughter. We have found out some things regarding her job transfer, which seems to involve you. We want to ask why you are involved, Mrs. Sun said politely, though her expression was not pleasant. Hearing this, Luo Hansu smiled slightly. "You really don't know the reason? My daughter Sun Lin has not offended you. She is just on a normal work assignment," Mrs. Sun said cautiously, not underestimating her. Luo Hansu nodded, not directly contradicting her, and spoke calmly. "Auntie is correct. It is a normal work assignment. However, the work she is taking on is not for the newspaper, but for a certain person, a certain faction." The Sun couple's expressions changed slightly, and Mr. Sun said sternly, "Comrade Luo, I think you have misunderstood. My daughter is just on a normal work arrangement and is not serving anyone personally. Uncle Sun, we are all experienced individuals here, so let's not play games." Luo Hansu's light remark left the Sun couple speechless, while Zhou Mo Yao sat nearby, smiling quietly, thinking his wife's words were quite clever. "Uncle Sun, Auntie, there are no outsiders here, so we can speak openly without hiding anything. I didn't know your daughter Sun Lin before. I met her on the train to Rome City for a special assignment. At first, she acted naturally and didn't show any flaws. However, after arriving in Rome City, her actions revealed that she is not clever or capable, but rather foolish and unaware. And don't blame me for being straightforward. Sun Lin is really not cut out for undercover work. With her kind of thinking, if she were sent to infiltrate the enemy as a spy, she probably wouldn't last half an hour." Luo Hansu spoke very directly, with no hint of subtlety. The Sun couple was left speechless, unable to respond to her words. Perhaps the word spy had struck a nerve, as Mrs. Sun's face turned red. "Xiaolin is innocent and would never betray the country. I didn't say she was a traitor. I was just making a comparison." Unlike her agitation, Luo Hansu remained calm, lazily leaning back at her chair, arms crossed over her stomach, her expression unchanged as if she were chatting casually. Since the Sun family has chosen a side, those sent to the front lines must be prepared for the worst. Those who are useless and have no value will be discarded. If they can't handle small tasks, they won't be allowed to continue and jeopardize the entire situation. Those with some ability will be used until they are completely drained of value before being cast aside. I believe you both understand this logic. As for Sun Lin, you should realize that her current situation is the best outcome for her. You should be grateful that she isn't very clever. If she were smart and acted recklessly, she might have crossed dangerous lines, and today, she might not only lose her job, but her life as well. Also, you should understand the principle that one small action can affect everything. You should be thankful that she is not very bright. Otherwise, the Sun family's escape routes would have been cut off, and you would have no options left. The Sun couple came to confront her in anger, but they barely spoke a word before leaving in frustration. After returning home, they immediately sought out the family's anchor, Sun Lin's grandfather, Sun Jinfeng. Once their son relayed Lo Hance's words, Sun Jinfeng clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and sighed heavily. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Zhou family is indeed formidable. She is truly a person who can stir up the city. Dad, what should we do? Are we just going to let Xiaolin stay in Yan City without any support? Mrs. Sun was worried about her daughter, having spent much time running around for her, losing sleep over the situation. Sun Jinfeng said sternly, at this point, can't you see clearly? Xiaolin's situation is sending a signal. Lo Hance's words have made it clear. If our family doesn't pull back and reassess quickly, all escape routes will be completely cut off. In the future, not only Xiaolin but even the entire Sun family's future will be at stake. The younger members of the Sun family are quite ordinary in their abilities and not particularly smart. In the end, Sun Jinfeng made a timely decision to bring all his children back to their hometown before retiring, choosing not to get involved in the power struggles of the capital. Zhou Maoyao and Luo Hansu were not concerned about the Sun family's arrangements. After dinner at home, the couple braved the wind and snow to handle some business. Last night, they easily dealt with Lu Xiaocheng, and tonight they worked together until late, obtaining evidence of crimes related to two of the positions assigned by their former leader. They delivered a large bag of evidence to his desk overnight. When the old leader got up in the middle of the night to meet them, he sighed and said, "The younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. We old folks are slow. It's time for you to take over. Speed is lacking, but time can help. You can work overtime. We're going home to sleep," Zhou Maoyao said as he took his wife and left. "You little rascal, get out of here." The old leader almost threw a teacup at him, but after some grumbling, he got back to work. When they returned home, it was almost 4 in the morning. After washing up, they went straight to bed. Luo Hansu slept until nearly 10 o'clock, only waking up when her stomach growled with hunger. "Hey, you two little ones, how can you eat so much when you're still so small?" Although Luo Hansu was busy last night, she had some food from her supplies to fill her up and even had a small bowl of steamed dumplings before bed. She had eaten quite a bit throughout the day. Zhou Maoyao woke up earlier than her. After having breakfast at home, he left. Zhao Jie went to play at a friend's house, leaving only Meng Wenli at home to read. "Sister-in-law, you're up." As soon as Meng Wenli saw her come out, she quickly helped her get water for washing up and went to the kitchen to heat breakfast. By the time Luo Hansu finished washing up and came over, breakfast was ready. Meng Wenli told her, "Sister-in-law, Yao Go won't be back until the afternoon. He asked you to rest and catch up on sleep during the day. He'll come to pick you and Zhao Jie up around 3 o'clock to go to Uncle Zhou's house." Okay. Zhou Maoqin is getting married the day after tomorrow, and the wedding will be held at their home. Since the timing was a bit rushed, he asked his siblings to help set up the wedding venue and prepare for the banquet the next day. They had breakfast a bit late today, and not long after finishing, they went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Neither the mother-in-law nor Zhou Maoyao would be home for lunch, so it was just the three of them at home, and they simply stir-fried a couple of home-style dishes. Zhao Jie played at the neighbor's house all morning before coming back, bringing the iron ring that Zhou Mo Yao made for him. He ran around all morning, and by the time he returned, his clothes were all wet. Luo Hansu was worried he might catch a cold, so after lunch, she took him to shower and changed him into dry clothes before letting him play next door. With a son and twins on the way, Luo Han-su felt her mindset was slowly changing, and she was becoming more capable in her role as a mother. Their life was simple, but having more children meant more little things to take care of. There would be many worries in their upbringing and education, and perhaps many troubles in the future, but there would also be a lot of joy, all brought by the children. For instance, after playing outside all day, Zhao Jie returned and shared a lollipop given by an elder neighbor, sitting beside her to share fun stories and even helping her with a shoulder and leg massage. Such happiness was something she had never experienced before. It was only after having children that she came to enjoy these moments. At 3:30, Zhou Mo Yao arrived at his uncle's house with his wife and child. Most of the other siblings were already there, busy with their tasks. Yao Ge, Zhao Jie, a group greeted them with smiles, and all eyes quickly turned to Zhao Jie. Zhou Mo Yao ruffled his son's hair and introduced him. Uncle San, Aunt San, everyone, this is my son Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, these two are your great-grandpa and great-grandma, and the rest are your uncles and aunts. Luo Han-su guided him. Hello, great-grandpa, great-grandma, uncles, and aunts, Zhao Jie politely greeted, but feeling shy, he hid behind Luo Han-su after speaking.
Hello, Jie.
Welcome to great-grandpa's house. Come sit with your mom and dad in the living room, Zhou Zhong, he said kindly. He's still a bit shy since he doesn't know everyone well. Zhou Mo Yao chuckled and handed the gifts he brought from the south to the elders. I heard Uncle San likes cured meats, so Han-su bought some cured pork and duck and ronching for you to enjoy. I really love this. You two are so thoughtful. Zhou Zhong, he smiled as he accepted the gifts and handed them to Su Yuan, calling out to his daughter-in-law, Han-su, we just heard last night they're pregnant and with twins. You should sit and rest. Let the others handle the work. Zhou Mo Qin, who was at home, brought over hot tea with a slightly awkward smile. Yao Ge, Zhao Jie, have some tea. Thank you. Luo Han-su was much more generous than him, smiling and saying, Congratulations. Wishing you a happy marriage and a lifetime of harmony and sweetness with your new spouse. After that, she taught her son, Zhao Jie, this is your second uncle, the groom getting married tomorrow. You can call him Uncle Qin. Hello, Uncle Qin.
Hello, Jie.
Zhou Ma Qin patted his head and asked his older cousin, which character is in Zhao Jie's name? Is it the one for outstanding? No, it's not the one for outstanding. It's the one for good news. On the day he was born, his father received good news about a mission he was leading, and the political commissar named him after that. Su Yuan had just gone to prepare a gift for their meeting, and now both she and her husband gave Zhao Jie a red envelope. Zhao Jie, not needing further instruction from the elders, first thanked them and then accepted the gift. Thank you, Grandma and Grandpa. All the other siblings were elders, and a big stack of uncles and aunts quickly wrapped red envelopes for him, filling both of his pockets to the brim. There was a lot of work to do at home, so after a brief chat, Zhou Mo Yao went to help clean up the kitchen with the chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Luo Han-su, being pregnant, did not do any heavy work. She sat in the living room helping her cousin wrap candies and chatted with them, while Zhao Jie happily followed his father to the backyard to watch him kill chickens and gut fish. Before long, Su Yuan's family arrived, including her sister Su Fong, 2 daughters-in-law, and the grandchildren. Luo Han-su had never met them before, so she just greeted them briefly and continued wrapping candies. Zhou got up to make tea for her aunt and 2 cousins. When she saw her aunt's grandson immediately tearing open the wrapped candies, she said, Zhuang Zhuang, don't open those wrapped candies. You can eat the ones on the table that aren't wrapped. The ones in the bag are the same as these. No, I want to open this one. Zhuang Zhuang was about 7 or 8 years old, sturdy and strong, likely spoiled by his family. He had a rather proud demeanor and quickly grabbed the bag of candy. Another boy about Zhao Jie's age, named Huzi, followed suit, running over to grab a bag and stuffing it in his pocket, also taking a handful of loose candies from the table. Seeing their rudeness, Zhou Yuan frowned. Before she could speak, her cousin-in-law Wang Jiao defended her son first, saying, Yuan, Why are you being so stingy? It's just a few candies. Let the kids have some. Just give them a few bags. Big cousin-in-law, I'm not being stingy. I didn't stop them from taking any. Zhou Yuan was quite displeased with her, raising her voice slightly. I told Zhuang not to take the ones we wrapped, but to eat the ones on the table. How did that turn into me not giving them anything in your words? You always criticize me for being stingy. Can you even talk? What's all the noise about? Su Yuan immediately came over upon hearing. I'm not arguing with her, and I don't have the time for that. Zhou Yuan seemed a bit upset and pointed at the bags nearby. I counted everything. I didn't let Zhuang take these pre-packed ones because I was afraid he would mess up the count and cause a scene at tomorrow's wedding banquet. I didn't stop him from eating. I just wanted him to take the loose ones on the table. My cousin-in-law always says I'm stingy for not letting her son eat, and I can't even say anything back. All right, it's a small matter. If they take a few bags, you can just put a few more out, Su Yuan nudged her. Yuan, why are you so irritable? If you have a bad temper, you won't get married, and even if you do, your in-laws won't like you, Wang Jiao added. No matter how bad my temper is, it's still better than yours. I don't need you to tell me if I can get married. I also don't need you to worry about whether my in-laws will like me, Zhou Yuan replied sharply. Seeing her attitude, Wang Jiao was about to retort when Zhou Zhanghe came over. Yuan, say less and focus on your own business. Got it. Zhou Yuan fell silent. Zhou Zhanghe shot a cold glance at Wang Jiao and spoke to Su Yuan. You can take them inside. They don't need to help with things outside. Mo Qin and the others can handle it. Once they went inside, Zhou Yile leaned in and whispered, Sister, don't pay attention to them. The more you engage with people like her, the more they will push. I don't want to engage with her either, but if I don't fight back, she'll think I'm an easy target. Zhou Yuan didn't like her maternal relatives from the Su family or her uncle's family from the Gui side. They only visited during holidays, but her uncle and aunt often came over, almost like they were trying to take advantage of her family. She was growing increasingly annoyed with them. Today, she lost her temper with Wang Jiao because her aunt had introduced her to a match recently. The guy had a decent background, but a terrible character. Her aunt was very pushy about it, coming over every few days to urge her to meet him. When she refused, she was criticized for being picky and was often belittled. Her aunt even brought the guy to her workplace without her consent, making sure everyone knew about it. Out of anger, she had a big fight with her aunt, and that frustration still hadn't gone away. Stand up for yourself when needed. No one from outside should criticize the granddaughter of the Zhou family. Zhou Moyan had just moved some things inside when he caught the whole scene. He spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, meant for his cousin and the Gui family next door. Zhou Yuan smiled at him and playfully winked. Luo Hansa didn't say anything, quietly focusing on her tasks. Inside, she felt grateful for marrying Zhou Moyan. Her mother-in-law and maternal family were easy to get along with, all being educated and reasonable people, much better than the relatives from her aunt's side.
Wow. Ah.
When Zhao Jie's cries echoed from the backyard, Luo Hansu immediately dropped the candy she was holding and rushed to her son with Zhou Moyan, asking, Zhao Jie, what happened? Dad, Mom, boo-hoo. Zhao Jie had fallen into a pile of snow, with a clear scratch on the back of his hand. Next to him, Zhuang held a stick, pointing it at Zhao Jie's hand. Zhou Moyan quickly helped Zhao Jie up and looked down at Zhuang with a serious face, asking, Did you hit him? Zhuang, intimidated by Zhou Moyan's presence, stepped back in fear and stumbled to the ground.
Zhuang.
Wang Jiao rushed over, seeing her son on the ground. Thinking Zhou Moyan had pushed him, she shouted protectively, Why did you push my son? Are you blind? Luo Hansa glared at her, holding Zhao Jie's hand and showing it to her, asking Zhuang, Did you hit my son? Zhuang stayed silent, knowing his mother would defend him. Wang Jiao, not foolish, quickly understood but didn't question her son. Instead, she shielded him and accused them, saying, You two are bullying a child. What kind of skill is that? Luo Hansu had already noticed Wang Jiao's lack of manners and didn't want to argue. She turned to her son, asking Zhao Jie, "What happened just now?"
Tell us.
With tears streaming down his face and droplets on his eyelashes, Zhao Jie pouted and explained, "Mom, I wasn't being naughty. Dad just killed a chicken and I picked up some feathers. He said he would make a shuttlecock for me. I was wiping the feathers in the snow, but they came and tried to take them. I didn't give them, so they started to insult me. He called me unwanted, said my dad was dead, and that my mom ran away with a wild man. He called me and hit me with a stick, saying he would drive me away." Tears fell from his eyes, but he spoke clearly, sharing the important details. Zhou Mo Yao and his wife had dark expressions. Luo Hansu's sharp eyes fixed on Zhuang, her voice cold like the winter wind. "Did you say those words? Why are you scaring my son?" Wang Jiao shielded her son behind her. Luo Hansu stepped forward and grabbed her collar. Wang Jiao was startled and immediately struggled. "What are you doing?"
Bang.
Luo Hansu threw her aside, like tossing away trash, landing her in a pile of snow with a thud. Wang Jiao, Mom. Wang Jiao's mother-in-law, sisters-in-law, and her 2 children were all shocked. The Zhou family members, who had just arrived, were taken aback by the scene, their expressions filled with disbelief. An adult had just lifted and tossed someone aside with great strength. Luo Hansu ignored their gazes and, as Zhuang tried to run to his mother, she quickly pulled him back, grabbing his collar and lifting the chubby boy with one hand. Zhuang, what are you doing? Let go of my son." Su Yuan and Wang Jiao rushed over in fear, but Zhou Mo Yao stepped forward, holding them back. "Zhou Mo Yao, what are you 2 doing?"
Su Fan Quetstim Shapi.
"Just handling things fairly," Zhou Mo Yao replied with only 4 words. Zhuang, suspended in the air, struggled and cried out, "Mom, help me, please. Answer me honestly. Did you hit my son? Did you say those things?"
Luan should dislike through the children.
"If you don't answer truthfully, I'll throw you into the dirty water. If you do, I'll let you down." Zhuang, used to being spoiled at home, wasn't afraid of threats and shouted back, "I hit him and I called him names. He's just a nobody. His dad is dead, and his mom doesn't want him.
He's not even from the Zhou family."
"Very good." Luo Hansu kept her word and put him down. As soon as Zhuang stood up, he smirked and arrogantly taunted Zhao Jie, "You little..."
Slap.
Luo Hansu gave him a hard slap, silencing him instantly as he fell to the ground. Zhuang. Su Fong and her mother-in-law quickly pushed past Zhou Mo Yao and rushed towards him. Wang Jiao picked up her son and screamed desperately, "Luo, you hit my son. This isn't over."
Slap.
Luo Hansu slapped her back, saying, "It's the parents' fault if they don't teach their children. This slap is for your son." A bright red handprint appeared on Wang Jiao's face, and her cheek quickly swelled up. The slap was hard, and it took her several seconds to recover, gritting her teeth and glaring, "Luo Hansu, how dare you hit me?" Smack. Another slap landed on the other side of her face. Wang Jiao felt dizzy and her vision blurred when Luo Hansu's cold voice reached her ears, shaking her body. "You can check the charges of openly insulting the children of martyrs. Consider these 3 slaps a lesson for you. If you continue to neglect your child's education, I will take it upon myself to teach him how to behave." As she spoke, her sharp, icy gaze fell on Zhuang, who had just been slapped and now cowered into his grandmother's arms. Su Fong tightly held her grandson, furious at her attitude. You actually hit someone. You're too arrogant. Shall we go to the police station now?" Luo Hansu's cold gaze shifted to her, exuding a powerful presence that was intimidating yet unapproachable. Her words were filled with confidence. "Zhao Jie is my son. Anyone who touches him will face me. Today, I only slapped your grandson 3 times out of respect for my uncle. If you're not satisfied, feel free to report me. I will fight back." After saying this, she turned to her son in front of everyone. "Zhao Jie, if anyone insults you like that again, hit them back hard, no matter the consequences. Your mom and I will support you." Zhao Jie had stopped crying the moment she started hitting, and now he looked at her with admiration, biting his lip and nodding. Su Fong and Wang Jiao were not pleased and immediately got up, shouting that they would report her. Su Yuan wanted to say something to help them, but Zhou Zhong stopped her sharply and Zhou Maqin and his siblings blocked her, not giving her a chance to speak. As the Guo family caused a scene, Zhou Mo Yao cooperated, saying, "Hansu, you go inside and rest. I'll take Zhao Jie to the police station to properly explain the Guo family's values." Luo Hansa nodded and walked into the house, taking out a bottle of medicine and cotton swabs from her bag to treat her son's wounds before they left. When the situation reached the police station, Zhou Mo Yao used the charge of insulting the children of martyrs to address the issue. No matter how much the Guo mother and daughter complained about being hit, it was useless. In the end, Wang Jiao and her son were reprimanded by the authorities and were told to ensure better discipline for their child. The elderly couple from the Zhou family heard about the situation from somewhere. When they came to the third son's house for dinner that evening and saw their granddaughter-in-law, they said, "Hansu, you should teach Zhao Jie well from now on. Make sure he learns martial arts so he can handle those rude and immoral people himself." Zhao Jie, who was lying on her lap, immediately turned around and sat up proudly, saying, "Great-grandpa, I want to learn horseback riding and archery from Mom, and I also want to practice martial arts. My mom is amazing. Even the uncles in the army can't beat her because she is their instructor. I want to learn from them too. And my dad is amazing too. He says he is a sharpshooter, and he always comes in first place when he shoots. I want to be a sharpshooter too." Seeing the pride on his face when he talked about his father and his admiration for his granddaughter-in-law, Grandma Zhou lovingly patted his head. "So, our little Jie's dad is a sharpshooter. No wonder he is such a smart and sensible boy. Little Jie, if you study hard with your mom and dad, you can also become a sharpshooter. When you grow up, you can come back and show your great-grandpa and great-grandma your skills, okay?" "Okay, I want to be first place too," Zhao Jie replied. Noticing that dinner preparations were almost done, Grandma Zhou went to the kitchen in the backyard. She spoke sternly to Su Yuan, "Your relatives are becoming more and more unreasonable. With Mo Qin's wedding approaching, they are causing trouble. This is not just a loss of face for the Zhou family but for your Su family as well. Your sister already told us about the matchmaker for Yuan. You should inform Su Fong that she doesn't need to meddle in the marriage matters of the Zhou family's granddaughter. She should focus on her own family instead. We old folks are still around, and you parents are still alive. The Zhou family has many uncles and aunts. We don't need her to interfere. Also, Yuan and Yilo are your daughters. If you don't protect them and side with your relatives to belittle them, then let them come stay with me. I will take care of them. Even if they make mistakes or have flaws, I will teach them and help them improve." The sisters, Zhou Yuan and Zhou Yilo, were washing dishes in the backyard and heard their grandmother's words. Zhou Yilo spoke up first, "Grandma, we have already discussed it with Dad. After our older brother and sister-in-law get married, my sister and I will move out. Dad bought 2 one-bedroom apartments at Gonghu Garden the other day and paid the deposit. He said one is for each of us as an early dowry. We will move in a few days. They are not married yet, and moving out to live alone is unheard of in other families." Madame Zhou suspected that there had been a fight at home, and they really did not want to stay, which is why they wanted to move out. She glanced at Su Yuan and said with a frown, "The houses in Gonghu Garden are not renovated. Even if you rush to finish the renovations before the new year, the place won't be livable. After Maqin's wedding, you can stay with us until the house is ready, and then you can move in." Zhou Yuan and her sister exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Okay. Grandma, can I also move in with you?" Zhou Mafei asked from behind. Zhou Mafei. When the 2 daughters wanted to move out, Su Yuan stayed quiet, but when her youngest son wanted to leave, she got angry. "Why do you always shout? Can't you just stop?" Zhou Mafei had a much bigger temper than his brother and often clashed with his mother at home. He was also very decisive. "I don't want to live at home. This house is only under the Zhou name on the property deed, but it actually belongs to the Su and Guo families. I feel like an outsider here, so I won't come back to be a bother. From now on, I will stay at Grandma and Grandpa's house, and if there's no room there, I'll go to my 2 sisters' place. You can take in whoever you want, It's up to you. Seeing the family in such disarray, Madame Zhou was very upset and pointed at her son, unable to find words, feeling frustrated. You really manage this family well. Third son. All 4 children were against her, and Yuan had argued with them a lot over the past 2 months. Even the usually mild-mannered Zhou Maqin had quarreled with her several times. Just yesterday morning, he had smashed some teacups at home and had not spoken to her all day. Zhou Maqin had also decided to move out. He had discussed it with his fiancée, Li Chumeng, who had heard about her future mother-in-law's personality and was not keen on living under the same roof. When he suggested living separately after marriage, she happily agreed. Both of them had formal jobs, but since they were not married before, they had not applied for housing. Now that they were married, they could apply for a place. Given their families' backgrounds, the elders could easily help them secure a marital home, but it would need some simple renovations and furniture. They planned to move out after the new year. Zhou Maqin had mentioned moving out to his father before and received his approval, but he had not told his mother until yesterday. Yesterday morning, there was a big argument because Yuan disagreed with them moving out, but Zhou Maqin was very determined. He spoke harshly, similar to what Zhou Mafei had said earlier. He disliked his maternal family and aunt's family frequently visiting and taking advantage, wanting to move out for some peace. All 4 children have moved out, and her husband is indifferent towards her. When he comes home from work, he hardly speaks to her and sometimes prefers to work overtime rather than return home. Yuan feels very upset and full of resentment, but never reflects on herself or tries to mend their relationships, instead pushing them further away. Regarding her uncle's family matters, Luo Hansu never speaks much. She hears what her cousins say, but doesn't ask questions, sitting on the sofa playing with her nephew. Zhou Shixuan, Zhou Maqin's son, is the beloved grandson of the Zhou family. He is over a year old, starting to babble, and is cherished by everyone. He is round and cute, wearing a blue floral cotton coat, a tiger hat, and tiger shoes, resembling a baby from a traditional painting. Luo Hansu is reluctant to let him go. Tonight, they are having dinner at her uncle's house, with 3 full tables of people and a lavish spread. Earlier, Luo Hansu had given her uncle some cured meat, and Yuan took a piece to stew with bamboo shoots. Tomorrow is Zhou Maqin's wedding day, and tonight no one mentioned any unpleasant matters. A group of siblings surrounded him, joking around, saying they wouldn't disturb the wedding night tomorrow. Instead, they pulled him to drink, toasting him with 5 bottles of wine. The brothers sat at one table drinking, while the sisters-in-law sat at another table. They didn't drink, but chatted about other fun stories. The next day, Zhou Maqin is getting married. Zhou Moyao and the others arrived at her uncle's house early. He was not assigned to welcome the bride today and was responsible for receiving guests at home. Luo Hansu didn't need to do anything else, just take care of herself and her son. Today's wedding was decorated quite festively, but compared to Zhou Moyao and Zhou Moi's weddings, it was slightly less grand. After all, one is the eldest grandson, and the other is the heir, so they hold a higher status and are more valued by the elders. Because her son's wedding wasn't as impressive as her nephew's, they didn't invite a respected elder to officiate the ceremony, which Yuan previously complained about to her in-laws. Zhou Maqin had an argument with her about this matter. He invited his grandfather to be the officiant and asked his high school homeroom teacher to be the witness, believing that the teacher was an important person in his life. He felt honored to have him as a witness. However, his mother insisted on inviting a respected former leader to maintain appearances, leading to a difference of opinion between mother and son. In the end, Zhou Zhonghe supported his son and decided on the witness. The wedding invitations and arrangements were handled entirely by the father and son, without letting her interfere. Both the Zhou and Li families held high status in their circle, and many guests attended the wedding. The ceremony went very smoothly. Luo Hansu didn't show herself much. She only appeared when the groom returned, bringing Zhao Jie to see the bride. Then, mother and son sat in the guest room waiting for the meal to start. Yu Yulan and Meng Wenli also came to congratulate them at noon. After acknowledging the occasion, they sat down with the mother and son. Yuan immediately said, Hansu, those 2 slaps you gave yesterday were pretty hard. I just saw Wang Jiao, and the marks on her face haven't faded yet. Luo Hansu, while eating peanuts, replied, she deliberately didn't use any medicine, so of course, they won't fade. She's trying to show off her marks to complain.
Fool,
was Yuan's only comment. The news of yesterday's incident had already spread. Given that her son had insulted and bullied the child of a fallen hero, 3 slaps were a light punishment. Yet this foolish girl still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and came to the wedding acting foolishly. The elder Zhou couple was furious to see her with the marks on her face but said nothing. After the wedding ended and all the guests had left, they approached the Gua family. Old Mr. Zhou did not scold Wang Jiao. In front of the Su couple, he addressed their other son-in-law, Su Fang's husband, saying, Gua Qingping, from now on, your family is not welcome in the Zhou household. Do not set foot here again. Old Zhou, why would you say such a thing on Ma Qin's big day? Gua Qingping jumped up in shock. You're only in your 50s. Are you already losing your sight? Old Mr. Zhou pointed at Wang Jiao and her son, more specifically at their faces, with suppressed anger seeping through his teeth. The Zhou family's dignity is not something you can strike. After saying this, he turned and paused in front of Su Yuan. If you don't want to continue this marriage, you can divorce early and return to your family. The Zhou family will not stand in your way. I don't want a divorce. Su Yuan's greatest fear was her father-in-law. When she saw Wang Jiao intentionally showing off a slap mark at the wedding, her face darkened, and she immediately stated, Dad, I will handle this. Old Mr. Zhou did not respond to her words. He turned to his grandchildren standing in the living room and instructed, Mo Qin, now that you are married to Chu Meng, you two should live your own life together. I have already talked to you about marriage and family matters, and I won't repeat myself. You will live separately after the new year. I agree to this. Okay. Both Shou and Mo Qin and his wife nodded in agreement. The new bride, Li Chu Meng, glanced at her mother-in-law but said nothing. Yeah, and Yalo Mo Fei, today your sister-in-law is moving in. Help with the housework and stay here for the night. Tomorrow you all will move to the big courtyard. Once Ya and Yali's house is renovated, you can choose a date to move next year. If you have any thoughts about your marriage, come and discuss it with your grandparents. We will help you arrange it. Mo Fei will live in the big courtyard from now on. Third son, you will send living expenses regularly until he is an adult, and then we will make other arrangements. The old man's words were like a decree in the house. No one could refuse him. Moreover, his arrangements were well received by his grandchildren, and they all happily agreed. Only Su Yuan disagreed. Dad, I have no problem with Ya Un and Yalo moving, but Mo Fei is still young. It's more convenient for him to live at home while he studies nearby. I don't want to live at home. I want to stay at Grandpa and Grandma's house, Zhou and Mo Fei insisted. Among the 4 children, the youngest son had the strongest personality like the Zhou family. Su Yuan could not control him and, feeling frustrated, tried to reason with him gently. Mo Fei, if your siblings are moving out, it will just be your dad and me at home. What kind of family will that be? If we leave, you can invite cousins over. With so many relatives, everyone can have their own room. It will be lively. Zhou and Mo Fei teased and even encouraged his dad. Dad, why don't you move to Grandpa and Grandma's house too? Be considerate and proactive. Don't be a bother at home. Standing at the guest room door, Luo Hansu and her cousins exchanged glances, both trying to suppress their laughter, while the other cousins silently chuckled. Zhou and Mo Fei, you little rascal. Su Yuan was furious and tried to hit him, but he slipped away like an eel, having anticipated her reaction. They just spoke without avoiding the Su and Gua families. Even if they are foolish, they can understand certain meanings. However, they all act thick-skinned, pretending not to understand even though they clearly do, showing no embarrassment at all. The 2 old men from the Su family saw their daughter at home, unable to control her own children, and they secretly glared at her. Although they were somewhat angry at Su Yuan's incompetence, they were also worried about a potential divorce. The Su family has not developed well in Kyoto. They have relied on the Zhou family for support to progress. However, their descendants have limited abilities and little chance of climbing higher. They have no choice but to hold tightly to the Zhou family. Su Yuan, Yan and Yilu have reached the age to look for partners and get married. With their grandparents personally overseeing this, it's a blessing for the sisters. Old Zhou and his family care a lot for their granddaughter. They will carefully select a good husband for her, not just anyone. They are likely to marry soon, and spending the next couple of years learning from their grandparents is the best thing for them. Don't stop them. Mo Fei is the same. The elders care for their grandson, and living with them is better for him. Don't worry, he won't neglect his studies. With the old man personally guiding him, he will surely grow up to be as outstanding as his brothers. Old Su has already noticed the dissatisfaction of his grandchildren with the family. He cannot let the relationship worsen. With the Zhou family's support, all 4 grandchildren will have a bright future. He hopes they will help support the Su family's younger generation, so he stepped in to mediate. It was too late for him to remedy the situation. Zhou Maqin and his siblings saw through their maternal family's character and did not want to deal with the Su and Gore relatives. They all found excuses to leave, claiming they had chores to do. After the wedding, there were still many trivial matters to attend to. Zhou and Mo Yao and the others took a short break, but did not need their elders to instruct them. They all took the initiative to help. Luo Hansu and Bai Ge, the sisters-in-law, were in charge of taking care of the children. The weather was quite nice today, with no wind, rain, or snow, just a little sunshine. They took the kids for a stroll around the neighborhood. After circling the residential area, they returned. The Su and Gui families had left, and the house was already tidied up. "Hello, sisters-in-law." Li Chumeng came down from the bedroom upstairs and greeted her 2 sisters-in-law, holding 2 red envelopes, giving one to Zhao Jie and the other to Zhou Shixuan as a meeting gift. She wasn't very tall, just over 1.6 meters, with a round, classic oval face. She had a slightly plump figure and decent features, giving her a unique feminine charm. "I've heard that both sisters-in-law are beautiful, and today I finally get to see you. The 2 brothers really have great taste. They must have searched high and low to find you both." Li Chumeng smiled as she greeted them, her gaze lingering a bit longer on Luo Hansu. Bai Ge had heard her name before, but had never met her despite living in Kyoto. The last time Zhou Maqin took her to meet their grandparents, she was at work and missed the chance to see her, so today was their first meeting. "Sister-in-law, please don't tease us. You, the bride, are the most beautiful one today." Seeing the 3 daughters-in-law standing and chatting, Grandma Zhou invited them. "You 3 sisters-in-law should sit down and talk. You've all worked hard today, so take a break." "Okay, Grandma." Li Chumeng invited her 2 sisters-in-law to sit on the sofa in the living room and immediately went to brew some hot tea. "Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, you just came in from outside. Have a cup of hot tea to warm up. We're all about the same age, so just calling each other by name is fine." Luo Hansu smiled lightly. Bai Ge chuckled, calling by name is fine, but Hansu is the youngest among us, 4 or 5 years younger than me. It feels a bit strange to call you eldest sister-in-law. Haha, the eldest brother is quite the catch.
Li Chumeng juga.
Luo Hansu didn't respond to the joke, but had a good impression of her. She smiled and changed the subject. "Chumeng, where do you work?" "I work at the tax bureau. I started working right after graduating from high school, so I have 3 years of experience now." "That's a good job." Luo Hansu had heard from her mother-in-law about Li Chumeng's family situation. Both the Li family and her maternal family were doing well, and their elders were wise and shrewd. Marrying Zhou Maqin was a good match. "Hansu, I heard you are currently with the army alongside the eldest brother. Is there work arranged for you there?" Li Chumeng was quite curious about her. Regarding the matter of her and Zhou Maqin's broken engagement, he had been honest with her and her parents before the marriage, clearly stating that he and Luo Hansu were not a good match. He had explained everything from the past, and she didn't hold any grudges about it. Hansu is no longer just a military family member. She has passed the assessment and joined the army. Now she is a soldier and serves as an instructor in both martial arts and equestrian skills, Bai Ge told her. Li Chumeng was surprised, as she didn't know this before. Han-su, it's amazing that you can handle the instructor role. I've been learning since I was young, and have some talent. My performance is decent, Luo handsome modestly replied. Being an instructor means your performance is exceptional. Li Chumeng recognized her modesty and decided not to ask more about the army, instead congratulating her. I just found out that you are pregnant with twins. Congratulations to you and your cousin. Thank you. You all keep up the good work, and we can take the kids out together in the future. Luo Hansu smiled gently. Haha, we'll go with the flow on this pregnancy thing. We'll do our best to catch up to your pace. Li Chumeng had heard from Zhou Maqin that she was a bit cold, but now she found her warm-hearted and pleasant, leaving a great first impression. After Zhou Mo Yao finished his chores, he went to the kitchen and heated a bowl of pig stomach soup to bring to his wife. Han-su, have another bowl of soup. I ate a lot at lunch, so I'm not hungry, Luo Hansu replied, feeling quite full. It's just a bowl of soup, not too much. Though he called it a bowl of soup, it was actually filled with pig stomach, lotus seeds, and red dates piled high. He handed it to her, saying if you can't finish it, let Zhao Jie help you.
Dad, I don't want it.
I ate a lot at lunch, and I'm really full, Zhao Jie said, lying on the sofa, engrossed in playing with his favorite tin frog, completely uninterested in food. Since he didn't want it, Zhou Mo Yao didn't insist. He encouraged his wife to eat slowly and told his younger siblings, come over for lunch tomorrow. Let's all get together. Yao, go, let's have hot pot. Yan Dong shouted, still reminiscing about the last hot pot meal at their house and eagerly waiting for the couple to return so they could enjoy it again.
Sure.
Making hot pot is much easier than cooking regular meals, and it's perfect for keeping warm in winter. When Zhao Jie heard about hot pot, he leaned in excitedly and said, Dad, I want to eat cured pig's feet hot pot, and I want bamboo shoots and kelp too. Okay, we have 2 cured pig's feet. I'll stew them tomorrow. Zhou Mo Yao also liked this and said to Luo Hansu, I need to go out for some errands tomorrow morning. Please buy some vegetables and 2 fresh pig trotters. Some people might not like cured meat, so let's cook them separately. Just get the vegetables, and I'll handle the rest when I get back. I should be home by 10:30 at the latest. Okay. Seeing the couple discussing things together, the older cousin took the time to cook, and Bai Ge felt envious. She called out to Zhou Mo Yi, did you learn anything? I'm hard of hearing. I didn't hear that, Zhou Mo Yi pretended not to hear.
Haha.
The siblings all laughed. Bai Ge rolled her eyes at him and said to her 2 sisters-in-law, he only cooks noodles and refuses to make other dishes, but he helps wash the dishes, sweep the floor, and even changes diapers and bathes our son. When I'm not home, he does laundry and tidies up, which is much better than those men who just sit around waiting for food. That's pretty good, Li Chumeng said, having never asked a man before. She turned to Zhou Mo Qin and asked, do you know how to do these chores? Zhou Mo Qin heard what the sisters-in-law said and awkwardly smiled. The dishes I make taste average. I can only guarantee they are cooked. As for other things, I can match Yi Ge. That's enough. Li Chumeng was very satisfied and cheerfully said, I'm pretty good at cooking too, and I enjoy it. In the future, I'll handle the kitchen. If I get too busy, you can help out. As for other chores, whoever is free can do them. Although she was spoiled growing up and had a bit of a temper, she wasn't unreasonable. She constantly learned to improve herself and was quite capable in many areas. On the other side, the Gui family had returned home, and the whole family wore long faces, showing no joy from attending the wedding. They didn't even smile at familiar neighbors they met on the way. As soon as the door closed, Wang Jiao's husband, Gui Bin, couldn't hold back his anger and started to scold her. Wang Jiao, are you filled with nonsense? What did you eat growing up? Even a pig's brain isn't this foolish. Marrying you is the worst luck ever. Guo Qingping and his son, along with another daughter-in-law, had gone to work in the morning and only took leave around 11 to attend the wedding. Su Fong and Wang Jiao went to the Zhou family with their 4 children early. Seeing her husband yelling without asking for the truth and her mother-in-law sitting there as if innocent, not saying a word, Wang Jiao got angry and shouted at him, I put on medicine and cream this morning to cover the marks on my face, but your mother wouldn't let me. She wanted us to go like this. Guobin looked at his mother and saw she was silent. He understood but didn't blame her. Instead, he directed his anger at Wang Jiao. If mom tells you not to wear makeup, you don't. But if she told you to eat something disgusting, would you do that? Marrying a coward like you is the worst luck I've ever had. We got beaten up, and instead of helping us, you didn't even say a word. What happened to us today is clearly your mother's fault, but you only blame me and put all the responsibility on my shoulders. You're such a coward. Wang Jiao was also angry. From the first day she married, she realized Guobin was unreliable and only acted tough at home. If it weren't for his family's decent situation, which could help her own family, she would have left him long ago. Her words hit a nerve with Guobin. You better not say another word. Go ahead and say it. You're just a coward who bullies me at home and is useless outside. Since getting beaten yesterday, Wang Jiao was filled with anger. When her temper flared, she spoke her mind. What she said was true, but for a man who cares about his pride, it was a sensitive topic. Guobin became furious and rushed at her, hitting her. Wang Jiao wasn't defenseless. She was tall and strong. After taking a couple of punches, she fought back and slapped Guobin twice. As they fought, they exchanged insults. Guo Qingping and his wife, along with another couple, tried to break them up, but sided with Guobin. Su Feng, the mother-in-law, even took the chance to hit Wang Jiao a few times. The whole family ganged up on Wang Jiao, causing her to bleed from her mouth. This made her completely furious. She grabbed a fruit knife from the coffee table and started stabbing wildly. In the end, the knife struck Guobin's thigh, causing blood to spray everywhere. The entire Guo family was in chaos, crying and screaming. It took the neighbors, who heard the commotion, to stop the tragedy. Half an hour later, Zhao Jie received a call from a neighbor of the Guo family, simply asking, "Are they badly hurt?" No one is in life-threatening danger. Besides the 4 kids, everyone else was sent to the hospital. After hanging up, Zhao Jie, looking serious, went to the living room and told Su Yuan. The Su family had a big fight. Guobin hit Wang Jiao, and the whole family sided with him. She stabbed them with a fruit knife, and now they're all in the hospital.
What?
Su Yuan exclaimed, her face turning pale. How are they doing? Nothing can go wrong. On her son's big day, her relatives from her family came to cause trouble. Zhao Jie was very angry and said, "If you want to go, go by yourself. No one else is allowed to go." Su Yuan, even if she wasn't thinking clearly, knew it was not a good day for bloodshed at her son's wedding. She hurried to her bedroom to grab a few things and came out to tell her children, "You all stay home. I'll just go for a quick visit." Luo Hansu and the others hadn't left yet. The elders of the Zhou family were gathering the younger generation to discuss their learning and achievements for the year. Once Su Yuan left, Zhou Machin asked, "Dad, who just called?"
Old Liao.
Old Liao was Zhou Zhanghe's colleague and a neighbor of the Guo family. He had just arranged for someone to take the Guo family members to the hospital, and the call was made from there. It started as a fight between Guobin and Wang Jiao. Others tried to break it up, but they ended up siding with Guobin, and the whole family attacked Wang Jiao. She got so angry that she used a fruit knife. Guo Qingping cut his palm, Su Feng got stabbed in the back of her hand, and Guo Heng and his wife had minor injuries, all superficial. Guobin was hurt the worst. He had a chunk of flesh taken off his chin, a cut on his face, and a stab wound in his thigh, with blood everywhere. Wang Jiao had her nose broken and likely hurt her eye. She has already been taken into surgery. Old Liao just told me that Wang Jiao and her son came to the wedding with bruised faces because Su Feng encouraged them to do so. Guobin blamed her for it, and that's what led to the argument. The news of the Guo family's brawl and hospital visit spread quickly, revealing their true character. Everyone wanted to keep their distance from them. Su Yuan rushed to the hospital to visit. Guobin and Wang Jiao had just come out of surgery. They were not in life-threatening danger, but would need to stay in the hospital for a while. As soon as Su Feng saw her, she started blaming her, accusing the Zhou family of being heartless and criticizing her for being incompetent, which made Su Yuan so angry that she turned to leave. Zhou Mo Yao and the others did not have dinner at their uncle's house. After their grandfather's meeting, they went home and started preparing dinner. Yuan returned to work after the wedding lunch. In the office, she heard about the Gua family situation but didn't know the details. As soon as she got home, she asked her son and daughter-in-law about it. By relying on family connections to enter the circle, they failed to improve themselves or strive to learn. It's only a matter of time before their true nature is revealed. Su Yuan's family background is quite ordinary, with low education levels and little emphasis on moral education. The whole family, young and old, has average abilities, yet they are very vain and competitive. Yuan feels that such a family will never reach the top of the pyramid. No matter how much they scheme, they will only ever be like ants looking up at the sky. Tomorrow at noon, you two should invite your siblings over for a meal. I can't come back. I have an end-of-year meeting and will probably be working late, so I won't make it for dinner. Yuan is very responsible at work and is always busy. After these 2 days, I can finally rest. Once the holiday starts, I'll go with you to buy New Year goods and take our little Jie out for a stroll. Excuse me, please give me 5 pounds of pork belly, 2 pig's feet, and 2 servings of pig offal. Luo Hansa got up early today to go to the farmer's market. She rode her bike alone and didn't wake up Zhao Jie to come with her. After buying meat, she went to other stalls to get some hot pot ingredients. In the northern winter, there are very few types of vegetables available, and she only managed to buy 1 basket after some selection. There were quite a few people at the market, but everyone was bundled up tightly for the cold winter. The men mostly wore military coats, while the women were wrapped in thick cotton jackets, complete with scarves, hats, and gloves, leaving only their eyes visible. She didn't notice someone staring at her with intensity. Meng Wenli and Zhao Jie got up at 7:30. When they held hands and walked into the kitchen, Luo Hansu was busy sorting vegetables. Sister-in-law, did you go to the Sinan Co farmer's market again? Yes, I took the bus this morning and bought some fresh vegetables for hot pot. Luo Hansu told a little lie. The seasonal vegetables in her basket were taken from her storage space. She had just left them outside to freeze for about 10 minutes, making them look a bit wilted to avoid suspicion. Wenli, Grandma loves vegetables, so please take this basket to her later. Luo Hansu remembered that Yu's grandmother enjoyed southern vegetables. Last time they invited her for hot pot, she specifically chose to eat only vegetables, so Luo Hansu prepared a special selection from her storage. Meng Wenli was pouring hot water to wash her face and smiled brightly. Grandma loves vegetables. She will be so happy to receive this much. Yuan had just finished washing up and changing clothes in her room. She came to the kitchen and saw her daughter-in-law had cooked noodles, each bowl filled with green vegetables and golden fried eggs, making her appetite soar. The noodles looked delicious this morning. Grandma, eat your vegetables. Zhao Jie picked up some greens from his bowl and put them in hers. Mom said these vegetables won't grow in the snow. Grandma rarely eats them, so she should have more today. I eat them often at home. Our little Jie is so thoughtful and obedient. Yuan understood his intention and took some meat from her bowl to give to him. Grandma loves these vegetables. I'll trade you some meat for more greens. Jie, eat more meat so you can grow taller and stronger. Grandma, I have meat in my bowl, a lot of it. Zhao Jie held his bowl and continued eating, saying, Grandma, Mom said after the new year, we can go to the mountains to pick mushrooms and ferns. I know how to find them, and I'll gather a lot to send to you. Oh my, how does little Jie know Grandma wants mushrooms and ferns? Grandma visited relatives in the south when she was young and had them a few times, but never again after that. I remember the mushrooms from the mountains tasted so fresh, a true delicacy. Making a pot of soup to eat with rice, the sweet flavor is unforgettable. Luo Hansu came to sit down with her bowl and said to her mother-in-law, there are many wild ferns and mushrooms on the mountains near our base. Other military wives say that in spring, they cover the hills. We can't send fresh wild vegetables, but we can gather some, dry them, and send them back. Soaking them in warm water to cook with meat will taste almost the same. Meng Wenli looked at her eagerly. Sister-in-law, I've never been to the south. I really want to go with you to pick. Luo Hansu smiled lightly. You have one last semester. After you finish this half year of school, Come play in Yen City for a month or two before starting work.
Okay.
Yuan agreed, having thought about this before. She added, Hance's due date is in August, and since she's having twins, they might come early. We need to start preparing by late July. Once Wenli finishes her exams, we will go to Yen City right away. Mom doesn't have much time off, so she might stay for only half a month. Wenli can help you with household chores, and then come back in September. Wenli nodded in agreement. All right. After breakfast, Yuan hurried to work on her bike, while Wenli took a big bag of vegetables to use home. Zhao Jie, who was quite attached to his aunt, couldn't sit still at home and happily followed her. When Zhou and Mo Yao returned at 10 o'clock, Luo Hansu had already prepared the hot pot, and 2 large pots of pig trotters were simmering. All the vegetables were washed and drained. Hansu, I said I would handle this when I got back. You should rest more during your pregnancy. Staying seated or lying down all the time isn't comfortable. Since I'm still early in my pregnancy, I can do some housework. Moving around feels better. Most of the preparations are done, and even the pig's offal is cleaned. I have the cooked pork here, Luo Hansa said, pointing to the bowl. Mo Yi and the others said yesterday they wanted to eat your braised pork, so I prepared the meat. The rest is up to you. Okay, I'll take care of it, Zhou and Mo Yao said as he quickly took off his clothes to start cooking. Wenli and the others delivered the vegetables to the Yu family. Zhao Jie and the Yu family's grandson played for 2 hours before returning. They both came back holding candied hawthorns, and Zhao Jie was grinning widely, happily giving each of his parents a skewer. Wow, that's sour. Luo Hansa took a bite and found it too sour, shaking her head. She handed the candied hawthorn to the man. I don't want it anymore. It's too sour for me. Sister-in-law, I think it's fine, Wenli said, enjoying her snack. Since she was pregnant, she cheerfully added, Sister-in-law, I've heard from the elders that sour means a boy and spicy means a girl. Since you don't like sour food while pregnant but enjoy spicy food more than before, you probably have a little niece in there. Luo Hansu had heard the same saying but was a bit skeptical. Is that saying reliable? I don't know, Wenli admitted, lacking experience but sharing what she had heard. Not reliable, Zhou and Mo Yao chimed in with a smile, sharing his own experience. My mom couldn't eat anything sour when she was pregnant with me. She only craved spicy food. Luo Hansa chuckled. That's because you wanted spicy food. It doesn't mean your mom craved it.
Haha.
Wenli laughed and agreed. Brother Yao, sister-in-law, is right. It's you who wanted spicy food. You've loved it since you were little. You're the one who can handle the spiciest in our family. Even though the saying about sour and spicy wasn't reliable, Zhou and Mo Yao genuinely looked forward to having a daughter, one who would be as beautiful as his wife. Brother Yao, sister-in-law, open the door, we're here. At 11:30, everyone who wasn't working had arrived. Those who were working would come after their shifts. They came early to help out. Li Chumeng, the sister-in-law, was visiting for the first time and had brought gifts. The couple had carefully selected high-quality items from a state-run store. Luo Hansa smiled as she accepted the gifts and invited them to sit in the living room, bringing out some dried fruits and candies to treat them. After sitting for a short while, someone knocked on the door again. Wenli ran out to open it and quickly led in 2 comrades wearing red armbands. Brother Yao, sister-in-law, the people from the Revolutionary Committee are here. They said they need to talk to you. Zhou and Mo Yao immediately put down what he was doing and quickly walked over. The 2 visitors were unfamiliar faces, so he introduced himself. Comrades, I am Zhou and Mo Yao. How can I help you? The 2 visitors knew they were at Director Yu's home and recognized his son, a well-known figure in the military. They spoke politely, Comrade Zhou. This morning someone submitted a complaint to the committee, saying that you and your wife live extravagantly and wastefully. We have to come here to check. Who is the irresponsible person with nothing better to do? Zhou and Mo Fei exclaimed angrily. Zhou and Mo Yao, however, remained calm and stepped aside to invite them into the house for an inspection, saying, My wife and I just returned from the south. It's rare for us to see our siblings at home, so we invited them over today and prepared a bit more food than usual. The group consisted of Zhou's younger relatives, and the two visitors recognized them. Upon entering, they quickly realized someone was trying to make trouble for the Zhou family. The hot pot prepared for lunch was still simmering, and it smelled delicious as they conducted their routine inspection. They saw that the pot contained pig's feet, and another pot was cooking inexpensive pig offal, while a third pot had 4 bowls of meat. The rest were simple vegetable dishes, all of which were quite affordable and hardly extravagant. "Comrade Zhou, we're just doing our job. Sorry for the intrusion," one of the visitors said politely after their inspection. "It's part of your duties. There's no need to apologize," Zhou Emo Yao replied calmly and invited them. "It's mealtime now. Please join us for a meal before you head back." He then instructed his cousin, Emo Qin, "Please show our guests to the living room. Make them comfortable while I finish cooking these 2 dishes." "Sure," Zhou Emo Qin responded and quickly guided the guests to sit down. Zhou Emo Yao asked his cousin to bring some tea and turned to his wife, saying, "Han Su, did you run into anyone unfriendly while shopping for groceries this morning?"
"I didn't notice anyone," she replied.
Luo Han Su recalled that the 2 visitors had just quietly informed them that someone reported they consumed 5 pounds of meat and several pig's feet daily. This clearly stemmed from someone seeing her at the market, where there were many people, and she hadn't paid much attention. "I'll look into it later," Zhou Emo Yao said, setting the matter aside for now as he continued to stir-fry the ingredients. He called out Zhao Jie, "Come try the food." Zhao Jie, the family's official taste tester, happily ran over. He chewed on the fatty intestines and licked his lips, saying, "Dad, can I have another piece?" "I'll let you taste it. Did you figure it out?" Zhou Mao Yao smiled at him. "Brother Yao, let me try." Zhou Maofei rushed over, snatched the chopsticks from his hand, and quickly grabbed 2 pieces to eat. It was so hot that his tongue tingled, but he kept nodding, "Delicious, delicious, just the right amount of salt." For lunch, they made 2 big pots of pig's trotter's hot pot. To make sure there was enough food for everyone, they also cooked several hot dishes and steamed 2 large baskets of soup dumplings. When the workers arrived, everyone started eating right away. "Sister-in-law, these soup dumplings from Haicheng are so small. In Kyoto, 1 meat bun is enough to match 7 or 8 of these." As soon as the soup dumplings arrived, they were quickly finished. Luo Hansa took 3 or 4 for herself. Eating while chatting, Haicheng's soup dumplings are quite famous. They do taste different from the big meat buns. "It's like people. Look at how delicate and pretty my sister-in-law is. Unlike you guys from Kyoto, who look rough and tough like big meat buns. By good tease them."
"Ha ha, ha ha."
The group of siblings burst into laughter. Zhou Maofei elbowed his cousin, "Yigo, sister-in-law was talking about you. The rough guy who looks like a big meat bun. We're all grandkids of the same grandparents. Do you think you're any better?" Zhou Maya shot him a glare. "We're from the same grandparents, but not the same parents. I'm still much more refined than you." Zhou Maofei was now a tall and slender teenager, different from his big brothers, and he took pride in that. Li Chuming noticed that the atmosphere among the siblings was great and felt that this big family was quite nice, except for the mother-in-law who sometimes didn't understand things. Everything else was just fine. Zhou Maoya was entertaining 2 guests while Luo Hansu took care of the younger siblings, occasionally serving them rice and hot dishes. "Chuming, do you want some spicy sauce?" "Just a little. I can only handle mild spice." Li Chuming got up, smiling as she accepted the chili oil she offered, saying, "Zhao Jie can handle spice so well. We can't keep up with him." Zhao Jie's lips were red from the spice, but he didn't complain, shyly smiling. "We eat chili every day. Dad can handle the spiciest, I'm second, and Mom prefers mild. I stayed there for 2 months, so my spice tolerance improved. Today, they didn't put chili in the hot pot, but they added a little to the stir-fried dishes, all on the milder side, and everyone enjoyed it. 2 sisters-in-law and several younger sisters, are you going shopping this afternoon?" Li Chumeng invited them. The couple had just gotten married and had some time off. She got along well with her 2 sisters-in-law and wanted to spend more time with them. Sure. Everyone agreed. Zhou Yan and Zhou Yale, the sisters, were both working, but since the year-end was approaching, they adjusted their vacation schedule because their brother and sister-in-law got married. They would take a break for a few days and then work extra during the spring festival. The men had big appetites, while the women ate less. Li Chumeng felt about 70 to 80% full and got up to help Luo Hansu make tea. Hansu, let me tell you, last night after Guobin's surgery, he woke up in the hospital and was demanding a divorce. His aunt was also encouraging him to leave his wife, angrily accusing Wang Jiao of being a harmful person. The Wang family and their relatives are not easy to deal with, especially Wang Jiao's mother. She is even stronger than her daughter, very persuasive, and quite forceful. She threw the aunt and her husband out of the hospital room. Luo Hansu raised her delicate eyebrows. Did they end up fighting? Not exactly a fight. The aunt and her husband were probably scared by Wang Jiao's fierce attitude yesterday. They were worried that Wang Jiao's mother might get so angry that she would cause trouble, so they just shouted a bit and left. Neither of them stayed in the hospital, and the other son and daughter-in-law also went home to rest. Last night, only Guobin and Wang Jiao were in the hospital. Wang Jiao's mother was there taking care of her daughter, making sure she had everything she needed, and completely ignored Guobin. After Guobin's surgery, he didn't have a drop of water until afternoon today. He didn't eat breakfast or dinner, and the Guo family didn't bring him any food or water, nor did anyone come to visit him. Li Chumeng expressed this with a rich expression. The Su family didn't come either. They only showed up yesterday when he was first taken to the hospital, just to check in briefly, and then left. Seeing she knew so much, Luo Hansu asked, "Did you visit him this morning?" "We went around 10 o'clock. We didn't go yesterday because of our wedding, which gave us a good excuse. If we didn't go today, people would talk." Li Chumeng smiled and added, "Guobin is seriously injured. We heard from the doctor that part of his jaw was removed, and it can't be repaired well. The cut on his face is lighter, but may leave a scar. Also, he was stabbed in the thigh with a knife, leaving a big wound. He lost a lot of blood during surgery." "These two aren't easy people," Luo Hansu said, feeling no sympathy for them. "Right, neither of them is easy to deal with. Their reputation isn't good. Guobin is better at pretending than Wang Jiao. He acts like a good person in public, but those who know him well are aware of his true character. Zhuang is so arrogant and unreasonable because of Wang Jiao, but the bigger blame lies with his grandparents. They spoil him too much, and no one can criticize him. Even when he does bad things, they won't discipline him, making him feel like he can do whatever he wants. This year, he went to a wedding with his grandparents and got into a fight with another child, pushing him into a ditch. That child almost drowned. In the end, his grandparents defended him, twisting the truth and saying the child fell in by himself. I saw it happen with some friends. We witnessed Zhuang push him. One of my friends even testified, but his grandparents accused us of meddling and even tried to threaten us. Zhuang is not a little kid anymore. If they don't educate him properly, he will definitely become a problem in the future." Li Chumeng understood the character of the Guo and Su families. Before her blind date with Zhou Maqin, her parents thoroughly checked on the relatives here. She was willing to marry Zhou Maqin mainly because of the Zhou family status and good upbringing. Having just married into the Zhou family, she observed the attitude of the elders and her father-in-law. They all disliked the Su and Guo families. Her two sisters-in-law and brother-in-law also shared the sentiment. She felt reassured that even if she had some disagreements with her mother-in-law in the future, she wouldn't be without support. Additionally, her own family was strong enough, which gave her confidence. As long as she didn't make foolish choices, her marriage with Zhou Maqin would likely be stable. Seeing the two of them chatting happily in the corner, Zhou Yuan discreetly tugged at her brother's sleeve and quietly asked, "Brother, does sister-in-law know about your previous breakup with your first wife?" "Yes, I told her a long time ago." Zhou Maqin, who had been focused on his meal, turned around and noticed his sisters-in-law talking. He then told his sister, "Everything that needed to be said has been clarified. Chumeng has already said she won't hold it against me." "Oh, that's good." Zhou Yuan didn't say anything more. After lunch, Zhou Guoyao escorted the two comrades to the door and was about to return to clean up when a neighbor called out to him, "Hey, Zhou, I just saw the Su family's grandchildren at your house. What is your relationship with them?" "They're my cousins. They're the children of my third uncle." Oh, I see. So you are the grandson of General Zhao. The neighbor had not known about this before and suddenly recalled something, confirming with him, "You are the second son of the Zhou family, the eldest grandson, right?" "Yes, my dad is the second in line. This is the wedding house my parents bought for us. We usually work in the south and only come back during holidays to let my mom and cousin stay here and watch the house." "I see." The neighbor smiled and asked him another question. "By the way, did you know that your third uncle's family had an incident?" "Yes, they had a fight among themselves, and now they are all in the hospital." The neighbor had heard about this from relatives and said with a smile, "Only Guibin and his wife are hospitalized. The others are fine. I went to the market this morning and saw your aunt's older sister. She had her hand wrapped in thick bandages and was buying chicken, probably to help the family recover." Hearing this, Zhou Imo Yao narrowed his eyes and quickly asked, "Aunt, what time did you go shopping this morning?" "Around 6, just before 7. I saw you leave, and then I saw your wife leave too. I followed her. I wanted to call out to Hansu to walk together, but I ran into someone I knew and talked to them, so I got to the market 2 or 3 minutes later than Hansu." After gathering important clues from the neighbor, Zhou Imo Yao quickly asked a few more questions and then went inside to get busy, temporarily not mentioning this to Luo Hansu. Everyone in the living room had finished their tea. Those who needed to work went to their jobs, while those who didn't stayed to help clean. After finishing the chores, the women planned to go shopping, and Zhou Imo Qin accompanied his newlywed wife, intending to help them carry things. He asked his older cousin Yao Ge, "Are you going?" "I have something to do later. You all go ahead, and I'll catch up with you." Zhou Imo Yao planned to check on the report first, and then meet up with them. "Ah Yao, we'll meet at the overseas Chinese store around 3:30. Luo Hansu had just put on a long warm coat, with a scarf, hat, gloves, and mask all on, and had dressed her son as well. Both mother and son, along with Meng Wenli, were fully prepared. "Okay, buy whatever you like, choose the best, and don't worry about the cost." Zhou Imo Yao never managed the household expenses and placed no restrictions. Bai Ge had her son strapped to her chest and smiled, saying, "Ah, that is the sweetest thing to hear. I wish my Zhou Imo Yu would say that, but he's a bit clueless and doesn't understand my hints." "Yao Ge, when you have time, could you teach him?" Zhou Moya chuckled. "He gives all his salary to you, which shows his attitude. He earns the money, and you spend it. This attitude could also mean he earns the money, and I save it," Bai Ge joked. "This is between the two of you. Sort it out yourselves," Zhou Moya said, not wanting to get involved. Bai Ge was joking as she wrapped up her son and played with him, saying, "Little Zhou Shishuan, we're going shopping now." The little one couldn't talk yet, and was just starting to babble. He seemed to understand her words and was so happy that he flapped his arms and legs joyfully, but he was dressed too warmly and quickly got tired. Li Chumeng and Zhou Yuan often went shopping and were very familiar with the city. Luo Hansu had no special plans and held her son's hand to follow them. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Moya knocked on the Gua family's door and waited half a minute before someone came to open it. "Who is it?" The one who opened the door was Gua Heng, Gua Bin's younger brother. He had just woken up at home and wasn't wearing a coat. Seeing Zhou Moya, he paused for a moment. "Moya Ge, it's you. What brings you here today? Is your mom home?" Zhou Moya asked at the door. "Yes." Gua Heng invited him inside and called out, "Mom, Moya Ge is here to see you." Su Fong was resting inside and, hearing her son's words, sounded a bit flustered. "Hengzi, who is here?"
"Moya Ye."
Zhou Moya followed him inside, and Gua Heng closed the door, blocking the cold air outside. Feeling a bit awkward, he asked, "Moya Ge, may I ask what you need to see my mom about?" "Let's wait for your mom to come out." Gua Qingping was also at home, injured more seriously than Su Fong, and was resting in bed. He came out wearing a military coat with his wife. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Moya got straight to the point. "Aunt Su, I'm here to ask about the complaint letter received by the committee this morning."
"Did you send it?"
"What complaint letter?" Su Fong had prepared herself mentally, but her heart still skipped a beat, and her eyes flickered slightly. Gua Qingping frowned. "Zhou Moya, what do you mean? What complaint letter?" Zhou Moya didn't answer him, his knowing gaze fixed on Su Fong, speaking in a calm tone. "Aunt Su, as a relative, I'll ask again. Did you send the complaint letter?" "I don't know what complaint letter you're talking about. I've been home all day and haven't gone out." Su Fong did not dare to look him in the eye, and her response became a bit faster. Zhou Mo Yao said he would only ask once, so he would not ask again. He slowly stood up, looking down at her from above. "If not, then I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you a speedy recovery and prosperity for the Guo family." Although he was speaking words of blessing, they sent a chill down Guo Qingping and the others. After watching Zhou and Mo Yao leave, Guo Heng quickly closed the door and turned to ask, "Mom, did you send a report?" "No, I don't know anything about a report," Su Fong replied with a serious face. "Tell the truth." Guo Qingping had shared a bed with her for 30 years and knew her better than anyone. Just one look told him she was lying. The report Zhou and Mo Yao mentioned must be related to her. "Mom, what are you hiding from us?" Guo Heng also understood her. She had been too afraid to look Zhou and Mo Yao in the eye, making it obvious to anyone that she was lying. Seeing that she could not hide it from the two of them, Su Fong quickly got up to open the door. After confirming that Zhou and Mo Yao had not returned, she confessed to them, "This morning, I went to the market and saw Luo Hansu buying groceries. She bought 5 or 6 pounds of meat and a whole basket of other meat dishes. All our family troubles started because of her, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I sent a report to the committee, accusing her of living extravagantly." Before she could finish, Guo Qingping's expression changed. He pointed at her head and whispered angrily, "Su Fong, have you lost your mind? She just bought a few pounds of meat, and you reported her for living lavishly? The new year is coming. She can easily explain it away as stocking up for the holiday, and the committee will drop the investigation. What revenge do you think you'll get?" "Mom, you really—" Guo Heng was also very angry, hands on his hips. "Even if you didn't get back at her, now Zhou and Mo Yao is going to investigate you. Just wait for him to take revenge on our family." Guo Heng's wife stood at the bedroom door, frowning as she reminded them, "Zhou and Mo Yao just wished for the Guo family to prosper." That was a sarcastic remark. "He is likely planning to take action against us. What a fool. Besides dragging us down. What else can you do?" Guo Qingping angrily smashed a cup, his voice rising. "You and Su Yuan are the same. Both of you are foolish. Guo Qingping, you may be clever with your words, but you still rely on us fools to succeed. If it weren't for my sister marrying into the Zhou family, would you have what you have today? Would the Guo family be where it is now? Would you be in your current position? If it weren't for me, you'd still be back home dealing with manure and farming." Su Fong spoke confidently in front of the man. In the past, she relied on her well-married sister, and even her in-laws didn't dare to act superior in front of her. Even though the Zhou family didn't like her now and her relationship with her sister had worsened, she still had her family as a support, so she wasn't afraid to speak up. Seeing them arguing again, Guo Heng interrupted, feeling annoyed. "All right, stop arguing. It's useless to fight now. We need to quickly think of a way to deal with this." "What do we need to deal with?" Su Fong said, not as anxious as they were. "I know what I'm doing. He has no evidence against me. Even if he claims he has proof that I reported him, I'm not worried. Luo Hansa comes from a wealthy background, and buying so much meat is suspicious. It's reasonable for me to report her." "Mom, the problem isn't about whether it's reasonable or not." Guo Heng's wife was much smarter than Wang Jiao and thought things through more deeply. With a worried expression, she analyzed, "You lied just now," and Zhou and Mo Yao clearly noticed. "He has made it clear that he wants to deal with us. He doesn't need evidence to confront you. He just needs to confirm if there's a connection between you two. If you report them from behind, they can escape unscathed. But if he reports us and submits some evidence, can we hide from that?" Her words startled Su Fong, and she became a bit flustered. "Our family is upright and can withstand scrutiny. We're not afraid of his report." The three of them stared at her, not responding to her statement. Guo Qingping closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought, then stood up, supporting himself on the chair. "This afternoon, just rest at home and don't do anything. You'll go out with me tonight." Okay. Guaheng agreed and then said to his mother, Mom, I ask you not to make decisions randomly anymore, alright? I didn't make decisions randomly. Su Fong insisted, not believing she was wrong. Mom, I don't want to argue with you or fight. Please take a moment to calm down and think about your recent actions. I really don't know how to address what you and Grandma have been doing lately. Time and again, you've offended Zhou and Mo Qin and his siblings, making them dislike you more. Does this really benefit you in any way? Are you not aware of the gap between our families and the Zhou family? With such a big tree in the Zhou family, if we just absorb a bit of its nutrients, we could all become wealthy. But you all not only take the nutrients, but also try to peel the bark off the tree. Don't you feel uncomfortable and restless living such a comfortable life without any excitement? Guaheng, how can you speak like that? Su Fong slammed her hand on the table, but hit it too hard and hurt her hand, making her wince in pain. Guaheng, just like his father, understood his mother well and didn't want to argue further. If you keep acting like this, well, our family's success and failure both depend on the Zhou family. After saying this, the couple went back to their room. Fool, pig brain, Guo Qingping muttered, not even giving her a glance, and went back to his bedroom. They thought their home was safe, completely unaware that Zhou Maoyao was hiding behind another window, listening to every word they said. After leaving the Guo family, Zhou Maoyao took care of some business and went to the overseas Chinese store to find his wife around 3 o'clock. When he arrived, a group of women were trying on clothes. Zhou Maoqin was sitting on a soft chair in the store, holding baby Zhou Shixuan with 6 or 7 stuffed bags at his feet.
Dad.
Zhao Jie, sitting next to him and watching the goods, was the first to see Zhou Maoyao and immediately ran towards him. Zhou Maoyao picked him up and walked towards his wife, glancing at the items on the floor. Is this all you bought? Zhou Maoqin raised an eyebrow. Is this too little? He had previously gone shopping with Li Chumeng, who was quite the shopper. Today, seeing her and her sisters together, he finally witnessed their shopping nature and skills. He usually exercises regularly, but today he was too tired to walk. As soon as he arrived at the overseas Chinese store, he found a chair to rest. However, these women had been shopping for 1 or 2 hours without anyone complaining of fatigue. They were all energetic and could probably shop for another 2 or 3 hours. The most surprising part was how they picked and chose, buying all sorts of things he had never seen before, with names he had never heard, and they explained everything confidently. Zhou Maoyao gave him a look. How did you manage to marry your wife? Zhou Maoqin could only respond with silence. Haha. The group of women laughed. Even Luo Hansu smiled brightly. Oh dear. With such poor speaking skills, I don't think I can ever back out now, Li Chumeng said, laughing uncontrollably. Zhou Maoqin realized this and smiled, waving his hand generously. It's not too much at all. I can handle it. Bye, keep buying. If I run out of money, I'll go to the bank. You just need to enjoy shopping and spending. Exactly. That's beautifully said. Li Chumeng held up a wool sweater in front of him to check the size. Both sisters-in-law said this sweater looks nice, so I'll buy one for each of you brothers as new clothes for the new year. What I'm wearing is from the last time we shopped together. It's new, so I don't need to buy another one. You should get one for yourself. The clothes he wore for his wedding yesterday were all new, bought together with her from a high-end store, and they spent quite a bit of money. Li Chumeng smiled as she checked the size, saying, Comrade Zhou Maoqin, your speaking skills have improved. That's commendable. Zhou Maoqin chuckled helplessly. I used to lack in that area. I'll learn well from my older brother in the future. The 3 sisters-in-law were shopping, and Bai Go was relatively more frugal and careful with spending. Luo Hansu and Li Chumeng, on the other hand, didn't understand saving at all. They never looked at prices or bargained. If they liked something, they just bought it, regardless of the cost. Zhou Yuan and the others also bought quite a few items, but they were mostly inexpensive little things. Seeing the 3 sisters-in-law still shopping intensely, they quietly gathered around their 2 brothers. When Luo Hansu chose a wool sweater and went to look at pants, Zhou Yuan chuckled and asked, Yao Ge, is there nothing good to buy in Yanqing? Yanqing doesn't have a high-end store, and the state-run shops have average items. Your sister-in-law usually spends very little. She only buys daily necessities. Today, she's in a good mood shopping with you all and found things she likes, so she bought more. I give her all my salary and allowances, but she hasn't touched a penny of it. She spends her own money. Zhao Jie, sitting in his lap, stretched his neck to talk to Zhou Ye and Annie. My mom always buys me things. Lots of food, clothes, shoes, and school supplies. She even buys kites and toys for my friends and shares cookies and fruits with them. They all really like my mom. Do you like your mom? Zhou Yan asked him. Yes, I like her. She teaches me to read, recite poems, and do math.
She also takes me horseback riding. My mom is really good at riding.
She can run on a horse and shoot arrows, hitting every target. She's the best. Zhao Jie now has 3 idols: Yang Pu, Luo Hansu, and Zhou Mo Yao. At first, Yang Pu was his top idol, but now he has fallen to the last place, while Luo Hansu has taken the lead. The granddaughters of the Zhou family have learned some martial arts, but have never ridden a horse or visited the grasslands. They have only seen scenes in movies of nomadic people riding horses across the plains, and they long for that carefree lifestyle. His sister-in-law grew up in Haicheng, but Grandpa Luo secretly hired a teacher to teach her riding skills, and she has become quite skilled. They genuinely admire and envy her. Zhou Mo Qin has some thoughts too. He realizes he doesn't really know Luo Hansu at all. The more he interacts with her, the more talent she reveals, and he feels they are not a good match. He truly feels too weak to be with her. She is so outstanding that only his older cousin can stand beside her. They are the best match. He used to regret breaking off the engagement, but now he feels relieved. The right match is the best, and he gets along well with Li Chumeng. Their thoughts and ideas align, and she is even better than he imagined. Marrying her feels completely natural. The day before the wedding, his father had a special talk with him, advising him to let go of unnecessary thoughts. In fact, he had already come to terms with it and was grateful for his mother's interference. Luo Hansu and the others didn't hesitate any longer and paid for the items they had chosen. With their bags in hand, they planned to head home. Before leaving, Zhou Mo Yao told his cousin Mo Qin, "I need to talk to you and Uncle Mo Fei about something. After dinner tonight, meet me at 7 in the alley near your aunt's house." Okay. Zhou Mo Qin didn't ask any more questions, guessing it was related to his aunt's house. Zhou Mo Yao had ridden his bike over, and once his wife had secured their bags, he quickly rode back home with her and their child, while Meng Wenli took the bus alone. They agreed to meet at 7, but Zhou Zhong and the 3 fathers arrived early, about 10 minutes before Zhou Mo Yao and his wife. The 5 of them were bundled up tightly, with only their eyes visible. "Yao Ge, what do you need us for?" Zhou Mo Fei asked first. Zhou Mo Yao offered a cigarette to his uncle and said, "This morning, someone reported the association, and you called the person a lazy fool. Can you guess who that fool is?" He had arranged for the 3 of them to meet, and they could easily guess, though they weren't sure who it was. Zhou Mo Fei asked with a serious face, "Yao Ge, who is it?" "Your aunt. This morning, she went to the market and saw Han Su buying a lot of pork and pig trotters. She immediately went to file a report, and your uncle and Guaheng had no idea. I went to ask her this afternoon, but your aunt denied it. Later, she confessed to them." Zhou Mo Yao explained the situation and added, "I could tell your aunt was lying and was warning about dealing with the Guo family. They are worried some things might be exposed, and the father and son will take action tonight." Zhou Zhong, he understood. His nephew wanted them to investigate the Guo family. Since the last time Su Donghua had taken all their savings, he had hired someone to follow and investigate. He discovered that Su Donghua regularly met with people for secret dealings. The deeper he dug, the more people were involved, including many officials' families. He had reported this to the elder and provided regular updates, but they lacked solid evidence and were entangled with too many people, so they decided to hold off for now. Now that his nephew was focused on the Guo family, they were concerned about alarming them. Zhou Zhong, he planned to talk to him. "Mo Yao, I need to discuss something with you. Let's step aside." "Okay." The 2 of them spoke quietly for nearly 5 minutes. Zhou Zhong, he shared what he had discovered, and Zhou and Mo Yao informed him of his upcoming tasks. They found their plans aligned and decided to proceed with the original plan to target the Gua family. Gua Qingping and his son had no idea they were being watched. After dinner, they waited until it was completely dark outside before stepping out to take care of business. "I'll follow them. You two come slowly." Luo Hansu didn't give them a chance to respond, moving swiftly like a shadow, disappearing into the snowstorm in an instant. Standing behind his father and brother, Zhou and Mo Fei's eyes lit up with admiration. Sister-in-law is amazing, a top-notch expert. Zhou and Mo Yao smiled. She came to my place for an evaluation and took down 3 teams and all the captains by herself. Zhou Zhonghe and his son were speechless. "Let's go, follow her." Luo Hansu left some special footprints in front, and they followed the tracks, keeping a careful distance from each other. Gua Qingping and his son were quite alert, constantly looking around and occasionally glancing back. They even tried to confuse anyone following them with some tricky movements at the corners, but these tricks were child's play for Luo Hansu. After they unlocked a small warehouse of a state-owned factory, Luo Hansu slowly emerged from the shadows, left a signal, and climbed into the interior to check things out. 2 minutes later, she climbed back out and signaled to Zhou Moya and the others who had just arrived. "Who is it?" Just as Gua Qingping and his son dug up the buried stolen goods, several footsteps of varying weights echoed in the warehouse, startling them into quickly hiding the wooden box in the pit. "Uncle, what treasures are you hiding in the middle of the night?" Zhou Mafei said, grinding his teeth. The 5 of them walked side by side, with Zhou Zhonghe in the middle, his 2 sons on the right, and his nephew and niece on the left. As they approached, a heavy feeling of pressure filled the air, causing Gua Qingping and his son to collapse to the ground. The Zhou brothers stepped forward, lifted the wooden box they had just put back in the pit, and tossed it onto the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. Gua Qingping and his son dared not look at what was on the ground, trembling in fear as a chilling sensation spread from their feet to their backs, making them shiver. "Your family is really wealthy, just a mere 200,000 to 300,000 in cash. Wow, these gold bracelets are nice, half a pound each, much heavier than the ones Grandma gave us. They must be worth a lot. Your family clearly doesn't lack money. You're much richer than us. Yet my aunt and 2 cousins come to our house to take things every few days. They should have brought my silly mom along tonight." Caught red-handed, Gua Qingping could not argue any further. His face turned pale with despair, and he finally mustered the courage to plead, "Brother-in-law, no matter what, we are family. If something happens to the Gua family, it will surely affect your work and the future of your 4 nephews. Please give me a chance to make amends." "What can you offer to make amends?" Zhou Zhonghe asked from above. Hearing this, Gua Qingping sensed an opportunity, quickly got up, glanced at Zhou Moya, and after a moment of hesitation, made a decision. "You can ask me anything, and I will not hide the truth." "Show your sincerity first," Luo Hansu said with a cold glance. Her voice was chilling, freezing some of Gua Qingping's hidden thoughts. His hands trembled uncontrollably under his sleeves. "If you are not sincerely here to talk, then let's not discuss it. We can handle this as a business matter. Our so-called family ties can be severed with a simple statement. Don't use your job as a threat. When it comes to justice, family feelings take a back seat. The Zhou family will not show favoritism, even if it means sacrificing family. This won't affect your uncle's career. They can still rise by stepping on the shoulders of troublesome relatives like you." He thought he could use this as leverage in negotiations, but Luo Hansu quickly shattered his plans. Gua Qingping's face tightened, anger swirling in his eyes. "Luo Hansu, this is our family matter. You're just an outsider. Please don't interfere. Do you know why my uncle and his 2 sons are here?" Luo Hansu replied calmly. "They were brought here by her." Gua Qingping realized this and closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. "I will show sincerity. Just ask, and I will answer truthfully. If your sincerity is only verbal, then there's no need to talk." Luo Hansu tossed the handcuffs from her pocket in front of him. "Forget the gold bracelet. Wear these silver handcuffs instead. Put them on yourself to avoid some pain. If I have to do it, it will be much worse. What do you want?" Guo Qingping finally understood that Luo Hansu was not simple. She was difficult to deal with, sharp-minded, and unpredictable. He now realized why the elders of the Zhou family protected her so fiercely. I'm not asking you for anything. I'm asking you to show sincerity. Your promised verbal explanation is just a way to save yourself, not a sign of sincerity for negotiation. Don't confuse the two. We can find out about your actions tonight and have already figured out most of it. Don't try to play tricks here. Luo Hansu respected her uncle, but she had no connection to her aunt's relatives and wouldn't compromise on certain matters just to save face for her aunt. Guo Qingping felt a chaotic panic. He couldn't grasp how much the Zhou couple knew or if she was testing him. He had worked hard to rise with his Zhou family's influence and didn't want to return to a state of having nothing. Seeing him silent and clearly hesitating, Luo Hansu sneered, I gave you a chance, but you hesitated and let it go.
Thud, thud, thud.
3 small stones hit the ground, making a faint sound that echoed in Guo Qingping and his son's ears like a haunting melody, leaving them startled and pale. Luo Hansu ignored their suddenly white faces and instructed the confused Zhou Maqin brothers, get to work. What work? Zhou Mafei didn't understand. Dig 3 feet deep. Luo Hansu rolled her eyes at him and chose to do the physical work herself, leaving the interrogation to the men. Yao. The rest is up to you. Okay, Zhou Mo Yao replied with a smile in his voice. The small shovels brought by Guo Qingping and his son were picked up by the 3 of them. When Zhou Maqin struck the ground accurately with his shovel, the father and son closed their eyes in despair and collapsed onto the ground again. After the Zhou brothers dug 3 feet deep, they uncovered a chest made of camphor wood, about the height of a calf. They used all their strength to lift it out, and after breaking the lock with the shovel, they saw neatly stacked gold bars inside, both gasping in shock. Zhou Zhonghe glanced at it with cold eyes. Very good. Meanwhile, Luo Hansu found an old shovel and managed to unearth another chest hidden even deeper. Mo Qin, Mo Fei, come dig this. Zhou Mafei immediately grabbed a shovel and looked at her with eager eyes, asking his burning question. Sister-in-law, how did you know there was more? You underestimate your relative's greed. As for how she discovered these 3 locations, it was because she had followed them earlier, and they confirmed the spots right in front of her. At another treasure site nearby, Luo Hansu continued to dig with the shovel. Your grandfather's family probably has even more. They're already being watched. If you don't act quickly to cut out these tumors, it will be too late when they take action. She said this without hiding it from the Guo family. Guo Qingping trembled in panic and quickly tried to appeal to Zhou Zhonghe's sense of family, starting to confess without them even asking. The second chest was still filled with gold, but instead of bars, it contained various goldfish and jewelry, including an exquisitely crafted phoenix hairpin worn by ancient palace concubines. Luo Hansu glanced at it and said, her voice steady, Humph, possessing forbidden items adds to the crime. When the 3rd box was finally dug up and filled with cash, Zhou Mafei started cursing. How can they do such terrible things and make so much money, yet still come to take our family's little savings? They spend all their time whining to my mom, pretending to be poor. What a great relative we have. They've taken so much money from us and want to interfere in my sister's marriage. This isn't family. They are clearly enemies. Caught red-handed, Guo Qingping and his son couldn't say a word in their defense. They hung their heads low, continuing to confess other matters while enduring Zhou's harsh words. An hour later, Zhou Moya collected the information he needed, called for a car, and secretly took Guo and his son away along with the stolen goods. He then tricked Su Fong and her daughter-in-law into going to the hospital and took them away as well. For the investigation and arrests related to the Su family, Zhou Moya didn't let his uncle and cousin participate to avoid any emotional scenes or resistance from the women in the Su family. When Zhou Zhong and his family returned home, they silently agreed not to tell Su Yuan about what happened that night. Zhou Zhong even advised his younger son to stay at home and keep an eye on his mother to prevent her from doing anything foolish. Su Yuan had no idea that her family had been taken down overnight. She was still happy that her son wasn't moving out and was encouraging him to stay at home, completely unaware of his true intentions. That night, Zhou Moya and his wife stirred up trouble in the capital again. Luo Hansu conducted interrogations indoors, while Zhou Moya led the team to make arrests. Almost all the corrupt officials and their families were caught in their beds. Some tried to scream for help but were quickly subdued. In one night, they arrested about 10 households. Luo Hansu had others interrogate the family members, while she focused on the main suspect. At first, these people were uncooperative and boasted about filing complaints after their release. However, after being dealt with using special methods, they quickly confessed, trembling and sweating. As dawn approached, when Zhou Moya returned with another suspect, Luo Hansu handed him the investigation results, saying, "The evidence we have is enough to put him in jail." This man, named Zhuing, was a close aide to Zhang Jiabong and the brother of the deputy director of a newspaper in the capital. All the people arrested last night were his subordinates. He had used their violations against them, forcing them to abuse their power for his benefit, while also offering them rewards. Like the 4 boxes of treasure discovered by the Gua family last night, most of it was profit given by the other party as a reward, while a small portion was obtained through corruption by abusing their power. "Okay, I'll take care of it right away." Zhou Mo Yao kissed her, concerned after she had worked all night. "Are you tired? Can you handle it?" "I'm fine, not too tired." Luo Hansu had tea made with water from the space well and had prepared a large pot for him earlier. Zhou Mo Yao had just returned with food. The warm pancakes were hidden in his military coat, still steaming when he took them out. "Have a couple of pancakes to fill your stomach. When it gets light, I'll go buy breakfast." "Have you eaten?" Luo Hansu asked him. "I had 2. These are for you." Zhou Mo Yao had been out all night and was already hungry, and the other brothers were hungry too. He had specially asked the chef at the state-run restaurant to prepare food. Zhuing woke up earlier than usual this morning. He had a nightmare all night and, sensing something was wrong, woke up before dawn and couldn't fall back asleep. He was sharp-minded to have reached his position, so as soon as he got up, he immediately made calls to his hidden connections. After 3 unanswered calls, he sensed something was wrong. He skipped breakfast and called the driver to take him to work. However, as he stepped outside and was about to get in the car, he was blocked by Zhou Mo Yao, who was driving toward him. "Good morning, Deputy Director Zhu." Seeing Zhou Mo Yao, Zhuing felt a wave of anxiety, but kept his face calm. "Oh, it's Mo Yao. Long time no see. What brings you here today?" "I need to ask Deputy Director Zhu a few questions. Since you're out so early, you probably haven't had breakfast. How about we eat together and chat?" Zhou Mo Yao opened the car door, gesturing for him to enter, his expression and tone cold. "Deputy Director Zhu, several senior leaders are waiting for you to have breakfast together. Please get in the car. We shouldn't keep them waiting." "Old Zhu." Mrs. Zhu had gotten up and sensed something was off. In a panic, she rushed over and grabbed Zhu Ying's arm to stop him from leaving. "Mrs. Zhu, why don't you join Deputy Director Zhu? Your older brother and cousin are having breakfast together. You should go say hello." Zhou Mo Yao's sharp gaze was fixed on them. His words were not clear, but Zhu Ying and his wife understood what he meant. The color drained from their faces quickly, leaving only despair. Both of them were taken away at the same time, and their children, who lived outside, were also controlled almost simultaneously. The house was turned upside down by law enforcement officers with a search warrant, and all useful documents and illegal items were packed up and taken away. "Auntie, why haven't Mom and Dad come back yet?" Zhao Jie's parents had not returned all night, but they had called home. Zhao Jie slept with his aunt last night, and in the morning, he knocked on his parents' bedroom door, but no one answered. That's when he realized they hadn't come back. "Your parents were catching bad guys last night. They caught a lot of them and are now questioning them," Meng Wenli said, but she didn't go into detail. With his parents not home, Zhao Jie felt a bit down and lacked energy, even during breakfast. "Auntie, when will Dad and Mom be back?" "I don't know either. They will come back once they finish their work." Meng Wenli had just cooked some noodles and mixed them for him, trying to distract him with other things. "Zhao Jie, do you know how to ice skate?" "No." Zhao Jie shook his head, but the new idea caught his attention. Brother Tsong and Sister Ing can skate. They told me, and Sister Ing said she would take me skating. Yes, both of them have learned to skate. After breakfast, Annie will take you to the rink, and I will teach you. With his brother and sister not home, and his aunt busy with work, Meng Wenli took on the responsibility of looking after him. Fortunately, he was quite sensible and not as mischievous as other kids, so she could handle him. With a new activity planned, Zhao Jie perked up, but still worried. Annie, what if we go out and Mom and Dad can't find us when they come back? I will leave them a note. They will come looking for us when they see it. Meng Wenli ate her noodles while urging him, Zhao Jie, hurry up and eat. Once you finish, we'll head to the skating rink. There won't be many people skating in the morning, so you won't have to compete for space. Try to learn today, and next time you can go play with Song by yourself. Okay, I want to learn today. Once I learn, I'll teach Mom. She has never skated before, Zhao Jie said, recalling his last conversation with her. After they finished breakfast, Meng Wenli quickly washed the dishes, gathered what they needed, locked the door, and rode her bike with him to the nearby skating rink. Luo Hansu arrived home at 11:30 and saw the note on the table, but she didn't go to the skating rink to pick anyone up. Instead, she hurried to cook lunch at home.
Mom.
When they returned, Luo Hansu was cooking and said to the outside, Wenli, Zhao Jie, I haven't come to find you since I got back not long ago. Sister-in-law, is Yao Ge not back yet? Meng Wenli walked over quickly. He hasn't returned. He has a lot to do and will probably work all night. Luo Hansu, who was pregnant and needed to avoid working late, handed over her tasks to the men and came home early. Seeing her son with a rosy face and dusty clothes, she smiled and asked, Zhao Jie, did you learn to skate with your aunt? Mom, I learned. Zhao Jie happily rushed to her, hugging her leg and grinning, Mom. I fell a lot today, but I learned. I don't need my aunt to hold me or help me. I can skate by myself. That's great. Did you hurt yourself? Luo Hansu praised him with a thumbs up. My aunt told me to wear gloves, so I didn't get hurt, just a little bit of pain. Tomorrow, Mom will take you again. The more you practice, the better you'll get. Seeing her sister-in-law pouring hot water, Luo Hansu rubbed his head and said, Go wash your hands with your aunt. Mom is cooking and just needs to make one more dish before dinner. For lunch, she made 2 simple home-cooked dishes, a bowl of pork with tofu and a plate of stir-fried lettuce. The 3 of them sat around the small kitchen table to eat. After learning that she had worked all night, Meng Wenli urged her to go back to sleep after finishing the meal. She took Zhao Jie for a nap and later visited the neighbors, letting him play with other kids until evening before preparing dinner. The arrest of Zhu Ying caused quite a stir in the capital. As more details of the misconduct were revealed and names of those involved were announced, the atmosphere became even livelier. Su Yuan learned about her family's situation on the 3rd day, not from outsiders, but from Zhou Zhong, who brought back the documents specifically to show her. No, that can't be. They couldn't have embezzled that much money. No, absolutely not. This must be a mistake. My parents are retired and don't have much money. It's all from their saved wages. My brother's family has many mouths to feed, and they often need my parents to help with money. They can't have that much. My sister's family is the same. She doesn't work, and only her husband and Guobin and Guaheng earn money. Wang Jiao isn't working either. There are only 4 earners for 10 mouths to feed, and they live very tightly. They can't have that much money. This must be a mistake. It has to be a mistake. Are they at the police station now? I need to go there and help them appeal. Zhou Zhonghe had expected her to react this way. He was not surprised at all. He was exhausted and didn't want to explain further. He simply said, If you insist on leaving today to deal with your family's matters, completely ignoring our children's future, then we will go tomorrow to handle the divorce. After the divorce, even if you risk everything to save your family, I won't stop you. His stance was clear. He didn't want to hear any more upsetting words. He skipped dinner and went straight to the study with his briefcase. The man completely ignored her, leaving Su Yuan to place her hopes on their children. She claimed that the matters in the documents were false, but deep down, she felt anxious and uncertain. Mo Qin, tell me, your grandfather's family and your aunt's family are fine, right? Mom, can you guess what Mo Fei and I did the night before last? Zhou Mo Qin asked, his face serious. The night before last? Su Yuan remembered that the three of them had gone out. She hadn't asked much at the time, but now she rushed over, gripping his shirt, and asked excitedly, "What did you do?" Zhou Mo Qin pointed at the embezzlement figures in the documents and said through gritted teeth, "Uncle took Waheng to move the embezzled money. We arrived just in time to catch them in the act. Mo Fei and I personally dug up the money that was hidden underground. After the three of them returned, they hadn't mentioned it, and the four women in the house were unaware." Now, not only was Su Yuan shocked, but Li Chumeng and the two aunts also looked pale. Zhou Mo Qin shook off his mother's hand, suppressing his anger, and said if we hadn't acted first, forcing them to hand over the money, making them testify, and revealing the illegal dealings involving the Su family, do you think you could still be safe at home? Do you think our family could sit together for dinner?
Bang.
It felt as if all the strength had been drained from Su Yuan in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground, her mind buzzing like a bee. This is already the best outcome after Dad negotiated and Yaoge helped. If you don't believe it, just pay attention to the fates of other involved officials' families in the next few days. Our good grandpa, good uncle, and good aunt are not just greedy. They are shameless. It's like they have never seen money before. They don't care where the money comes from. They just rush towards it when they smell it. The men are out there making money, acting proudly under the banner of the Zhou family's connections, while the women are always around you, pretending to be close sisters, coming to our home to take advantage of us, as if they want to peel the wallpaper off and stick it back on. Actually, our family is quite wealthy. Not to mention the hidden money underground, they have at least $20,000 in cash just lying around. Yet, they cry poor in front of you every day, always watching our small earnings, trying to convince you to give them all your money. If you look closely at the documents, every word is what they confess themselves. The signatures at the end were not forced, they signed them willingly to save their own lives. Zhou Maqin had argued with his mother before, but it was always just a few words before he walked away. Today, he shouted at her, each word filled with anger. "If you insist on saving them, go ahead. I won't stop you. Regardless of whether you divorce Dad or not, I will not reduce the support I owe you. I will make sure that I and Chumeng deliver it to you on time, but don't ask me to help them. Our family has given them enough. They have children and grandchildren. It's not my place as an outsider with the Zhou surname to support them." Zhou Maqin made his stance clear and was very firm. After speaking, he went to prepare the food. "Chumeng, take some food to Dad in the study. We will eat in our room." "Okay." Li Chumeng didn't say much, just followed his instructions, leaving her confused mother-in-law sitting calmly on the floor. The couple went upstairs to eat, while Zhou Mafei didn't take his bowl to eat alone. He called his two sisters to eat in the living room. "Dinner's ready. After eating, I'll take you to Grandpa's house." Zhou Yuan and the others had just moved 2 days ago. Later, the old lady Zhou said she would get them a new bed, so a carpenter was called to make one, which was delivered this afternoon, causing the move to be delayed. Zhou Yuan and the others hadn't seen the documents yet and were unclear about the final penalties for the Su and Gui families. Sitting at the dining table, she asked him, "Xiaofei, will they be sentenced?" Thanks to Dad and Yao Jie's help, they won't be sentenced. Both families lost their public service jobs, were expelled from their positions, had all illegal gains returned, their housing benefits revoked, and were sent back to their hometowns. This is already the best outcome. If it weren't for Zhou Zhong and Zhou Xian and Zhou Mo Yao's efforts, both men would likely face prison time, at least 3 to 5 years. The three siblings quickly finished their meal and set down their bowls before helping their mother up. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, seeing her mother looking lost, and said, "Mom, please don't blame Dad or us. We're not heartless or selfish. It's not that we don't want to help, it's that they don't deserve it. You treat them like family, always thinking of them, but they only see you as a fool, a tool for their own gain. I know my words may sound harsh and you might not want to hear them, but I hope you can think calmly and carefully. Please don't make any impulsive decisions you'll regret for life. You should take some time to calm down at home. We're going to stay at Grandma and Grandpa's. Call us if you need anything. After finishing their meal, Zhou Emochin and his wife came out. The two younger sisters were moving, so they told their father in the study and braved the snow to help with the luggage. They returned after more than half an hour, and the food on the table was untouched and cold. Zhou Emofei peeked into his parents' bedroom and saw his mother sitting on the bed, tears streaming down her face, with documents scattered at her feet. He walked over and said, "Mom, Grandpa said both families will be released tomorrow night. They need to move out before New Year's Eve. You can see them, but you can't bring them back to the Zhou family." "I won't go see them." Su Yuan had just cried at home, her throat hoarse, and her eyes swollen as she looked at him. "You and your brother should go in my place tomorrow night. Over the years, they have taken a lot of money from me. I won't count the exact amount, and there's no need to ask for it back. Just tell your grandparents that the money is my way of supporting them. After they pass, I will go to pay my respects, but we shouldn't keep in touch regularly." Seeing that she finally understood, Zhou Emofei sighed in relief, exchanged a glance with his brother and sister-in-law, and nodded, saying, "Okay." Zhou Emo Yao was appointed as the chief judge for this case. He had been busy outside for 3 or 4 days before returning. The first 2 days were spent working overnight, and the last 2 days he managed to get 2 or 3 hours of sleep in the lounge. Luo Hansu came by every day to help, bringing him a portion of nutritious soup made with spring water and occasionally refilling his tea. With his wife secretly taking care of his health, he remained highly focused and didn't feel tired after working for 3 or 4 days. Yu Yulan was supposed to take a vacation, but when her son and daughter-in-law made a big splash in the Kyoto government, her time off became uncertain. The 3 of them were busy with work, so they entrusted the care of Zhao Jie to Meng Wenli. Every morning, they went ice skating, and in the afternoons, they stayed home watching TV or playing with friends. Zhao Jie understood that his parents were busy catching bad guys, so he was very considerate and didn't bother them too much. "Zhao Jie, let's go. We're heading to the restaurant." Today was Zhou Moyao's birthday. Luo Hansu had discussed with her in-laws yesterday about having a simple birthday lunch at the state-run restaurant. All 4 of them were working, and after work, they would go straight to the restaurant. Luo Hansu had already told Meng Wenli in the morning to bring Zhao Jie over for their meeting at the restaurant. "Wenli, Zhao Jie, over here." Zhou Zhoming had arrived earlier and reserved a table. Meng Wenli led Zhao Jie inside and saw her sister-in-law's bag on a chair. She smiled and asked, "Uncle, have Yao and my sister-in-law arrived?" "They're here." Hansu went to the restroom. She wanted to eat meat sandwiches, and Moyao went to the shop across the street to buy some. Zhou Zhoming poured tea for them and chatted with his grandson. "Zhao Jie, I heard from your mom that you learned to ice skate in just half a day?" "Grandpa, it was my aunt who taught me," Zhao Jie replied with a big smile. "Learning in half a day means you're very smart. When the new year comes, Grandpa will get you a pair of roller skates. You can take them back to Yanqing and play with your friends there, teaching them how to skate." Zhao Jie laughed happily. "Thank you, Grandpa." When Luo Hansu came out of the restroom and saw them, she immediately asked the waiter for paper and a pen, then sat down to order. "Dad, what dishes do you want?" "Anything is fine. I'm not picky. You decide." Zhou Zhoming hadn't spent a birthday with his son in many years. They had originally planned to have dinner at their place tonight, but both of them had been very busy lately, so they could only spare some time for lunch together. The elders casually asked the 2 beside them, "Wenli, Zhao Jie, what do you want to eat?" "Mom, I don't want that. Zhao Jie couldn't remember the name, but pointed to the drink his grandmother was having at the next table. "Soybean milk." Zhou Zhoming chuckled. "Zhao Jie, you don't like that?" "Grandpa, it smells bad. I don't want it." A few days ago, Meng Wenli had taken him out for breakfast and bought him soybean milk, which he immediately rejected due to the taste. He still remembered it vividly and never wanted to drink it again. "We're having a meal and ordering a few dishes, but let's skip the bean juice." Luo Hansu, who also wasn't used to bean juice, smiled and asked, "Do you want to eat braised pork?" "Yes." Both of them wanted it, so Luo Hansu ordered the dish. She remembered that her father-in-law loved lamb, and today there were 2 ways to prepare it. She smiled and asked him, "Dad, Should we order a lamb dish? Would you prefer braised lamb or clear stew? I usually have the clear stew, but let's try the braised one today. Before Zhou Zhongming could finish his sentence, a loud and sharp voice came from behind, thick with a strong accent, demanding, "Zhou Zhongming, who is she?" Luo Hansu turned around to see a middle-aged woman who looked quite ordinary, slightly overweight, with an angry expression and fiery eyes. Next to her stood a girl around 17 or 18, who resembled her but had more delicate features, looking at them suspiciously.
Zhou Zhongming, who is she?
The middle-aged woman questioned again, stepping closer to Luo Hansu, her fiery gaze fixed on her. Seeing that Luo Hansu was young and beautiful, dressed elegantly and accompanied by a child, the woman suddenly exploded with anger, shouting, "Zhou Zhongming, how could you hide this from me? You're with someone so young. Is this child yours with this woman? If you have a problem, go get help." Zhou Zhongming, who had been speaking kindly to his daughter-in-law, lost his smile the moment the woman spoke. "You shameless woman, I'll make sure you regret it for trying to take my man." The middle-aged woman suddenly lunged at Luo Hansu, swinging her hand. "Hansu, sister-in-law. Mom." Zhou Zhongming and the others were startled and quickly stood up to intervene. Luo Hansu didn't expect her to act so suddenly, but as the woman swung her hand, she quickly leaned back just in time to avoid the slap. The slap missed, but the woman, acting like a madwoman, charged at her, yelling, "You think you can dodge? I'll hit you." Smack. A loud slap echoed as Zhou Zhongming struck the woman, sending her stumbling back onto the table, spilling the tea everywhere. The woman steadied herself by holding onto the table, her voice piercing like a drill. "Zhou Zhongming, you hit me for this woman? You're cheating in your marriage, and I will report you." The girl behind her immediately rushed over to accuse Dad. "How could you hit Mom? How could you do something wrong to her? Shut up. I only have one son. I'm not your dad." Zhou Zhongming was furious and yelled at them before turning his attention to his daughter-in-law. "Hansu, are you okay? She didn't hit you, did she?"
Dad, I'm fine.
Luo Hansu's face looked bad. "Dad?" The mother and daughter realized her way of addressing him, and their expressions changed as if they had been struck by lightning. The guests dining nearby had thought Zhou Zhongming was involved with a younger woman, neglecting his wife. They were about to help criticize him. "Mom, are you hurt?" Zhao Jie asked with concern. "Mom is fine, don't worry." Luo Hansu reassured him, slowly getting up. Her sharp, cold gaze fell on the woman. "In my life, no one has dared to slap me. You are the first." The woman was frightened by her icy stare, stumbling over her words. "It's a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were family. I thought you had an inappropriate relationship with my husband. I was wrong. Dad, this woman hit Mom." Zhou Mo Yao entered with a bag of meat sandwiches, and Zhao Jie immediately reported, "Dad, she slapped Mom." "Hansu, who hit you?" Zhou Mo Yao rushed to her side.
Her.
Zhao Jie pointed at the woman. Zhou Mo Yao followed his finger, his sharp gaze like an invisible knife, cold and piercing, making one shiver. Mo Yao, it's you." The woman trembled in fear, stepping back. "You slapped my wife." Zhou Mo Yao's voice was as cold as an Arctic wind, devoid of warmth. "And no, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't hit her," the woman quickly explained, pointing to her own face. "I didn't hit her, but your dad hit me." Smack. Zhou Mo Yao swiftly slapped her back, his strength greater than his father's, knocking her to the ground. The strike came too quickly for the woman to react. She didn't dodge at all. A solid slap hit her face, leaving her dizzy and her ears ringing. She fell to the ground, unable to hear anything for a while, as if her consciousness had been pulled into a deep abyss and couldn't return.
Mom.
Her daughter rushed to help her as soon as she fell, but after calling for a long time, there was no response. In a panic, she accused, "You all are too much. Mom just misunderstood. We could have cleared it up. How could you hit her so hard that she can't get up? Your mom acted like a lunatic, rushing in and making wild accusations, calling my sister-in-law a bad name. My sister-in-law didn't say a word to her before she started hitting. She didn't hit my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law was quick to react. It wasn't because she held back. If she can hit my sister-in-law and insult her, why can't we hit her back? Meng Wenli had never seen them before, but guessed their identities. The look in her eyes was filled with disdain. Your mom is trash, filthy, and disgusting. Her heart is dark and dirty, so she sees everyone as dirty, thinking everyone is as shameless as she is. She's a bad person, so she assumes everyone else is too. Hitting her twice today is too lenient. Seeing the guests nearby change their expressions because of her words, the daughter noticed the strange looks and tried to argue back, but her confidence was clearly lacking. Don't talk nonsense. My mom just misunderstood today. Meng Wenli scoffed. Do you think I don't know who you are? If I had known you two were here, we wouldn't have come to eat. Just seeing you makes me feel sick. This woman was Du Hong, the nominal wife of Zhou Zhongming, and beside her was her daughter, Xiao Tingting, from a previous marriage. In the few moments they spoke, Du Hong had regained her composure, covering her sore face with her hands, starting to cry, Zhou Zhongming, no matter what, we are still. Get lost. The Zhou father and son spoke in unison, their gazes sharp as knives, their expressions cold and fierce. Zhou Moya. Du Hong trembled in fear but defiantly shouted, I am the elder. You have no right to hit me. You are the first woman I've hit. Zhou Moya usually never laid a hand on women, but now his eyes looked like they could tear her apart. The words came out through clenched teeth. You insult my wife and hit her? What do you think you are? This slap is a lesson for you. If you keep talking back, next time it won't just be a slap. Du Hong opened her mouth to say something, but Xiao Tingting quickly covered it. Mom, stop talking. Why are you covering my mouth? Du Hong pushed her away. Don't lose your mind, okay? Xiao Tingting was very afraid of the Zhou family. She quickly pulled her mother up and dragged her outside, not daring to look at the Zhou family. Uncle Zhou, Brother Zhou, I promise my mom won't act up again. I'm taking her away now. Control your crazy dog. Fulfill the agreement. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being rude later. Zhou Mo Yao's voice was still chilling. Once the mother and daughter left, the Zhou family relaxed their cold demeanor. The nearby guests felt the tension lift and looked at them with curious eyes. Zhou Mo Yao ignored the unimportant people and immediately helped his wife sit down, his tone shifting to a much gentler one. She didn't touch you, did she? No, I avoided her. Luo Hansu had already guessed their identities and didn't say anything else. She handed him the unfinished menu. Dad ordered a dish of braised lamb. You can add a few dishes that you and Mom like. Okay, you eat the meat sandwich while it's hot. Zhou and Mo Yao had just bought several and handed one to each of them. On the roadside, the mother and daughter stood there. Du Hong was crying loudly, as if she had lost someone dear. Mom, really, you shouldn't have acted without knowing the situation. That was Zhou and Mo Yao's wife. Just look at her clothes. Her family must be influential. You called her today and tried to slap her. If she goes back to complain, we'll never be able to stand in the capital again. Having caused such a big mess, Xiao Tingting was very annoyed. Seeing her still crying, she pushed her. Mom, stop crying. Aren't you embarrassed? You useless girl. When they were hitting me, you didn't help, and now you won't even let me cry. Du Hong swatted her hand away. How could I stop them? They acted so fast, I couldn't do anything. You didn't avoid it either. Xiao Tingting frowned, looking frustrated and impatient. Seriously, we finally got to see him, and I wanted to ask him for help with work. But you made everything so awkward. How am I supposed to talk to him now? That woman looks like a seductress. The moment I saw her, I just... Mom, please be quiet. Xiao Tingting interrupted her sharply, raising her voice. She is Zhou and Mo Yao's wife. We can't afford to mess with her or her family. Please watch what you say, okay? Du Hong stopped crying but had 2 red handprints on her face, making her already ordinary looks seem even worse. She had heard from others about Zhou and Mo Yao's wedding and how the Zhou family held a grand celebration. However, she and her daughter were not invited and only learned about it days later, without any information about his wife's family background. Yu Yulan arrived a bit later, but the dishes she ordered were not ready. Zhou Zhongming and the others were sitting at the table eating meat sandwiches. Seeing each person with one, they smiled and approached. "Are we only having meat sandwiches today?" "Mom, I ordered some dishes. Let's have a meat sandwich first." Zhou Mo Yao pulled out a chair for her and noticed a layer of snow on her clothes. "Did you ride your bike here? Didn't you take the bus?" "I just want to buy a few things. Riding my bike is more convenient." Yuan had specifically gone to the overseas Chinese store to pick a birthday gift for her son, pulling it out of her bag and handing it to him. "Happy birthday, my dear. I wish you all the best in the coming year. I bought you a wallet. With 3 more kids this year, you need to work hard to earn money and save up for your grandchildren's milk and school supplies." Zhou Mo Yao smiled and accepted it. "Don't worry, I will work hard. I won't let them go hungry." Luo Hansu smiled gently, poured a cup of hot tea for her mother-in-law, and handed her a warm meat sandwich. "Mom, the dishes will take some time. Have a little something to tide you over." "Okay." Yuan hadn't had a meat sandwich in a long time. She noticed the guests at the next table looking over with complex expressions and quietly asked, "Mo Yao, did something happen just now?" "I just ran into someone difficult. Let's talk about it later." Zhou Mo Yao didn't want to mention Du Hong. Since he didn't say more, Yuan didn't press further. She saw her grandson with sauce all over his mouth and took out a napkin to wipe it for him. "Zhao Jie, is it good?" "Grandma, it's really good. I've never had this before." Zhao Jie was eating quickly, nearly finishing a whole meat sandwich. Yuan wiped off the grease and smiled, saying, "Grandma starts her vacation the day after tomorrow. If you like to eat, I'll take you shopping then." Meng Wenli had already finished eating and was filling their teacups when she suddenly remembered something. She told them, "Yao Ge, sister-in-law, this morning Aunt Zhou called home. She said it's your birthday today and invited you to dinner tonight. She also asked me and Annie to come." "Go ahead. My sister-in-law called me too. I'll join you after I finish work." Although Yuan had been divorced from Zhou Zhongming for many years, she still kept in touch with the Zhou family and made arrangements. "Wenli, we all have to work this afternoon. When you have time, please go to the farmer's market and buy some meat, chicken, duck, and eggs. Also, get 2 pounds of mung bean cakes and taro cakes that the Zhou grandparents like." "Okay," Meng Wenli replied. Before long, the waiter informed them that their meal was ready. Zhou Zhongming and his son immediately got up to serve the food, and as soon as everything was on the table, they started eating. At the next table, some people were still eating. A woman couldn't help but gossip quietly. "Now this is a family. That man calls those middle-aged people mom and dad. He looks like his parents. The woman who was making a scene earlier must be a bit unstable. The woman who just arrived looks familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere. She must be a leader." A middle-aged man at the same table was staring at Yuan but couldn't recall her identity. "This family is dressed very well, especially the prettiest daughter-in-law. I heard from a salesperson that her dress from the overseas Chinese store costs over $40. Regular families can't afford that. There's a saying that appearance reflects character. This family looks good and has a strong presence. They clearly come from a good background." In contrast, that woman who was making a scene looked harsh and a bit crazy. She might really be confused about who she is. "I don't think she's a true crazy person. Something feels off, just strange." After finishing their meal, the table of people left. After walking a bit, the middle-aged man suddenly remembered, "Oh, the woman at the next table is Director Yu, the one we often see on the news." The others in his group then recalled, "Yes, it's Director Yu. I saw her photo in the newspaper a couple of days ago." They had seen Yuan's photo in the newspaper, but didn't know much about her personal life. This led them to think, that woman who came and slapped someone is probably a bit crazy. She must have done this kind of thing before, causing trouble for Director Yu's family, which is why her husband and son couldn't help but react. "Oh, I didn't think of it while we were at the restaurant. Otherwise, I would have gone over to say hello," the middle-aged man said, feeling regretful. "They probably haven't finished eating yet. Should we go back?" the woman asked. "Forget it, let's not disturb them," he replied. Although he felt a bit regretful, he didn't want to interrupt their family meal. He then said, "Let's go home." Zhou Zhongming and the others had to work in the afternoon, so they ate quickly. They had almost finished, leaving a small plate of pastries wrapped in oil paper for Luo Hansu to take as a snack. You all go ahead. I'll ride my bike to take Wenli and Zhao Jie home, Yuan said. She wasn't busy that afternoon and planned to drop them off on her way back to work. After watching them leave, when her aunt took the bike, Meng Wenli finally told her about Du Hong, her face filled with anger. Aunt, you should have seen that woman. She was so rude, coming up and calling my sister-in-law and slapping her without any manners, just like a loud, unreasonable woman from the countryside. When Yuan arrived earlier, Du Hong and her daughter had already left, so she hadn't encountered them. With a serious expression, she said, I understand. She has been using her connection as Zhou's daughter-in-law to make a living all these years. Since the agreement period is almost over, it might be better to end this now. Aunt, should you discuss this with Uncle? Meng Wenli thought it would be good for the two elders to communicate. They had mentioned this at the dinner table, and now that Zhou Zhongming had left, Yuan nodded. I'll call him later. If he has plans, I won't take any action. She knew Zhou Zhongming wouldn't protect Du Hong and her daughter. He disliked them more than anyone else, and his feelings were genuine, even if he had never said it out loud. Yuan first dropped them off at home before heading to work. Once she got to the office, she called Zhou Zhongming, only to find out that he had already made arrangements. Du Hong and her daughter had just been out shopping for New Year's goods. They arrived home carrying several bags, and before they could settle in, the head of the street office where she worked came to visit. The other person came in without greeting her and directly stated the matter. Du Hong, starting tomorrow, you no longer need to come to work. You are fired. Come to the office today to handle the paperwork and take your personal belongings. What? Du Hong's high-pitched voice erupted, and she rushed towards her, like a ball bouncing forward. Sister Wang, what do you mean? I'm just on a regular day off today and haven't broken any rules. How can you fire me? The military leadership called me. During your previous marriage, your personal life was chaotic. Before your ex-husband passed away, you were involved with someone else and had an illegitimate child. You manipulated your way into that marriage. They will send evidence to the street office tomorrow. Someone like you, with such poor character, does not deserve to work here. We cannot allow you to ruin the reputation of the entire street. Sister Wang had always been unhappy with her work attitude, but Du Hong's marriage certificate showed that her husband was a high-ranking military leader, so she had to tolerate it. Now that the military had personally called, she didn't want to waste a second and immediately fired her. After Sister Wang left, Du Hong and her daughter stood frozen in the room like ice sculptures. After several seconds, Xiao Tingting snapped back to reality and quickly pushed her mother. Mom, what should we do? With that push, Du Hong's frozen mind cleared, and she rushed outside, pushing past the curious neighbors, shouting, Sister Wang, wait for me. What they said is all false. Give me their number. I'll call and confront them. They are trying to slander me. Sister Wang stopped and looked at her with a condescending expression, her voice not quiet. Do you really think a high-ranking military leader would call just to slander you? You really think too highly of yourself. He's talking nonsense. I didn't do any of those things he mentioned. He's defaming me. Give me the number. I want to report him to the military. Du Hong had already guessed it was Zhou Zhongming who called, and she cursed him in her mind. She had only scolded his daughter-in-law today and hadn't even touched anyone. She had received 2 slaps from them, and now he was retaliating against her. How ruthless he was. Xiao Tingting caught up and spoke in a less sharp tone, pouting with a look of grievance. Aunt, everything he said is false. I was 6 or 7 years old when my dad passed away, and I know my parents' relationship better than anyone. None of what they said is true. When my dad passed away, my mom was pregnant with my little brother. She lost the baby because she was so upset by my dad's sudden death. At that time, my dad's comrades and leaders all knew about it. With her daughter supporting her, Du Hong acted dramatically, collapsing to the ground and crying out in distress, Xiao Dachuan, you ghost. Can you see this from above? The comrade you protected with your life is treating us like this. He doesn't deserve your sacrifice. You entrusted us to him before you died, But this is how he takes care of us? He deliberately spreads lies to ruin my reputation. This isn't care, it's like he wants us to suffer. In broad daylight, how can there be no justice? My husband died protecting our country and saving his comrades. They don't even remember his sacrifice, and now they bully us, a mother and her child. How can they be so heartless? Sister Wang listened calmly, knowing Du Hong's character. Since this involved military matters, she felt there might be more to the story and decided to verify the information. Stop crying for now. I will call the military to check on what you said and ask them to send someone to explain. If the military leader I just called is lying, we will report it and ensure you, the widow of a hero, are treated fairly. But if you and your daughter are lying and the military leader's words are true, then we will handle it according to the rules. She had worked with Du Hong for many years and had seen her marriage certificate, but she had never met her current husband. Over the years, she had never seen him even once. Even if the military leader was busy, soldiers have annual leave, and it's normal for them to be away for a year or two. But if he hadn't returned for 3 to 5 years, or even nearly 10 years, that seemed suspicious. Some colleagues and neighbors had inquired about this, but Du Hong always avoided giving a direct answer, saying their marriage wasn't good and refusing to share more details. Now it seemed that their relationship might not just be bad. There could be something she didn't want anyone to know. When Sister Wang mentioned verifying the situation, Du Hong and Xiao Tingting's expressions changed. The mother and daughter almost spoke in unison. No need. We'll go find the military leader ourselves.
Why?
Are you afraid to let Sister Wang investigate? A woman who had a conflict with Du Hong stood nearby, watching the scene. She quickly noticed that Du Hong and her daughter were lying and looked at them with disdain. How could the military leaders lie about something like this? Everyone knows our country's military personnel are disciplined. They would never make up such nonsense to ruin the reputation of a martyr's widow. That's right, this is a serious matter that could damage reputations, not just a petty argument. The military leaders would never speak carelessly, another man agreed. An elderly man with white hair spoke up. Xiao Wang, since this involves internal military matters, you should call that leader again to confirm the details. Grandpa Li, that's exactly what I was thinking. I need to ask, Sister Wang said as she hurried away. Seeing that she was determined to investigate, Du Hong and her daughter panicked and scrambled to stop her. Xiao Tingting rushed forward to grab Sister Wang's arm, her voice trembling. Auntie, please don't leave in a hurry. We're going to find my stepfather and ask him to clarify the situation. Xiao Tingting, if you want to find your stepfather, just go. Why are you so flustered? Sister Wang isn't stopping you. Just go directly. Yeah. Why are you both so anxious? As soon as they heard Sister Wang was going to verify things, their faces changed. Could it be that they have something to hide and don't want us to know? The military leaders wouldn't lie. What Sister Wang said is likely true. If she really was involved with another man, then the man she was with before must be very unfortunate, being cheated on. You all heard what Xiao Tingting said earlier. She even helped her mother hide the truth. Like mother, like daughter. They're both not good people. Du Hong heard what the neighbors were saying and angrily shouted, "Everyone be quiet. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being harsh. Du Hong is just a troublemaker. I told you all before that she was hiding with my husband in a corner. If I hadn't arrived in time, they might have done something terrible." A woman older than Du Hong approached, her face dark and unfriendly, with sharp eyes fixed on Du Hong as if she were a rival. This woman was tall and strong, towering over Du Hong, and her imposing appearance made it clear she was not someone to be trifled with. She was indeed someone not to be messed with, known on this street as a fierce woman. Whenever she appeared, everyone instinctively stepped aside, leaving the battleground for the two of them. The two women quickly got into a scuffle. Knowing each other's weaknesses and having faced off before, they both had plenty of experience and dove right into the heat of battle. Although Du Hong was shorter and rounder than her opponent, she was quite agile. When the other woman swung her fist, Du Hong skillfully dodged and retaliated with a slap. "Jie Wang, don't mind them, just hurry and make that call to confirm." The neighbors were tired of such antics, No one stepped in to break it up, and many just walked away. Zhao Jie wanted to intervene, but she couldn't do it alone. With her mother caught up in the fight, she rushed in to help. Together, they managed to push the other woman away. With 2 against 1, the odds were definitely in their favor. After helping to knock the woman down, Zhao Jie quickly grabbed her mother, and they ran to catch up with Jiawang. Du Hong's marriage definitely has some dark secrets. If those 2 are panicking like this, they must be lying. I would bet my head on it. I think Jiawang's earlier message was mostly true. Du Hong was pregnant with her 2nd child when her ex-husband died. Maybe he found out about her troubles, which affected his focus during his mission. That makes sense. He probably worried about his daughter, Zhao Jie, and asked his comrades to look after them. His comrades likely learned about Du Hong's behavior, knowing she had cheated on Zhao Jie's father and had an affair, which is why they ignored her. Even if our guesses are wrong, Du Hong definitely has issues. Otherwise, the military wouldn't treat a martyr's widow and orphan this way.
Exactly.
There's another widow on the next street. After her husband died, the military arranged a job for her, and she and her son receive benefits every month. They even send people to visit and provide supplies during holidays. Right, but Du Hong and her daughter have received nothing. Not even a visit from the military. Women love to gossip about such matters. A group of them speculated and guessed, getting surprisingly close to the truth, while a few particularly curious ones even went to see the commotion. On the other side, Sister Wang returned to the street office and immediately called Zhou Zhongming to verify the situation. He explained everything he could. When Du Hong and her daughter rushed over, the call had just ended. She crazily grabbed the phone from Sister Wang and shouted into it, "Zhou Zhongming, I misunderstood today. I yelled at your daughter-in-law and tried to hit her, but I didn't actually hit her. I apologized to her. You and your son slapped me. Why do you want to completely ruin me? Uncle Zhou, how can you treat us like this? Mom didn't mean it. She misunderstood. I can apologize to my sister-in-law on her behalf, even kneel down to apologize. Please don't treat us this way." Zhao Jie was also crying on the phone, pleading, "Uncle Zhou, my mom has a bit of a temper, but she doesn't have a bad heart. She made a mistake today. Please, for the sake of my dad saving your life, give us a chance." Zhou Zhongming did not hang up. He listened to the mother and daughter, but didn't say much to them, not even bothering to mention their names. He simply replied with 8 words, "Fulfill the agreement, get out of Beijing." With a loud bang, the call ended. Zhou Zhongming, don't hang up." Du Hong yelled, but all she heard was the busy signal, which made her so angry that she slammed the receiver down on the table. "Du Hong, are you aware that you're damaging public property? Can you afford to pay for that?" The person in charge of the phone was very protective of it and jumped up to scold her when he saw her treat it carelessly. "I just slammed it down, I didn't break it." Du Hong realized that after that call, she would no longer be able to stay here, so she decided to let it all go. She glared at her colleagues, whom she had worked with for many years, and turned to leave. What kind of person is she? She has worked here for so many years, acting so arrogantly. If we had known she was like this, we wouldn't have had to treat her nicely after her 2nd marriage, which was also a sham. Exactly, if we had known, she should have been fired long ago. People care about their reputation, but she has none. Her late ex-husband and current partner must have had terrible luck to end up with her. Most people in the street office had argued with her before and had poor relationships with her. Even the leaders didn't like her. Now that her past was revealed, everyone felt free to speak their minds. The mother and daughter hadn't returned home yet, but the curious onlookers had already run back to spread the news. In less than half an hour, the whole street knew about Du Hong's shameful past, and everyone was gossiping behind their backs. The mother and daughter had rented a place here for years. Because Du Hong used to work at the neighborhood office, even though many people didn't like them, they still showed some respect. But now that Du Hong had been fired, her troubled history was brought to light, and those who didn't get along with her came out to criticize her. Some even pressured the landlord to evict them. Du Hong was quite confrontational. At this point, she didn't hold back her words. She argued with one neighbor after another, causing disturbances for several days, breaking things, and even getting into fights. Xiao Tingting, raised by her mother, wasn't innocent either. She just had a slightly thinner skin than her mom. Now that their true situation was exposed, she was determined to stand with her mother, and they argued fiercely with the neighbors. The situation escalated, and eventually they went to the neighborhood office. Sister Wang and her team were at a loss with Du Hong and her daughter, so they had to call the police for help. After understanding the situation and verifying it with Zhou Zhongming, the police, following the neighbors' petition, forced the mother and daughter to vacate their home before the new year. Zhou Imo Yao and his friends were unaware of what was happening with Du Hong and her daughter. They were busy until evening, and after gathering at home, they hurried to the courtyard for dinner. Zhou Imo Yao hadn't celebrated his birthday at home for many years. That evening, Grandma Zhou and Wang Rufin prepared a table full of his favorite dishes. As soon as they arrived, they served sesame candy buns and chive pockets to fill their stomachs first. The sesame buns and chive pockets were Zhou Imo Yao's childhood favorites. Since working in the South, he rarely had them, and his grandma and aunt made them especially well. He quickly ate 5 or 6. "Mom, this is so delicious." Zhao Jie had a sesame bun in one hand and a chive pocket in the other, eating while eagerly looking at Luo Hansu. Luo Hansu was also eating and gave him a helpless expression. "Mom can't make them. I can only eat." "Little Jie, Grandma can make them. She'll make some for you in a couple of days." Yuan had just come over and went to the kitchen to deliver the groceries and fruits. Seeing she didn't need to help, she finally joined them in the living room to eat. Luo Hansu also loves to eat these noodles, especially when they are freshly made. She has already eaten her second one. "Mom, please teach me how to make these when you cook. I want to try making them at home later." "Sure, these are not hard to make. You're smart. You can learn just by watching me do it once." Zhou Zhongming arrived when it was dark, bringing a fish with him. They decided to keep the fish for dinner the next day. Old Master Zhou took out a jar of medicinal wine, which was made by soaking high-quality wild ginseng that Luo Hansu had given him. They opened the jar today, and each had a cup with their family. As the year-end approached, things were not peaceful in the capital. On the surface, there were many waves, but secretly, there were hidden currents. During dinner, they discussed official matters. Although Zhu Yingren had been captured, the huge amount of illegal funds he had developed over the years was still missing. No matter how strictly he was interrogated, he remained tight-lipped, and there were no useful leads from his family or relatives. The higher-ups had already ordered a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of these funds, mobilizing around 40 to 50 financial experts to carefully examine the accounts, hoping to find some clues. While they were talking, Luo Hansu listened carefully and interjected, "Grandpa, we should send someone to Haiqing to investigate." Old Master Zhou squinted. "Hansu, do you know something?" Grandpa noticed years ago that someone was making arrangements in Haiqing. He was working in the archives at the time, responsible for managing personnel files of Haiqing officials. He found that many ordinary people were promoted quickly to important positions. These individuals didn't stand out in their performance, but they all shared a common trait. They were very radical and had fervent supporters. Later, Grandpa checked their files, and after their promotions, they became quiet and dedicated in their work. Grandpa felt that this was unusual and wanted to continue investigating, but his health prevented him from doing so. He later gave me a few names and asked me to use the Luo family's connections to look into it. The results pointed to military involvement. These people were serving the military. Everyone present was sharp, and by this point, they understood her implication. Some things may not have evidence in the hands of the leaders, but they had their suspicions. Now, with Luo Hansu providing these clues, it added support to their thoughts. "Hansu, you're familiar with High City. Grandpa should have left you some valuable connections. Can you provide me with 1 or 2 reliable and trustworthy people?" Grandpa Zhou accepted her suggestion and wanted to send someone to High City to investigate right away. If there were reliable local officials to help, things would be much easier, and there would be fewer obstacles in the investigation. Grandpa indeed had many connections. Previously, when dealing with the Luo family's second branch, Hansu didn't ask for their help. This time, She nodded without hesitation, saying, "After dinner, I will give you the information."
Okay.
Han-Su not only provided a list of trustworthy officials, but also submitted the list that Grandpa had asked her to investigate. If someone were to look into it, they could probably find many clues from these people. Before leaving, she told her elder, Grandpa, "If there are any difficult people or matters in High City that need handling, feel free to contact me. Grandpa has left me many connections that can be called upon in critical times." Given her abilities and knowledge of High City, it was indeed most suitable for her to handle matters there. However, since she was pregnant, Grandpa Zhou decisively excluded her and decided to arrange for someone else to go. The Luo family had been operating in High City for hundreds of years, and Grandpa Zhou was well aware of old Luo's capabilities. The connections he left for his granddaughter were certainly carefully nurtured elites. If they could receive strong support from them, matters in High City would be much easier. "Han-Su, we will send someone over first. If we need your help later, I will call you."
Okay.
Han-Su nodded in agreement and reminded him as she left, "The situation in High City is quite complicated. Ordinary leaders might not be able to handle it." Grandpa Zhou understood and replied thoughtfully, "No matter how deep the water is, someone has to stir it, otherwise it will never become clear." After dinner at the Zhou family, they returned home. They had been quite busy lately, and since there was no need to work overtime that night, they all wanted to take a shower and rest early. Zhou and Mo Yao had already laid down in bed. When Han-Su came to sleep, the blanket was already warm. Snuggling in his arms, Han-Su formally wished him, "Zhou and Mo Yao, happy birthday. May you have a peaceful and smooth life, free from illness, and live healthily into old age." Zhou and Mo Yao turned to hold her, kissing her cheek, his deep voice filled with laughter. "I have only one birthday wish, to grow old with my wife." Han-Su shifted slightly, looking up at him, a gentle smile spreading across her face, leaving a sweet impression on his cool lips. In that fleeting moment, an electric spark ignited between them, stirring up warm feelings. The man's body was as hot as boiling water, and the desire in his eyes was intense. However, he was afraid of hurting her and the baby, so he gritted his teeth and held back. "Han-Su, you sleep first. I need to step out for a moment." Luo Hansa grabbed him, wrapping her arms around his neck, not letting him go.
Wife.
Zhou Maoyao felt extremely uncomfortable. Every cell in his body seemed ready to burst. He held her face in his hands, his voice trembling. It could hurt them. Luo Hansa hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, relaying what the doctor had said during her last checkup. Once he heard that she was pregnant, Zhou Maoyao hesitated no longer. He turned off the lights and began a gentle and comforting exchange that night. Although the doctor had given the green light, he still worried about hurting the two babies. After a tender moment, they both fell asleep early. The case involving Zhu Ying was not yet closed, but most of the details had been clarified. The higher-up sent someone to take over, and Zhou Maoyao spent 2 days handing everything over to them. Luo Hansu only helped for 1 day. With her mother-in-law on leave, she also took a break to accompany her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to shop for New Year's supplies. As for the 6 names her old boss had asked her to investigate, she had already dealt with 3. After Zhu Ying was arrested, she found that 2 others were also part of his network, so she handled those as well, completing her task easily. In the morning, they went out shopping, and in the afternoon, she cleaned the house, preparing to cook meat dishes for the new year. After finishing his work handover, Zhou Maoyao returned home. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from the kitchen. When he entered the yard, he didn't call out to them, closing the door and heading straight to the backyard. Passing by the bedroom, he noticed his wife folding clothes inside. Just as he was about to call her, he unexpectedly witnessed something extraordinary. Who? Luo Hansu was using her inner strength to place the freshly folded clothes neatly in the wardrobe. The moment she sent the clothes out, she sensed someone outside. "Hansu, it's me." Zhou Maoyao immediately pushed the door open, his gaze fixed on her with intensity, a deep smile on his face. "Wife, how do you do that?" Seeing him, Luo Hansu relaxed, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Did you see that? Hansu, how did you do it? Zhou Maorao had just witnessed her lightly move her hand, and the neatly folded clothes floated effortlessly in the air before landing smoothly in the wardrobe 2 meters away. He was sure she hadn't just tossed them. If she had, they wouldn't have landed so evenly. Luo Hansu smiled gently, pointed at the comb on the dressing table with a finger, and used her inner strength to pull it towards her. The comb flew into her hand. Zhou Moya, usually calm and composed, was now unsettled, looking at her with more intensity. Hansu, your grandfather found a top master to be your teacher, right? Yes. Luo Hansu's skills were taught by her mother. She had indeed been a top expert in the martial world, but it was best not to tell him about her past life, so she lied and said her grandfather had found her a master. Zhou Moya had long suspected she was skilled. He thought she had probably hidden her abilities when she showed some skills in the military and asked, Hansu, besides your grandfather and me, does anyone else know about your skills? No one knows. Both my grandfather and master have passed away. Only you have seen a bit of it today. Hearing that her master had died, Zhou Moya felt regret, but didn't ask more about it. Instead, he advised, Hansu, you must not reveal that you have a mysterious master. Try not to show your skills in public. You should understand that a person without guilt can still face trouble. The skills you learned from your master are extremely rare and valuable. If people with bad intentions find out, it could lead to endless trouble. Zhou Moya, with more experience, had encountered people with innate special abilities due to his job, and their outcomes were often not good. His wife's skills were learned, and if discovered, she might not withstand the pressure from various forces. If she didn't cooperate, their family could face disaster. Hansu, the world is not as peaceful as it seems. It is filled with schemes and dangers. Your grandfather should have taught you about the harshness of the world. We must not have harmful intentions, but must always be cautious of others. Luo Fuyuan played a trick on you before he died. Many people are watching you, especially those from the Zhang family. They need a lot of money to start their plans, and as long as they haven't found the money left by the Luo family, they will eventually target you. Your trump card must not be revealed too early, and some skills should remain hidden. You need to stay low-key. He was right, and Luo Hansu understood, nodding, I know. All right, don't be too nervous. Only I have seen this today, and I will keep it to myself. Zhou Moya sat on the bed with her, gently touching her belly, feeling quite happy. It seems to have grown a little more, rounder than when we came back. Zhao Jie had just been tasting dishes in the kitchen and hurried in with a bowl, excited to see Zhou Moya back. Dad, you're back. Seeing the golden fried dough sticks in the bowl, Zhou Moya chuckled. Did Grandma just fry these? Yes, just made them for Mom. Luo Hansu shared half with him, feeding it directly to his mouth. The fresh, hot dough sticks smelled wonderful, and one was not enough. The three of them quickly got up to head to the kitchen to enjoy more. The festive atmosphere in Kyoto during the New Year was strong, with families busy preparing traditional foods, cleaning their homes, and hanging decorations like couplets, paper cuttings, and lanterns, all getting ready for a lively reunion. Zhou Zongming only had his holiday starting on the 28th of the lunar month. Zhou Moyao took his wife and child to his workplace to pick him up for the New Year celebrations, staying in the courtyard for a few days before returning to the dormitory after the holiday. The happiest during the New Year were the elders and children. The elders looked forward to having their children and grandchildren around, while the kids anticipated delicious treats and the lucky money given by their elders on New Year's Eve. Zhao Jie received many gifts and lucky money during this visit to Kyoto. His little backpack was filled with red envelopes, and several relatives gifted him new clothes, shoes, and stationery. He was especially happy this year and seemed more lively and cheerful than before. On the first day of the new year, after breakfast at home, Zhou Zhongming took the younger ones to visit their parents and siblings to wish them well. In the afternoon, they went to the homes of his younger brother and 2 sisters, returning after dinner at his younger sister's house. On the second day of the new year, Yuan took the younger ones to visit the Yu family. This year, the Yu family's aunt and her family returned to Beijing for the new year, and the 2 families met at their parents' place, enjoying a lively gathering and chatting all day without wanting to part. On the third day of the new year, relatives from the Zhou and Yu families came to wish them well. Zhou Zhongming and Yu Yuan invited them to their home for lunch. With many guests, they started preparing early in the morning. In the kitchen, the grandparents and men were busy, while Luo Hansu was in charge of entertaining the guests. Games like Go, chess, and checkers were set up early, with everyone enjoying their own activities. Those who didn't want to play were drinking tea, watching TV, and snacking on various treats. Around 11 o'clock, someone knocked on the door. Zhou Jie ran out to open it and quickly returned to report, "Sister-in-law, a mother and daughter, are outside. They are strangers and say they came to wish us well." Lo Hansu was in the living room serving tea when she heard someone she didn't recognize ask, "Yale, did they come to the wrong house?" They didn't introduce themselves. They asked if this is Zhou Mo Yao's home and said they came to pay New Year's greetings. "Okay, I'll go check." Lo Hansu quickly set down the kettle and went to greet the guests. When she reached the door and saw that it was Du Hong and her daughter, her beautiful eyes narrowed. After looking around, she asked, "How did you find this place?" Du Hong and her daughter were carrying large bags and had luggage slung over their shoulders. They looked like they had come from the countryside to visit relatives in the city. Seeing her open the door, Du Hong forced a smile, thinking it looked good. "Daughter-in-law, the last time we met." "Stop right there. I am not your daughter-in-law." Lo Hansu interrupted her, her face showing no smile. She glanced at the relatives visiting next door and said coldly, "Are you here to cause trouble or to pay New Year's greetings?" "To pay New Year's greetings. We came to pay New Year's greetings," Xiao Tingting quickly replied. Last time they met, they thought she was just an ordinary daughter-in-law, but today, her strong presence was no less than Zhou Mo Yao's, making them feel unexpectedly intimidated. Du Hong no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of her and forced a stiff smile. "We came to pay New Year's greetings and also have something to discuss with your father-in-law. Whether it's to pay New Year's greetings or to discuss matters, I will allow you to enter this door. But today is our family gathering, and I must say this up front. If you cause trouble or bring up embarrassing matters to upset us, don't blame me for being rude." Lo Hansu's voice was low but clear enough for them to understand. Her beautiful eyes were devoid of warmth, cold as frost, carrying an invisible pressure that felt intimidating, as if just a word from them could provoke her wrath. "Why, yes, we are not here to cause trouble. We are here to find Uncle Zhou and ask him to help me arrange a job." Her gaze was too intimidating for Xiao Tingting, who couldn't meet her eyes, feeling as if she could see through all pretenses. With her head down, she trembled as she answered. Lo Hansu's icy gaze lingered on her for 2 or 3 seconds, and just as Xiao Tingting felt overwhelmed, she finally said, "Come in."
"Mom."
Zhao Jie was in the yard playing with the grandson of the Yu family when he saw Du Hong and her daughter. He immediately dropped the hoop and rushed over like a bullet, spreading his arms to block Du Hong. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing here? You can't bully my mom." The older relatives in the living room heard Zhao Jie's voice and all put down their chess pieces and teacups, getting up to see what was happening. Old Lady Zhou was the first to arrive. "Zhao Jie, what's wrong?" "Great-grandma, these two people are annoying.
They hurt my mom last time."
Zhao Jie stood firm in front of Du Hong, not moving an inch even when she glared at him, determined to protect his mother. Luo Hansu felt warmth in her heart seeing him like this. "Zhao Jie, don't be afraid. They won't dare to hurt you." Old Lady Zhou approached, and when she recognized Du Hong and her daughter, her good mood vanished. Her usually gentle face turned dark and serious. "What are you doing here?" "Mom." Du Hong started to shout, but when Luo Hansu shot her an icy glare, the words got stuck in her throat. "Grandma, who are they?" The younger members of the Zhou family did not recognize them. Old Lady Zhou didn't answer. She stepped forward, pulling her granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson behind her, and sternly asked, "How did you find this place?"
"We
asked many people before we found it," Du Hong said, feeling guilty and unable to meet her gaze. Old Lady Zhou, having seen much more than Du Hong, quickly realized she was lying. She glanced at their large bags and ordered, "Mo Yi, Go to the kitchen and call your second uncle. Let him deal with these two. Zhou Zhongming and his son arrived shortly after. When they saw the annoying mother and daughter, the coldness they radiated was even lower than the current temperature. Du Hong and her daughter hadn't seen Zhou Zhongming in many years. They had many plans on the way here, but upon seeing him and feeling his icy demeanor, they didn't dare to say a word. Especially when they saw old man Zhou standing at the living room door, Du Hong was so intimidated by his strong presence that she couldn't speak, even managing a forced smile. In the end, she simply lowered her head. Mo Yao, you two handle this, old lady Zhou said, pulling her granddaughter-in-law and great-grandson back into the house. She then addressed everyone else. Everyone should continue with what they were doing. Don't worry about what's happening outside. Although she didn't introduce herself, everyone from the Zhou and Yu families guessed who they were. The looks exchanged between the mother and daughter were cold, and no one smiled. Old Mr. Zhou watched them for a few moments without speaking. Once everyone returned to the living room, he asked, Han Su, what did Zhao Jie mean earlier? Did they hit you? No, they didn't hit me. Luo Han Su briefly explained what happened on the man's birthday. Zhao Jie, standing beside her, added, Great-grandpa, that woman was really fierce. She came over yelling and hitting people. We didn't even know her and she randomly attacked, calling my mom a fox spirit. Grandpa and Dad slapped her. She's not a good person. The elders will handle it, old Mr. Zhou said, unaware of the situation. He praised Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie bravely protected your mom. You did very well. Feeling shy from the compliment, Zhao Jie replied, Mom protected me too. Luo Han Su affectionately patted him. Go on, continue playing with Brother Yan. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Okay. Zhao Jie immediately ran out. Once he left, old Mr. Yu asked, Old Zhou, is it that woman? The Yu family had heard about Zhou Zhongming's second marriage and had a general idea of the situation, but they had never met Du Hong or heard the Zhou family mention her. Old Mr. Zhou nodded and sat down in his previous spot, his gaze deep. Mo Yao and Han Su came back for the new year and suddenly cut off a thick branch, seriously injuring them. They can't find a legal way to retaliate, so they deliberately sent them to cause trouble. The father and son will handle it. There's no need to worry. While the mother and daughter might cause annoyance, it wouldn't affect others, and old Mrs. Zhou felt reassured. Zhou Zhongming led Du Hong and her daughter to the guest room without exchanging any pleasantries and immediately asked, Who sent you here? No one sent us. We came on our own. With only the two of them present, Du Hong was no longer as frightened as before and spoke more loudly. What do you want? Zhou Zhongming asked again. We came to pay our New Year's respects. Du Hong had already thought of this excuse. On the way to the guest room, she had looked around at the surroundings, noting how spacious and beautiful the house was, and a calculating look crossed her face.
Bang!
Standing next to her, Xiaotingting suddenly felt a pain in her neck, her vision went dark, and she fell straight to the ground. Du Hong was still trying to motivate herself and thinking about other things, completely unaware of what was happening. She stared in shock as her daughter collapsed in front of her, taking 2 seconds to react before rushing over. Ting-ting, what happened? Before she could finish her sentence, a strong hand struck her neck, and she fell limp onto Xiaotingting. The one who acted quickly was Zhou Mo Yao. He didn't want to say a word to this woman, realizing someone had sent them here. He didn't bother asking her anything and quickly opened the nearby window, climbing out. Zhou Zhongming didn't look at the two on the ground and moved to the window to keep watch, slowly closing it. About 2 minutes later, Zhou Mo Yao knocked on the window and climbed back inside, nodding to his father. Let's have lunch first. We can talk after.
Okay.
The father and son came out one after the other, and Zhou Mo Yao locked the guest room door, leaving the mother and daughter to rest on the floor. Some guests at home saw them come out of the guest room, but everyone silently agreed not to say anything. Yan Dong felt curious and wanted to check the situation, but his siblings encouraged him to go outside. He peeked through the guest room window and returned with a smile, reporting, They're just lying on the ground sleeping. Let's not disturb them. The Zhou father and son returned to the kitchen to help. Yuan asked about the situation and inquired, "Who brought them here?" "Wang Manha's sister." Wang Manhwa is the daughter-in-law of the Zhu family, which is currently under detention. Relatives involved have also been arrested. Wang Manha's sister is an ordinary housewife with 2 young grandchildren to care for. She was taken for questioning overnight, and after confirming she wasn't involved, she was released to take care of the children. She had just dropped off Du Hong and her daughter here and wasn't in a hurry to leave, still asking around about Zhou Emo Yao and his wife, clearly intending to oppose them. Of course, Zhou Emo Yao knew she was being used by someone else. Today, there were quite a few guests with 5 tables set for lunch, 3 in the large living room, 1 in the small study, and 1 in the kitchen. As soon as Zhou Emo Yao announced it was time to eat, his peers immediately got up to serve the food. In the north, dumplings are a must for the new year, but they weren't prepared today. Luo Hansu made mushroom and cured meat shumai last night to offer everyone a change of taste. When Yuan entered the living room with a big smile, all 3 tables of shumai had been served. The shumai was made by Hansu. It tastes pretty good, right? "Aunt, is there any more?" The young girl in Yushulan's family asked her. "Just now we each had 2, but it wasn't enough." Luo Hansu brought out more dishes and added, "There's more steaming on the stove. Everyone eat the dishes first, and I'll bring more later." Zhou Mafei finished 2 dumplings in just a few bites and, still chewing, said with a mouthful, "Sister-in-law, I want to move again. I want to come stay at your house and sleep with my uncle for a few days." Luo Hansu laughed and teased him, "Sister-in-law will get you a new bed with wheels. Whenever you want to sleep at someone else's house, just push your bed over."
Haha, haha.
Yan Dong and the others laughed heartily. Zhou Mafei was also enjoying himself. He had moved to his grandparents' house and only stayed for 2 nights, then spent a night at his aunt's, returned home for New Year's Eve, slept at his grandparents' on the first night of the new year, and then went to his little aunt's to sleep with his cousin. He really had no fixed bed.
Su Yuan also came to eat today.
Since her family had some troubles, she hadn't gone out for many days, and her son and daughter-in-law had done the shopping for the new year. She had lost quite a bit of weight and wasn't as talkative as before. During the New Year visits, she only exchanged simple greetings with relatives and then found a spot to sit quietly, sipping tea and snacking on seeds. The Zhou family was very considerate and didn't ask her about her family's issues, avoiding any unpleasant topics that might affect her mood. "Mom, this dumpling is delicious." "I want another one," Li Chumeng said, taking the last dumpling from the plate and putting it in her bowl. "Zhao Jie's southern dishes taste great, so eat more. It is quite tasty." "You all should eat more," Su Yuan replied, pleased with her daughter-in-law. Noticing that the men and children seemed to enjoy the dumplings, she said, "Chumeng, you should ask Hansa how to make these dumplings, so we can try making them at home." "I already asked her, and I'll try making them when I get back." "I should be able to do it," Li Chumeng said. Li Chumeng enjoyed cooking and had been actively preparing meals these days. Her dishes were tastier than Su Yuan's, each one colorful and fragrant. Since Zhou Machin got married, he hadn't eaten at the cafeteria at work. While the guests were eating, the kitchen was still busy with cooking, and some marinated and cold dishes were being prepared. At home, they didn't worry about fancy plating. Everything was served in large bowls piled on the table. When Zhou Moya, the chef, finished cooking and came to eat, he noticed several bowls were already empty at each table. He poured himself a glass of wine and toasted to the elders before sitting down next to his wife to eat. They still need to deal with Du Hong and her daughter in the afternoon, and the relatives will also visit other friends and family to celebrate the new year. After finishing their meal, they only sat here briefly before leaving together at 1 o'clock. After the relatives left, Zhou Zhongming and the others did not rush to wake Du Hong and her daughter. The family busily took care of their chores and only went to check on the 2 women who were nearly frozen after everything was done. Luo Hansu pressed on a couple of acupressure points, and the mother and daughter slowly woke up. As soon as they opened their eyes, they hugged themselves and shivered, taking a while to regain their senses.
"Zhou."
Just as Du Hong was about to shout, Luo Hansu pressed a sharp dagger against her neck, startling her into silence. "Don't do anything reckless." Luo Hansu held the dagger tightly, The cold blade pressed against her skin, sending chills down Du Hong's spine. Let's talk. Don't hurt me, please. Luo Hansu didn't want to talk. She was just there to intimidate. Zhou Moyao threw a piece of paper to the mother and daughter and stood by, making demands. Sign the divorce papers and go back home immediately. Zhou Moyao, we came to talk to your dad about something, Du Hong said, stiffening her neck in fear. We don't want to talk to you. Zhou Moyao didn't even let his dad enter the room and tossed a pen to Xiao Tingting. I found out who led you here. I just sent her husband, children, and family to prison. If you want to cooperate with her and share her fate, I can make that happen. Du Hong's eyes darted around, not daring to admit anything. I didn't cooperate with anyone. I came here on my own. You don't need to explain. I only ask for one thing. Sign the divorce papers, and you two leave for home right away. The job promised to Xiao Tingting will still be honored. If you want to cooperate with others and willingly become there, I respect your choice. Without needing Zhou Moyao to signal, Luo Hansu put away the dagger, giving them time to think and the freedom to choose. The woman who brought them had promised many benefits, which tempted Du Hong and her daughter. But now the Zhou father and son were not following the usual script and wouldn't even talk to them. Du Hong gritted her teeth in frustration. Zhou Moyao, if you two resort to violence, aren't you afraid I'll report you? The woman who brought you here is named Wang Manju, and her brother-in-law is Zhuing. You must have seen the recent newspaper articles about Zhuing. I am the lead investigator on this case, and everyone who has interacted with their family is suspected of embezzlement. You and your daughter came here with a purpose. Do you think it's fair for me to investigate you both? As Zhou Moyao spoke, he took out shiny handcuffs and flashed them in front of the mother and daughter. Du Hong and her daughter were frightened and huddled together. Xiao Tingting hurriedly explained, we don't know this Zhuing and have no connections with them. If you don't believe us, you can investigate. Maybe you didn't have any connections before, but now you do, don't you? The money Zhuing embezzled hasn't been traced yet. Wang Manju must have promised you benefits. It's clear you have a plan to share in the stolen money. Zhou Moyao had hit their weak spot. If this were pursued, Du Hong and her daughter would be in deep trouble. Du Hong had initially planned to scheme against them, but now she was too scared to say anything. She realized that in the eyes of those in power, she and her daughter were just tools to be used. That woman was merely using them to take revenge on the Zhou family, and it was obvious she was no match for them. Not wanting to be dragged down or lose her own escape route, she spoke quickly. We didn't take a single penny from her, nor did we discuss any private cooperation. We just asked her to guide us here to wish you a happy new year and to discuss Tingting's job. Considering Xiao Dachuan, I'll give you another chance. Sign the divorce papers now, and we'll complete the procedures today.
You can leave tonight.
My father will ensure that Tingting's job is taken care of. You just need to return home and wait for news. Zhou Moyao didn't want to waste more time talking and emphasized the most important point. Du Hong and her daughter had been evicted by their landlord before the new year and had been staying at a guest house. Not only was the new year quiet, but even the staff at the guest house looked at them strangely, checking their identification repeatedly. Finding work was difficult now. Both of them had low education levels and no special skills, and their savings were minimal, enough to last at most 6 months. Du Hong had previously thought about clinging to Zhou Zhongming and using old tactics to force him to help once she found him. But now, with threats looming, she realized she had no choice but to sign the divorce agreement. Zhou Moya, I will sign the agreement, but I want to see your dad. I have something to tell him. Du Hong was unwilling to leave just like that. She wanted to fight for more. She knew that only by dealing with Zhou Zhongming could she have a chance to gain something. Zhou Moya snorted coldly, his voice icy. Stop trying to play tricks on me. If you keep talking, Xiao Tingting will go back home to clean public restrooms. No. When it came to her own interests, Xiao Tingting reacted strongly. I don't want to clean restrooms. Please don't assign me that job. After graduating from middle school, she had done nothing at home every day. Her mother had worked hard to find her a job cleaning the streets, but after 2 or 3 months of that exhausting work, she couldn't take it anymore and quit. Cleaning restrooms was much harder and dirtier than cleaning the streets, and the thought of maggots crawling around made her feel sick. Now, she didn't need Zhao Moya to threaten her. She grabbed her mother's arm and shook it vigorously. "Mom, let's listen to them. Please sign quickly." Du Hong was filled with frustration, but didn't dare to express it. She glared at Zhao Moya in anger, grinding her teeth as she signed her name on the paper. With his goal achieved, Zhao Moya picked up the paper from the ground. "Grab your bags and come with me. We haven't eaten. We don't have the strength. Can we?" Du Hong wanted to make a request, but Luo Hansu pressed a knife against her neck, her voice cold as ice. "You want a nice meal first? Good food and drink?"
No, no, no.
Du Hong was scared of her and the knife, so she didn't dare to say anything more and quickly got up to grab her things. As the mother and daughter were escorted out with the knife, Zhou Zhongming had already prepared the jeep. He didn't say a word to them. Once his son had them in the car, he stepped on the gas and drove off. Not long after, Yuan went out to take out the trash when an unfamiliar neighbor approached her. "Director Yu, did so many relatives come to visit your family today? Have they all left?" "Yes, they have all left. They are visiting other relatives this afternoon." "Director Yu, earlier a mother and daughter came to visit. What relatives are they to your family? Why haven't we seen them leave?" When the neighbor inquired about Du Hong and her daughter, Yulan's expression changed slightly. She glanced at the neighbor and smiled as usual. "They are not my relatives. They are the daughter of my ex-husband's comrade. They came to wish us well and just left for the train station with their father." I see." The other person's expression paused for a moment. Yulan noticed her subtle expression, smiled slightly, and said nothing more as she took the trash can back. Wang Manju received the news and shouted at home, "Useless waste." She had originally planned to use this mother-daughter pair to create chaos for the Zhou family, making their lives difficult too, but she didn't expect them to be so ineffective, quietly sent away after just one meal. Zhou Zongming and his son returned at 3:30. They had just sent someone off on the train back to Du Hong's hometown and confirmed their departure from Kyoto before driving back home. Luo Hansu had not gone with them. She stayed home to prepare New Year gifts. As soon as they arrived home, she called her mother-in-law, son, and sister-in-law, and they all squeezed into a car with several bags of gifts to visit Grandpa Wu for New Year greetings. They had originally planned to visit in the morning and had called the elders in advance, but the elders had plans and were out, so they had to meet in the afternoon instead. When the jeep stopped at the door, Grandpa Wu personally came to open it. Seeing Zhou Maoyao get out with gifts, he waved his hand and said, "Take everything back. I appreciate your kindness." "Grandpa Wu, these aren't expensive gifts. It's herbal tea that Hansu asked the doctor to prepare. When the two elders feel tired, brewing some herbal tea can help refresh them. My grandfather has been drinking it recently and said it helps a bit, so I brought some for you too." Both bags were filled with gifts, all herbal tea on top and some dried seafood underneath, which Sui had bought in Haicheng and sent over. Luo Hansu had given some to several elders. "I like herbal tea, it's good." Since taking the medicine that Luo Hansu regularly sends, Grandpa was felt much better, but he still works hard and doesn't rest enough, so he feels a bit tired. Today, all his children are home. Grandma E caught a cold after being out in the wind yesterday and was sent to the hospital this morning with a high fever. She is currently resting in the room, with her children taking care of her. After visiting inside, Luo Hansu came out and told Grandpa Wu, "Grandpa Wu, that medicine can be given to Grandma. She can drink it even with a cold. It will help her recover faster." "That can be drunk? I'll go pour her a cup now." Grandpa Wu turned around to get something. After delivering it to his partner in the house, he came back out and quietly said, "Hansu, this medicine really works well. Since I started taking it, I feel much better. Now, several old friends are asking me about it. I wonder if we can invite that old doctor to come to Kyoto?" "Grandpa Wu, he is very old now and probably can't travel far. In fact, he hasn't treated anyone for many years. My grandfather could ask him for help because the Luo family once helped him. His family has a long history of traditional medicine, but they have faced many hardships. Now, their descendants have dwindled, and none of them are learning traditional medicine anymore. To avoid trouble, they have moved deep into the mountains to live in seclusion. Grandpa Wu understood her meaning and sighed heavily. We have let down these truly talented people. Grandpa Wu, the current situation is not something one or two people can change, so don't blame yourself. Luo Han-su comforted him. She knew Grandpa Wu had done his best, and then mentioned what happened earlier. I will visit him in a few days to ask for more medicine.
You can share it with the other grandpas.
Okay, please bring some gifts of thanks. If the old man needs help, call me, Grandpa Wu instructed her. Grandma Yi took her medicine and wanted to get up to welcome guests, but Yuan insisted she rest in bed. She and Luo Han-su sat by the bed, chatting together. During the spring festival, many guests came to pay their respects. Luo Han-su and the others didn't stay long. They left after half an hour. When they were leaving, Grandma Yi's daughter and daughter-in-law gave Luo Han-su a big bag of baby clothes and shoes. Since they learned she was expecting twins, they quickly prepared several outfits for both a boy and a girl. After the new year, their tasks in the capital were successfully completed. On the evening of the 4th day of the new year, they said goodbye to their elders and took a train south. This time, they were not going to Rongcheng but to Hancheng as family members to attend the engagement banquet of Yang Pu and Cheng Sui. They left on the evening of the 4th and arrived early on the 6th. Zhao Jie was pulled out of sleep and, still groggy, yawned all the way as they exited the station. Zhao Jie, are you still sleepy? It wasn't until Yang Pu's voice reached his ears that Zhao Jie woke up. Uncle Yang. Are you awake? Yang Pu asked with a smile. Yes. Zhao Jie rubbed his eyes, saw that it was bright outside, and hugged his leg. Uncle Yang. Are we at your house? It's not time yet. We're at the train station, and it will take us another half-hour to drive back. Yang Pu picked him up, weighed him in his arms, and patted his bottom. You've been in Kyoto eating well. You've gained at least 5 pounds. Zhao Jie grinned, a bit shy. I eat a lot every day, especially meat. Do the elders in the Zhou family treat you well? Do they cook all sorts of delicious food for you every day? They always put meat in your bowl, right? Yang Pu asked with a smile. Yes, my grandparents and aunt are really nice to me. My great-grandparents are good to me too. They give me meat and even a lot of money. On this trip to Kyoto, Zhao Jie received love from all his elders, except for the bullying and insults from Wang Jiao and her son. Everyone else treated him well. Although children may not understand many complex things, they are sensitive to kindness and cruelty. He could feel the love from the Zhou and Yu families, and he really liked them. He felt a bit sad when it was time to leave. Zhou and Mo Yao had already moved 4 or 5 bags into the trunk and sat in the back with his wife. Zhao Jie, you can sit in the front seat. Yang Pu opened the front door for him, letting him climb in and settle before closing the door. After sitting in the driver's seat, he took out a thermos for Luo Han-su. Su, Yi got up early to make you some white fungus and lotus seed soup. It's a bit hot, so drink it slowly. I was just thinking of having something warm for my stomach, Luo Han-su said, not afraid of the heat, and took a sip after blowing on it. Seeing that she had also gained a bit of weight and her face was rounder, Yang Pu smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You didn't even realize you were pregnant and still trained with us every day, riding horses. Thankfully, the twins are strong enough not to be worn out by you. Regarding this matter, Luo Han-su felt a bit helpless and joked, It's my first marriage and my first pregnancy, so I have no experience. I'll know better next time. Haha. Yang Pu laughed heartily. Zhou and Mo Yao, holding her shoulder, playfully pinched her cheek and asked with a grin, Next time you get married, or next time you get pregnant, you can marry me again, and I can have another baby, Luo Han-su suggested with a smile. Marriage is a sacred lifelong commitment. There's no such thing as marrying again. Having another child can be arranged, though. His wife has a high chance of getting pregnant, so even if he feels a bit lacking, the hope for a second child is quite strong. Once the twins grow up a bit, they can definitely consider having another one. When they arrived at the Yang family home, it was exactly 7 o'clock. The Yang family members were all dressed nicely and waiting at the door to greet them. The parents personally opened the car door, warmly saying, Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, Happy New Year. Uncle, Aunt, Happy New Year. The couple smiled and exchanged greetings. Luo Hansu instructed her son in the front seat, Zhao Jie, when you get out, greet the elders and your older siblings. After staying in Kyoto for half a month, Zhao Jie was now much more cheerful and lively. He opened the door and got out, confidently calling out Grandpa and Grandma, Happy New Year. Uncle and Aunt, Auntie and Uncle, older brothers and sisters, Happy New Year. Zhao Jie, Happy New Year. The Yang family all responded with smiles, ready with red envelopes, which they eagerly stuffed into his arms. Chung Sui and her brother came to the car, one on each side to assist Luo Hansu. Their carefulness made her laugh. It's only been a little over 2 months. You don't need to be so cautious. Better to be careful, Chung Sui said, linking her arm with hers. She smiled at her brother. Ziming, help your brother-in-law with the luggage. Let's sit down and talk inside. Mom, is this any mom? Zhao Jie asked, holding a stack of red envelopes and looking up. Yes, this is Auntie Mom, and this is Uncle, Luo Hansa said, as she hadn't had a chance to introduce them earlier. Chung Sui and her brother had been focused on talking to her, but now Chung Sui stepped forward to hug Zhao Jie, placing the thick stack of red envelopes in his hands. Zhao Jie, Happy New Year.
I'm Auntie Mum Cheng Sai.
Annie Mom, Happy New Year. Zhao Jie happily greeted her and then smiled at Cheng Ziming. Uncle, Happy New Year. Zhao Jie is really well behaved. Cheng Ziming had also prepared a gift for their meeting, which included a red envelope and a set of small toys, temporarily placed in the bedroom. After they greeted each other, the Yang family parents immediately invited their guests inside. Once in the house, Yang Pu introduced Luo Hansu to the relatives. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, they settled down to drink tea. The Yang family's relationships were straightforward. The whole family consisted of cultured and educated individuals, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Hansu, I've prepared hot water for you. You should go take a shower first, Chung Sui said, knowing her cousin loved cleanliness and might want to relax after the long train ride. Okay, Luo Hansu replied, turning to the men and her son. You all chat with Uncle and Brother Yang while I go take a shower. I'll get your clothes. Zhou and Mo Yao got up and walked into the room where the Yang family had arranged guest accommodations. He stepped inside to help her find clothes. Seeing that her father, brothers, and brother-in-law were all smiling, Yang Pu said, My husband is a great man who balances work and family well. Because he sets a good example, now all the men in the neighborhood are learning to care for their wives. Before, they would just lie around after work, but now they help with chores. You're also a husband now, so you should learn to help Sui with the housework when you can, Yang's mother advised him from the kitchen. Mom, I'm not a little kid.
I don't need you to teach me, he replied.
Zhao Jie, who had been sitting on Yang Pu's lap, poked his face and said, Even our little Zhao Jie helps with chores at 5 or 6 years old, and we don't have to teach him. He's very good now. Uncle Yang, I can make dumplings and knead rice balls now. My aunt taught me, and I'll cook for you, Zhao Jie said, still clinging to him. Which aunt?
Yang Peu asked. Aunt,
Zhao Jie scratched his head, thinking for a long time, but couldn't remember her name. That aunt, the one who lives with us. Oh, you mean Aunt Wenli, right?
Yang Peu said.
Yes, Aunt Wenli, but I don't know her name, Zhao Jie replied. Meng Wenli, Yang Pu said. Zhao Jie happily remembered his aunt's name and told him, Uncle Yang, there are so many uncles and aunts at home, and many grandpas and grandmas too. They gave me a lot of money, and my backpack is full. I can't count it all. Just as Zhou and Mo Yao brought his wife's clean clothes to the bathroom, he walked over and said, Now you're richer than I am. My pocket money isn't even a tenth of yours.
Ha ha.
The men of the Yang family laughed. Yang Pu playfully ruffled Zhao Jie's hair and smiled broadly. Comrade Zhao Jie, if your dad and I ever run out of pocket money, you should secretly help us out and occasionally buy us some snacks. Zhao Jie understood and immediately pulled out money from his pocket, selecting the biggest red envelope to give to him. Uncle Yang, you can buy snacks with this. Good boy, I didn't save you for nothing, Yang Pu said, just teasing him. He put the envelope back in Zhao Jie's pocket. I have money for snacks now, but when I'm older and can earn money, you can buy me snacks then. Zhou Emo Yao rarely smokes, only occasionally sharing a cigarette with older relatives. Today, he offered cigarettes to the young father and son, as well as the son-in-law, and they chatted about work while the smoke swirled around them. In the south, there is no heating, making winter showers quite uncomfortable. Luo Han-su quickly finished her shower and got dressed. Cheng Su-yi was helping to start a fire in the kitchen. When she came out, she noticed Luo Han-su's slightly rounded belly. Han-su, you're not even 3 months along, and it's already showing. Yang's mother, who was cooking, smiled and said, with twins, you show earlier than with a single baby. Luo Han-su gently touched her belly, zipped up her coat, and smiled. Since I got pregnant, my appetite has been bigger than a man's. I feel hungry after eating 4 or 5 meals a day. After the pregnancy was confirmed, the elders in my family wanted to keep feeding me. I've gained quite a bit of weight. You're tall, so eating more is fine. Don't worry about giving birth later. With twins, you need to eat well for their health. The more you eat, the stronger they'll be when they arrive, Yang's mother said, drawing from her experience. Cheng Su-yi helped her adjust her clothes, smiling gently. We've set our wedding date. I'll go back to Haicheng for 1 more month of work, then we'll have the wedding in March. After that, I'll move to Yen City with the army, and I'll take care of the cooking for both families. I'm still early in my pregnancy and can move around easily. We can work together now, and when I'm bigger and can't move as well, you can help me more. The 2 sisters living together can support each other. Now that Luo Han-su is pregnant, Cheng Su-yi can help her, and when it's Cheng Su-yi's turn to be pregnant, Luo Han-su can be there to assist. Soon, it was announced that dinner was ready. The Yang family usually has simple breakfasts, but today, to welcome their esteemed guests, the women prepared a feast more lavish than a New Year's reunion dinner, with so much food that it overflowed the table. Zhou Emo Yao and his wife were invited to sit at the head of the table. After the women settled down, they raised their glasses to toast, saying, Aunt, sister-in-law, Wan Jie, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, our cooking is just average and we only know how to make a few simple home dishes. We hope you don't mind the plain meal, Yang's mother said, standing up to toast with tea instead of wine. And if you say that, we won't come back next time. Zhou Emo Yao had visited the Yang family before and had stayed there twice, so he was quite familiar with them and spoke casually. Yang's father sat next to him and said to his future daughter-in-law, Su-yi, see what your cousin likes to eat. Help her get some dishes and serve her a bowl of soup to cool down. And I'm not picky. I can serve myself, replied Su-yi. Luo Han-su's eyes were fixed on the bowl of rich, creamy fish soup in the center, making her mouth water. Zhou Emo Yao noticed her gaze and served her some soup, saying, the fish soup your aunt made is amazing. The fish here is fresh, and the soup is sweet and delicious. It must be the different water conditions. The freshwater fish here really tastes great, Su-yi added. Su-yi also loved fish soup and served Zhao Jie a generous bowl. Speaking gently, Zhao Jie, do you want Annie to feed you? Auntie, I'm not a child anymore. I can eat by myself, Zhao Jie replied, still sitting on Yang Pu's lap. Su-yi, he can serve himself, Luo Han-su said while sipping her soup, then turned to her cousin, Zaiming. Did you have any health issues during your visit to Han City? Cheng Zaiming smiled. I might have had some trouble adjusting at first, but I'm fine now. It took a couple of days to get used to it. Traveling more and experiencing different places helps your body adjust, Zhou Emo Yao said. Cheng Zaiming was generally healthy and rarely got sick, but he had lived in High City all his life, so it took some time to adapt to a new environment. Thinking about how he would soon settle in Han City, Zhou Emo Yao invited him, Zaiming, after you graduate high school in July, come stay with us in Yen City for a while. Han Su's due date is in early August, so it would be perfect for you to come after your exams and stay for 10 days to 2 weeks before returning to Han City. Brother-in-law, that's exactly my plan. I'll call you once I finalize the dates, Cheng Zaiming replied. His 2 sisters were his only family, and they had moved to Yen City with the military. Before starting their jobs, Cheng Zeiming also planned to visit them. Since Cheng Zeiming needed help from the Yang family to settle in Han City, Luo Hansu asked the Yang family about the situation. With their elders gone, the two sisters took on the responsibility of arranging everything for him. Although Luo Hansu was only 2 years older than him, she spoke with a maturity that impressed the Yang family. After chatting for half an hour, they concluded that she was the most capable among the 3 siblings and was the one in charge of the family. Regarding the past of the Luo family, Yang Pu's parents and siblings have asked him many questions, and after Cheng Suyi met her future in-laws, she also talked to them about her family background. The Cheng family has fallen on hard times, but they were once a respected scholarly family in Jinling. If not for the war that destroyed everything and their parents who died in service, they would not be any less than the Yang family in various aspects. The Yang family is open-minded and reasonable. They did not criticize Cheng Suyi for her capitalist background. She has a gentle personality, is polite and well-mannered, has excellent education and work experience, and her appearance is striking, making her very likable to them. Although Luo Hansu is a cousin, she is the head of the family among the 3 siblings. Today, during her first meeting with the Yang family, she spoke kindly as a representative of her family and repeatedly asked the Yang family to treat her cousin well. Today is the engagement day for Yang Pu and Cheng Suyi, with the ceremony held at noon at Yang's father's workplace, where 3 tables of food were arranged. They invited respected leaders and relatives to witness the formal engagement ceremony. The Yang family prepared a generous engagement gift, and Luo Hansu, representing her family, also arranged a substantial dowry for her cousin. Suyi, this is the jewelry left to you by Grandma, a jade bracelet that has been passed down in the Cheng family. It was part of Grandma's dowry given to her by the Cheng family's ancestor during her wedding. Before she passed away, Grandma asked me to give this bracelet to you when you get married. This is a flawless, translucent jade bracelet, and anyone with a discerning eye can tell it is quite valuable. Cheng Suyi is very familiar with this bracelet. Her great-aunt often wore it. Seeing it brings back memories of her great-aunt, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. Luo Hansu gently placed the bracelet on her fair wrist and softly encouraged her. Today is a happy day for your engagement, so don't cry. Grandma and uncle are watching from above, and they must be happy for you. Cheng Suyi nodded, choking back her emotions and forcing herself to hold back her tears. Grandpa also prepared a dowry for you, all packed in this box. You can open it later to see. When Luo Yid's health began to decline, he arranged for assets for the 3 siblings, but due to the special circumstances, properties and such could not be held openly, so he entrusted them to a trusted confidant for management. He left a very nice and spacious house as a dowry for Cheng Suyi, along with a substantial bank deposit slip and a pair of vintage gold bracelets passed down from the Luo family. These items were all packed in a small box, and Cheng Suyi did not open it right away. She guessed that her grandfather had left her valuable things to support her financially, and her tears started to well up again. Her grandparents provided her with property and wealth, and Luo Hansu also prepared a generous dowry for her. They bought all the necessary bedding and blankets for the wedding, which were all high-quality imported goods from a store in Kyoto. Today, everything was brought to the Yang family. Additionally, she bought a suitcase, a set of exquisite porcelain cups and bowls, a seagull camera, and a simple yet elegant red cashmere coat as her wedding outfit. Suyi, the Zhou family and my mother each prepared a set of dowry for you. They have already packed and mailed it to Yuan City, and I will go pick it up tomorrow. Seeing that everything she bought was valuable and carefully chosen, which likely cost around 500 or 600 yuan, Cheng Suyi felt touched and her eyes turned red. Hansu, thank you. I will call to thank Grandpa and Grandma Zhou and my aunt later. There's no need for that between sisters. As long as you are happy, that's what matters. If it weren't for the special circumstances, Luo Hansu would have added even more to the dowry, and they would have taken out everything their grandparents left for them. However, since there were already people watching her, it was not wise to reveal too much of her wealth, but she also couldn't be too frugal. Previously, her grandfather openly gave her 2,000 yuan, and since her and her husband's salaries were high, adding a few hundred yuan to the dowry didn't seem out of place. When she got married, Cheng Sui prepared a generous dowry for her, which cost at least half a year's salary. It was only right for them to return the favor. The guests at the engagement banquet were all well off, and they could also afford such a standard of dowry, except perhaps for the ancestral valuable jade bracelet. They were all cultured and respectable people, and no one whispered or spoke ill of anything. After the ceremony, everyone congratulated the newlyweds and gave them gifts. Zhou Moya, being from the bride's family and also Yang Pu's boss, was invited to sit at the main table again during the engagement banquet. The Yang family arranged for elder leaders to accompany the guests, and he ended up drinking several cups of wine, causing his face to turn a bit red. After the banquet, Zhou Maoyao returned to the Yang family for a nap. Luo Hansu had slept well on the train last night and didn't feel tired. She planned to explore in the afternoon. Hansu, come here for a moment. Cheng Sui had just put away her dowry and opened the box left to her by her great-uncle. When she saw the property certificates inside, she quickly closed the wooden box in shock. Luo Hansu knew what she wanted to ask and followed her into the room, calling Yang Pu and her cousin in as well. Sui, the things your great-uncle left for you are yours to keep. He left some for you and some for Ziming. When Ziming gets married, I will give them to him and his partner. Cheng Sui handed the box to Yang Pu and her brother, looking serious. Hansu, these gifts from your great-uncle are too valuable. It's not safe for me to keep them. If someone finds out, it could bring trouble. Yang Pu looked at the property certificates and made a quick decision. Sister-in-law, Sui is right. The people from the association are already watching you. If they discover the dowry your great-uncle prepared for Sui, it could confirm the blood letter from Luo Fuyuan, and many troubles will follow. Your great-uncle must have made special arrangements. You should keep the property certificates and stubs, and we will keep the jewelry here. Later, I will find a few less valuable items with special blessings to put in the box. Yang Pu was cautious. He understood those people well. They would likely target them, and the box would eventually attract their attention. He needed to prepare in advance. Luo Hansu had her own means of protection, but Cheng Sui and her brother did not. She didn't want to put them in danger and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll keep these 2 items for now. When the time is right, I will hand them over to you. Hansu, please keep this bracelet as well. Cheng Sui took off the bracelet from her wrist and handed it to her. I can't keep this safe. You are strong and can protect it better. All right. Luo Hansu had initially taken out these items to boost her confidence, but now she felt a bit regretful, realizing it might bring her more trouble in the future. She hadn't thought this through. Seeing her serious expression, Yang Pu guessed what she was thinking and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. We will have the wedding in a month, and Sui's job will also be transferred to the army. I've already taken care of the paperwork. She will live and work in the army, where her safety will be ensured. Ziming doesn't need to worry. Those people have already investigated him and his sister, and they have been under watch for a long time. He can continue to live his life as usual. I have asked my comrades stationed in Haicheng to take care of him, and have also informed the Haicheng Public Security Bureau to protect him. Once he graduates from high school, I will go pick him up and bring him to Hancheng. He is my dad, and others looking after him. He just needs to focus on work and studies. Outside threats can't reach him. Luo Hansa thought for a moment. Since her cousin was in the military, safety was indeed not a concern, but she was a bit worried about her younger cousin. Ziming, after Sui gets married, she will come to Yanqing, and you'll be alone in Haicheng. You must pay attention to your safety. Try not to go out alone, and be cautious when interacting with others. If you notice anything unusual, contact us immediately. Sis, I know. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself. I won't go out unless necessary. School is very close to home, and I have a simple routine. The Public Security Bureau is nearby, so safety won't be an issue. You're pregnant now, so don't stress too much. Your brother-in-law is busy with work and often has to go out. You need to take care of yourself and the 2 nephews. Cheng Ziming was more concerned about her, but since she was in the military and had her sister to help her, as long as she stayed on base, her safety should be fine. Luo Hansa patted his shoulder and smiled gently. I'm doing well over there, so don't worry. All right, let's keep in touch more often through letters and calls. They chatted in the bedroom, and after Ching Sui finished packing her dowry, Yang's mother accompanied them outside, taking Zhao Jie to the service center within the unit to buy clothes and shoes. The military unit was very safe, with many employees and a well-stocked service center that offered various local products from Hancheng. Luo Hansu bought a little bit of everything, and it all added up to a big bag, which she asked Yang Pu to help mail back to Yanqing. Their spring festival holiday was a bit long. After attending the engagement banquet in Hancheng, they took the train back on the 7th day of the new year. Ching Sui and her brother took the bus back to Haicheng without asking Yang Pu to see them off. Yang Pu returned to Yanqing with Zhou and Mo Yao and his family. They planned to take a month off for the wedding in Hancheng. Yang's parents formally invited Zhou and Mo Yao and his wife to attend the wedding. Their work situation is special, so they can't give a definite answer right now, but they promised at least one of them would come. If there are no special circumstances at that time, they will bring their son along. As soon as Zhao Jie returned to the family compound, he ran off like a wild horse to play with friends he hadn't seen in a long time. Zhou Mo Yao put down his luggage and got busy with work. Luo Hansu was organizing their things at home when Fu Yao knocked on the door. Hansu, while you were home for the new year, I brought back several big packages and letters for you. They're in your study. Thank you, Fu Yao, Luo Hansu replied. Commissioner Prung didn't go home for the new year. He was on duty at the army base and had brought his elderly parents to celebrate. They stayed for half a month, but kept insisting on returning to their farm. By the 4th day of the new year, they hurried back home. Seeing the many bags in her room, Fu Yao came to help and smiled at her belly. You two are something else. You got pregnant before the new year and didn't even mention feeling unwell. If you had, I might have guessed.
Luoan susmail do querli.
He was injured before, and we never thought we would have our own children. My elders have passed away, and they never taught me about these things. I didn't understand. I thought the discomfort in my belly was just from training too hard. Commissioner Peng and his wife knew the truth about Zhou and Mo Yao's injury and often felt sorry for him. They never expected such a low chance of luck to happen. Thinking back, it must have been right after you got married. You were training hard every day for those 2 months, even more than the men. It's amazing that the babies are doing fine. They will surely be healthy and strong. Luo Han Su had learned some biology during this time and even read a book on the train. She smiled gently. Both of us are quite healthy, so the baby should inherit good traits. The men here are all carefully selected, strong as oxen, and the children are all sturdy and tough. Hearing her sister-in-law's words, Luo Hansa couldn't help but laugh. The kids in the army are quite tough and are mostly raised in a rough and free manner. They rarely visit hospitals, and when they get sick or catch a cold, they don't take medicine or get injections. They just drink some water or herbal tea, then run around until they sweat it out and feel better. Fu Yao helped her fold clothes and shared her own experience with a smile. When I was pregnant with Xinzi, I was just like you. I got pregnant half a month after getting married. His dad left after his leave. He was training with the team at that time and told me to join him in the army 3 months later. There's a big sand and gravel yard back home, and the pay for a day's work is good. My sister-in-law, my mother-in-law, and I are all good workers, so we went to the yard to work with my father-in-law and uncle every day. I was pregnant then, but like you, I didn't know. I would soak in water for 5 or 6 hours each day, carrying dozens of loads of mud and sand without eating on time. It wasn't until I was over a month pregnant that I accidentally mentioned to my sister-in-law that I hadn't gotten my period. She was so shocked that her face changed. She dragged me out of the water and took me to the clinic. After confirming the pregnancy, my mom rushed to my in-laws' house overnight. She dropped off a basket of eggs and chased me around the house with a feather duster. As Fu Yao recalled that time, she couldn't help but laugh. I was so young and clueless, acting like a fool, arguing with my mom, insisting on working to earn money. Looking back now, I wish I could give myself a good punch. As a fellow pregnant woman, Luo Hansu felt the same fear but was also relieved. Thank goodness, nothing happened. Yes, we are really lucky and the baby in our bellies is strong. While they were talking, the army wives who weren't working came to visit. Some had gone home for the new year and were just returning. They brought gifts and local specialties for Luo Hansu, and as soon as they met, they started chatting about their families, making the atmosphere lively and cheerful. Luo Hansu organized the clothes and took out many local specialties from Kyoto and Seoul, sharing them among the group. They all sat in the big living room, drinking tea and chatting. Mom, the mailman just came again and delivered a letter for you. Zhao Jie ran back with the letter, handed it to her, and then dashed out to play like a gust of wind. This letter is from Tang Yuan. Luo Hansu opened it right away. After the new year, she started looking for a job. Luckily, the chef at the workers' cafeteria broke his arm during the holiday and needed someone to replace him for 3 months. She quickly seized this opportunity. Even though it's just a temporary position for 3 months, it's still a good chance for her. The pay is decent, and if she works hard, there might be other opportunities in the future. After reading the letter, Luo Hansu folded it and asked another question. Sister Fu Yao, what happened with the job openings at the food factory before the new year? I haven't heard anything since. They hired 5 people, all of whom had connections. This news came from another military wife who drives for the food factory. They immediately asked the military to help coordinate, hoping to arrange for a few military wives to get jobs, but in the end, none were able to go. Luo Hansu had looked for work in Haicheng before and knew how hard it was to get a position in state-owned enterprises. Any openings were quickly filled by leaders' arrangements, making it difficult for outsiders without connections to get in. Sister Fu Yao, what do you think about starting a food processing factory within our unit? Luo Hansu suddenly suggested. The group of wives had good skills. They had learned from a chef before and could easily make meals and pastries. Their skills were not worse than those of chefs in state-owned restaurants. Start one within our unit? Chun Yuan was excited. Exactly. You could suggest it to the leaders. We could set up a food processing factory. We don't have many people here, so we only need to buy a small machine to produce items like mooncakes and pastries, and the unit could handle sales. This would create jobs and help your current situation while also generating income for the unit. She made a suggestion, and Fu Yao smiled and said, Hansu, actually, I suggested to old Peng last year that we start a small pig farm in the unit, and we could take turns raising pigs. Old Peng said, raising pigs isn't easy. None of us are veterinarians, and we wouldn't know how to care for sows. If there's an outbreak of swine fever, it could lead to huge losses, so that idea just faded away. Commissioner Peng is right. Raising livestock is not simple. A veterinarian is essential, and without that knowledge, the risks are quite high. Luo Hansu had never raised pigs or lived in the countryside, but she had some basic knowledge. I think Hansu's suggestion is great. Starting a small food processing factory sounds good. We could focus on making pastries, not too many varieties, just 2 or 3 simple fillings. We are good at this and don't need to invest too much money. The most important thing is that we can quickly break even, unlike raising pigs, which takes a year to see any return. In fact, raising pigs, chickens, and ducks carries a lot of risks. If there's a disease like swine fever or bird flu, and we don't know how to treat them, we could lose everything. We often see this in the countryside, and when you do the math, it really doesn't pay off. Another military spouse thought starting a food factory was a good idea. Making and selling pastries carries less risk. If they don't sell, the troops can eat them, so we won't waste food. Fu Yao is the oldest among the military spouses, and everyone turns to her for advice. She is the leader in their community. After careful consideration, she agreed that Luo Hansu's idea was indeed good and immediately arranged. When my husband Peng gets home, I'll discuss it with him. He supports us finding something to do, but it needs to be practical. I believe he will agree to this idea. As she expected, when Political Commissar Peng returned home and heard her suggestion, he quickly agreed. This idea is good. The sesame candy cakes and scallion pastries you make are delicious, just as good as the ones my parents brought from their hometown. You can start by trying these too. If they sell well, you can add more flavors later. Tonight, go talk to Mo Yao. If it's feasible, help us get the paperwork done, and buy 1 or 2 machines. We can start working in a day or 2, Fu Yao said enthusiastically. Okay, I'll talk to him after dinner. This idea was proposed by Luo Hansu and was very suitable for the military spouses. Zhou and Mo Yao did not oppose it and approved it on the spot, assigning Fu Yao to manage the small food processing factory. The military spouses were very motivated. Once he agreed, they quickly went to clean the rarely used auditorium, which would become their office space. They wanted to prepare it in advance, so they could start working as soon as the paperwork was completed in a day or 2. With a legitimate job, the military spouses were full of energy. Although Luo Hansu was pregnant, she continued to work, just adjusting her responsibilities. She would no longer participate in daily training and would focus entirely on being a martial arts instructor. The martial arts she taught were her own creation, with not many moves, but each one was effective and powerful, targeting vital points directly. She started teaching a year ago, and after a month of training, the combat skills of her team have noticeably improved. They are now more efficient in their sparring sessions, and while they are strong in strength and endurance, they still lack speed. Currently, Luo Hansu is focusing on improving their speed and has come up with many unique training ideas that have shown great results. After a month of continuous training, Zhou Maoyao arranged an assessment, personally testing the results by challenging the team. He gave them high scores and even allowed them a 3-day break afterward. When Zhou Maoyao returned from the assessment, he was covered in bruises, including a noticeable mark on his face. As the instructor, Luo Hansu was present throughout the assessment and felt proud of their performance. However, seeing him hurt made her worry, so she rushed to treat his injuries.
Ow.
Outside, Zhou Maoyao gritted his teeth to hold back his pain, but in front of his wife, he couldn't help but show it. Luo Hansu gently applied medicine to his wounds, smiling as she said, "That punch was from Yang Pu. Next time, I'll help you deal with him." "Dear, you're still laughing," Zhou Maoyao said, his lips trembling from the pain. He then asked her, "How many points do you give me?" After returning from the spring festival break, Luo Hansu made a special decision to teach him the basics of martial arts. Since he often leads teams on missions, having martial arts skills would ensure his safety and help him avoid danger and emergencies, increasing his chances of returning safely. They are a couple who wish to grow old together, so after careful consideration, she taught him the simplest techniques. Over the past month, Zhou Maoyao has dedicated a lot of time to learning and practicing. He has a good understanding of the skills and quickly grasped the techniques with her patient guidance. After nearly a month of practice, he has developed a small amount of internal energy. In recent days, he has been learning to use this energy, and Luo Hansu has been there to practice with him. During today's assessment, he applied what he learned, allowing him to hold his own against the entire team. "Out of 10 points, I give you 6, she said. He is just starting to use his skills, and achieving a passing score is already impressive. Luo Hansu is very satisfied with his performance. When Luo Hansu was teaching him the heart technique, he demonstrated his true skills by leaping into the air, running along walls, and swiftly moving through the forest. He effortlessly caught an eagle soaring in the sky, leaving him stunned for a while. Now, his wife is his idol and the motivation he looks up to and pursues. Luo Hansu used her inner strength to massage his whole body, helping his cells absorb the medicine, and focused extra on his face. "Relax and take a nap. Tomorrow the swelling will go down. I'll go prepare dinner and call you when it's ready," she said. "Okay, just make a couple of simple dishes," Zhou Maoyao replied, pulling her hand gently. Meanwhile, Yang Pu, despite having punched the leader, was also badly hurt and was lying in the hospital, groaning. When the doctor came to treat him, he pleaded, "Old Gua, please use some good medicine. I'm getting married next week, and I can't show up limping and with a swollen face." Dr. Guo looked at his face and almost laughed. "You must have offended the boss. He had some personal grudge when he hit you." Yang Pu's face was so beaten that it was hard to look at. He didn't have a mirror nearby, but he could feel it must look like a pig's head, all thanks to Zhou Maoyao's revenge.
Haha, haha.
The brothers in the other beds all laughed, and after they finished, there was a collective gasp. The hospital was filled with patients, none missing limbs, but all in pain and unable to get up, groaning in discomfort. That night, they rested in the hospital instead of going home or to their dorms, with meals brought by military wives and comrades. They would gradually return home after 2 days of recovery. After 3 days of recovery, Yongpu was back to his lively self, with the swelling and bruising on his face gone. He had already requested his wedding leave and hurried to Haiqing to pick up his fiancée and brother-in-law. Zhou Maorao couldn't attend the wedding as he had a mission in the south and wouldn't be back for a month. Only Luo Hansu took Zhao Jie to the wedding, leaving 2 days early for Hanqing. Yongpu's parents placed great importance on their younger son's marriage, and the wedding preparations were lively, with many relatives and guests attending the banquet, which was lavishly arranged. After the wedding, Luo Hansu and the others stayed in Hanqing for 2 days and took the opportunity to explore the city. Both sisters have married and moved on, so Cheng Ziming is taking the train back to Haiqing alone. He feels sad to part with them, but they have grown up and started their own families. No matter how much he wishes to stay, they must begin their new lives, and he must say goodbye with blessings. The sisters first see him off at the train station. After he arrives in Haiqing, they will pack their bags and head to Yanqing. Cheng Sui's arrival brings new joy to the military family compound. Yongpu also asks the military wives to help prepare a celebratory meal, inviting leaders and comrades to join them for dinner. There aren't many people in the military area, and the military wives get along well. Cheng Sui quickly fits in, helping to make pastries in the hall every day before she officially starts work, getting to know everyone better. Both sisters grew up in the city, but are not spoiled. They never act superior and speak politely and humbly, making them well-liked by the military wives and children. Mom, Auntie, I picked some ferns. Today is the weekend and there are no classes. A group of children went to play in the safe hills after breakfast, returning with a bundle of wild vegetables. Luo Hansu and the others are in the kitchen preparing lunch. Upon hearing his voice, they come out. Zhao Jie, did you find ferns on the mountain? Mom, there are so many. We didn't bring a basket, so we could only carry this much back. Zhao Jie actually picked quite a few, but lost some along the way, leaving only 2 servings by the time he got home. However, he is good at picking, and all he collected are tender ferns. Cheng Sui brings a basin to collect them. She has never eaten or seen ferns before and wants to experience picking them on the mountain. She tells her cousin, Hansu, I heard the wives say ferns are delicious. They taste great when dried and cooked with meat. Let's go pick more this afternoon and dry some for winter. Okay. Sister Fu Yao said we need to blanch the ferns and soak them overnight to make them taste better. Let's not stir-fry them for lunch today. We can eat them tomorrow instead. Zhou Maoyao hasn't returned yet. For lunch, the 4 of them eat together, 3 adults and 1 child, preparing 3 simple home-cooked dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable. They will start eating when Yongpu comes back. After lunch and washing the dishes, the sisters each grab a basket and call a group of children, heading into the mountains together. It's Cheng Sui's first time searching for wild vegetables in the mountains, and she is more excited than the children to see the ferns. Having never eaten ferns before, she doesn't know the exact taste, but she loves the thrill of foraging and can't stop picking them. The group of children in the compound may be young, but they are skilled at picking ferns. They are just as quick as Luo Hansu, tossing handfuls into her basket. In less than half an hour, Luo Hansu filled a basket and first took it home before coming back with it on her back. Now, the sisters are busy working to earn money. The 2 flavors of pastries they make are quite popular, arranged by the military and already sold in state-run stores and supply cooperatives. They sell well because they are affordable and tasty, and they have received several orders. Recently, they have been working overtime at night to keep up with demand. Luo Hansu and Cheng Sui have relatively lighter work, and they try to help out by taking care of the children from various families. Today, all the kids brought ferns to them. They also prepared 2 large bamboo baskets at home, boiling a big pot of water to blanch the vegetables, and worked late into the night to finish everything. Spring has arrived, and various wild vegetables are starting to sprout. Chung Sui has become fond of foraging for wild vegetables. Today, she brought back a basket of ferns. Tomorrow it will be a bucket of mushrooms and wood ears. And the day after that, she plans to pick Chinese tune and dig for wild garlic, keeping herself busy and happy. After eating the wild vegetables his wife brought home for a week, Yang Pu laughed, "Comrade Chung Sui, take a break and give the wild vegetables in the nearby mountains a chance to grow back. Don't you like eating them?" Chung Sui asked him. "It's not that I don't like them. They taste fine," Yang Pu replied. He eats them every year, but doesn't particularly love them. He just worries about her working too hard. "You shouldn't go to the mountains during the work week. Save it for the weekends. The mountains are safe now, and there are no snakes out. I enjoy walking around there, it feels nice," Chung Sui said, as she likes hiking. "Okay, if you enjoy it, go ahead, but just stay in safe areas nearby," Yang Pu reminded her. "I know. I only go around where you train. I wouldn't dare go deeper into the woods," Chung Sui assured him, sticking to places where the children often go, so she wouldn't cause any trouble. Today, her cousin brought back a small basket of wild mushrooms. Luo Hansu took the time to go into the deep mountains and caught a wild chicken, which she cooked with mushrooms for dinner. Luo Hansu really enjoyed this dish. While they were talking, she kept her head down and ate quietly, finishing 3 bowls of rice before looking up. "Mom, the ferns and mushrooms are dried. Should we send them to Grandma?" Zhao Jie had been thinking about this. He was very eager when foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms, rushing to the mountains with his friends every day after school, always returning with a full basket. "The amount is still not enough. Let's go to the mountains tomorrow to find more and dry it. Later, we can have Grandma send some to both great-grandfathers' homes and also share a bit with the other grandparents' houses."
"Oh, okay,"
Zhao Jie replied and then asked, "Mom, when will Dad come back?" "Dad hasn't called yet, so I don't know." Zhou Moyao told her when he left that this mission was not dangerous, but it involved a lot of work and might take nearly a month to complete. So, she wasn't worried about his safety and felt at ease waiting for him at home. While they were eating, the radio nearby was broadcasting the weather report. After listening, Yang Pu expressed some concern. "This year, there has been a lot of rain in my hometown. Since we got married, it has rained heavily for more than half a month. The water level in the river has risen a lot. If it keeps raining like this, it might cause flooding." Things were better in Yen City. Spring was mostly sunny, with occasional light rain but no heavy storms, making the situation much better than in Han City. Given the weather conditions, it was very likely that flooding would happen soon. After finishing dinner, Luo Hansu hurried to the storage space to start preparing. Luo Hansu planted 50 acres of grain in her storage space. She had never sold any of it. It was all stored for emergencies in case of a natural disaster. This spring, many provinces had heavy rainfall, increasing the likelihood of flooding. The military would surely be called to assist, and the grain in her space would be useful. Earlier during the new year in Kyoto, she had arranged to buy a rice mill and a generator, so she could start processing and storing the grain. After a week of busy work, the military received a call from the upstream county of Rong City, reporting signs of a potential levee breach and requesting urgent support from Rong City and the station troops. In their unit, almost everyone, except for the military wives, was mobilized. Although political commissar Peng knew about her strong abilities, he was concerned for her since she was pregnant with twins and did not include her name on the list. However, she insisted on going to the rescue front. After entrusting her sons to Fu Yao, she packed a few essentials and set off with Chung Sui. When they arrived at the disaster area as quickly as possible, the levee had already breached and water was flooding out. Fortunately, the government had anticipated this and had issued emergency notifications, preventing serious casualties, though many people's homes were washed away by the flood. This time, nearly half of the county was affected. The low-lying areas were completely washed away by the flood, and the people had to climb to higher ground in the rain to escape disaster. As soon as Luo Hansu and her team arrived, they were responsible for rescue and transporting supplies. She was skilled at driving, so Commissioner Peng assigned her a large truck to transport supplies to safe areas, while others went to the disaster front to rescue people. Chung Sui stayed with others in logistics, waiting for orders. Hansu, take care of yourself. Don't push too hard. If you feel unwell, stop immediately, Chung Sui said, worried about her cousin, but she couldn't persuade her, so she kept reminding her.
Sui, I know.
Don't worry, Luo Hansu replied confidently. She was careful and wouldn't act recklessly, knowing that transporting supplies in the city was safe and that she was fine. The rain had lasted a long time, causing floods in many areas. The situation here wasn't the most urgent, and the delivery of rescue supplies was slow. Luo Hansu was glad she had prepared in advance, managing to take out a small amount of food on the first day for emergencies. She wanted to bring out all the food from her storage, but the quantity was too large to avoid suspicion. So, each time she delivered supplies, she secretly added 10 more bags little by little, ensuring she wouldn't be noticed. Many families whose homes were destroyed gathered in the city, urgently needing food. There was no formal registration process, which made it easier for her to act. In the face of disaster, many citizens volunteered to help. Tents were quickly set up in open areas along the streets to provide shelter for the elderly, weak, and women. Many places along the roadside set up stoves to boil water, and some enthusiastic volunteers helped cook porridge and meals. Big Brother, quickly organize everyone to clear the way. I'm here to unload food for the disaster victims. Are there also disaster victims at Peace Square? Sir, please get in the car and guide me to Peace Square. I'm delivering food there. Clear the way, everyone. The street office staff is here to distribute food. This is disaster relief food for the victims. Please do not take any for yourselves. Everyone should supervise each other, and anyone caught stealing food will be sent to the police station. Sir, you know the local roads well. Can you help me navigate this morning while I deliver food? Luo Hansu was outside delivering supplies while Chung Sui helped cook in the logistics department. Each time she brought food, she would stuff 1 or 2 buns or steamed sweet potatoes into Luo's arms and fill her water bottle. In the evening, after Luo Hansu returned with a truckload of grain, Commissioner Peng rushed over. Hansu, don't unload yet. It's confirmed safe in Dongping town. A temporary relief station has just been set up there for about 400 to 500 people. You and Lin need to take 2 truckloads of food and tents over. Okay, is Lin ready? Luo Hansu climbed back onto the truck. Yes, he has a truck full of tents. He knows the way, just follow him. Commissioner Peng grabbed a few buns from the pot and threw them to her. Hansu, by the time we get to Dongping town, it will probably be dark. Don't come back tonight. Find a place to sleep there. All right, don't worry about me. I'll manage. Luo Hansu stuffed a bun into her mouth, shifted gears, and drove off, forgetting to say goodbye to her cousin. By the time Chung Sui hurried over, Luo had already left. Considering the situation was relatively safe, she decided not to chase after her. When they arrived in Dongping town, it was already dark. The temporary relief station was lit by torches, and local officials were using loudspeakers to organize the crowd. Some citizens seemed unhappy with the arrangements, shouting loudly. As the 2 trucks arrived, Lin, who was leading, used a loudspeaker to announce, "We are the military delivering supplies. Please make way, we need to unload tents and food." Hearing that supplies had arrived, many affected citizens smiled, excited to have shelter and food for the night, and they gathered around eagerly. Clear the way first. We need to unload. Can a leader help maintain order? Lin shouted. Local officials and a group of people wearing red armbands quickly surrounded them, urging the crowd to step back and clearing a path. 2 soldiers follow me. Unload the tents over here in the playground. They will stay here for the night. The location was a school, temporarily used to accommodate the displaced. 3 or 4 classrooms had already been cleared for the elderly, weak, and children to rest. They unloaded the tents first, then the food. When a truckload of sweet potatoes and potatoes was unloaded, the crowd rushed forward like a swarm of bees. Why are there only potatoes? Where's the rice? As Luo Hansu was about to get out of the car, she heard a familiar, sharp voice. She rolled down the window and shone her flashlight in that direction. The light landed on Du Hong's face, causing her to quickly cover her eyes and move aside to escape the bright beam. Once she recognized Luo Hansu in the car, The harsh words she wanted to say were swallowed back. Before Luo Hansu could speak, He Lin, who had already gotten out of the car, said coldly, "What? Are you complaining about this food? We haven't eaten rice for a day, and we're really hungry. Why didn't you bring some rice? If not rice, at least bring some flour. All we have are sweet potatoes, and they taste terrible," complained an old woman who resembled Du Hong. The old woman did not notice the complicated expressions on Du Hong and Xiao Tingting's faces. "If it tastes bad, then don't eat it." "No one is forcing you," He Lin replied. He had delivered supplies all day, and the grateful people receiving the goods had not complained about the food. Only these few difficult individuals from Dongping town. Seeing the soldier getting angry, the commune official felt frustrated. He had been annoyed with these women for a long time. They had been nitpicking and causing disruptions during the organization of relief efforts. "Hey, you soldier, you can't bully the common people just because you're in uniform," one of them shouted. "We've been hungry all day and just want some rice to fill our stomachs." "That's not an unreasonable request," the old woman insisted, sounding quite assertive, as if she were visiting relatives rather than fleeing from disaster. He Lin looked at her coldly. "You're right. It's not an unreasonable request. However, the government relief supplies do not include rice, only sweet potatoes and potatoes. Since you find them unappetizing, we won't force you to eat them. You can skip a meal tonight and let others who appreciate this food have more." "When did I say I wanted to skip a meal?" the old woman exclaimed, her voice rising sharply. "You dislike sweet potatoes, and since we have no rice to provide, you'll just have to go without a meal," He Lin replied. "If you don't want to eat these and don't want to go hungry, then you can pay to buy food from nearby neighbors. Don't fight with other disaster-affected people for it," he added. His words received support from others, many of whom began to criticize the old woman, and a few even pushed her away, preventing her from taking any of the food. All the food in this truck was taken from storage, but Luo Hansu was unwilling to share it with Du Hong's family. As they argued loudly, she stepped out with a flashlight and said, "If you dislike the food, you can go hungry tonight. If you don't like the tents, you can stand outside in the rain. If you keep complaining, you can go back where you came from." As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. When they saw this beautiful woman in military uniform, who was pregnant and still working hard to deliver supplies, many of the simple-hearted disaster victims felt a shock and looked at her with respect. "This soldier is pregnant and still braving the rain to bring us food and tents, and you still complain? If you want to eat, eat. If not, that's fine too. Your portion can go to someone else who is hungry. Why act so spoiled?" The areas affected by the flood are all rural mountains. Who eats white rice every day? We grew up on sweet potatoes and potatoes. Now, after the flood, we have nothing left. Having some sweet potatoes or potatoes is already a blessing. You all just complain while we are here suffering. If you can, go back home. In the face of disaster, instead of helping each other through tough times, you only think about eating well and sleeping comfortably. This family's mindset is problematic. Their behavior is no different from that of capitalists and landlords. Comrades, don't pay attention to this family. If they don't want to eat, they can leave. We appreciate the government, and thank you for bringing us food. We will cherish it and not waste a single grain. The homes of the people had been washed away by the flood, leaving them with nothing but their lives. They were already feeling very upset, and Du's family was making noise, which only added to their frustration. Luo Hansu couldn't understand what the villagers were saying, but she could guess the general meaning. Her cold gaze fell on Du Hong and Xiao Tingting. After the previous incident, Du Hong and her daughter instinctively feared her and dared not meet her eyes. They both looked down and took a step back into the crowd. Luo Hansu did not say anything to them. Instead, she took out her ID to show the commune officials and said, "The flood came suddenly, and supplies are scarce. Please distribute the food reasonably. We need to save some for the next couple of days. The soldiers and civilians at the front line haven't eaten all day." "Understood, comrade. Our commune has gathered some food, and with this truckload, it should barely last us for 2 days." The commune official is quite responsible. Even before the food arrived, He was already thinking of ways to gather supplies and had asked nearby villagers to cook porridge. Luo Hansen nodded. Dongping town is relatively safer than other places. The flood hasn't reached here. Tomorrow, we might send more disaster-affected people over. We'll bring another batch of supplies in the morning. You leaders should coordinate the arrangements. Those who intentionally cause trouble and disrupt order should be sent directly to the police station. Okay, the other person replied. Luo Hansa spoke from the car without getting out and didn't talk to Du Hong and her daughter. She said to Helin, we need to return to the city overnight and come back tomorrow morning. Yes, Helin immediately opened the door and got in. As they watched the two jeeps disappear into the night, Du Hong let out a deep sigh of relief. When Luo Hansa's cold gaze swept past her neck, she thought of the incident on the third day of the Lunar New Year. That look was as sharp as a blade, making her feel as if her life could end with just a blink. Mom, how could she be here? Xiao Tingting asked softly. How would I know?
Duong replié.
She only knew that Zhou Mo Yao was a military officer and didn't understand much about Luo Hansu until now, realizing she was also a soldier. The commune leaders had shown her great respect, suggesting she held a significant position. While the mother and daughter whispered, an elderly woman nearby couldn't hear them clearly and spoke loudly. What are you talking about? That woman just looked over here a couple of times. Do you know her? We don't know her. This elderly woman was Du Hong's mother, and Xiao Tingting answered first, her eyes filled with resentment. Not wanting to discuss Luo Hansu, she nudged her mother. Mom, go get a container for the porridge. If you wait too long, you won't get any rice. Du Hong wanted to say something to her mother, but before she could speak, Xiao Tingting pulled her away, and she had to follow to get food. Du Hong's mother complained about the sweet potatoes, but when it came time to get food, she ran faster than anyone, shouting for her children and grandchildren to hurry, even knocking two small children to the ground. These two children were not easy to deal with, and their relatives were also tough. With many people on both sides, a quarrel broke out, quickly escalating into a fight. The commune leaders saw them fighting but didn't intervene, as they had many other matters to attend to and couldn't waste time on these troublesome issues. Du Hong and her daughter quickly returned with sweet potato porridge, squatting in a corner to eat. After finishing her porridge, Xiao Tingting stood up to leave. Du Hong immediately called out to her, Tingting, where are you going? I'm going to help set up the tents. Xiao Tingting looked unhappy and didn't even glance at her mother as she left with a frown. The affected villagers were working together, and soon a row of military tents was set up in the empty playground. The commune sent over several tractors loaded with straw for them to use as bedding for the next few nights. Du Hong found a spot in the corner and pulled Xiao Tingting to rest with her. The mother and daughter did not stay in the same tent as the Du family. As soon as Xiao Tingting entered, she lay down with her back to her mother, closing her eyes to rest. Du Hong sat on the straw, hesitating for a long time before speaking. Tingting, do you resent me? I don't resent you, Xiao Tingting replied. Hearing this, Du Hong felt relieved, but then Xiao Tingting added, I only hate you. These 4 words hit Du Hong like a slap, leaving her stunned and unable to respond for a while. After some time, Du Hong finally spoke, her voice trembling. Tingting, I had no choice. When you dealt with the Xiao family and Uncle Zhou, you seem to have plenty of choices. Now that it's my turn, you say you have no choice? I don't want to argue with you anymore.
If you can't help, then fine.
I won't force you or expect anything from you. Xiao Tingting's resentment seemed deep. She hardly wanted to talk and kept her eyes closed while speaking. Du Hong, already in a bad mood and frustrated with everything lately, felt her temper rise at this attitude. She slapped her leg, saying, Xiao Tingting, I am your mother. I raised you through thick and thin. I may not have done everything perfectly, but I've worked hard. Just because one thing didn't go your way, you treat me like this? Is that all you can say? Can't you find anything else to talk about? Xiao Tingting was also angry now. She sat up, ignoring the stares from others, and shouted, It's your responsibility to give birth to me and raise me. You shouldn't always bring up your sacrifices. And all the money spent on me since I was born wasn't earned by you. It was my dad, who worked hard for it. You're only eating because of him.
Slap.
Du Hong, furious, slapped her back. Xiao Tingting could have avoided the slap, but she didn't. She took it and felt her anger turn into real hatred. After hitting her, Du Hong regretted it and reached out to comfort her. Tingting, I didn't mean to.
Don't touch me.
Xiao Tingting pushed her away, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, with a mom like you, I'd rather die like my dad. At least then I could find peace. You little brat, is this how you talk to your mother? Du Lawazi, who had been looking for them outside, rushed in after hearing the noise. With a harsh expression, she pointed at Du Hong and scolded, Look at what you've raised. How dare she talk back like this? A rebellious child like her needs to be taught a lesson. I'll make her behave with 3 beatings a day. If you had let me raise her back then, I would have taught her properly, but you refused. If you had listened to me, she would have been married off by now, and Liang Heir could have started working sooner. We wouldn't have to live in this old house and face this flood. It's all your fault for messing things up and raising her to be so unruly. If you can't teach her, I will. As Du Lawazi rolled up her sleeves to discipline Xiao Tingting, this time, Xiao Tingting didn't just take it. She pushed back hard, knocking Du Lawazi to the ground.
Ouch.
Du Lawazi fell and started shouting before she could even get up. Xiao Tingting, you little brat, how dare you hit me? I should have hit you harder before. Du Hong, you useless person, help me up. As Du Hong prepared to help her, Xiao Tingting ran out. Du Hong hurried after her, calling, Tingting, where are you going? None of your business. I can't stand this family anymore. I don't want you to care about me, whether I live or die. Xiao Tingting ran off into the night, quickly disappearing. That ungrateful girl. I'll make sure she pays for this. Du Lawazi got up and quickly ran to the tent entrance, grabbing Du Hong and hitting her. You useless waste. How did I end up with such a foolish child? You haven't accomplished anything in all these years, not even raising a child properly. All our efforts have been wasted. What good are you alive for? Why don't you just go away? The old woman was quite strong, and Du Hong received several hard slaps and punches, causing her to hold her head and dodge in pain. Over the years in the capital, she had been in many fights, so she had experience. At first, she hesitated to fight back because the old woman was her mother, but as the old woman became more aggressive, shouting insults and bringing up old grievances, Du Hong's anger boiled over. Both mother and daughter were not easy to deal with, and soon Du Hong pushed the old woman to the ground. After venting her anger with some harsh words, she hurried off to find Xiao Tingting. Their family was always like a drama, while everyone else was too exhausted and heavy-hearted to join in, leaving the old woman on the ground to cry. Xiao Tingting ran out of school, and in the nearby open area, tents had been set up. She found a tent for the elderly and women and squeezed into sleep for the night. Du Hong searched around several times, but couldn't find her. Thinking that she was old enough not to get lost, she eventually returned to the tent to rest. Luo Hansu and the others were driving back to the city when they encountered a militia team transporting sandbags to block a collapsed riverbank. They immediately decided to help. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Yang Pu, who was coordinating the work, was surprised to see her. Weren't you supposed to be in the city transporting supplies? Why are you here at night? I was just delivering supplies with Lin and brought 2 truckloads of sand and gravel for you, Luo Hansu replied, handing him some leftover steamed buns and apples. Have you eaten yet? We had 1 meal in the afternoon, he said. They had been busy all day and only had 2 buns each, so they were quite hungry. She had only 4 buns and 2 apples. Yang Pu took 1 bun and shared the rest with others, then returned to her and said, Sister-in-law, you should head back after unloading this truckload of sand. We'll manage to stay up all night here. Yang Pu, arrange for someone to find a few pots nearby and get some firewood. After I unload this truck, I'll help you get some rice and water so you can cook something to eat, she replied. With over 100 people working to repair the riverbank, they needed food to regain their strength. Yang Pu nodded in agreement. Okay, sister-in-law, take your time and be safe. Lo Hansu had excellent driving skills. Following Yang Pu's instructions, she unloaded a full truckload of sand and gravel in the right spot, then drove away. About 10 minutes later, she returned with 300 pounds of rice, 300 pounds of sweet potatoes, and 20 barrels of well water. Yang Pu sent someone to unload the goods and arranged for 2 people to cook and boil water. Lo Hansu didn't rush to leave. She stayed to help them and shared a dinner with them. She returned to the city late at night. Instead of staying at the guest house, she slept in her space and made herself a nutritious peanut and pork rib porridge, finishing 3 big bowls in the morning before heading to the logistics office to collect supplies. Cheng-si got up before dawn to work and immediately asked when she saw her, "Hansu, did you rest in Dongping Town last night? Are you feeling okay?" "I didn't rest in Dongping Town. I went back to the city. I returned a bit late and stayed at a guest house in the suburbs," Lo Hansu replied, partly truthfully. She added, "I saw Yang Pu at Shiqiao Bay last night. I delivered food to them. The situation there is relatively good. They worked overnight and should have fixed the gap." "That's good to hear," Cheng-si said, relieved. She quickly handed her a cloth with 5 or 6 steamed buns. "You should have breakfast first. Take what you can't finish with you." "I've already had breakfast. I'll take these with me," Lo Hansu said, putting them in the truck.
"Kamradlo?"
A familiar voice called out. Lo Hansu turned to see Tang Yuan, looking surprised. "Tang Yuan, what are you doing here?" Tang Yuan quickly ran over, her expression filled with concern. "You're pregnant, and your belly is so big. Why did you come to the disaster area?" "I'm here with the troops for disaster relief, driving supplies in the city," Lo Hansu explained. She then repeated her earlier question, "Aren't you working at the Yen City Workers' Canteen? Why are you here?" "I no longer work at the canteen. It's a long story that I can't explain in a few words. I'll tell you next time," Tang Yuan said, her expression a bit awkward. "I just left the canteen. There was a flood here and the Yen City government organized volunteers for disaster relief. I had nothing to do at home, so I signed up to come. I arrived here yesterday afternoon." Luo Hansa guessed that something unpleasant had happened to her at work, so she didn't ask much and introduced her cousin Cheng-si. "This is my cousin. She also helps in the logistics department. You can work with her, and after the disaster relief is over, we will return to Yanqing together." After that, she introduced her cousin Sui. "This is my friend Tang Yuan. Please take care of her." "Hello, comrade Tang Yuan. I'm Cheng-si," Cheng-si said as she shook hands with her. "Hello, comrade Sui. You and your cousin are both very beautiful," Tang Yuan greeted with a smile. At this busy time, they didn't chat much. Luo Hansu only exchanged a few words with them, and after the 2 trucks were loaded, she and Lin continued to deliver supplies to Dongping Town. In Dongping Town, there were no issues overnight. When they delivered supplies again, there was no need for the commune leaders to maintain order, as the aware citizens organized themselves. Today, the 2 trucks brought food. One truck with sweet potatoes and the other with rice and cornmeal, enough for the hundreds of disaster victims to eat for 2 or 3 days. After Luo Hansu unloaded a full truck of food, the commune secretary quickly came to ask, "Comrade Luo, how are things in other areas?" "The situation in Yenko town is quite serious, but the others have stabilized," Luo Hansu replied from the truck. Seeing that the disaster situation hadn't worsened, the commune secretary sighed in relief. Just as he was about to ask something else, a man suddenly pushed to the front and asked her in broken Mandarin, "Comrade, soldier comrade, did you bring the supplies from the county?" "Yes, why?" "Soldier comrade, my elderly father is unwell and has a high fever after getting wet in the rain. We have relatives in the city. Can we ride with you to the county?" he requested. Luo Hansen nodded in agreement, took 2 fever-reducing pills from her backpack, and handed them to him. "Here are some fever medicine. Give one to your father. You can ride in the truck with comrade, he to the county hospital. I need to go to other places." "Okay. Thank you, soldier comrade," he said, quickly going back to call for help. Seeing that others also wanted to go to the county, Lin shouted with a loudspeaker, "If you want to go to the county, get on my truck quickly. Don't waste time. We still have to deliver supplies to other places." The dirt road here was very narrow, and since Lin's truck was in front, Luo Hansa couldn't leave first and had to wait in place for a moment. She drank several bowls of porridge this morning and now needs to use the restroom. Since there are many people around, it's not convenient for her to go inside, so she has to open the car door and get out to use the restroom at the school. When she finished and came out, she saw a man carrying an elderly person on his back, with several women and children following him. The old man on his back had a flushed face and chapped lips, looking like he was struggling to breathe. Luo Hansu quickly went to the car to get a bottle of well water. Before they helped the man into the vehicle, she brought the water over. "Sir, your father is in serious condition. Quickly let him drink this medicine along with the fever reducer." "Thank you, soldier," the man replied, quickly setting the elderly man down. A nearby woman took the water bottle and helped pour it into the old man's mouth. "Hurry and drink, this is medicine from the soldier. Open your mouth." The elderly man, feeling a bit confused from the fever, could barely open his eyes. Perhaps he was very thirsty, so he instinctively opened his mouth and swallowed, drinking half a bottle of well water quickly. Luo Hansu poured the remaining half into their container for them to take along, and Helin arranged for the father and son to sit comfortably in the front passenger seat, while the others going to the county sat cramped in the back. Just as Luo Hansu was about to get into the car, someone suddenly rushed in front of her, blocking her path. The person was covered in mud and looked disheveled, like a beggar, with a dirty face and swollen, red eyes, and there were several cuts on her chin and neck. Luo Hansu took a closer look and recognized her as Zhao Tingting. Seeing her tear-streaked face, looking both wronged and scared, she frowned and asked, "What happened to you?"
Wah.
Zhao Tingting couldn't hold back her tears and suddenly knelt down in front of her. "What are you doing?" Luo Hansu quickly pulled her up. Helin, who had just settled the father and son, rushed over when he saw someone kneeling in front of his sister-in-law. "Hey, miss, what's wrong? You can tell us, no need to kneel like this." Zhao Tingting had spent the night hiding in another tent, but this morning she was caught by the Du family, who chased her and beat her up. All her injuries were from the old woman of the Du family. If it weren't for others stepping in to help, she might have had her legs broken today. She found a place to hide and felt more and more wronged, but no one could help her. After thinking it over, she decided to ask Luo Hansu for help, so she hurried over to find her. "Luo Hansu, please, I beg you, help me." Zhao Tingting wanted to kneel down, but Helin stopped her. She cried loudly, struggling to speak. "Please, for my dad who sacrificed himself for the country, I beg you to save me." "Sister-in-law, do you know her? Her dad is a martyr?" Helin quickly asked. Luo Hansu nodded, acknowledging him, and spoke to Zhao Tingting with a cold attitude. "Stand up and speak. Kneeling like this only brings shame to your dad." Since she was the child of a martyr, Helin's tone softened. "Comrade, what happened to you? Did someone bully you?" "My grandmother and cousins fought with me." Zhao Tingting choked up as she answered, wiping her tears with her dirty sleeve, crying, "Luo Hansu, please help me. I know my mom did many wrong things and hurt Uncle Zhou. I didn't understand before and did many things that upset people, because I listened to my mom. Please, for my dad's sake, help me." "What do you want me to help you with? Didn't the army arrange a job for you? Why didn't you go to work?" Luo Hansu hadn't been paying attention to the mother-daughter situation, but she knew that the day after her father-in-law sent them back to their hometown, she called the army and asked them to arrange a job for Zhao Tingting. They arranged a job for me as a ticket seller at the bus station in the county town. I really liked this job and started working 3 days after returning home. Just a month into my job, my mom's relatives came to see me. My grandmother said she found me a partner and forced me to marry, telling me to give my job to my cousin. I refused, and they beat me, rudely tied me up in the countryside, and locked me in a shed without food or water. My job was taken over by my cousin. They were afraid I would cause trouble at the bus station, so they kept me at home and wouldn't let me out. If it weren't for the flood, I wouldn't have been able to escape." The more Zhao Tingting spoke, the more wronged she felt, tears pouring out like a flood. "My mom, she listens to everything they say. When they hit me, she didn't stop them. She said I was being unreasonable and even encouraged me to marry. Last night, she slapped me. This morning, when they hit me, she pretended to protect me a little, but then made me kneel and apologize, asking me to promise not to fight for my job back. If it weren't for others helping me, I wouldn't have escaped. They would have definitely broken my legs today. Luo Hansen noticed yesterday that that family was trouble, but she didn't feel much sympathy. She asked, "How do you want me to help you? Should I help you fight back, or should we get them all arrested? I want to ask you to take me to the county town and help me get my job back." Xiao Tingting couldn't find anyone else to help her, and her mother was unreliable, so she came to Luo Hansu for help. "With your grandmother's family being so aggressive, if we help you get your job back, can you keep it?" He Lin asked the important question and added, "They took it once, and they will do it again." A job at the bus station is a rare and secure position. Such an organization will not allow you to act recklessly, and you can't just change people whenever you want. Luo Hansu wasn't a pushover and didn't want to get involved with the Du family, but out of respect for her father's contributions to the country, she offered some help. "You can take He Lin's car to the county town. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and explain your situation. Ask them to help with your job. Yes, this matter is under the Civil Affairs Bureau. Go to the leaders and report your situation. They will verify the details. As long as you are truthful, they will punish the Du family, and your job will be rearranged." He Lin agreed. Xiao Tingting didn't have much education or experience and didn't know she could report this to the Civil Affairs Bureau. She nodded repeatedly, saying, "Okay. All right, we need to leave. If you decide to go to the county town, get in the car now." He Lin pointed to the truck in front. Xiao Tingting decided to go with him. She glanced at Luo Hansu, her eyes red, and said, "Luo Hansu, thank you." Du Hong had no idea that Xiao Tingting had left with the truck. She was still in the tent talking to her family. She had just been slapped by her parents, and her cheeks were swollen. Feeling bullied, she didn't dare to resist, and kept promising to make Xiao Tingting obey and marry. When she finally came out to look for someone, half an hour had passed. She walked around the school several times, but didn't see Xiao Tingting. She began to panic. She quickly got her family to help search, asking many people. In fact, when Xiao Tingting came to find Luo Hansu, quite a few people saw her, but she was dirty at the time, and no one clearly recognized her. The Du family didn't know her, so when they searched for her, no one mentioned the incident. Until afternoon, Du Hong heard someone mention that a big truck delivering supplies had taken a group of people to the county. In a hurry, she went to ask around and learned that Xiao Tingting had taken the initiative to find Luo Hansu and had gone to the county on their truck. When the Du family heard she had gone to the county, Du Liang, who had taken her job, couldn't sit still. He quickly went to the town to find a vehicle, and the whole family spent money to rent a tractor to rush to the county. When they arrived at the bus station, Du Liang knocked on the leader's office with a grin to explain why he was late for work, but the leader immediately called security to have him restrained. Xiao Tingting hadn't been to work at the bus station for over a week. At that time, Du Hong had accompanied Du Liang to take over her job. She falsely claimed that her daughter had suddenly fallen ill and had been hospitalized, so she could no longer come to work. She even provided a hospital certificate, and the bus station's leadership did not verify it, allowing Du Liang to take her position. Today, the leaders from the Civil Affairs Bureau brought Xiao Tingting over, and only then did the bus station learn about her situation. The leaders were reprimanded from above and were very angry. With Du Liang coming to them, they naturally wanted to vent their frustration. The Du family was known for being aggressive and disruptive. A group of women kept causing a scene and even scratched two leaders. In a fit of anger, the leaders had everyone restrained and sent them all to the Civil Affairs Bureau for resolution. Xiao Tingting had already taken care of everything in the morning. Because of the trouble caused by the Du family, the bus station faced a bad impact, and the leaders refused to let her return to work, requesting the Civil Affairs Bureau to arrange a new job for her. Xiao Tingting remembered what He Lin had said. The Du family had their eyes on her job. If they could take it once, they could take it again. They were pressuring her to marry to gain a bride price, and if they could restrain her once, they could do it again. She didn't want to have any further ties with the Du family or interact with them anymore. She just wanted to stay far away from them. She no longer wanted the job at the bus station, knowing she couldn't keep it even if she got it back. So she knelt down to plead with the leaders at the Civil Affairs Bureau to arrange a new job for her. In the end, the Civil Affairs Bureau contacted her father's former military unit and, based on her request, transferred her to a farm in the lake area, about 200 to 300 kilometers away, as a scorekeeper. There are floods everywhere now, causing traffic disruptions. The county's buses have been redirected to transport supplies, and no one can leave the city. Xiao Tingting has a new job but can't go, so she asked the Civil Affairs Bureau to take her in for a few days and requested that they keep her new job location a secret from her family. The Du family previously caused a scene and was sent to the Civil Affairs Bureau by the bus station. After checking some details, the Bureau arrested Mr. and Mrs. Du and Du Liangquan for kidnapping, mistreating a martyr's orphan, and deceiving to take a job. Du Hong has upset both sides. Her daughter seems to want to distance herself, while her family blames her for not managing her daughter properly, shifting all the responsibility onto her. The old woman from the Du family attacked her like a madwoman, causing her to loosen a tooth, but this was also her own doing. Luo Hansu did not pay attention to the situation between them. She spent the entire morning delivering supplies, and nearly 70% of the food reserves had been distributed. Most of the relief points would not have to worry about hunger for the next 2 to 3 days. She was busy until dark before returning to the logistics office. As soon as the car stopped, Cheng Sui and Tang Yuan came to help her out. "Hansu, take it slow. No need to help. I can manage." With a large belly from her twins, Luo Hansu supported herself with one hand while holding the car door with the other, gracefully stepping out. After a long day in the car, her legs felt tired. Tang Yuan brought her a stool, but she didn't sit down. Instead, she stood with her hands on her hips, walking around to stretch her legs.
"Ansu, come eat."
Cheng Sui had saved her a meal. A big bowl of rice, a serving of stewed potatoes, a bowl of stir-fried winter melon, and a bowl of egg soup. Seeing the egg soup, Luo Hansu picked it up to drink. "Did they supply eggs today?" "No, I bought them from someone." Cheng Sui had purchased 5 or 6 eggs specifically for her and Yang Pu, telling her, "Yang Pu's team is back. They returned around 4 and are resting in the tent now." Luo Hansu had been to many places today, and the situation here was relatively stable. After taking a few sips, she said, "I heard the situation in Rongqing isn't good. Once we finish here, we'll probably need to go there for support. This natural disaster is beyond human control. We can only do our best to help reduce the losses." Cheng Sui had never experienced anything like this before. It was her first time participating in disaster relief. Seeing the affected people crying deeply moved her. Tang Yuan's hometown has never experienced a flood, but she has gone through a drought and understands the hardships faced by ordinary people. During such times, words of comfort and encouragement often fall short. Today, when she saw the displaced victims, she spoke little and quietly served them water and food. After a busy day outside, Luo Hansu was very hungry and finished all the meals she had prepared, leaving no grain behind. Once she finished eating, Cheng Sui went to get her hot water and mentioned the warehouse next door. "Hansu, you should wash up a bit inside. I'll keep watch outside. Don't worry about washing your clothes for now. We can do that at home." "Okay." Luo Hansu was just about to take a shower. Tang Yuan had just filled the kettle and was organizing her sleeping area in the tent when she came over to talk to Cheng Sui. "Sui, you and your cousin have a really good relationship. We're cousins by blood, but we grew up together, so we are like sisters," Cheng Sui replied, moving a small stool for her to sit and rest. "How many siblings do you have?" Tang Yuan casually asked. "Hansu is an only child. I have one brother and a younger brother who is in high school." Cheng Sui hadn't asked about Tang Yuan before and didn't know how she met Luo Hansu, so she asked, "What about your family, Tang Yuan?" "I'm the only one left. My parents have passed away. I had a younger brother who died from illness when he was 7 or 8. My parents never had more children after that, so I'm the only daughter." Seeing that she was also an orphan, Cheng Sui quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Tang Yuan, for bringing up something sad." "It's okay." Tang Yuan smiled and changed the subject. "I heard from Comrade Luo that she is from Haicheng. Did your parents work there?" My parents have also passed away. They were police officers and died in the line of duty. When they died, my brother and I were still young. Hance's grandmother is our great-aunt, and we grew up at her house afterward. See, I'm sorry for bringing up your sad memories too. Tang Yuan immediately apologized as well. Cheng Sui shook her head, forcing a bitter smile. Our parents are gone, so we are similar in that way. Hance's parents are still alive, but living without them feels the same as being an orphan. Tang Yuan didn't ask much about Luo Hance's parents and comforted her, saying, "It's okay not to have parents who care. Luo, you have a good marriage and a happy family. Zhou loves and cares for you, and Zhao Jie is very well behaved. Now you're expecting twins, and your family of 5 will be very happy in the future." Seeing that she had met both Zhou Maiyao and Zhao Jie, Cheng Sui smiled and asked, "Tang Yuan, you should be a little older than us. Are you married?" "I am a bit older. I'm 23 this year. I've been through some things, and I don't plan to get married in this lifetime." "I see." Cheng Sui noticed the sadness in her eyes, but didn't pry too much. She gently encouraged her, saying, "In life, it's not necessary to get married and have children. It's great to choose marriage if you find the right partner. If you haven't found someone you like, there's no need to settle for anyone just to get through life. Our human lives are only a few decades long, at most 100 years. Whether we achieve great fame or live an ordinary life, in the end, we all return to the earth. So, in this short life, you should live it the way you want. As long as you feel happy, that's what matters." Last time, Luo Hansu also encouraged her, and now Cheng Sui respected and supported her choice not to marry. Tang Yuan smiled brightly. "You two sisters think differently from others. My great-uncle is a wise philosopher, and we were raised and educated by him. His thoughts have deeply influenced us on these matters." Cheng Sui admired her great-uncle, seeing him as a godlike figure. Unfortunately, he was harmed by bad people and didn't live to see her and her sister get married. However, thinking that he must be reunited with her great-aunt and her parents in heaven brought her some comfort. Luo Hansu heard their conversation from inside. In her past life, she hadn't considered marriage, but in this life, she chose to marry and felt very lucky to have found a good man. She gently touched her round belly, thinking about the life growing inside her, feeling a wave of tenderness. "Two little treasures, you've been doing great these past few days." Driving around to deliver supplies had been tiring, but the 2 babies inside her had been calm and well-behaved, not giving her any signs of discomfort. "Mommy will make some pork rib soup tonight as a special treat for you." During the day, she ate regular meals, but at night, she made nutritious porridge for herself and her children. Cheng Sui and her team had not finished their work yet. After she took a shower, they immediately took her to the tent to rest while they continued with other tasks. Everyone was busy, and no one came in to rest. Luo Hansu took the opportunity to enter the space and cook some pork bone soup. An hour later, the soup was ready. While others were away, she quickly ate 2 big bowls. The next morning, as soon as it got light, the alarm sounded and the volunteers in the logistics department jumped up and started their busy day. Luo Hansu had gone to bed early the night before and slept well on the simple bed. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. She put on her jacket, wore her shoes, washed up quickly, and went to receive her tasks. "Hansu, Lin is going to get cement and sand today. You are in charge of delivering supplies. In the morning, take 2 trucks of food to the 2 relief stations in the south, and then deliver a batch of medicine to the Hu Erzwang relief station. There are many people there with colds and needing injections. Make sure to deliver the medicine before 10 o'clock. "Okay." Luo Hansu accepted the task and asked the volunteers to pack the food for her. She grabbed an apple for breakfast and left to deliver the supplies before the steamed buns were ready. Luo Hansu, stop. You need to stop." Just outside the county, Du Hong rushed into the road like a madwoman, blocking her path and frantically asking, "Luo Hansu, where did you take my daughter?" She must have found out that Xiao Tingting came to the county with them. Luo Hansu hadn't asked Lin about what happened next. "She didn't ride in my vehicle. I don't know where she is." "She didn't ride in your vehicle, but she got into someone else's car. You took my daughter away, and you need to return her to me immediately." Du Hong was not alone. Two men followed her, looking about the same age as her, clearly her brothers. Today, Du Hong was not present, only the three siblings. The two brothers looked tough, with sharp eyes that seemed unfriendly and calculating. They had come to cause trouble. Luo Hansu didn't want to waste time with them. "Will you let me pass?" "No, you need to hand over my daughter," Du Hong insisted, standing in front of the vehicle. The younger man to her right shouted, "You are hiding my niece. If you don't return her today, we want 10,000 yuan, and we won't ask for her again." To put it simply, they are here to extort money. Luo Hansu opened the car door and stepped out gracefully, her cold gaze fixed on the three of them. With a sneer, she said, "It seems Du Hong has told you quite a bit. Huh, you have the nerve to come to me for money." The two sons of the Du family had never seen her skills and looked down on her just because she was pregnant. The younger one shouted, "My sister has been your family's daughter-in-law for 10 years, and you didn't give her a penny. Now you're sending her away and taking Xiao Tingting with you. If you don't pay up, you won't leave today." Luo Hansu didn't want to argue about the past. She took out a sharp dagger from her pocket and pointed it at Du Hong. "I'll give you one more chance. Will you let her go, or not?" Du Hong was scared when she saw the dagger, but with her two brothers there, she felt braver, despite her pregnancy. "I won't let her go. You either pay up or hand over Tingting. Otherwise, you won't leave." Luo Hansu gave her the chance to finish her sentence. Once she was done, she moved swiftly like a shadow, and before the two men could react, they fell to the ground with wide eyes. Bang! Bang! Both men fell backwards simultaneously. Du Hong was startled and, after a moment, began to scream for help. But before her scream could escape, she felt a sharp pain in her neck, her legs went weak, and she fainted. "Ah! Ah! Help! Someone, please." When the three siblings of the Du family woke up again, they found themselves in a deep forest and hanging from a tree. They screamed for help, but instead of people, they startled the birds and animals in the forest. The dense vegetation made the forest dark and damp. Their screams echoed around them, mixed with the sounds of insects and animals, making them feel terrified. "I told you this woman is not to be messed with, but you didn't believe me. Now look where you are, hanging here. Are you satisfied?" Du Hong was nearly scared to death. She had tried to warn them when they planned to extort money, but they had convinced her otherwise. Now she regretted it deeply. "Who told you to be useless and foolish?" Du Hong's older brother has always looked down on her. Years ago, he and their mother suggested that she threatened to kill herself to force Zhou Zhongming to marry her, thinking that once she was married, their family would eventually benefit from the Zhou family and rise to success. However, over the years, they gained nothing. Zhou Zhongming even made sure to keep them under tight control, trapping them in their hometown's production team. This foolish sister has been in the capital for so many years, but hasn't gained any benefits from the Zhou family or gotten a single penny from Zhou Zhongming. In the end, she was sent back to her hometown. Thinking about their past plans and getting nothing in return made him furious enough to want to harm this foolish girl. "Brother, stop talking to this. Save your energy. We need to find a way to loosen the ropes and jump down," said Du Hong's younger brother. He didn't want to die here. He had good hearing and could now hear the wolf howling, sounding somewhat frantic. "Brother, we need to hurry. We must leave quickly. There are wolves in the mountains, and we need to escape before daylight." "Wolves?" Du Hong shouted in fear. "Shut up. Your loud voice will attract the wolves, and they'll come for you." Her older brother yelled at her angrily. The younger brother added, "She's just a useless fool. The only thing she's good for is feeding the wolves with her meat. It's annoying just to see her." Du Hong had no status at home. Her parents didn't care for her, and her two brothers had always insulted her like this. Now, even her daughter resented her, deliberately avoiding her and clearly wanting to sever ties. Thinking about all this made her cry in distress. But her tears were useless. Her brothers didn't offer her any comfort. They were focused on saving themselves. Luo Hansu didn't want to harm them. He just wanted to scare them and teach them a lesson. He hadn't tied them to a thick, sturdy tree trunk, and if they struggled hard enough, they could break the branch. The two brothers had worked on the farm for years and had some strength. After nearly an hour of effort, they finally broke a branch, and Du Hong's older brother fell first. The ground was covered in thick leaves, so falling from 5 or 6 meters wouldn't kill him, but he still landed hard, twisting his ankle and taking several minutes to get up. Once one of them fell, it became easier for the other. The brothers lay on the ground for half an hour, and only when Du Hong was nearly out of breath did they finally manage to rescue her. The mountain was unfamiliar to them, and they had no sense of direction. They couldn't find the way out, and the area was filled with thorny trees, along with the sounds of wolves and pigs, which frightened the three siblings. They fled in a panic, rolling and crawling until they finally escaped the mountain by evening. After much effort, they emerged from the mountain, only to face a vast river that seemed endless. The water was rushing and turbulent, causing them to retreat back into the mountain. With no other choice, they decided to walk along the riverbank. All the nearby villages were flooded, and they couldn't find a place to rest. Exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, they began to blame each other until they had no more energy to argue. Unable to find shelter, they spent the night in the mountain. When morning came, they continued on despite their hunger and thirst. It wasn't until noon that they finally encountered other people. After asking around, they learned that they were about 70 to 80 miles from the county town, and all the roads were submerged. The people from their village were trapped and could not leave, and there was a complete loss of water and electricity. After understanding the situation, Du Hong, feeling exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, fainted from fatigue, and fell ill with a fever. By the time the flood receded and transportation was restored, 3 days had passed. The three siblings managed to catch a ride and arrived at the county town 2 days later, only to find that Luo Hansu and the others had already evacuated to Rongqing for support. Du Hong, feeling as if she had lost her parents, went to the police station to report what had happened, repeatedly recounting their ordeal. However, the police leaders looked at them in disbelief. A pregnant woman with a big belly managed to hang all three of you in a deep mountain forest that took you a whole day to escape? Yes, her name is Luo Hansu. She knocked us out and hung us in the mountains, Du Hong replied. Du Hong was still unwell, looking as if she had aged 10 years, with gray hair appearing and her voice nearly gone, yet she continued to speak loudly. Seeing their disheveled appearance, the police leaders felt it didn't seem like an act, but the story they told was beyond what one person could do, especially a pregnant woman. They asked, "Do you have any evidence besides your words?" "What evidence do we need?" "She knocked us out. It was definitely her," said the eldest brother of the Du family, his voice also hoarse. The officer in charge of taking notes began to ask a series of questions. "What were you looking for her for? What conflict did you have with her? Why did she knock you out?" We tried to make her return our niece, but she hid her away," replied the eldest brother of the Du family. The other person asked again, "You just said she is a soldier. Why would she hide your niece? What is your niece's name?" "My daughter's name is Xiaotingting. I don't know why she hid my daughter. All I know is that she took her away, and after my daughter followed her, she disappeared. We just went to ask her about my daughter's whereabouts, but without saying a word, she attacked us and knocked all three of us out. When we woke up, we were in the mountains." Du Hong was too scared to tell the truth. If she admitted they were trying to extort money and demanded 10,000 yuan, they would immediately have plain food to eat. The police leader recorded the situation and later called to check on Luo Hansu's case, finding specific details at the Civil Affairs Bureau. "I have inquired about your family's situation at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiaotingting was not taken by Luo Hansu. Her departure has nothing to do with her. Du Liang took her job by force." She reported this to the Civil Affairs Bureau and later requested a job transfer. The Bureau has reassigned her, and she has already reported to her new workplace. She requested not to have any contact with you and does not want to see you, her mother. She asked the Civil Affairs Bureau not to disclose her whereabouts or the address of her new job to you. This outcome was unexpected for Du Hong. She was stunned for a long time before reacting, her voice hoarse like a duck's. "It's impossible. You must be mistaken. My daughter and I have relied on each other for so many years. Tingting would never do this to me. If you don't believe it, you can go ask the Civil Affairs Bureau yourself. The police only conveyed this message. They had also heard from the Civil Affairs Bureau about her family's situation. This woman seemed hopelessly foolish, helping her nephew take her daughter's job. It was no wonder her daughter would resent her. As for their previous report, they provided a response. We have investigated. Comrade Luo Hansu is currently pregnant and has been delivering supplies for disaster relief. Even if she is strong, she could not have taken all three of you deep into the mountains. Moreover, we have carefully checked the timeline. On the day of the incident, she was driving to deliver supplies, and many people can testify to this. She did not take a day off to specifically take you into the mountains. The incident you reported does not exist at all. If you keep making a fuss about it, I will arrange for someone to take you to the hospital for a mental health check and give you some medication for your condition. He made it clear that the police would not take their case. They had no evidence against Luo Hansu, and everything they said was just made up by them. The three siblings were unhappy with this outcome. They had suffered a lot this week and had villagers willing to testify for them, insisting on filing a report and causing a scene. In the end, the police had no choice but to make several calls and finally found out that Luo Hansu was in Rongqing providing assistance. They contacted the police there to reach her. When the Rongqing police arrived, Luo Hansu was delivering a load of goods to the train station. Upon learning that the Du siblings had returned and were causing trouble, she honestly replied, I knocked them out. They blocked my way and demanded I hand over Xiao Tingting, but I didn't hide her. Xiao Tingting came to us asking for help because her father was a martyr. My comrade took her to the Civil Affairs Bureau and left her there. The Du family couldn't find her and somehow learned that I took her, trying to extort money from me. Xiao Tingting's mother knew my family is from Kyoto, with elders who are officials. They demanded 10,000 yuan. I was in a hurry to deliver supplies and didn't want to waste time arguing, so I knocked them out and left them by the roadside. While the Du family was causing a scene at the police station, they didn't mention anything about extortion or the amount of 10,000 yuan. After the Rongqing police were informed, the three were immediately arrested. The Du parents were charged with kidnapping, mistreatment, and of a martyr's child, while Du Liang used improper means to seize a job opportunity. The Du siblings were charged with extortion, and soon they were all taken away to face consequences. With their leaders arrested, the other women and children had no direction. Their homes were washed away by floods, and they had to rely on aid stations for food, no longer daring to act arrogantly or make noise. After that, the Rongqing police did not return. Luo Hansu guessed that the Du family would face serious consequences, but did not inquire further, focusing instead on delivering supplies. And so, around noon, after finishing her meal, Luo Hansu was resting in the vehicle when a man's voice startled her awake. When she opened her eyes, Zhou Moya was standing in front of her like a leopard, quickly opening the car door. Yao, you're back. Yes, just arrived. Zhou Moya stepped onto the platform and noticed that she had lost quite a bit of weight. Her face looked thinner, and the fullness she had gained before was gone. She appeared very tired, and he felt a pang of concern. Hansu, go rest at the guest house. He had been away for a month. Although he hadn't lost weight, he had grown a bit scruffy. Luo Hansu gently took his hand and smiled softly. I'm fine. My body can handle it, I just feel a bit sleepy. Zhou Moya had just seen Ching Su Yi and knew they had been sent to help with disaster relief for nearly 10 days. She had been working hard every day, not eating or sleeping well, and he was worried about her health. Hansu, do you feel any discomfort in your stomach? No, the two babies are very good. Luo Hansu placed his hand on her belly, her eyes shining with maternal warmth. I've been busy these days. Although it's a bit tough and I haven't eaten or drunk on time, they haven't caused any trouble at all. Zhou Moya noticed that her belly had grown a lot during the month he was away. He gently touched it. You've grown a lot. Yes, they grow quickly. When I came out, my clothes were still a bit loose, but now they feel tighter. I need to loosen a button. She looked relaxed, but Zhou Moya was very worried and held her hand tightly. Hansu, Please listen to me and go rest at the guest house. I'll take over your work. Okay, I'll go rest. Luo Hansu didn't want to push herself and slowly moved to sit in the passenger seat. Yao, please take me back. Hansu, keep lying down for your nap. When we get to the guest house, I'll wake you up. Zhou and Mo Yao got in the car and waited for her to find a comfortable position before starting the engine.
Luan shusaden li felt guaidewak.
She grabbed a washed apple from a bag beside her and offered it to him. Yao, did everything go smoothly? Pretty smoothly. When Zhou and Mo Yao learned about the flooding disaster, he immediately called the army and found out they had all been dispatched to help, even her, who was pregnant. He quickly wrapped up his work and rushed over. Luo Hansu had been resting at the guest house, but there were too many people in the logistics department, and the beds were very basic. Being pregnant made it a bit hard for her, so she arranged for a room at the guest house. Actually, she had been sleeping in her own space at night, enjoying homemade soup and occasionally treating herself to a couple of meat dishes. Chung Su-yi and Tang Yuan often cooked eggs for her and occasionally made meat soup, so her nutrition was sufficient. Zhou and Mo Yao took a 2-day train ride to Rong City. As soon as he dropped off his luggage, he went to find her without even resting or taking a shower. After making sure she was asleep, he finally took his change of clothes and went to clean up. After showering and shaving, he got a haircut at a nearby barber shop. He returned, washed his dirty clothes, and hung them up to dry. After a brief chat with the staff at the guest house, he drove the big truck to provide support. During this time, he took short breaks of about half an hour in the truck at noon. Today, he relaxed completely and slept until 3:30 in the afternoon. When Luo Hansu woke up, she immediately got to work in her space, boiling water and eggs in one pot while making syrup in another, using well water from her space and dried corn cobs for fuel. Once the pots were boiling, she turned on the machine and ground the last 20 bags of corn into cornmeal. The supplies in her space were running low. Most had already been used for disaster relief. Over the past few nights, she had planted a lot of sweet potatoes, and rice corn, which wouldn't be ready for harvest for at least 3 to 4 months. She had also raised chickens and ducks, but most were nearly ready for market, leaving only about 70 or 80 chicks that needed at least 2 more months of feeding. At 5 o'clock, when Luo Hansu arrived at the train station with her supplies, Zhou and Mo Yao and the others were unloading cargo. Yao, stop for a moment and have something to eat, she called out, carrying a large bucket of syrup in one hand and a basket of boiled eggs and corn pancakes in the other, specially brought to replenish their energy. Zhou and Mo Yao hurried over. Hansu, why didn't you rest more at the guest house? I've rested enough, she replied, feeling refreshed after her nap. She handed him a corn pancake, saying, it's warm, eat up. Yang Pu and the others came over when they saw the amount she brought. They shouted to call other volunteers to share the food. Luo Hansu peeled 2 eggs for him and tried to feed him, but Zhou and Mo Yao declined, only wanting the pancakes. Hansu, you eat the eggs. I already had some, she insisted, gently smiling as she continued to offer him the eggs. I eat eggs every day. Sister Su-yi and Tang Yuan often make me special meals, like egg soup, fish soup, meat soup, and tofu soup. I'm not hungry. Is Tang Yuan here for disaster relief too? Zhou and Mo Yao asked, as he hadn't seen her when he visited the logistics department. Yes, she came. Yen City organized volunteers to support Lin County, and she signed up on her own. We ran into her in Lin County, and then she came with us to Rong City, where she's working in the kitchen at the logistics department. Didn't she write to you before, saying she was working in the workers' cafeteria? Zhou and Mo Yao remembered this. Something unpleasant must have happened. She only worked there for a little over a month, and I haven't had the chance to ask her about it in detail. Everyone has been quite busy lately, with no time to sit down and chat. Luo Hansu hasn't asked her yet, planning to wait until the disaster relief is over to talk to her. After they finished eating, they went back to work. This place involved heavy lifting, and Zhou and Mo Yao didn't let her help with that, or transport supplies. She had to wait with her basket for a trip to the logistics department. Chung Su-yi and the others were busy preparing dinner. They cooked sweet potato rice, and the only dish was braised radish with meat. Given the circumstances, it was considered a good meal. Due to the severe disaster nearby, many refugees flooded into Rome City, relying on government aid for food and water. Outside the logistics department, there were 4 or 5 long lines waiting for food distribution. On the empty school playground, nearly 20 pots were set up for cooking, with about 10 people serving food and another 10 washing and chopping vegetables, all of them sweating profusely. Luo Hansu didn't go to help by the hot stove. Instead, she found a knife and cutting board and sat under a slightly shady tree to help chop radishes. Cheng Sui and Tang Yuan were outside serving food. She hurried in to get rice and saw Luo Hansu there, quickly walking over. "Hansu, why aren't you resting at the guest house?" "I slept for 3 hours this afternoon. I felt a bit uncomfortable sleeping too long, so I came to help you all." Luo Hansu chopped vegetables quickly and waved her hand. "Sui, you go ahead. I'm fine here." "All right, just take care of yourself and don't overdo it," Cheng Sui reminded her before jogging off to continue her work. "Wow, you chop vegetables really fast." A plump woman came over to take the radish strips she had cut. Seeing her chop at an impressive speed, she looked at her with admiration. Luo Hansu smiled slightly. "Sister, I'm pregnant and can't lift heavy things. Could you please help me carry some more radishes?" "Sure, I'll bring them to you." The plump woman worked efficiently and quickly brought her a full load of washed radishes, chatting casually. "Sister, you must be 6 or 7 months along, right?" "Not yet, I'm not even 5 months. It's twins." "Oh wow, twins. You're so lucky. You're out here volunteering with that big belly. You're such a good person." Fat sister sat nearby, chopping vegetables quickly with a knife, chatting away. She asked many questions, and Luo Hansu occasionally replied. When Zhou and Mo Yao arrived after dark, the kitchen was bright with lights, and many people were still in line outside for food. The kitchen staff was busy cooking. "Sir, the lady is in the kitchen," someone informed him. After asking around, Zhou and Mo Yao found his wife making steamed buns with several other women, with many baskets of hot buns piled up nearby. 2 colleagues from the logistics department were counting nearby. When they saw him, they immediately saluted. "Sir." Zhou Mo Yao returned the greeting. "Please continue your work." The women fell silent when the leader arrived, smiling shyly. "Hello, sir." "Hello, ladies," he replied with a smile, then turned to Luo Hansu and said, "Ladies, you have worked hard. I am here to take my wife home to rest."
"Ah?"
"Hansu, you are the leader's wife," Fat sister exclaimed dramatically. Luo Hansu was already taking off her apron and smiled. "Just call me by my name." They had previously asked about her family, and she only mentioned that both she and her husband were soldiers helping with disaster relief, without revealing that her husband was a leader. After watching the couple leave, Fat sister excitedly said, "This young couple really fits the saying, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Hansu's husband is very young. I saw the soldiers salute him, so he must be at least a regiment leader. He shouldn't be a regiment commander. We saw one this morning, and the soldiers called him commander, but they called Hansu's husband sir. Right, this leader must hold a higher position than a regiment commander. A young and capable officer, Hansu really married well. Look at Hansu's grace. She clearly isn't from an ordinary family. She must have chosen her husband wisely. Hansu is so down-to-earth and speaks gently. We were just joking and she joined in. She works faster than us, which is truly impressive. Zhou Maorao and the others have finished their work and returned. Commissioner Peng arranged a room for them to eat, with 2 dishes on each table, one with braised pork and radish, and the other with tofu. There was enough food for everyone to feel full. Cheng Sui and her team also came to eat. They were very tired, their hair soaked, and their clothes drenched in sweat. Yang Pu, being caring, poured her some water to wash her face and brought her a bowl of cool mung bean soup to help her cool down and refresh. He then helped her massage her shoulders and legs. "Pu go, that's enough," one of his comrades said, chewing on his food. "You're just trying to tease us, single guys. Who doesn't want a partner? We'll go home and find someone to marry during our break." Yang Pu often took care of his wife in front of others, and at first, Ching Sui felt a bit shy, but she gradually got used to it. She smiled and said to them, "In this group of volunteers, there are several unmarried female workers from the Yen City steel plant, with high school and vocational school education. 2 of them are skilled machine operators, 2 are accountants, and 2 or 3 are teachers from the factory school. I've checked, and they are all excellent and have good personalities. They volunteered to help with disaster relief, so you might want to consider them. Sister-in-law, can you set us up?" The comrades got excited. "I'll talk to them tomorrow. If they're interested, we can ask Commissioner Peng to arrange a social event for you to meet," Ching Sui said with a smile. Zhou Maorao had already finished a bowl of rice and heard what Ching Sui said. He made a decision. "Okay, Sui, you talk to them first. After the disaster relief is over, the army will organize a recognition and social event. We'll invite them all to participate, and then we can arrange a matchmaking event." Most of the soldiers in the army were of marriageable age, and as a leader, he wanted to help them with their marriage issues. It would be great if he could help them find suitable partners in Yen City. "Hansu, when we hold the recognition and social event, you and Sui will be in charge of setting up the venue. If you need anything, apply to the logistics department for purchase." Zhou Maorao assigned this task to his wife. Luo Hansu responded, "Okay, let me know the number of people in advance so I can prepare." After more than half a month of continuous support and assistance, the disaster situation in Rongqing was under control. The next step was for the government to organize the disaster victims to rebuild their homes, which would be a long and costly process. The day before returning to the city, Luo Hansu falsely claimed she was out on business. When she returned, she carried a heavy backpack filled with 300,000 in cash. "Ah Yao, please donate this money to the Civil Affairs Department for disaster recovery, but do not donate it in my name." Zhou Imo Yao casually glanced at the money, but did not count it. He knew it was money left by Luo's grandfather. He hugged her and said, "Hansu, I will take care of this tomorrow. I will ensure every penny is used for the people." "Okay, let's sleep." Luo Hansu lay down, feeling a bit homesick. "I haven't been home for over half a month. I wonder how Zhao Jie is doing." "Don't worry, Sister Fu Yao will take good care of him." Zhou Imo Yao put the money away in the cabinet and lay down beside her, gently touching her belly. 2 little treasures, time to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a slight movement in his palm, surprising him. "Wife, they moved. They are moving." Zhou Imo Yao sat up, his hand trembling slightly as he looked at her in shock and excitement. "The baby just kicked me. It's the first movements. Yesterday afternoon, when I turned over while sleeping, I felt a little kick, but then there was no more movement," Luo Hansa said, lying flat with her hands on her belly, her eyes soft. "Baby, move again." Summer clothes are thin, and through the light fabric, their eyes were fixed on the slight rise and fall of her belly. Zhou Imo Yao reacted quickly, placing his palm on the rising area just in time to feel the baby kick again. He laughed with joy. "Hansu, it moved again." "It's kicking you." "It just kicked in that spot again 2 times in a row." Luo Hansu gently touched the spot where the baby moved, then the quiet side. "One is active and one is calm. The calm one is probably a girl, just like you." Zhou Imo Yao lost all sleepiness, leaning closer to her belly, his voice filled with laughter. "Little treasure, can you hear Daddy? If you can hear me, move again." He talked to the baby for a while, but there was no more movement. "Maybe it's asleep. Let's sleep too." Luo Hansa shifted to make space for him, and after he turned off the light, she closed her eyes and began to sleep. The next morning, the couple had breakfast at a state-run restaurant. Luo Hansa packed their bags at the guest house while Zhou Imo Yao took care of the donation and some other tasks. Once he finished, they gathered their team and set off back to the city. As the military vehicles left the city in a long line, many citizens eagerly gathered on both sides of the street to cheer them on. The crowd stretched for several miles, and they only dispersed to go home after the convoy had exited the city. The volunteers from Yen City also left with them. Commissioner Peng had already prepared a registration list and informed them about the upcoming awards ceremony. They were to return home for a week to rest before being notified to come back for the event. "They're back. they're back." When the military vehicles returned to the base, an announcement was made over the loudspeaker. The students in class rushed out without waiting for the teacher to dismiss them, all shouting, "Dad." Zhao Jie was among them, but his call of mom was drowned out by his friends yelling "Dad."
Dad, Mom.
As Zhao Jie ran over, Zhou Mo Yao was helping his wife stand steady, both of them smiling brightly.
Zhao Jie.
"Dad, Mom, you're finally back." Zhao Jie jumped up and hugged Luo Hance's legs, looking up at her belly. "Mom, your belly is so big. The little brother or sister is getting bigger." Luo Hansu reached out to pat his head and noticed he was sweating. "It's class time now. Are you going back to class?" "I have to go. The teacher said we need to return in 5 minutes." "Zhao Jie, go to class. Your dad and I will head home to shower and do laundry. You can come back and talk to us after class," Zhou Mo Yao said. The other children also greeted their dads before Zhao Jie chatted with them for a moment. Then he went to find Yang Pu and his wife to get the persimmons they had sent him, happily bouncing off to school. Once they got home, Luo Hansu couldn't help but smile at the mountain of dried vegetables piled up in the storage room. "Yao, come look. Zhao Jie has probably been foraging for wild vegetables every day this past month." Zhou Mo Yao came over to take a look and laughed. This kid is quite capable. He mentioned wanting to mail dried vegetables to his grandparents. I told him it was a bit too little, and he should gather more to share among families. Since we haven't been home, he must have taken this to heart. Zhao Jie really did take it to heart. As long as it wasn't raining, he would go into the mountains every day, carrying a basket he could manage. He would fill it up and come back, completely independent, even drying the vegetables himself using a sieve. He would go to the cafeteria for his meals, wash his own dishes afterward, and at night, he didn't need reminding to take a shower. He would go with Peng Zhen and the others to clean up. Fuyo didn't let him sleep alone at home. Instead, he stayed at her place with Peng Zhen. Every day, they went to school together with other kids, and they would go into the mountains to gather wild vegetables, being very sensible and well-behaved. When Luo Hansu and her husband got home, they cleaned the house. After tidying up both upstairs and downstairs, they took separate showers. Then, they washed the clothes together, sorted out the dried vegetables their son had prepared, packed them up, and sent them to the security office for the mailman to take to Kyoto in the afternoon. When Zhao Jie returned home from school, Zhou Moyao had already come back from the cafeteria with food. He had also bought 2 sweet melons from the service center and placed one on the table after cutting it. After more than half a month of not seeing his parents, Zhao Jie was very excited and had a lot to say to them. He chatted nonstop until the lunch bell rang, and then he went upstairs to take a nap. Zhou Moyao took a nap at home and then went to the office to handle work, while Luo Hansu rested at home. During the past half-month of disaster relief, the other officers and soldiers had a tough time. Zhou Moyao gave them 3 days off to rest and asked the logistics cafeteria to improve the meal standards so everyone could replenish their nutrition. "Dad, Mom, it's time to eat. I brought back food," Zhao Jie said after school. He went to the cafeteria with Yang Pu and returned with a basket. He smiled and reported, "Mom, there are so many delicious dishes today. I chose braised pig's trotters and golden fried eggs. Andy said you like fish, so I got a flat fish that's spicy and fragrant. All the dishes my son chose are my favorites," Luo Hansa said, affectionately patting his head. Zhou Moyao placed the food on the table with a big smile, saying, "Comrade Zhao Jie performed excellently, so I'm rewarding you with a movie. Tomorrow, Mom and Dad will take you to the city to watch a film." Zhao Jie jumped with joy. "Dad, will Annie and Uncle come with us? After dinner, you can invite them. If they come, we'll all go together." Zhou Moyao took out the food and shared the chopsticks with the mother and son. "Little Jie, sit down and eat." Today, he bought 3 meat dishes from the cafeteria: a bowl of braised pig's trotters, a serving of tiger skin eggs, and the fragrant and spicy fish, which was braised silver carp, fried to a golden crisp, and tasted especially good. "Little Jie, this fish has many bones, so eat slowly. You need to pick out the bones. Don't swallow them and get them stuck in your throat." Zhou Moyao picked out some fish meat for his son. He didn't remove the bones for him but guided him verbally and demonstrated how to pick out the bones himself while eating the fish. After Zhao Jie finished eating, he rushed outside and shouted in the family compound. The neighborhood kids were all excited to go watch a movie, while the military wives were busy with their work, leaving the dads in charge of taking the kids to the cinema. The next morning, Zhou and Mo Yao arranged for a truck to take a group of people into the city to watch a movie. They rented out a theater and chose their favorite war-themed film. Everyone rarely had a chance to relax and enjoy a day out with the kids. At noon, Zhou and Mo Yao and his wife treated everyone to a meal at a state-run restaurant, letting the kids order their favorite dishes and even buying them soda, which they usually couldn't have. It turned out to be a very happy weekend for everyone. After lunch, Luo Hansu planned to visit Tang Yuan's house, and Cheng Su-yi and her husband went along. The others drove back to the family compound first. When they arrived, Tang Yuan hadn't eaten lunch yet. A few unexpected guests were at her home, including an older woman talking loudly. The door was open, and several neighbors were outside listening in. "Oh, comrade, you're here?" The woman who had seen Luo Hansu before stood at the door. Noticing her pregnant belly and a tall, handsome officer beside her, she smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Your cousin is having some trouble." She then called into the house. "Tang Yuan, your cousin and her husband are here." Cheng Su-yi and her husband raised their eyebrows at the mention of that title. Luo Hansu turned to them and quietly explained, "Tang Yuan's situation is a bit special. When I visited her before, I lied and said I was her cousin." Cheng Su-yi and Yang Pu were smart and didn't ask further questions, just nodded discreetly. Tang Yuan came out and, upon seeing them, her previously gloomy face brightened with a smile. "You just got back. You must be busy. What brings you here today?" "I arranged 3 days off," Luo Hansu said, protecting her belly as she entered the house and casually asked, "Have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet. I slept in today and got up a bit late. I just finished breakfast around 10, Tang Yuan said, inviting them in and asking, "Have you eaten?" "We've finished eating." Luo Hansu noticed 3 people in the living room, a middle-aged couple and a carefree-looking man around 30. She glanced at them and asked Tang Yuan, "Who are they?" The family of 3 had just heard the neighbors calling out. The elderly woman smiled and stood up, noticing the 2 young couples had a remarkable presence. The 2 men looked like military officers, with sharp, bright eyes showing intelligence.
"Tang Yuan, this is your cousin," she said.
"I am Tang Yuan's cousin," Luo Hansu replied calmly. She then asked, "I didn't know you 3 came to see my cousin for something." "We're here to introduce a match for my nephew. We want to connect him with your cousin," one of the men explained. The elderly woman quickly introduced the man who had stood up. "This is my nephew, Hu Ping, who works at the soy sauce factory. He has fallen for Tang Yuan. Their situations are similar, so they asked us to help make a match." Hu Ping looked decent enough, but his gaze was off, and he had a careless demeanor, making him seem unreliable. Luo Hansu glanced at him briefly before turning her attention to Tang Yuan. "Cousin, what do you think?" "I have no plans to get married," Tang Yuan replied, showing a faint smile. "I made it clear before I went to the disaster relief, and I just declined again." Luo Hansu understood that they were insisting on this matter. She turned to the 2 older people and spoke politely. "Thank you for considering my cousin, but she has a strong bond with her late husband and does not wish to remarry. We, as her family, respect her decision, so please do not pressure her. But she's only in her 20s. After losing her husband at such a young age, she should find someone to share her life with," one of them argued. "Our Hu Ping is quite outstanding. His previous wife passed away in an accident, not for any other reason. They are well-matched in age and looks. You should encourage your cousin," the other added. Luo Hansu waited for the elderly woman to finish speaking before responding. "My cousin does not want to remarry right now, and we respect her choice. If she changes her mind in the future and finds someone she wants to open her heart to again, we will support her. If she chooses to remain single for the rest of her life, I will also support her, as long as she is happy." Seeing her attitude, the elderly woman's smile faded noticeably. Just as she was about to say something, Luo Hansu continued, "Also, We previously had her stay here because she had some health issues and had just undergone surgery. We wanted her to rest quietly in the city. Now that she is better, we plan to take her home, and we came to discuss this with her today. Tang Yuan was momentarily stunned by her words, but did not ask in front of the three people. She reiterated uncle, aunt, comrade who, I really have no plans to remarry, and I won't be going back to work in the cafeteria. Please leave. The older woman wanted to say something, but the elderly man, who had been quietly observing them, held her arm and shook his head. He then took the two women and left. After they left, Tang Yuan visibly relaxed and quickly invited the five of them to sit down, then went to the kitchen to make tea for them. Once she served the hot tea, Tang Yuan sat down and said, after the new year, I found a temporary job at the workers' cafeteria. The original noodle chef was Hu Ping's father, who broke his arm while drinking during the New Year celebrations. The cafeteria needed someone to fill in for him for 3 months. When I took over, I made the noodles better and offered more variety. The workers who came to eat suggested to the management that I should be made permanent in his position. When this news reached the Hu family, they got anxious and later sent someone from the cafeteria who had a good relationship with them to propose a match. I made it clear that I did not intend to marry, and I refused right away. Later, I heard from another cook that Hu Ping had a bad character, indulging in drinking and gambling. Although he worked at the soy sauce factory, he was not serious about his job and often misbehaved with female colleagues, relying on a relative in a high position at the factory. His reputation was very poor. Additionally, his ex-wife died in an accident related to him. She went to confront him while pregnant and fell down the stairs, resulting in both of their deaths. Such a person is not a suitable match for me. I want nothing to do with him, and despite their repeated attempts to contact me, I firmly refused. They somehow found out that I own a house and have relatives who are officers, so they surrounded me daily, spreading rumors and even trying to create trouble for me through their connections at the cafeteria, making my life very frustrating. I decided to quit that temporary job. The day after I quit, I signed up to be a volunteer, but to my surprise, they came back again, still not giving up. Tang Yuan truly did not want to marry. She knew there were many good men in the world, but after what she had been through, she could not overcome that mental barrier. She did not want to risk reopening the wound that had just begun to heal. Moreover, marrying a man like Hu Ping, who had such poor character, would only lead to a fate worse than his ex-wife's. She just wants to live quietly now, let go of the past, forget it, and live peacefully until she grows old. I'm sorry for making you laugh, Tang Yuan said with an awkward smile. After spending more than half a month with her, Cheng Sui had become familiar with her and patted her hand, saying, Why say such things? Aunt Tang, have some candy. Zhao Jie didn't know her troubles, but he could sense she was feeling down. He took out a big white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and offered it to her, saying, Auntie Mama bought this for me. It's really good. Zhao Jie, you eat it. Your Aunt Mama gave me some milk candy before, and I haven't finished it yet. Cheng Sui had given her a few pieces before, but Tang Yuan was saving them and had forgotten to take them out for him. Luo Hansu finished a bowl of tea and got down to business. Tang Yuan, I came here today to tell you something. Our unit has opened a food processing factory. It was run by the military wives before, and since the business is doing well, we are expanding and plan to hire 15 people. Io said he would give you a spot. Do you want to go? Tang Yuan was delighted and quickly asked, Is it in the military? Yes, it's in the military family compound. Everyone working there is a military wife, 14 people in total. The person in charge is Comrade Peng's wife. They are currently only producing 2 types of pastries, the ones I gave you last time. The military provides food and housing. If you come, you'll get a small room for yourself. You can cook your meals or buy food from the cafeteria. The salary is similar to that of state-owned factories. Since you are skilled in making noodles, the first-year salary is 26 yuan, and it will increase according to regulations after that. The military wives there are easy to get along with, and there won't be any messy situations. I will also let them know not to pry into your personal matters. If you want to go, you can come with us later to get familiar with the place and meet them. You can report in a couple of days. The job they introduced must be good, and Tang Yuan agreed without hesitation. I'll go. Okay, you should make lunch first. After you eat, tidy up a bit, and then we can leave. Luo Hansa thought that if she worked at the food factory, the house would be empty, so she asked, Are you going to rent this house out? Yes, I will rent it out, Tang Yuan said as she got up, feeling a bit excited. I ran into Officer Lee from the police station yesterday. He is looking for a place to rent. He just got married and wants to bring his wife here. I'll go ask him. All right, you go ahead. We'll wait for you at home. After she hurriedly left, Luo Hansu quietly told Yang Pu and the others about Tang Yuan. Cheng Sui's face changed when she heard. No wonder she said she doesn't want to get married. Luo Hansu then explained Tang Yuan's fabricated identity, and they agreed to present her as a widow who had a deep bond with her late husband and did not wish to remarry. Things went smoothly for Tang Yuan. She rented a house to Officer Lee from the police department for $2 a month. He paid a year's rent on the spot. After handing over the keys, she quickly packed her belongings and loaded all the supplies she had bought into the car, then set off with them to the military base. Zhou Moyao and his wife arranged for someone to come to work, and Pio and the others had no objections. They warmly greeted Tang Yuan, advising her to settle in first and take a day or two to rest before reporting for duty. Mom, Auntie, and Tang Auntie are going to the mountains to look for mushrooms. Can I go with them? Do you want to join us? Cheng Sui hadn't been to the mountains in over half a month. Feeling better, she was eager to go back, but Yang Pu wanted her to rest at home. However, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm and decided to accompany them. Okay, wait for me for a minute. Luo Hansu also wanted to go. Her belly wasn't too big yet, and the weather was still nice for an outing. The sun wasn't too harsh, and she wanted to explore the mountains. Zhou Moyao was in his study handling some work when he saw them wearing straw hats and leaving. He called out from the second-floor window, Hansu, slow down. The paths in the mountains are slippery. Be careful, and don't wander too far. Zhao Jie, don't run around too much. Be careful not to fall.
Got it.
Both mother and son replied loudly. Tang Yuan followed them with a basket, smiling more than usual. Do you often come to the mountains to look for wild vegetables? I come every day, Zhao Jie answered first. Before the disaster relief, I also came every day, Cheng Sui said with a smile. Yang Pu led the way at a slow pace, with a piece of grass in his mouth. Good thing you went for disaster relief. If you had stayed home this past half-month, our dried vegetables would have been everywhere. Ah! Cheng Sui laughed at his joke. My son, Comrade Zhao Jie, may only be 6 years old, but he has done an amazing job this past month. He collected 7 or 8 pounds of dried vegetables all by himself, filling an entire bag. Luo Hansu proudly shared about her son's skills. Cheng Sui turned around and smiled. Xiao Jie, you're impressive. Zhao Jie smiled widely. I dried the ferns and mushrooms, and my mom helped me pack them. We sent everything to our great-grandparents in Kyoto, as well as to my grandparents. Grandma said you can't buy ferns in Kyoto, and she hasn't eaten them in many years. She also wants to eat pine mushrooms, but they aren't available now. I will collect some next time, dry them, and send them to her. Hansu, what are ferns? Tang Yuan asked, having never tried them. They are a type of plant that is picked around the Qingming festival, Hansu explained. Not satisfied with the brief description, Luo Hansu pointed to a nearby hillside. Look at that reddish over there. It's full of fern leaves. The ferns might be a bit old now. Once they reached the mountain, Tang Yuan became as excited as Cheng Sui. She picked the older ferns, refusing to leave any behind. Yang Pu had already gone ahead and found something, calling out, Sui, bring the basket over. There are many mushrooms on this tree. I'll get them, and you can collect them below. Cheng Sui ran quickly, with Zhao Jie following closely behind as they rushed ahead. Those two are so excited, Tang Yuan laughed from behind. Luo Hansu chuckled. We used to go up the mountain to pay respects to our ancestors during Qingming. We would wander around before heading back down. Growing up in the city, we didn't know wild vegetables. Sui never had the motivation, and after climbing the mountain, she would be exhausted. But now, whenever we talk about going to gather wild vegetables, she runs faster than anyone else, and she doesn't want to go home even when the basket is full. She used to be scared of snakes, but now she doesn't avoid them anymore. She says her courage has grown since coming here. Haha. Tang Yuan laughed, enjoying her first time searching for wild vegetables. The unique scent of the mountain plants and the endless natural forest lifted her spirits, and she could understand Sui's excitement. After wandering in the mountains for over 2 hours and gathering plenty, they were ready to head down when Luo Hansu noticed something and pointed southwest. Yongpu, tonight's meat dish depends on you. Without her reminder, Yongpu hadn't noticed it, but now he focused, and his eyes lit up. That wild rabbit looks fat. We can have a good meal tonight. Uncle, hurry and catch it.
Zhao Jie scouted and seated.
As soon as he shouted, the rabbit woke up and bolted away. Yongpu immediately chased after it, pulling out a small tool he carried. While running, he said, "Jia, don't shout. You'll scare it away." The rabbit was too fast for a person to catch. Yongpu ran as fast as he could for about 200 meters, but after several missed shots, he returned empty-handed. "I'll go into the mountains to look for something. We must have rabbit meat tonight." The man was skilled, and Chung Sui was confident he could catch a rabbit, but she still reminded him, "Yongpu, be careful of snakes in the mountains." "Okay, you all go back slowly. You don't have to wait for me." Yongpu quickly disappeared into the forest. Zhao Jie felt a bit regretful. "Mom, I shouldn't have called out just now. I scared the rabbit away. Otherwise, Uncle would have caught it." "It's okay. Uncle can go catch another one. Next time we see wild chickens or rabbits, we need to be quiet and not make loud noises to startle them." Luo Hansu took the chance to teach him. "I'll remember." Yongpu's skills were undeniable. In less than 20 minutes, he caught a wild rabbit and a 2-pound mountain chicken. When he returned, he immediately started preparing them for dinner. Tonight, they would all be cooked. Tang Yuan was having dinner with them tonight and prepared these 2 meat dishes. Luo Hansu also went to the supply room to get a fish and made a spicy braised fish dish. Other families were cooking at home tonight. The military wives bought good ingredients to treat their men. The rich aroma of meat filled every kitchen, and a group of children proudly carried their bowls, showing off their family's dishes. Tang Yuan had never experienced such communal living before. Seeing how harmoniously everyone interacted, with children happily sharing food from one house to another, she felt a strange sense of joy and began to look forward to her life here. After 3 days of rest, training resumed in the army, and everything returned to a calm routine. Luo Hansu and the others officially started their work. A week later, the army organized a recognition ceremony, inviting all the volunteers who had participated in disaster relief. Military vehicles were sent to the city to pick them up, and the Yen City Theater Troupe was invited to perform. The venue was decorated with colorful ribbons, red silk, and balloons, and a lavish dinner with snacks and fruits was prepared. Tonight, there were 2 hosts. Political Commissar Peng hosted the recognition ceremony, while Chung Sui hosted the matchmaking event afterward. She truly surprised everyone with her outstanding speaking skills. When the first round of applause erupted, Sister Fu shouted, "Old Prung, don't go up for these occasions anymore. Your hosting skills are just okay, and you're not good-looking." Your loud voice scared all the pretty young girls.
Haha, haha.
Laughter filled the room. Commissioner Peng was amused and teased her, saying you, as the sister-in-law, should be gentler. Don't scare these future sisters-in-law away. We worked hard to invite them here, and if they all run away because of you, the fierce one, I will have a word with you. Laughter erupted, and Zhou and Mo Yao could barely keep a straight face. Can you 2 go home and flirt privately? They don't flirt at home. They just argue and scold me, Peng Jin said loudly, making sure everyone heard.
Haha.
The laughter grew even louder. The 3 of them made jokes, lightening the atmosphere, and the young men and women attending the matchmaking event felt less nervous. Today's matchmaking event was planned by Luo Hansu and Chung Sui. It was different from typical matchmaking, as it included many real-life questions to help them understand each other better before making a decision. I married Li Huai without ever meeting him before. Everything was arranged by our aunts, including the dowry and gifts. We only met on our wedding day, and our parents met for the first time that day too. It was a completely blind marriage, just a gamble. If we ended up with a good partner, we were lucky. If not, we just had to accept our bad luck. The military wives sat on the side, and Chen Yuan was excited, sharing her marriage story with others. Many rural marriages are like that. You two are lucky. At least your aunts know each other and are kind-hearted, so you weren't taken advantage of. Yes, many unscrupulous relatives exploit their own family for money. We actually knew each other since childhood, and both families were familiar. My mother-in-law asked my aunt to check if we were a good match, and my parents agreed, leading to our marriage. Look at the questions on stage about salary, family situation, daily expenses, and work plans.
We didn't ask any of that back then.
The matchmaker conveyed everything incorrectly, mostly making things up. Right, the matchmaker told my parents that my husband earned 30 yuan a month, and they were so happy. After we got married, he gave me his salary. I clearly remember he gave me 52.6. I asked why it was so much, and he said it had always been that way. I mentioned that the matchmaker said it was 30, and he replied that his first month's salary at this job was more than 30. The matchmaker was just talking nonsense. Luo Hansa sat with her son beside the other wives, laughing along and joking. Did you feel like you hit the jackpot back then?
Haha, haha.
A group of military wives laughed. One of the wives nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly how it felt. I also had of luck marrying someone who earns a lot. I can stand tall now. Hansu, how did you and the commander end up together? I heard Li Huai mention that your families knew each other and arranged your engagement when you were kids. Is that true? Chen Yulan asked her. Yes, our grandparents knew each other well, and they verbally agreed on the engagement when I was very young. But it wasn't with Io. It was with his cousin. Really? Everyone was surprised and gathered around to listen. This wasn't a secret that couldn't be shared, so Luo Hansu focused on the important parts and told them the truth. Hansu, did your cousin you were engaged to get married?
Fu Yao asked.
Yes, he got married last year. We took an early vacation to attend his wedding. His bride's family is well matched. They both work at the tax bureau, so they are quite compatible. Luo Hansen knew what they really wanted to ask and smiled gently. Actually, I haven't met his cousin many times. I saw him when I was 5 or 6, and then again at my grandfather's funeral when he came to pay his respects. I didn't even recognize him. Our personalities didn't match well, so it was best to break off the engagement. When Io and I got married, we made sure to clarify everything. There was no right or wrong. It wasn't necessary to dwell on other things. Wishing each other well was the best outcome. Hansu, you and Commander Zhou have similar personalities. Why didn't your grandfather arrange for you to marry him? Tang Yuan, a volunteer attending the awards ceremony, asked. Io is 6 or 7 years older than me, and he has 2 older cousins. The cousin I was engaged to is 3 years older than me, which made him the most suitable choice at that time. I think the 2 grandfathers considered that. Fu Yao laughed. You both went against your elders' arrangements and ended up together. That's a special kind of fate. Yes, we have all found what suits us better. This is the best arrangement. Luo Hansu is very satisfied with her marriage. Although she married Zhou Maoyao to avoid going to the countryside, she truly has no regrets now and feels fortunate to have met him. So far, she hasn't found any flaws in him, and he has never disappointed or upset her. She feels lucky to have found a man she can trust for a lifetime. The matchmaking event tonight was very successful. Although no one got a marriage certificate on the spot, about 10 couples showed mutual interest and exchanged contact information for future communication. The event ended at 8:30 p.m., and the military arranged for a convoy to take them back to the city. Luo Hansu and the others cleaned up the hall before heading home to rest. In the scorching heat of July, the sun blazes down, making the world feel like an oven. Luo Hansu stopped working half a month ago and is now at home, preparing for the arrival of her babies. Zhou Maoyao went on a mission to the southern border at the beginning of June and is expected to return in late July. He sends telegrams every few days to report that he is safe. Hansu, are you in the study? Chung-sui knocked and entered the living room. I'm in the bathroom. The weather is so hot that even sitting in front of a fan feels sticky. Luo Hansu has to wash herself several times a day to feel comfortable, which also helps the two babies inside her feel better. With only a month until her due date, her belly is large, and she can no longer wear her regular clothes. Now, she only wears loose, comfortable dresses. After cooling down, Luo Hansu slowly walked out and saw Chung-sui coming in with a bowl. She smiled and asked, "What delicious food did you make today?" "I got some ice from the service center and made chilled mung bean soup. It tastes pretty good. You should have some to cool down." Chung-sui had just brought a bowl and spoon from the kitchen, helped her sit at the table, and served her soup while saying, "This summer is really too hot. I just saw several soldiers suffer from heat stroke." Comrade Peng urgently notified everyone to stop training and rest indoors with fans. High temperatures make it easy to get heat stroke. Luo Hansu only goes out in the early morning and evening when it's cooler. She doesn't dare go out during the hottest part of the day. In the mornings, she usually reads in the study, and even with the fan, she sweats a lot. After drinking the bowl of chilled mung bean soup, she felt completely refreshed. Chung-sui sat down beside her, looking a bit tired. She said, "Hansu, I haven't been feeling well these days. I feel weak all over, have no appetite, and can't eat anything. My period is also 2 or 3 days late. I think I should go to the hospital." Upon hearing that her period was late, Hansu, who had some experience, immediately thought, "Sui, could you be pregnant?" "I don't know," Chung-sui replied. Chung-sui had heard about pregnancy symptoms before and managed a small smile, saying, "My period is usually very regular. It never comes early or late. This is the only time it's been delayed. I think I might be in trouble. I'll go with you to the hospital. Let me finish my mung bean soup, and I'll call a car to take you," Hansu said, taking a big sip. "Hansu, you're due next month. You should stay home and rest." "I'm not in a hurry. I can take the logistics department's car in the morning." Chung-sui just wanted to talk to her, not expecting her to accompany her to the hospital. Yang Pu was not home. He had gone south with Zhou and Mo Yao and wouldn't be back until the end of July at the earliest. She felt a bit weak, but going to see a doctor alone was not a problem. Hansu's belly was a bit big, but she could still move around easily. After finishing her last sip, she said, "I can drive. I've been for several checkups already and know the Yen City People's Hospital well. I'll take you to see the head of obstetrics." When she went to ask Commissioner Peng for a car, he inquired about the situation and, upon learning that Chung-sui might be pregnant, refused to let the two pregnant women go out alone. He called a female soldier to drive them to the city. There weren't many people at the hospital for checkups, so they didn't have to wait in line. The examination was straightforward, and they received the results in about 10 minutes. "Comrade Chung, you're pregnant. The symptoms you're experiencing are normal reactions during pregnancy. Usually, these symptoms will disappear after about 3 months." This result was expected for Chung-sui. Now that it was confirmed, she smiled gently and said, "Thank you, Director Su." Hansu, standing nearby, also smiled. "I'm about to give birth, and now you're pregnant too. Our timing is quite good." Every time she came for a checkup, it was Director Su who examined her. Looking at her large belly, he reminded her with a serious expression, "Comrade Luo, your belly is larger than usual for a twin pregnancy. It will grow more in the next month, and the babies will weigh more than typical twins. You might have a tough time during delivery. They are growing quite fast. I can feel it myself." Luo Hansu held her belly with both hands, fully prepared for the pain of childbirth. Having experienced death once before, she thought the pain of giving birth would be similar to the countless times she had endured excruciating agony in her past life while seeking revenge. She believed she could get through it. The twins might arrive early. "I mentioned some symptoms before. If you notice any, you should come to the hospital right away," Director Su advised her. "Okay, thank you, Director Su." She had already prepared everything needed for the delivery. Zhou Maorao had suggested hiring an experienced woman from a nearby village to help her and the baby, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. When her cousin Tang Yuan had heard about this, she offered to help take care of her and the baby. Although Tang Yuan had never given birth herself, she had experience caring for children. She was meticulous and reliable, and most importantly, she knew her boundaries, never asking inappropriate questions or gossiping. Her pleasant personality made her easy to like. Luo Hansa discussed it with Zhou Maoyao, who agreed to let Tang Yuan come and help for a while. If she struggled with both babies, they could hire someone else later. The female soldier, Lu Yan, was waiting in the hallway. When they came out, she immediately approached them. "Sister-in-law, are you pregnant?" "Yes, I am," Cheng Sui replied with a smile, gently touching her flat belly. "It's only been a month." "Sister-in-law, congratulations. Captain Yang will be so happy when he returns." Lu Yan, who had been training for a long time, had tan skin and looked like a tomboy. When she smiled, her teeth were very white. "Sisters, are you going back now, or would you like to shop in the city? We'll go to the state-run store to buy some things, maybe some watermelons and cantaloupes to cool off," Luo Hansa suggested. "All right, I'll take you. Just walk slowly," Lu Yan said, guiding them. Luo Hansu hadn't been to the state-run store in a long time, but the salespeople remembered her. Seeing her pregnant with a big belly, the friendly staff quickly brought her a chair to sit down. Cheng Sui immediately bought ice pops and soda to cool down, and she also weighed the last few watermelons and cantaloupes in the store, along with some new snacks. When the three of them returned to the family compound, it was just in time for lunch. Luo Hansu invited Lu Yan to eat at her home, where they had food from the cafeteria and a big watermelon to share. Tang Yuan was also in the cafeteria eating. She came over to have lunch with them and noticed that Cheng Sui had a poor appetite. After eating a few bites, she put down her chopsticks and said, "Sui, you're pregnant. Even if you don't feel like eating, you should try to eat a little more. Take your time and eat what you can. The weather is too hot, and my appetite is not great. Now that I'm pregnant, I really don't want to eat," Cheng Sui replied, feeling weak and leaning back in her chair. "Auntie, the watermelon is cold. You should eat some." Zhao Jie pushed the watermelon toward her. Cheng Sui had just eaten a couple of pieces and smiled gently. "I just had some. Let me rest a bit, and I'll eat more later." Seeing that she wanted something cold, Tang Yuan asked, "Sui, have you ever tried cold noodles or liangpi?" "No," Cheng Sui shook her head. "I still have some flour. I'll make you some liangpi tonight. It's refreshing and you should be able to eat it." Tang Yuan hadn't moved in yet. She had discussed with Luo Hansu about staying at the food factory for another half-month to complete her month of work before moving in to take care of her. Yan was eating heartily and said with her mouth full, "The cold noodles from the northwest are really delicious. They're perfect for this hot summer weather." "Really? Then I won't go buy dinner tonight. I'll wait for the liangpi you make, Tang Yuan." Cheng Sui truly couldn't eat any more. She had barely touched her food and divided what was left among them. "Tang Yuan, Yan, I can't eat anymore. You can finish it." "Sister-in-law, please eat a few more bites," Yan urged her. "I really can't. I have some mung bean soup at home. If I get hungry later, I'll drink some." Cheng Sui envied her cousin. When she was pregnant, she had so much energy, could participate in intense training, had a great appetite, and slept well. But now, she felt weak and had no appetite, as if she were sick. After lunch, Cheng Sui called her in-laws to share the good news. Mother Yang was very happy. When she learned that her son was on a mission, she wanted to buy a ticket to come take care of her because her pregnancy symptoms were quite strong. However, Cheng Sui persuaded her not to come. The eldest brother and sister of the Yang family had 4 children, and their parents had not yet retired. They were all key technical staff and couldn't take leave easily. So, the responsibility of taking care of the children fell on her mother-in-law. If her mother-in-law came to take care of her, there would be no one to look after her nephews and nieces, and the household would become chaotic. Summer vacation was approaching, and Cheng Sui suggested that her mother-in-law wait until the children were on break before bringing them over to visit for a while. Yang's mother thought for a moment and agreed with her daughter-in-law's plan. She reminded her over the phone to eat well and to go to the hospital if she felt unwell. The two talked for about 7 or 8 minutes. After finishing the call with her mother-in-law, Chung-sui tried to call her brother, but he was not home for lunch, and she couldn't reach him. Han-su, Sui, the cold noodles are ready, come eat. Tang Yuan hurried to make the cold noodles after work and delivered them just before dark. Lo Han-su also didn't go to the cafeteria for dinner. In the afternoon, she made a pot of mung bean porridge at home. When Zhao Jie came back from school, they both had a big bowl to fill their stomachs, so they weren't very hungry anymore. Chung-sui had just finished showering and came out in a loose dress, feeling refreshed. She saw that Tang Yuan had made a large bowl and laughed lightly. Tang Yuan, you made too much. We won't finish it. I just called some other kids. Each will take a small bowl, Tang Yuan replied, serving her a full bowl with extra cucumber and mung bean sprouts. It's tangy and refreshing, try it. Chung-sui took a bite and nodded repeatedly. It's delicious. It's cool and not too sour, I like it. It really tastes good, Lo Han-su said as she filled a small bowl for herself and asked Tang Yuan, is it easy to make? Not difficult, just time-consuming, Tang Yuan answered. Seeing that it wasn't hard, Chung-sui wanted to learn so she could make it herself in the future. Tang Yuan, next time you make it, I want to learn. You're pregnant, so try to rest more and move less. I'll make it for you every couple of days, Tang Yuan said, genuinely caring for her. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chung-sui replied, enjoying the dish. The other kids loved it too, and those with good appetites had 2 bowls each. In the end, they finished all the cucumber and sour soup. Chung-sui ate 1.5 bowls and felt a bit full, but she didn't feel nauseous. After dinner, she called Haiching to share the good news with her brother, and they talked for a while. Sui, has Ziming confirmed when he's coming? Lo Han-su asked her. The final exams are on the 16th and 17th, and he will come right after. He hasn't bought the train ticket yet. He said he would buy it on Sunday and call us once he has it. Okay. There are no direct trains from Haiching to Yanqing, so he has to transfer in Rongqing. Since both sisters are pregnant, they can't go to Rongqing to pick him up, so he will have to buy the ticket himself. The 2 sisters were calculating the time, and Chung-sui took a moment to tidy up the house in preparation for their family's visit. However, the next day, an unexpected situation arose. When she received the call, she was so shocked that her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. Ansu! Ansu! When Sister Fu Yao shouted anxiously, Luo Hansu had just finished her shower and hurried over. Seeing Chung-sui slumped next to the public phone, her expression changed. Sui, what happened? Hansu, Zaiming has been kidnapped. The school just called and said he was taken from the school gate. Chung-sui was extremely flustered. She was usually very rational and calm, but now her emotions were all over the place. Luo Hansu felt a heavy weight in her heart. Noticing the call was still connected, she rushed over to grab the receiver and asked calmly, hello, I'm Luo Hansu, Chung Zaiming's cousin. Can you tell me how long he has been taken? Did you see who kidnapped him? Comrade Luo, he was taken about 10 minutes ago. The kidnappers arrived in a car at the school gate. 4 or 5 strong men with masks jumped out, dragged him into the car, and drove off. Other students tried to chase but couldn't catch up. Did they say anything? Did they leave anything behind? Luo Hansu quickly asked. They didn't say anything or leave anything. We have already reported it to the police, and they are investigating. The caller was Chung Zaiming's homeroom teacher, who was also anxious. I feel this kidnapping might be related to your family. Your 2 sisters are out of town. Can you come back quickly to assist the police? Thank you, teacher. I will call the Haiching police now. We will handle the follow-up ourselves. If you have any updates, please call us. Okay, understood. After hanging up, Luo Hansu first reassured Chung-sui. Stay calm. Don't panic. Go to my study and get the phone book. I will call Uncle Jingxin. Chung-sui quickly forced herself to calm down, knowing this was not the time to panic. She immediately ran to her house to get the phone book. Lu Jingxin was on duty that night, and upon receiving her call, he went to investigate right away. Luo Hansu also hurriedly called Director Go of the association and reliable contacts left by her grandfather. After making 7 or 8 calls, She stayed by the phone, continuing to comfort her cousin. "See, don't panic. They took Zhe Ming for a reason. They will likely call us back." Cheng Sui had calmed down and had a guess in her mind. She clenched her fists, worried about her. "Hansu, they are probably coming for you." "I know. They want what I have and took Ziming to use him as leverage." Luo Hansu had already guessed this. Just then, Commissioner Peng and other officers who stayed with the troops arrived. Commissioner Peng asked her, "Hansu, do you need the military to step in?" "Commissioner Peng, the situation in Haiqing is very complicated. Military involvement could affect the entire situation, so it's not suitable for the troops to participate now. They kidnapped my cousin to force me to hand over the Luo family's assets. I have a way to deal with it, but I need you to arrange a rescue for Ziming later." "Okay, you make the arrangements." After nearly a year of working together, Commissioner Peng understood her abilities. Her calmness suggested she had a solid plan. After about 10 minutes, the phone rang. It was Director Su calling to share the latest news. The information he relayed was what Luo Hansu had expected. She asked him for a favor. "Director Su, thank you. I also need you to pass my phone number along." This was a small task, and Director Su agreed. "Sure, I will take care of it." "There's one more thing." Luo Hansu's expression was serious, her cold, deep eyes gazing into the distant sky. Each word she spoke was clear. "Director Su, the dark clouds over Haiqing need to clear." "Hansu, the situation is very serious," Director Su replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Director Su, just hold on a little longer. We will see the sunlight soon." Luo Hansu's cool voice was strong, conveying silent strength and revealing her determination. "My grandfather waited for this day for 10 years, but didn't make it to the end. I will finish what he started. Anyone who harms my family will face the consequences." Seeing she was ready to take action, Director Su paused for a few seconds and advised her. "Hansu, please be careful. Let me know if you need help." "Director Su, you prepare first and wait for my news." Luo Hansu already had a plan in mind. "Okay." Director Su didn't ask more. After she hung up, Cheng Sui immediately asked, "Hansu, did you find anything?" "Not yet on the specific person behind this, but we have confirmed Ziming is safe. They should call soon." With her brother safe, Cheng Sui felt a bit relieved, but knowing the other party was after what she had, she looked worried. "Hansu, we can't give them what they want." Luo Hansu would never hand it over. She gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "The Luo family's belongings are mine to control. They don't deserve to have them." "Should we call Grandpa Zhou?" Cheng Sui asked. "Not for now. We can call once Ziming is safe." It was already evening, and everyone had finished work and returned home. Since there was a situation on their side, everyone gathered around, and even the children were quiet, standing obediently in front of their parents without making noise. Zhao Jie understood the adults' conversation and knew his uncle had been kidnapped. His mother was looking for help. He felt worried but stayed silent, standing beside her. The waiting was tough, but it didn't take long. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the phone rang. Luo Hansu handled everything at home. She didn't let Cheng Sui answer the call and picked up the receiver. "Hello, who is this? Please help me find Luo Hansu." The man's voice on the other end was rough and unfamiliar. Luo Hansu quickly figured out who he was and got straight to the point. "I am Luo Hansu. Is my brother Cheng Ziming with you?" Surprised by her quick deduction, the man paused. "Yes, Cheng Ziming is with me." "What do you want?" Luo Hansu wanted to skip the small talk and get to the main issue. The man seemed to chuckle. "Luo Hansu, you know what we want. I am Luo, the only heir of the Luo family. Cheng Ziming is a Cheng. He has no connection to the Luo family and hasn't inherited anything. Kidnapping him is useless. We know the item isn't in his possession. We brought him here just to make a deal with you, Luo Hansu," the man admitted. Luo Hansu had anticipated this. She replied calmly, "You chose to act at this time because you've investigated and know both our husbands are not home. Both of us are pregnant, and you believe this is when we are at our weakest, making it the best time to strike." The man didn't respond, his silence confirming her words. Luo Hansu smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Let's skip the nonsense. First, let Cheng Ziming talk to me. I need to confirm he is safe. Otherwise, there's no need for negotiation. Luo Hansu, Cheng Ziming is in our hands. You have no right to negotiate with us. The other party's tone became harsh. The things are in my hands, and you have no right to negotiate with me. Although Cheng Ziming was in their hands, Luo Hansu was a bit worried, but was sure they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. She said firmly, Also, I warn you, if my brother gets even a scratch or anything unexpected happens, I will make you pay dearly. You better pass my message to your master and tell them that even if I am the last one left in the Luo family, I still have the power to uproot you all. If you don't believe me and want to test the strength of the Luo family, feel free to try. Though hundreds of miles apart, her powerful and fierce voice was clear to them, and someone sitting next to him heard it too. I give you 3 minutes to have Cheng Ziming answer the phone. After saying that, she hung up with a loud bang, not giving them any chance to take control.
Mama.
Zhao Jie was frightened by her aura. Luo Hansu turned to him, holding his arm, and spoke softly. Little Jie, don't be afraid. Those people took your uncle, and Mama is negotiating with them. Only by threatening them can we ensure your uncle comes back safely. Mama, let's call the police and the soldiers to catch the bad guys and rescue Uncle. Zhao Jie, who grew up in the military, knew to seek help from soldiers and police in danger. Mama has already called the police, but they need some time. Let's rescue Uncle first, and we can catch them later. Cheng Sui stood nearby, gripping her clothes tightly, closing her eyes to breathe deeply, forcing herself to stay calm. She opened her eyes only when the phone rang again. Sui, you answer. Luo Hansu didn't pick up the phone this time. Cheng Sui exhaled and without hesitation grabbed the phone. Hello?
Sister.
Her brother's voice came from the other end, and Cheng Sui's heart settled back down, speaking quickly. Ziming, are you okay? Did they hurt you? Sister, I'm fine. They haven't hurt me. You and Hansa don't worry. Cheng Ziming quickly reassured them, glancing at the person sitting next to him, calming them down. Sister, you and Hansu are both pregnant, so don't worry too much. Both brothers-in-law are not home, so take care of yourselves. We're fine. Confirming her brother was safe, Cheng Sui felt relieved, gripping the phone tightly and firmly instructed. Ziming, don't be afraid. Be brave and don't let Grandpa's teachings go to waste, and don't bring shame to Mom and Dad. Sister, I know you told Han Su that I am fine. Cheng Ziming guessed the group's intentions the moment he was captured. Okay. Cheng Sui felt proud of her brother's calmness and didn't say much more. Ziming, give them the phone. Han Su will discuss important matters with them. Just be patient. We will rescue you. The phones were exchanged and Luo Hansu spoke first. If you want something, bring Cheng Ziming to Yen City. Hand him over, and we will give you what you want. You come to Haicheng. The other side refused. Yen City was under Zhou Moyao's control, and going there would be like walking into a trap. Han Su, don't come to Haicheng, Cheng Ziming shouted. Be quiet. Someone nearby scolded him and had others take Cheng Ziming away. Luo Hansu heard the commotion and saw her cousin being taken away. She remained silent and continued negotiating. As I said, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. If you want something, come to Yen City. If you don't, we can wait and see who can last longer. In the past year, they hadn't sent anyone to watch her or taken any action, but now they suddenly captured Cheng Ziming to threaten her, which made Luo Hansu sense something was off. Earlier in the year, someone had been sent to Haicheng to keep watch, and since she provided important information, they likely had significant gains over the past 6 months, which pressured them to act against her now. Understanding this, she felt no urgency. If you don't come to Yen City, then Cheng Ziming will stay with you. Treat him well. If you harm him, I promise you and your family will pay dearly. Don't provoke me or test the Luo family's strength. I can bring down the second branch of the Luo family within a month and destroy everything you've built in Haicheng in no time. Luo Hansu. A different person spoke on the line, their tone dark and heavy. Do you know what you were saying? Do you know what you are doing? Luo Hansa shot back, unfazed by who it was. Her response caught the other person off guard, and they let out a slight huff. Aren't you afraid I will destroy the Qing family's foundation? If you dare to harm Ziming, I will destroy your entire family. The intensity in Luo Hansa's voice was chilling, leaving those nearby, including Zhao Jie, silent and looking at her with a mix of emotions. She is usually gentle and polite with others, speaking in a kind and friendly manner. She has never shown a harsh side in public, but now her expression seems genuine, as if it has always been part of her nature. They don't know much about her family's background and haven't asked many questions in the past. Now, they all suspect that her family is quite impressive. The person on the other end of the phone was also intimidated by her fierceness, nervously grinding his teeth. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I will have someone bring Cheng Ziming to Yanqing. If you try to play tricks and don't hand over the items, I can catch him once, and I can catch him again. Also, you are about to give birth, so you need to think about your child. His last statement struck a nerve with Luo Hansu. A fleeting glint of anger flashed in her eyes, but she did not respond sharply, saying only, I will wait for your call. After hanging up, Luo Hansa calmed herself and slowly stood up. See, they will bring Ziming over. He will be fine, so don't worry. Cheng Si was no longer concerned about her brother's safety. She pulled her aside to a corner and whispered, Hansu, don't give them what Grandpa left you. They don't truly care about the country or the people. Everything they do is for their own gain. Giving them the items will only encourage their wrongdoing. Grandpa saw through them 10 years ago and left me a letter. The Luo family's resources should be used for the people, and I won't give them up. Luo Hansu reassured her, speaking in a tone they could both hear. I have already prepared for this and anticipated today's events. Let's take this opportunity to push back and catch a big fish, helping to stabilize Haiqing. Seeing her confidence and preparation, Cheng Si nodded. I understand. I will follow your lead from here. You just got pregnant, so try not to be too stressed or worried. Take care of yourself. I will bring Ziming back safely. Luo Hansu had much stronger mental resilience than her. She remained calm and composed in the face of challenges, showing no signs of panic. There are still some arrangements to make. Please keep an eye on Zhao Jie while I talk to Commissioner Peng about getting some assistance. Okay, take your time, Cheng Si said, feeling guilty that her younger cousin, who was pregnant and about to give birth, still had to worry about her brother's situation. She felt a sense of regret for not being able to protect them better.